Chen Yu traverses into a high martial arts world, commencing his journey with an SSS-level martial talent, known as the ultimate power realm. In this realm, physical cultivators engage in the most perilous of professions, where every ascension necessitates the utmost intensity of body tempering, confronting life and death trials with a near-death experience each time. Only the most fortunate individuals become formidable physical cultivators. Fortunately, he has bound himself to the top-up system, where investing funds grants him enhancement points, allowing for endless fortification of his physique, entirely devoid of risk. This loan must also be repaid. Investing 100,000 yields a body of an ant strengthened to that of tempered steel. Investing 5 million enhances the tempered steel body to an indestructible form. Investing 50 million elevates the indestructible form to an eternal, indestructible state. As monstrous beasts assault the city, humanity engages in an ultimate battle against these creatures. A beam of golden light descends from the heavens, and Chen Yu's mortal frame rivals that of deities, crushing the beasts with the might of humanity. His corporeal form ascends to sanctity, bathed in golden brilliance. This is the eternal sacred body. Chapter 1. The Ultimate Power Realm, Binding of the Top-Up System Successful. Chen Yu, you can never cultivate an SSS-level martial art. You should hand it over to Guanghao, who will surely prosper in the future and will not forget you. If you are willing to relinquish your martial art, I can promise to accompany you to a movie in the future. In a dilapidated room in Ping City, Lu Ruoyan gazes at Chen Yu, speaking with an air of superiority. As her words reach his ears, Chen Yu's expression turns somewhat dazed. Have I traversed into another realm? As memories flood his mind, he swiftly comprehends the current situation. The woman before him is named Lu Ruoyan, a former high school classmate, stunningly beautiful and always adoring him. Yet in truth, Chen Yu has never reciprocated her affections. A woman, confident in her beauty, yet this is a high martial arts world where every individual possesses martial arts abilities. SSS is the pinnacle, while F is the lowest. His predecessor awakened the SSS-level martial art ultimate power realm at the age of 16, requiring a robust physique to harness its strength, categorizing this martial art within the realm of physical cultivation. However, physical cultivation is the most financially draining profession. Lacking specialized training facilities and the luxury of tempering potions, it is essentially a futile endeavor. Chen Yu's family background is humble. His family has fallen from grace, both parents deceased. He survived to 18 solely on the compensation from their untimely demise. If physical cultivation were only burdened by its exorbitant costs, it could be deemed manageable. The gravest flaw lies in the fact that each ascension demands extreme intensity in body tempering, facing life and death trials with a near-fatal outcome. This explains why, despite awakening an SS-level martial art, he resides in a dilapidated house, neglected by all. One cannot say no one cares. Is there not a visitor? They intend to forcibly strip him of his martial art, and once severed, he would be rendered utterly useless, his future irrevocably doomed. Lu Ruoyan truly does not regard him as human. Chen Yu turns his gaze to Lu Ruoyan, who is fixated on him with fervent intensity. Tomorrow is the martial arts examination, the defining moment for a martial artist's destiny. Li Guanghao is the object of her affection, a second-generation heir from a wealthy family, possessing all the advantages, yet regrettably, his awakened martial art is exceedingly poor. With only an F level, he would struggle even to pass the entrance exam for a vocational college, let alone gain admission to renowned martial arts academies. Fortunately, she knows Chen Yu. Although the physical cultivation martial arts have numerous shortcomings, their drawbacks are rendered inconsequential by their SSS rank. With this martial art bestowed upon him, Li Guanghao is certain to gain admission to his dream university. Just as she was lost in her reveries, Chen Yu chuckled derisively. You want me to relinquish my martial arts? Are you out of your mind? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyan was filled with disbelief. Not only did Chen Yu refuse to generously offer his SSS-ranked martial art, but he also had the audacity to insult her. It is a privilege for you that I even consider your martial arts. Do not push your luck. Chen Yu laughed joyously. Do you think I desire your approval? What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Ruoyan was once again taken aback. Chen Yu was still hurling insults at her? Even a person of her gentle disposition could not endure such relentless abuse. Angered and humiliated, she fixed her gaze upon Chen Yu and declared, Do you truly believe that without your worthless martial arts, Guanghao cannot gain university admission? What then? Just wait and see. The news of Guanghao's acceptance into a top 985 university will echo throughout the entire Ping City, while you, Chen Yu, will remain as wretched as your pitiful martial arts for the rest of your days. With that, she turned and exited the room. After her departure, Chen Yu closed his eyes and pondered. Worthless martial arts? This is the ultimate realm of strength. One can tell from the name alone that it cannot possibly be worthless. As he sensed his martial arts, a tremendous force surged through his fists, accompanied by sharp pain in his fingers. His frail body was utterly incapable of harnessing such power. Even a slight exertion led to waves of excruciating agony, and during breakthroughs, one must achieve a state of destruction to create anew. Breaking through is the easy part. Fully unleashing the ultimate realm of strength is the challenge. Establishing it is far more arduous, likely requiring meticulous assembly, akin to a craft. This could become troublesome. Chen Yu never anticipated that he would be distressed by the overwhelming strength of his martial arts. After a brief reflection, he arrived at a terrifying conclusion. Even if he gained admission to university and earned a fortune through competitions, he would inevitably remain unable to become a true powerhouse. This predicament seemed insurmountable. At that moment, a sound suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Activation of the cash injection system in progress. System activation successful. Cash injection system successfully bound. Name: Chen Yu Martial Arts. The ultimate realm of strength. Current physical strength: ant-like body, 99, ant-like body, mortal flesh and blood, the limit of an ordinary person. The martial arts journey is divided into 9 tiers. The transition from first to second tier represents the metamorphosis of an ordinary individual into a martial artist. Those who do not reach the second tier are deemed unremarkable. Current skill: Golden Light Breaking Fist, Initial Insight 59. Current enhancement points: 0. Detected remaining balance in bank card, 203,561 yuan. Would you like to convert it into enhancement points? The exchange rate is 1,000:1. Enhancement points can be injected into the above entries to increase corresponding progress. Rest assured, host, your physical body can be infinitely enhanced without any risk. Upon seeing the virtual panel displayed before him, Chen Yu's pupils constricted. Cash injection system? So, recharging leads to becoming stronger. As his gaze descended, he noticed the line of text at the bottom, causing his heart to tremble. Infinite enhancement of the physical body implies that as long as he has sufficient funds, he can achieve boundless physical prowess. Furthermore, the enhancement of the body carries no risk, perfectly circumventing the most significant drawback of physical cultivation. That 200,000 yuan represents the remaining compensation from his parents for their fallen service. Ordinarily, touching that money would be akin to jeopardizing Chen Yu's very life. Yet now, how could he forego this opportunity? The system must be aware that he is to take the college entrance examination tomorrow, providing a boon for his family. Charge. Let's start with 200,000. Exchange successful. Current enhancement points, 200. At present, it appears that enhancement points can elevate both physical strength and martial skill levels. For someone in physical cultivation, enhancing physical strength is tantamount to leveling up. Once the body undergoes a transformation, he will naturally cross the threshold into the second tier. Naturally, the priority is to enhance physical strength. However, whether 200 enhancement points can elevate his physical strength to the second tier remains uncertain, but one must try to find out. Chen Yu swiftly made his way to the outskirts, settling into his own illegal construction training ground, sitting cross-legged and commencing the enhancement process. Ding! Consuming 200 enhancement points, beginning enhancement of physical strength. Suddenly, a brilliant silver light emanated from within Chen Yu's body, radiating outward. The silver light permeated every bone, vein, and organ within him, ultimately manifesting upon his skin, where countless silvery rays flowed across his surface, revealing intricate silver patterns. He appeared transformed into a resplendent silver Buddha, resonating with a deep metallic vibration that reverberated through the air. The intensity of the tremors escalated, causing the training ground, constructed of wood and stone, to teeter precariously. In the next moment, the colossal stones surrounding the training ground could no longer withstand the shockwaves and fractured with a resounding crack, splitting into halves. The training ground collapsed instantaneously, leaving chaos in its wake. Directorly, it seems the illegal construction no longer requires our demolition. It has collapsed on its own. Did it collapse on its own? There are people inside. Someone is buried beneath. Quick, save the people, save them. The federal workers who had initially come to dismantle the illegal structure transformed into a rescue team. Meanwhile, buried beneath the rubble, Chen Yu felt the silver light coursing through him and a faint smile graced his lips. Enhancement complete. Current physical strength, steel body 1. He gently raised his hand and grasped a nearby stone, which shattered in his grip like mere soil. This showcased the sheer power of his physical body, entirely independent of martial arts. Is this the reality of being a second-tier martial artist? Is this the true value of his steel body? Chen Yu found it difficult to fathom the magnitude of power his SSS-rank martial arts, the ultimate realm of strength, could unleash when augmented by the steel body. With a single punch, even a second-tier warrior might find themselves rendered speechless. Chapter 2. The Path of Monetary Investment. Fortunately, he did not advance at home. Otherwise, half the neighborhood would have crumbled. Regaining his senses, Chen Yu surveyed his surroundings. Where remnants of shattered walls lay scattered, dust enveloping the air, with him trapped beneath a massive rock. This exemplified the worth of physical cultivation. Even if a 1,000-pound boulder were to plummet from above, it would inflict no harm upon him, not even a twinge of pain. Upon ascending to the second tier, his physique appeared no different from that of an ordinary person. However, in reality, it had been fortified from within. A closer inspection would reveal a lustrous silver sheen embedded within his skin, setting him apart from the masses. Just as Chen Yu was admiring his own reflection, an unexpected commotion erupted outside, accompanied by urgent shouts. "Stay still inside. We are here to rescue you." Director Li, outside the ruins, wore an expression of sheer anxiety. A 1,000-pound rock descending from the heavens, combined with its accelerating momentum, could easily incapacitate even a second-tier martial artist. While it might not result in severed limbs, it certainly wouldn't lead to a pleasant outcome. Yet, to his astonishment, a voice emanated from beneath the rubble. "No need to rescue me. Keep your distance. I can exit on my own." The voice belonged to a youth, prompting the rescue team to instinctively retreat a few steps. Then, with a thunderous explosion, the boulder shattered, sending debris flying and dust swirling. A figure shot forth from the ruins like a cannonball, casting a glance at the rescue personnel. Upon noticing their urban management uniforms, he took off running. What a joke! To confess and endure imprisonment? The training ground was a blatant violation, and the urban management was already pursuing him. Would he not flee and await a fine? The rescue captain swallowed hard. "Director, it seems he is a physical cultivator. The aura of his recent breakthrough is evident. He must have just attained the second tier. His energy appears stable, so he should be unharmed. Shall we pursue?" "Pursue? What nonsense. As long as he is all right. That's what matters." Director Li exhaled in relief, watching the direction Chen Yu had fled and murmuring, "Thank goodness he is a physical cultivator." Indeed, only a physical cultivator would require such an expansive training ground to single-handedly lift several thousand pounds of stone. Having long heard that a physical cultivator's breakthrough was fraught with peril, today, Director Li bore witness to the extreme measures taken, using several thousand pounds of rock to crush oneself in pursuit of a breakthrough opportunity. It was truly a death-defying act. Upon returning home, Chen Yu changed his clothes and took a shower. Subsequently, he picked up the martial arts examination application form resting on his desk. The martial arts examination was a pivotal moment determining a warrior's fate. Most martial artists awakened their martial arts abilities between the ages of 15 and 17, with the 3 years of high school serving as an intense training period. Those possessing C-grade martial arts abilities could generally attain the 9th level of the first tier after 3 years of diligent practice. For B-grade or A-grade abilities, one could reach the realm of a second-tier martial artist. Chen Yu had already achieved the 9th level of the first tier in his first year of high school. Yet he had hesitated to break through due to the immense risks. One misstep could lead to death. Which university should he aim for? With his current strength as a second-tier physical cultivator, participating in the martial arts examination to enter a top-tier university like 985 or 211 should be quite feasible. But after enduring immense hardship to finally break through, settling for just a double first-class university felt like a squandered effort. He must aim for Tsinghua or Peking University. The more prestigious the martial arts institution, the greater the resources available to students. For Chen Yu, this translated to increased financial support. Tsinghua and Peking University frequently organized intercollegiate competitions, offering substantial prizes. Just for the sake of those enticing rewards, he absolutely had to aim for Tsinghua or Peking University. However, an obstacle loomed. Despite possessing an SSS-level martial arts ability, he had lost 2 to 3 years of training compared to his peers. Presently, the top candidates in Pingxiang had achieved the 3rd or even 5th level of the second tier. As he narrowed his eyes, he realized he needed to grow stronger. With merely a day left before the martial arts examination, any further physical enhancement would only be icing on the cake. Shifting his gaze to the martial arts techniques interface on the system panel, he noted, current martial technique, golden light breaking fist, initial comprehension 59. The proficiency of martial techniques was categorized into 5 stages: initial comprehension, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, complete mastery, and perfection. The previous incarnation had trained for 2.5 years to reach the initial comprehension stage, highlighting the formidable difficulty of advancing in martial techniques. To swiftly enhance his strength, he needed to focus on martial techniques, such as investing money to increase proficiency. Money, money, money. Where would it come from? Chen Yu's gaze unconsciously drifted to the high school uniform hanging on the wall. He recalled that at Pingxing First High School, the principal had once proclaimed that any student who could shatter the primary testing machine would receive a reward of 100,000 yuan from his own pocket. A spark ignited in Chen Yu's eyes. Money is here. He immediately donned his school uniform and dashed toward Pingxing First High School. With the martial arts examination scheduled for the next day, most students were making their final efforts, causing the high school to feel somewhat deserted. Only a handful of students remained, discussing their martial arts examination applications with teachers. In the faculty building, Chen Yu's homeroom teacher, observing him rush toward the training ground through the window, couldn't he help but sigh. This child seems determined to give it his all. With the examination approaching, isn't it normal to strive? Why the sigh? A nearby teacher inquired. It's Chen Yu. He has gone to the training ground again, probably hoping to shatter the primary testing machine and claim that 100,000 yuan. The teacher paused momentarily upon hearing the name. I remember him. His awakening of martial arts abilities caused a sensation throughout Pingqing, even attracting the attention of the Tianshu Martial Arts Academy, which sought to enroll him. Regrettably, his martial arts ability was limit of strength, and even Tianshu Martial Arts Academy could find no means to ensure his survival through a 6th tier breakthrough. The teacher's tone was filled with regret. While others were striving for their futures, Chen Yu was gambling with his life. Yet, with the backing of an SSS-level martial arts ability, could Chen Yu not shatter a primary testing machine? Of course, he could. However, force is reciprocal. After shattering the primary testing machine, Chen Yu's own fist would also suffer the consequences of his martial arts ability. At this moment, the homeroom teacher suddenly recalled something and stood up. Oh no, tomorrow is the examination. Chen Yu wouldn't be contemplating sacrificing an arm to secure that 100,000 yuan and forcibly break through to the 2nd tier, would he? He hurriedly dashed out of the faculty building, calling, Chen Yu, even if you cannot become a top martial artist, your life is just beginning. Don't do anything foolish. Chapter 3, Chen Yu. I shall show you what true strength is. In the school conference room, several school leaders in session took note of Chen Yu hastily entering the training ground. The department head remarked, perseverance, sweat, effort. I see all of that in Chen Yu. It's a pity he awakened a physical cultivation martial arts ability, especially an SSS level. Had it been of a lower grade, he could have been guaranteed admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. Need you even say it? If Chen Yu had awakened any other SSS-level martial arts ability, he could have entered the youth class of Tsinghua or Peking University in his first year. The principal of Pingqing High School, seated at the head of the conference table, observed the spot where Chen Yu had disappeared and furrowed his brow slightly. As a 5th-tier martial artist, he was highly sensitive to the fluctuations of spiritual aura, and the energy emanating from Chen Yu was distinctly 2nd tier. He turned to the others. Let us adjourn this meeting for now. Having spoken, he hastily rose and made his way to the training ground. A few department heads, witnessing the usually serene principal in a brisk jog, exchanged bewildered glances. What could be the cause of such urgency? They pondered, perplexed. At the training ground of Pingqing No. 1 high school, an unusual number of individuals had gathered. Old classmate, I hereby apply for the challenge to shatter the primary testing machine. Chen Yu's approach to the testing machine was akin to a mundane daily task, often returning defeated. However, this time, the homeroom teacher could sense an unwavering determination in Chen Yu's tone. There was an undeniable resolve, a fierce commitment to not relent until the primary testing machine was utterly defeated. For a fleeting moment, the teacher found himself in a daze. Sensing a change in Chen Yu, though he could not quite pinpoint what it was, perhaps he appeared even paler? So pale that he seemed to reflect light? Yet, no matter how pale he was, one must not sacrifice an arm for 100,000. Just as he contemplated advising Chen Yu further, a sudden figure appeared beside him. Principal? The principal disregarded the greeting, fixated on Chen Yu, and then broke into a smile. A silvery glow danced across his skin. He was now certain that Chen Yu had forged a body of tempered steel, ascending to the ranks of a 2nd-tier, 1st-level martial artist. Perhaps, just perhaps, Chen Yu could create a miraculous feat of physics. With that thought, he turned to nod at Chen Yu's homeroom teacher, signaling, Mr. Meng, please lead Chen Yu to the primary testing machine. The homeroom teacher was momentarily taken aback. Principal Zhou Shan of Pingqing No. 1 High School was a 5th-tier powerhouse, unflappable even in the presence of 5th-tier beasts. Yet today, the teacher could distinctly hear the excitement in the principal's voice and see it on his face. Chen Yu, upon seeing the principal, felt a surge of excitement. This was the god of wealth, the benefactor for this challenge to shatter the primary testing machine. Old classmate, principal, if I happen to break the primary testing machine, I won't be liable for compensation, will I? It was prudent to clarify such matters. A reward of 100,000 for shattering it, followed by 1,000,000 in damages, would indeed be a troublesome affair. A smile graced the principal's face. If you can break it, I would be overjoyed, and compensation would be the least of my concerns. Just ensure you don't harm yourself. That reassures me. When can I expect the funds? As soon as you shatter the primary testing machine. The money will be transferred immediately. With this affirmative response, Chen Yu felt liberated to unleash his full potential. Approaching the primary testing machine, which was constructed from rare alloys. It was remarkably sturdy. Only a 3rd-tier martial artist wielding a weapon could hope to shatter it. The homeroom teacher set up cameras around the primary testing machine according to protocol, but the principal furrowed his brow slightly, sensing something was amiss. Such a historic moment must be recorded by a drone. Wait here, I shall fetch the drone, the principal declared, turning to retrieve it from his office. As he exited the training ground, several students greeted him. Among those voices, Chen Yu caught a familiar sound. Lu Rian, and beside her stood a spirited young man. None other than Li Guanghao. I did not expect my application to use the primary testing machine would stir your interest. He humbly bowed to the principal and continued. I now possess the A-level martial skill Fiery Instant Explosion. I am certain I will achieve commendable results and not disappoint you. The principal was momentarily taken aback, clearly unaware of this development. Yet, accustomed to maintaining his composure in high office, he soon spoke. Li Guanghao has made considerable progress. Proceed to the primary testing machine. Having said that, he hurriedly departed. The principal did not regard him too seriously. A martial skill acquired through grafting in 2 days could never compare to one's own abilities. Even if it was a level, it could at best exhibit B-level effects. Li Guanghao, realizing this, felt a twinge of regret. The principal must have heard about his intention to use the primary testing machine and had come specifically to see him. Alas, he had arrived too late. The principal could not wait any longer and had left. What a pity. At this moment, Chen Yu surveyed the training ground and finally understood why so many students had gathered, especially with the looming college entrance examination. They were here to spectate. Upon seeing Li Guanghao step forward, the surrounding students could not help but whisper amongst themselves. Did you hear? Brother Hao has obtained the A-level martial skill Fiery Instant Explosion. No wonder he wants to test his strength. Fire-based skills possess immense power. Wait, that's odd. I heard Lu Rian secured an SSS-level martial skill for Brother Hao. How did it turn into an A-level? Are you foolish? The only individual in Pingsheng to possess an SSS-level martial skill in the past decade is right before you. Chen Yu is not an option for Brother Hao. Hearing the discussions, Lu Rian looked forward and, indeed, spotted Chen Yu, who had brought her shame. Having failed to secure a martial skill for Chen Yu, Li Guanghao was quite displeased and had to settle for the A-level Fiery Instant Explosion. Yet, before such a large audience, she could not reveal the truth. Instead, she sneered. How could someone who cannot even shatter a primary testing machine be worthy of Brother Hao's attention? She regarded Chen Yu, her tone dripping with veiled threats. You better step aside and not obstruct Brother Hao's test. You surely do not think that merely awakening an SSS-level martial skill makes you a genius who can surpass Brother Hao, do you? Chen Yu stroked his chin, gazing at her with the look one reserves for the intellectually challenged. Truly foolish. Must you be present everywhere? You. Lu Rian was about to explode. But Li Guanghao chuckled beside her. Rian, do not waste your breath on such an uncouth individual. If a dog bites you, would you bite back? With that, he turned to Chen Yu, looking down upon him. I offered you an opportunity to hand over your martial skill to me, allowing you to live a tranquil life. Since you declined, do not blame me for utterly crushing your remaining pride. He glanced at the primary testing machine, a sinister smile creeping upon his lips. I have heard you have failed to shatter it for 3 years. Today, I shall demonstrate what true power looks like. Chapter 4 By the heavens. Did Chen Yu just break the primary testing machine? Brother Hao is going to obliterate the testing machine. Let us see if he is truly a horse or a mule. No, this seems a bit unfair. Brother Hao is a second-tier, first-level martial artist, while Chen Yu has just reached the first tier, 9th level. What could possibly compare? What nonsense are you spouting? Brother Hao awakened his martial skill at 16, and so did Chen Yu. Their starting line is identical. If Chen Yu hasn't progressed, that is his own fault. Why not reflect on himself? Indeed, this competition is fair in every aspect. The homeroom teacher glanced towards the entrance of the training ground and signaled to Chen Yu. The principal has yet to return. Please wait a moment. Let Li Guanghao test first. Chen Yu pondered briefly, then nodded. The principal was the greatest sponsor of this competition, the god of wealth. What if his glorious moment was not recorded? All right. Upon hearing this, Lu Rian scoffed, knowing that what Li Guanghao would shatter was not merely the primary testing machine, but rather Chen Yu's remaining pride. Beep. The red light on the camera illuminated, signaling the start of the recording. Li Guanghao's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. As the ethereal energies within him surged forth, a torrent of blazing heat coalescing into his palms. In an instant, a searing fireball hurtled towards the bullseye of the primary testing machine. This strike drained him of all his inner energies, resulting in a resounding explosion. Flames erupting in all directions. The rare alloy at the target bore the brunt of the impact, yielding to a 5-centimeter deep crater. The primary testing machine displayed, Challenger, Li Guanghao, previous record, 3 cards. Challenger, Li Guanghao, current record, 12 cards. 1 card is approximately equivalent to a foundational punching force of 100 kilograms. An average second-tier martial artist can only achieve 800 kilograms. This blow carried a force of 1,200 kilograms, an undeniably impressive figure. Upon seeing the display, Li Guanghao felt an immense sense of satisfaction. By upgrading his F-grade martial arts technique to an A-grade, his strength had quadrupled. He recalled that Chen Yu's last record was 10 cards. Though he had failed to shatter the testing machine, he had certainly eclipsed Chen Yu. The martial arts arena erupted in fervor. Who would dare speak boastfully without the strength to back it? Li Guanghao was proving to everyone that the once derided youth, with his F-grade martial arts, had undergone a complete transformation. What of Chen Yu? Merely a stepping stone on his path to fame. At that moment, Li Guanghao turned to Chen Yu, smiling with the confidence of a victor. It's your turn. What are you waiting for? Waiting for the principal, Chen Yu replied. Li Guanghao burst into laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. The principal is far too busy to even spare a moment to watch me. How could he possibly come to see you? Just as his laughter faded, a buzzing sound filled the air, the unmistakable sound of drones taking flight. Above the martial arts arena, more than a dozen drones ascended, accompanied by several senior school officials, including Principal Zhou Shan of Pingqing High School, who had come to observe the proceedings. At that moment, the massive screen hovering above the arena displayed Li Guanghao's record on the primary testing machine. Challenger, Li Guanghao, current record, 12 cards. With the eyes of the crowd upon him, Li Guanghao stood before the primary testing machine, his heart stirred by a tumultuous wave of emotion. He had never anticipated that a simple demonstration of his strength would attract such a significant presence from school leadership, even prompting the launch of drones. Yet, with a dazzling score of 12 cards, he could undoubtedly claim a place among the top 10 records in the history of Pingqing High School. Such a historic moment deserved to be documented. With this thought, a triumphant smile graced his lips, his spirit soaring. As he cast a glance towards the principal in the observation area, preparing to embrace his moment of glory. In the observation area, the principal regarded Li Guanghao with a warm smile, saying, Li Guanghao, do you have any other matters to attend to? If not, please step down and allow your classmates to proceed with their primary tests. Li Guanghao was momentarily taken aback. He understood each word the principal uttered. Yet they suddenly seemed incomprehensible when strung together. Allow other students to test? But there's only Chen Yu left, isn't there? Lu Ruyan immediately expressed her displeasure. Principal, what are you waiting for? How could Chen Yu possibly break Guanghao's record? You arrived too late. Otherwise, you would have witnessed Guanghao's magnificent display of fiery prowess. Indeed, with a single palm fireball, he practically made the primary testing machine smoke. Lu Ruyan and her companions chimed in, just as the class teacher's voice rang out. Chen Yu, the drone adjustments have been completed. You may begin your test. Chen Yu nodded slightly and approached the primary testing machine. Upon seeing Chen Yu take the stage, Lu Ruyan's voice suddenly rose in pitch, tinged with anger. This worthless fool dares to step up? Does he really think the principal came to see him? Li Guanghao was initially puzzled, but recalling Chen Yu's SSS-grade martial arts technique, he began to comprehend the principal's far-reaching intentions. It was all about creating momentum. Rather than merely achieving a score of 12 cards, decisively overpowering Chen Yu, the possessor of an SSS-grade martial arts technique, would truly showcase his prowess. Chen Yu? Merely the first stepping stone set up by the principal to bolster his reputation. He looked at Chen Yu, grinning broadly. No matter, it's just a source of amusement. As the test commenced, hearing his class teacher's voice, Lu Ruyan also chuckled. Go ahead, once the results are out, we shall see who the real clown is. In front of the primary testing machine, Chen Yu maintained a calm demeanor, silver light shimmering around him, his silver aura flowing. His body, tempered through rigorous training, had reached the second tier. In the next instant, a formidable force surged through his left fist, the martial arts technique reaching its zenith. His arm, aglow with silver light, trembled slightly. The pain persisted, yet it was a world apart from before. Slowly raising his left fist, he executed a simple straight punch without any flamboyant movements. In an instant, the air seemed to tear apart, producing a deafening sound. What should have been a clash of flesh against rare alloy instead resonated with the sound of metal colliding. Clang! As his fist struck, the space compressed to its limits, emitting a deep, thunderous boom. The bullseye of the primary testing machine instantly warped. The rare alloy was cleaved in two, sent flying by a single punch. The severed alloy whistled through the air, piercing the martial arts arena's canopy and plummeting heavily onto the playground. Bang! 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 The alloy rolled across the rubberized track, tearing through grass and soil, before finally collapsing at the edge of the running track. How could this be possible? Lu Ruyan gasped, staring at the half-destroyed primary testing machine, still crackling with sparks. If even Guanghao couldn't damage the primary testing machine, how could Chen Yu possibly do so? Cheating. He must have used performance-enhancing drugs. Hearing this, Chen Yu's class teacher snapped back to reality, observing Chen Yu. Silver light flowed, his skin radiating a silvery glow. This was the hallmark of a second-tier body refiner. He had never considered this possibility before. He had thought Chen Yu merely had a lighter complexion, only now realizing that it was the silver light emitted by the tempered steel body. Chen Yu had not resorted to drugs. He had advanced. The students on the martial arts platform stood in stunned silence. A second tier? A second-tier body refiner? What was happening? Hadn't the professors at Tianshu Martial Arts Academy stated that Chen Yu could never break through to the second tier on his own? How would I know? I only saw Chen Yu shatter the primary testing machine. No, he had broken the rare alloy of the primary testing machine. While the two statements appeared similar, the reality was vastly different. Chen Yu had physically cleaved the strongest alloy on the primary testing machine with a single punch. Not even a third-tier martial artist wielding a weapon could achieve such a feat. Was this the true value of a second-tier body refiner? It was utterly terrifying. Meanwhile, in the observation area, the school department head glanced at the blurry photograph on his phone, then turned to Chen Yu, realization dawning. Earlier that morning, a staff member from the Urban Construction Bureau had sent him a message describing a youth, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years old. who had successfully broken through to the second tier of body refining after being trapped beneath a massive boulder in the wilderness. At this moment, the youth emerging from the ruins is none other than Chen Yu. He couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Principal Zhou, even the legendary SSS class martial arts master, Liang Qiu, known as the foremost body cultivator in the 9 provinces, could not sever rare alloys at the first stage of the second tier, could he? Principal Zhou explained. Liang Qiu possesses the unparalleled dominant body, while Chen Yu embodies the ultimate power. Although both are body cultivators, their paths diverge. In terms of sheer strength, none can rival Chen Yu. Should he reach the 7th tier, the greatest body cultivator of the 9 provinces will be reborn. However, the department head lowered his head slightly, his tone tinged with regret. Liang Qiu, the pinnacle of body cultivation, wielded the strongest physique with dominant body, yet even he could only break through to the 7th tier. Upon attempting to ascend to the 8th, he ultimately perished, his path extinguished. Chen Yu's breakthrough to the 2nd tier was already a harrowing brush with death. Should he continue down this path, he may very well meet his end before reclaiming the title of the greatest body cultivator in the 9 provinces. Principal Zhou gazed at the department head and suddenly smiled. These words have echoed in Chen Yu's ears for 2 full years. He understands better than anyone that each breakthrough is a trial of life and death. Yet, he still chooses to press on. Zhou Shan's attention shifted to Chen Yu, who descended from the junior testing platform. Clad in black, his posture was upright, his gaze radiating unwavering determination. Clearly, he was a young man who had clarified his desires and was resolutely advancing towards his goals. Indeed, some endeavors must be undertaken while one is young. Should one wait until the age of 60 to lament their choices? Life is, after all, a grand gamble, and timidity is the gambler's greatest foe. He believes that Chen Yu is not a mere gambler. Perhaps, he simply wishes to ascertain how high the heavens truly are while still in his youth. Even in death, he would have no regrets. Meanwhile, below the platform, Lu Rian glared at the testing device, sparking with electric flames, her fury palpable. She was furious, truly furious. Chen Yu had actually advanced to the 2nd tier, yet, that was not the crux of her ire. The real issue was Chen Yu's extraordinary martial prowess. Why was it not bestowed upon Li Guanghao? Only Li Guanghao's substantial resources could exploit the full potential of the ultimate power through the assistance of spiritual herbs and body-refining potions. Did Chen Yu comprehend what ultimate power entailed? He would only hinder Li Guanghao's ascent. Li Guanghao glanced at the flickering flames emitted by his A-class martial arts ability, fiery eruption, then at the testing machine ablaze with electric sparks. His expression icy. With a subpar martial arts ability, he had achieved a staggering 12-card performance. If ultimate power were granted to him, a single punch could decimate the training arena. Li Guanghao seethed, gritting his teeth as he glared at Chen Yu, vowing, "I will find a way to strip you of your martial arts ability. You are but a waste." Once a martial artist breaks through to the 3rd tier, their martial ability cannot be stripped or grafted. Upon death, their martial prowess vanishes. He did not believe Chen Yu could survive to reach the 3rd tier, so before Chen Yu met his demise, he must secure his martial talent. Lu Rian smirked coldly. Rest assured, Guanghao, I have ways to make him willingly surrender his martial arts ability. At that time, you can simply revel in the allure of ultimate power. Chapter 5. Strengthening requires investment. Investment equals opportunity. With the prize of 100,000 yuan received, Chen Yu departed from the school. Even upon returning home, a dull ache persisted in his arm. This indicated that the ultimate power was indeed formidable. Moreover, it signified that his control over ultimate power was insufficient. A moment's carelessness could lead to excessive exertion. Had he mastered it, he wouldn't have accidentally damaged the testing device while attempting to sever rare alloys. Practice makes perfect. This was Chen Yu's self-assessment. Contemplating this, he checked his bank card balance. 103,541 yuan. The minimum wage in Ping City is 150 yuan, and an ordinary martial arts university graduate earns around 5,000 yuan monthly. Naturally, hunting exotic beasts outside the city yields higher earnings, albeit with greater risks. By standard martial artist wages, it would take nearly 2 years of frugality to amass this 100,000 yuan. Yet, Chen Yu accomplished it in just 1 hour. With only 12 hours remaining until the martial arts examination, time was of the essence. Funds secured, the next step was investment. He converted the entire sum of 100,000 yuan into enhancement points, completing the exchange for 100 enhancement points. Subsequently, the enhancement points rapidly dwindled to 0. Merging entirely into the golden light breaking fist, body cultivators seldom use weapons, for their most potent weapon is themselves. Hence, the strength of martial skills significantly impacts the combat power of body cultivators. Martial skills are categorized into 4 grades: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, with each grade further divided into initial, intermediate, and advanced levels. Golden Light Breaking Fist is an advanced yellow grade martial skill, a cherished treasure of Ping City's foremost high school. Elevating it was Chen Yu's unequivocal choice. Initiating the enhancement of yellow grade advanced martial skill Golden Light Breaking Fist. Golden Light Breaking Fist, Initial comprehension 59. Beep. Consuming 70 enhancement points. Golden light breaking fist upgraded to minor success. Consuming 30 enhancement points. Golden light breaking fist enhancement complete. Golden light breaking fist, minor success 36. Like waves cascading from the galaxy, in an instant, every move and stance of golden light breaking fist unfolded before his eyes, merging seamlessly in his mind. It seemed that after 2 years of diligent practice, he had achieved minor success in comprehending golden light breaking fist, with only 3 steps remaining to reach complete mastery. Chen Yu exhaled deeply, gazing at the interface with a hint of confusion. Previously, he had spent 200,000 yuan to elevate his physique from ant-like body to steel-like body. This time, he only spent 100,000 yuan to elevate a martial skill by 1 level. In terms of difficulty, the former was undoubtedly more challenging. He had naively hoped to max out the martial skill in one go. Realizing this, Chen Yu chuckled, shaking his head. He had been a bit greedy. With 100,000 yuan, he had traversed the arduous 2 years of ordinary training. Was that not enough? Moreover, the foundation for his breakthrough to the 2nd tier was sturdy. Having spent 2 full years stagnating at the 9th level of the 1st tier, he was merely a layer away from breaking through. Perhaps this was the fundamental reason he only needed to spend 200,000 yuan to achieve that breakthrough. Following this, Chen Yu began to assess his chances of being accepted into Qingbei University. Now, as a 2nd-tier 1st-level martial artist possessing the SSS class martial ability ultimate power, which could surpass myriad techniques, he gained a 30 probability boost. With a physique of steel-like body, he gained another 30. The advanced yellow-grade martial skill golden light breaking fist, having achieved minor success, added yet another 30. Coupled with his theoretical knowledge of martial arts and practical experience, his probability of acceptance into Qingbei University appeared to be a staggering 98. A 98 chance of surpassing the students from Jiang province to gain admission into Qingbei University? Was there any difference from failing? Suddenly, Chen Yu's gaze fell upon his phone. An idea struck him. He opened the credit app to check his borrowing limit. 500 yuan. Indeed, to enhance his chances of gaining admission to Qingbei University, he needed to earn money and invest. The fastest way to make money was through high-interest loans. However, he could not use the credit app for this. It was a legitimate platform that affected his credit score. Should his credit be tarnished, he would be forced to take a slow train just to hunt exotic beasts outside the city. If he was to engage in such ventures, it must be through high-interest loans from less reputable sources. It is not merely about gaining a fortune. He coughs as he exerts himself. Indeed, amassing several 100,000 could elevate the golden light breaking fist to its utmost perfection, ensuring that the minimum achievement reaches great success, thus increasing the probability of being admitted to Tsinghua or Peking University to a staggering 90%. Without hesitation, Chen Yu commenced his quest online to locate illicit loan sharks within Ping City and soon identified several. Under the cover of darkness, he set his plans in motion. Simultaneously, Chen Yu's remarkable feat rapidly spread like wildfire among his classmates in Ping City High School. Hey, did you hear that Chen Yu obliterated the primary testing machine with a single punch? Is it true? Yes, indeed. I witnessed it firsthand at the martial arts arena this afternoon. Chen Yu split the rare core in 2 with a single blow. No way. Is Chen's father truly that impressive? Did the principal reward him? Absolutely. Principal Zhou was grinning from ear to ear, and he transferred 100,000 immediately. If I had that 100,000, I would certainly indulge in a luxurious foot massage. Do you think Chen Yu is like you? Risking his life to break through to the 2nd stage just to spend money on foot massages? What else could it be? Of course, he aims for the martial arts examination. I heard from the teachers that Chen Yu is applying to Tsinghua University. He must want to use the prize money to purchase body refining potions to strengthen his physique and gain admission to Tsinghua. 100,000 only buys 2 bottles of body refining potions. Does he really think he can get into Tsinghua with that? What a joke. He might as well just enjoy a foot massage. This sentiment holds some merit. 100,000 is but a mere drop in the bucket for body cultivators, hardly making a ripple. Why not indulge? Regardless, whether Chen Yu spends money at a foot massage parlor or purchases body refining potions, he has undeniably achieved a miracle of mechanics. Chen Yu is indeed formidable. Upon witnessing the discussions in the student group, Lu Ruyin maintained a calm exterior while her inner turmoil grew with each passing thought. Li Guanghao's dazzling record of 12 cards went unnoticed, while Chen Yu's destruction of the primary testing machine became legendary. What a bunch of short-sighted fools. Chen Yu may bask in his momentary glory at the 2nd stage, but can he advance to the 3rd stage? With a disdainful smile, she mused. Only Guanghao can master the ultimate realm of strength. How can a worthless individual like Chen Yu, who relies on prize money for body cultivation, possibly possess such formidable powers? At that moment, an idea struck her, a way to compel Chen Yu to beg her for the severance of martial arts abilities. Given his desire to attend Tsinghua University and urgent need for funds to purchase body refining potions, she could suggest that he borrow from loan sharks. High-interest loans. 9 out and 13 returned. It is well known that such loans accrue interest upon interest. Even if she accidentally became entangled, it would take considerable time to settle. If she could persuade Chen Yu to borrow $1 million, within a few months, the principal and interest would balloon into millions. She could already envision the scene. Chen Yu cornered by debt collectors, facing his darkest hour. And it would be at his lowest that she and Li Guanghao would make their grand entrance. No words would be necessary. Chen Yu would kneel and plead for their assistance in repaying his debts. In exchange, he would willingly sever his martial arts abilities and deliver the ultimate realm of strength into her hands. Chapter 6. Body cultivators on the loan blacklist? No matter. I have a guarantor. Fast Loan Mortgage Company. Chen Yu initially believed that with his SSS-level martial arts abilities and status as a second-stage body cultivator, borrowing 100 to 180,000 would be a trivial matter. However, to his astonishment, the receptionist's expression darkened as she reviewed his credentials. You are a body cultivator? And possess SSS-level martial arts abilities? Yes. No loan, absolutely not. What a ridiculous notion. Body cultivation is the profession with the highest mortality rate. If we lend you money today, you might perish tomorrow. Sensing that he was being dismissed, Chen Yu's expression soured as well. When others seek loans, receptionists eagerly encourage them to borrow more. Why was he being denied? I would accept any amount, even 10 or 8,000. The receptionist's face was etched with resistance. Dude, can I call you bro? I truly cannot lend you anything, not even $10. Why not? Chen Yu was bewildered, seeing that he refused to leave without clarification. The receptionist finally spoke. Listen, everyone knows that body cultivators are more reckless than desperate criminals. You all tend to die suddenly during breakthroughs. If you die, all that's left are debts that are utterly unmanageable. Our company must remain profitable, wouldn't you agree? True, but I just reached the first layer of the second stage. Chen Yu summoned his inner energy, exuding the aura of a second-stage warrior. I am still hundreds of steps away from the third stage. I won't perish anytime soon. This loan is legitimate. High-interest loans typically have short approval periods, and Chen Yu thought this might convince them to lend him some money. However, the receptionist shook her head vigorously. Bro, the internet is quite advanced now. I know body cultivators die during training all the time. And considering you possess SSS-level martial arts abilities, it wouldn't be surprising if you accidentally trained yourself to death tomorrow. She looked at Chen Yu seriously. Don't just take our company's word for it. If you searched all of China, no one would dare lend you money. Of course, the refusal to lend Chen Yu money stemmed from a crucial factor. Body cultivators are more reckless than desperate criminals. Who would dare to use violence to collect debts from a body cultivator? That would be playing right into their hands. They are perpetually seeking breakthroughs. And if a violent collector shows up, it would be akin to a fortuitous opportunity. In a heartbeat, they would retaliate against the collector. The outcomes are quite clear. Either the body cultivator dies, resulting in unmanageable debts, or the body cultivator successfully breaks through, severely injuring the collector, still resulting in debts. Regardless, no one would dare lend money to a body cultivator. This was a bloody lesson from the world of microloans. Chen Yu's head spun with confusion. Who on earth frightened the microloan companies into such a state? They have effectively rendered the body cultivation industry as pariahs. It is truly maddening. Is there truly no way out? I genuinely need money. Well, body cultivators often claim they lack funds. If you're looking for a solution, it's not entirely absent. The receptionist pondered. If you can find a guarantor, they could vouch for you, and we might consider lending you some money. Chen Yu felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Not only did he lack friends, but even if he had them, he could not possibly ask them to act as guarantors. Wouldn't that be a blatant betrayal? The receptionist handed him a business card. Fast Loan Mortgage Company, Business Manager, Chun Ziheo. If you find a guarantor, give me a call. If the guarantor has some standing, the approval process will be quicker and the amount higher. With the card in hand, Chen Yu stepped into the street. As night fell, he surveyed his surroundings, the chilling moonlight casting a desolate glow on the streets. Buzz, buzz, buzz. His phone vibrated. Checking the screen, he saw an unfamiliar number. Sliding to answer, a familiar voice came through. Chen Yu, it's Lu Ru. Beep, beep, beep. Chen Yu hung up immediately, cursing his ill fate. Why must this fool persistently invade his life? Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Lu Ru Yin stared at her phone in disbelief. She had just sent Chen Yu a message on WeChat, which displayed a red exclamation mark, and had spent a full half hour trying to call him, only to be met with a busy signal. Now, having switched numbers, she finally managed to connect, only for him to hang up before she could even finish her greeting. Her expression darkened. No one in this world had ever treated her in such a manner, not even Li Guanghao dared to. Chen Yu, do you truly believe that after ascending to the second tier, you have the audacity to confront me? Just wait, I will ensure you come to regret this. She utilized her third phone number to draft a message to Chen Yu. Before long, Chen Yu received the text. An unfamiliar number. Chen Yu, the relationship between Li Guanghao and me is merely a facade due to our family circumstances. My true affections lie with you. I understand that your challenge of the primary testing machine stems from the exorbitant costs of body cultivation, and you wish to earn some money. However, my situation at home is also dire, and I have no extra funds to support you. Nevertheless, do not worry. I know of a reputable microlending company. We can borrow some money to help you gain admission to your desired university, and then we can repay it little by little. I believe that once the debt is settled, a beautiful future awaits us. As Lu Ruoyan sent this message, she was taken aback by her own audacity. Even those with hearts of stone would be moved to tears by such a heartfelt composition. Upon reading her message, Chen Yu's pupils dilated in shock. What did Lu Ruoyan just say? Their relationship with Li Guanghao was a mere family obligation. The subsequent details were irrelevant. What mattered was that Lu Ruoyan belonged to a family. It seems she truly did. The Lu family, while not a major clan in Pingcheng, possessed considerable assets, amounting to tens of millions. He had been troubled by his inability to find a guarantor, as the lending company had refused him funds. Lu Ruoyan was indeed a timely benefactor. However, what could be her ulterior motive? Chen Yu pondered, micro-lending companies, borrowing money, high-interest loans. Oh. He began to piece together her intentions. Lu Ruoyan wanted him to incur high-interest debt, thereby compelling him to relinquish his martial arts secrets. It was likely that she had never taken out a loan and was entirely unaware that body cultivation had long been blacklisted by micro-lending companies. Just as Chen Yu was lost in thought, his phone buzzed with an incoming call from Lu Ruoyan. He did not rush to answer, but instead surveyed his surroundings. The silvery moonlight casting a serene glow upon the street. The moonlit night was truly enchanting. Chapter 7, 900,000 received. Now this is what I call earning money. Hello. This is Chen Yu. Upon answering the call, a flicker of derision crossed Lu Ruoyan's eyes. You claim not to be a sycophant? A single message has revealed your true nature. She chuckled. Have you given any thought to the loan? Rest assured, I would never harm you. Indeed. I find your reasoning sound. Chen Yu's voice was curiously calm. Thus, I took the liberty of consulting with a representative at the Fast Loan Mortgage Company. What? Lu Ruoyan was suddenly startled. This was bad. When did Chen Yu become so astute? He even consulted with a representative? Surely, he would realize that the lending company operated on a scheme that would never lend him money unless. Chen Yu was a fool. I believe taking out a loan is feasible. Isn't it just the 9-13 return? I am confident that once I am admitted to university, I will be able to repay it. Chen Yu's voice was filled with determination. Even if I cannot repay it, you are still there for me, right? A brief silence enveloped the call. Lu Ruoyan's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly believe what she was hearing. Previously, she had merely seen Chen Yu as a useless individual who could not rise even with an SSS-level martial arts secret. Now she realized how gravely mistaken she was. Perhaps Chen Yu was truly a simpleton, believing that a 9-13 return was acceptable, even thinking he could repay the money after getting into university? Who instilled such confidence in him? And as for her helping him repay the debt, that was a fantasy. Suddenly filled with excitement, Lu Ruoyan exclaimed, Chen Yu, where are you right now? At the entrance of the Fast Loan Mortgage Company. Wait for me. I will be there shortly. After hanging up, Chen Yu retrieved the business card that Chen Zhihao had given him, found the number inscribed upon it, and dialed. Hello, it's me, the body cultivator from earlier. Bro? What is up? I have found a guarantor, Lu Ruoyan, the eldest daughter of the Lu family from Pingcheng, a senior in class 4 at the first high school in Pingcheng, and the girlfriend of Li Guanghao, the second young master of the Li family. How much can she guarantee? Chen Zhihao had not heard of Lu Ruoyan, but he was well aware of Li Guanghao, the second young master of the Li family, whose engagement to an A-level martial arts secret had stirred quite a commotion in Pingcheng. Bro, you know the second young master of the Li family as girlfriend? If she could get him to be the guarantor, we could borrow at least 10 million. I'm not familiar with Li Guanghao. Chen Yu had contemplated asking Li Guanghao to be his guarantor, but he deemed it wiser to go with Lu Ruoyan, who would be easier to persuade. He wanted to avoid any disastrous outcomes. With the college entrance examination imminent, it was best to proceed cautiously. I see. Chen Zhihao's voice crackled over the line as he typed furiously, Bro, let us discuss the specific loan amount at the company. I'll be waiting for you there. Okay. Meanwhile, Lu Ruoyan was on the phone with Li Guanghao, explaining the situation. Li Guanghao was pleased. This is a brilliant idea. As long as Chen Yu incurs high-interest debt, he will have no choice but to come to us for money to avoid the collectors. Lu Ruoyan nodded in agreement. However, we must ensure that he does not disclose the martial arts secrets to the lending company. Otherwise, all my efforts would be in vain. You've truly worked hard for this. Ruoyan, Li Guanghao said earnestly. Lu Ruoyan had meticulously considered every aspect of the plan to help him replace the martial arts secret. What could this useless Chen Yu possibly use to contend against them? Li Guanghao gazed out the window, the moonlight illuminating the sill. Today was indeed a splendid day. Soon, Lu Ruoyan arrived at the entrance of the Fast Loan Mortgage Company, entering alongside Chen Yu. The representative, Chen Zhihao, placed the printed agreement on the table. Please take a look, both of you. Chen Yu examined the agreement. With Lu Ruoyan as a guarantor, the lending company could extend him a loan of 1 million, with a net amount of 900,000 to be repaid 130,000 1 month later. If there are no issues, please sign below. Chen Yu had no objections and promptly affixed his signature. However, Lu Ruoyan faced a significant dilemma. I am the guarantor? She questioned Chen Yu incredulously. Why should I guarantee your loan? Chen Yu responded as if it were obvious. If you don't guarantee it, I won't be able to secure the funds. If you borrow money and I act as the guarantor, what happens if you cannot repay it? The lending company will come after me. Lu Ruoyan was not foolish. She refused to sign. If Chen Yu later denied his responsibility, she would be left with over $1 million in debt. Chen Yu regarded Lu Ruoyan with dissatisfaction, saying, "You just said you would help me repay the loan. Why are you unwilling to be a guarantor now? Fine, if you refuse, then I shall not borrow the money. Do as you please." With that, Chen Yu turned to leave, prompting Lu Ruoyan to reluctantly call out, "Wait, just hold on a moment." Chen Yu decisively returned to his seat, fiddling with the signature pin, observing Lu Ruoyan, who appeared utterly bewildered. She was genuinely at a loss. She had not anticipated that a body cultivator would be unable to independently secure a high-interest loan. One may abandon the plan, for once Chen Yu gains admission to university, the prospect of severing his martial arts capabilities will become exceedingly bleak. A strategy must be devised. Chen Yu pointed to the third clause in the small loan agreement, which stated, "The guarantor shall be responsible for repaying the debt only in the event of the borrower's demise or if the borrower is unable to fulfill the debt due to circumstances beyond their control." Chen Yu inquired, "Do you believe I will perish, or do you doubt that with my SSS-level martial arts, I cannot earn 3 million? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyan pondered deeply. Until Chen Yu's martial arts abilities were firmly in her grasp, she would never permit him to die. As long as Chen Yu remained alive, he was the primary creditor, and no one would dare to press her for repayment. This was the first possibility. Conversely, should Chen Yu meet his end, it would signify that his martial arts powers had transferred to her. In such a scenario, her role as a guarantor would equate to spending several million to acquire an SSS-level martial art, which constituted the second possibility. The third possibility, as Chen Yu posited, was whether he could not earn 3 million with his SSS-level martial arts. Regardless of how one considered it, Lu Ruoyan faced no risk in endorsing this loan for Chen Yu. Her eyes gleamed with realization. Fearing Chen Yu might retract his agreement, she swiftly signed the contract. Chen Yu maintained a tranquil demeanor, observing, "See, I told you Lu Ruoyan is easily persuaded." After signing, Chen Zihua received the agreement and cast an admiring glance at Chen Yu. This fellow was truly remarkable. With just a few words, he had convinced the girlfriend of Li Guahao, the second son of the Li family, to willingly shoulder a debt of 1 million. If Li Guahao were to find out, would he not be infuriated? Impressive, utterly impressive. With Lu Ruoyan's support, the loan was dispensed with remarkable swiftness. Within merely an hour, 900,000 was transferred to Chen Yu's account. For the first time, he grasped how effortlessly one could amass wealth. Ecstatic, he opened the map navigation, ready to lead Lu Ruoyan to the next small loan company. However, upon witnessing this, Lu Ruoyan's expression shifted dramatically. Raising the agreement, she coldly glared at Chen Yu. "You do not think I will truly assist you in shouldering one loan after another, do you? Let me assure you, you shall never achieve that." Had she completed her objective and thus discarded her facade? Chen Yu felt a pang of regret, but persisted in his inquiries. "You truly will not take out another loan?" Lu Ruoyan, exasperated, turned to leave, declaring with bravado at the street corner, "Chen Yu, how splendid it would have been had you simply agreed to my terms when I visited your home. You could have lounged in idleness without a care for the future. Yet now, your future shall be forever ensnared in the shadow of violent debt collection. You shall never even manage to live like refuse." Chapter 8, Golden Light Breaking Fist Fully Charged, Martial Exam Assembly. Chen Yu, with a hefty sum of 900,000, returned home in high spirits. Detected remaining balance in bank card, 903,561 yuan. Would you like to convert it into strengthening points? Convert 900,000. 900 strengthening points have been successfully exchanged. Ecstatic, Chen Yu rubbed his hands together, with only 7 hours remaining until the martial exam. Even a high-speed train journey to hunt exotic beasts would consume 7 hours round trip, leaving him insufficient time. He had exhausted all methods to earn quick money, even resorting to small loans. This 900,000 was his final lifeline. Currently, his strength stood at the first level of the second tier, and using the 900,000 to elevate his power further would yield minimal impact on the martial exam. However, enhancing his martial skills proficiency would fundamentally influence his performance. Thus, let us commence. Elevate Golden Light Breaking Fist. Ding. Commencing enhancement of the advanced yellow grade martial skill Golden Light Breaking Fist. Golden Light Breaking Fist, minor achievement 36. Ding. Consuming 110 strengthening points. Golden Light Breaking Fist upgraded to entry level. Consuming 230 strengthening points. Golden Light Breaking Fist upgraded to major achievement. Consuming 560 strengthening points. Golden Light Breaking Fist upgraded to perfection. This enhancement consumed a total of 900 strengthening points. Golden Light Breaking Fist enhancement complete. Golden Light Breaking Fist perfected. Exhaling in relief, Chen Yu felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. All his efforts had not been in vain. Before the martial exam, he had maximized his capabilities to the pinnacle of investment. Time, 1:19 a.m. Chen Yu's phone rang. displaying a call from his homeroom teacher. It is noteworthy that his instructor, Meng Xiaoxian, had always shown him considerable favor. The advanced yellow-grade martial skill Golden Light Breaking Fist was procured by Meng Xiaoxian from the principal. Why was he calling so late? Once the call connected, Meng Xiaoxian's urgent voice resonated. Chen Yu, what is the matter with your application form? You have filled in only one choice, Qingbei University? Candidates can submit 10 choices. As long as their scores meet the admission threshold of their selected institution, they will be accepted, eliminating the risk of sliding down the list. Before sleeping, he had glanced at the application Chen Yu submitted to the examination bureau, and to his shock, he realized Chen Yu had only stubbornly applied to Qingbei. With your strength, gaining admission to a typical 985 university poses no challenge. Why fixate solely on Qingbei? Chen Yu had initially thought the late-night call was for something significant, but it turned out to be this. His reasoning for fixating on Qingbei was simple. Old teacher, Qingbei Martial Arts University frequently organizes intercollegiate competitions. Winning these contests yields substantial rewards and generous monetary prizes. When it comes to reward systems, Qingbei ranks second to none. After all, Qingbei is the pinnacle of martial arts institutions in Huaxia, the creme de la creme. Chen Yu sighed. Meng Xiaoxuan's tone was laced with melancholy. Everyone understood that Qingbei Martial Arts University offered high rewards. Had Chen Yu's strength reached the 5th level of the 2nd tier, he might have had a chance at Qingbei. But having just broken through to the 2nd tier, even for a physique cultivator, gaining admission seemed unlikely. Have you made your decision? I have. Meng Xiaoxian inhaled deeply. Then go all out. Even if you do not succeed, it matters not. At worst, you may attend a night school and return to our institution to become a physical training instructor. Hearing his words, Chen Yu felt warmth in his heart. Thank you, old teacher. You rascal, hurry and sleep. Tomorrow, be well rested and perform admirably. Do not bring me shame. All right. After hanging up, Chen Yu took a shower and lay down in bed. He needed to be in peak condition to confront the martial exam and secure a place at Qingbei University. No matter what, he could not disappoint his teacher, could he? The martial exam commenced on June 6th in the Huaxia calendar, with federal officials mobilized to create a green channel for the candidates on the roads. The rules of the martial exam were straightforward. Candidates would enter the arena and engage in combat with exotic beasts. Points would be awarded based on the number of beasts slain and their ranks. Admission would be determined by scores and the candidates' chosen institutions. Note, the martial exam is merely an assessment. Mutual combat between candidates is prohibited, as is teaming up. The Examination Bureau ensures the safety of all candidates and supervises against various forms of cheating. In Jiang Province, at the candidate assembly point in Ping City, a throng of candidates gathered. Bro, which institution did you apply to? It has to be Qingbei, of course. If I don't apply to Qingbei, I might as well cough. What? You with an F-level capability dare to apply to Qingbei? So what? My first choice is Qingbei. And my 10th is a vocational college. It's a safety net, very secure. Huh. I heard that someone from our school has applied only to Tsinghua and Peking University. Who might that be? A student from Pingqing No. 1 High School inquired. I don't know who it is, but they're just a fool. They probably realize they can hardly make it into a vocational college, so they're just throwing darts, right? That's not the case, came the reply. My father works at the Examination Bureau, and he says that with this student's capabilities, they could certainly secure a spot at a 985 or 211 university. But aiming for Tsinghua or Peking University seems rather ambitious. Going all in, are we? Who is this bold individual? They must be quite formidable. Well, if we analyze it, the only ones from our school who could reliably get into a 985 or 211 university are Li Guanghao, Lu Ruoyan, and Chen Yu. Li Guanghao's first choice is Jiangbei University, and Lu Ruoyan is also applying to Jiangbei. So, are you suggesting that this audacious person is Chen Yu? Indeed, it's Chen Yu. Upon hearing this exchange, Lu Ruoyan, who was lurking nearby, couldn't help but laugh. If even Li Guanghao can only manage a 985, how dare Chen Yu, that good for nothing, apply to Tsinghua and Peking University? He must be out of his mind. She scoffed. If Chen Yu were to get into university, he might just manage a few months' worth of high-interest loan repayments with scholarships. But if he fails to get into university this time, I wonder what he will use to pay back his debts. Exactly. I thought he might have to wait a few more months to graft Realm of Ultimate Power, but it seems that won't be necessary. Li Guanghao maintained his belief that Realm of Ultimate Power was within his grasp. 1 million yielding 13 returns means 130,000. But with Chen Yu's second-tier physical cultivation at a high school level, how could he ever repay that? He'd have to sell blood just to cover it. At that moment, a figure approached from outside the gathering point, drawing the attention of all the candidates. Clad entirely in black, with dark hair and eyes, he stood out starkly among the weapon-bearing candidates, appearing strikingly incongruous. Li Guanghao and the others shifted their gaze to Chen Yu. What an unconventional entrance. I rather like it. Li Guanghao remarked with a smirk. And what I desire, I shall hold firmly in my grasp. Chen Yu met Li Guanghao's gaze, and though Li Guanghao opened his mouth, no sound emerged. Yet, the shape of his lips revealed his words. Let us meet at the martial arts examination. Chen Yu chuckled, thinking to himself that such bravado was merely an act. He believed that if the martial arts examination permitted candidates to engage one another, even with 100 times more courage, Li Guanghao wouldn't dare utter those words. Recalling Chen Yu's display of strength when he obliterated the initial testing machine with a single punch, Li Guanghao coldly retorted, "You don't think the exotic beast will just stand still like the testing machine for you to strike, do you? Ha ha ha." Chen Yu merely glanced sideways, noticing that Lu Ruoyan and Li Guanghao's entourage were watching him with mocking expressions. Little did they know who the real joke was. With a smile, Chen Yu responded, "Let us meet at the martial arts examination." At the center of the gathering point, the department head held a roster high and proclaimed loudly, "The expected number of candidates from Pingxing No. 1 High School is 1320, and we have exactly 1320 present. All candidates are assembled. Let us depart for the examination venue." Chapter 9. Welcome to the Dragon's Grave Secret Realm. On the bus en route to the examination venue, the department head began to elaborate on the detailed rules of the martial arts examination. The examination lasts for 6 hours, taking place in the exotic beast secret realm of Pingxing City, which is divided into 3 zones, with increasing difficulty levels from 1 to 3. And the points for hunting also escalate accordingly. The first level zone is a gathering area for first-tier exotic beasts, though second-tier beasts may occasionally appear. The second level zone is home to second-tier exotic beasts, with the highest level being second-tier ninefold beasts. The third level zone serves as the ultimate examination ground, featuring only one third-tier first-level exotic beast as the final assessment. In each area, hundreds of personnel from the examination bureau, all at least 4th tier in strength, are assigned to supervise and ensure the safety of the candidates. Should high-tier exotic beasts appear within the secret realm, corresponding personnel will act to eliminate them, ensuring the candidate's examination progress remains unaffected. After the rules were explained, Chen Yu grasped most of it, so it's simply a matter of killing. If I can slay the third-tier first-level exotic beast, securing admission to Tsinghua or Peking University should be a certainty. If you ask Chen Yu whether he has confidence, he can only assert that among peers, a physical cultivator is unrivaled. Furthermore, as a physical cultivator endowed with SSS-level martial arts divine abilities, he is undoubtedly a genius. What kind of genius cannot engage in combat beyond their tier? The bus arrived at the 5th entrance of the examination venue. As the candidates disembarked, Chen Yu lifted his gaze, and before him stood a colossal secret realm, Dragon's Grave Secret Realm. Ordinary secret realms are distinguished by their difficulty and numbering, but only those of significant historical importance bear unique names. Dragon's Grave Secret Realm is one such place. 3,000 years ago, an 8th-tier powerhouse inadvertently stumbled into this secret realm, where he was besieged by a horde of 15 dragon-like exotic beasts. Alone, wielding a single blade, he shattered the 9th-tier threshold, slaying all 15 dragons and transforming the area into a true dragon's grave. Thus, the realm earned its name. After sharing these tales, the department head turned to the crowd, his voice filled with fervor. "Candidates, remember this place. It has witnessed the shattering of the 9th-tier mirror. It has bathed in the blood of the Dragon Emperor. From this day forth, your name shall be etched in history." The impassioned pre-examination rally ignited a fervor among the candidates. Even Chen Yu felt a surge of excitement, itching to knock down his classmates beside him. It comes as no surprise that every year, candidates from Pingxing achieve remarkable results in the martial arts examination. They are all 18, a time of youthful exuberance. Who wouldn't feel their blood boil after hearing such words? Yet, amidst the fervor, Chen Yu's classmates suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. At that critical moment, the Dragon's Grave Secret Realm officially opened. The department head turned around. The martial arts examination of Pingxing City officially begins. Welcome to the Dragon's Grave Secret Realm. With that declaration, countless figures surged toward the entrance of the secret realm. As they raced against time, a tremendous sound echoed, the ground trembled, and in an instant, a silver flash streaked across the sky, vanishing into the secret realm. "What just passed by?" a candidate at the front exclaimed, astonished. He didn't even dare blink. What was that zipped by so swiftly? A drone? No, it was a person. The speaker was a youth clad in a dark, flowing robe. His name was Jiang Qinghua, a representative figure from Pingxing No. 2 High School, who awakened the B-rank martial arts divine ability Riptide at the age of 15. His strength was at the second-tier 5th level, earning him the title of the Pinnacle of Pingxing. After unleashing his divine ability, he could manipulate water for attacks and envelop his body in Riptide to mitigate impact and enhance defense, allowing for both offensive and defensive maneuvers. Jiang Qinghua glanced back and saw a massive crater left in the solid ground. Physical cultivators? Pingxing has a few hundred, but only one can cause such a commotion at will. It seems you are Chen Yu. As Jiang Qinghua considered this, another explosive sound erupted. He turned to see Li Guanghao emerging at the forefront of the group, radiating confidence. Li Guanghao would never tolerate Chen Yu showing off in front of him. Did he really think he didn't understand action-reaction? All it took was to channel the surrounding spiritual resonance into his hands, then unleash his martial arts divine ability. Flame burst behind him. The rest was left to reaction force. He soared into the air. Woohoo! Brother How truly knows how to play. What is the true essence of skillfully wielding one's supernatural abilities? This is what it means to adeptly harness one's powers. Lu Ruoyan beamed with a brilliant smile, asserting that Chen Yu was merely a brute who relied solely on raw strength, while Li Guanghao was the true intellectual, capable of displaying creativity in the martial arts realm. As for Chen Yu, this wastrel merely occupied the apex of strength, using it recklessly. Such a waste of talent. If only he had been given to Li Guanghao. The latter would have been specially recruited by Tsinghua University or Peking University long ago. Observing Li Guanghao's excited profile, Jiang Qinghua silently mused. Is the second son of the Li family truly so dull-witted as to squander so much spiritual essence before the martial arts examination and still remain exhilarated? Chen Yu propelled himself into the air with a powerful kick, relying solely on his physical prowess, a standard maneuver for a body cultivator. What was there to be excited about when one flew using spiritual essence? It was incomprehensible. With that thought, Jiang Qinghua approached the entrance to the secret realm, leaping gracefully into it. On the observation platform, the leaders of various schools from Pingqing and staff from the Provincial Examination Bureau were seated. Upon witnessing Li Guanghao's performance, a staff member remarked, "Oh, isn't that the Li family's young man? He has adeptly integrated his supernatural abilities. Principal Zhou, congratulations. Your school has produced another promising talent." Zhou Shan nodded towards the Examination Bureau staff member, Ma Qingchun, in a calm and polite acknowledgement. Ma Qingchun, accustomed to such exchanges, continued. It's a pity he has integrated his powers too late. Had it been 2 years earlier, Li Guanghao would surely have made a splash at Tsinghua or Peking. At these words, the principal of Pingqing No. 2 High School visibly frowned and interjected, "Director Ma, I know you have a good relationship with the Li family. But without any Li family members present, please refrain from praising Li Guanghao. Who doesn't know how integration works? What do you mean? Pray elaborate." The principal of No. 2 High School was evidently displeased. "Are you seriously suggesting that Li Guanghao stands a chance at Tsinghua? If he can reach Tsinghua, then Jiang Qinghua might as well aim for the moon, or even the solar system." Ma Qingchun's expression shifted dramatically as he slammed his hand on the table. "Zheng Yuan, what do you mean by that?" Principal Zheng shrugged. "What do I mean? Don't let just anyone drag the reputation of Tsinghua or Peking down into the muck. Do you understand? Li Guanghao dragging down Tsinghua's reputation?" Ma Qingchun slammed a copy of the application form on the table. "And what about Chen Yu from your school? What business does a body cultivator have applying to Tsinghua? Isn't he lowering the bar? What of it? He has broken through to the second tier. Do you understand the value of a second-tier body cultivator? Chen Yu applying to Tsinghua raises the standard." At the mention of Chen Yu, Zhou Shan finally showed a flicker of interest. He nodded slightly. "Director Ma, you may not be aware, but Chen Yu has indeed broken through to the second-tier threshold and was the first candidate to enter the dragon's grave secret realm." "Oh, I was wondering which student was so swift. It turns out to be Chen Yu." Ma Qingchun felt somewhat embarrassed, but maintained a facade of composure. Such theoretical discussions count for naught. Let the martial arts examination determine who is truly strong or weak. Principal Zheng has been waiting for that statement. Possessing the B-grade martial arts ability Raging Current, Jiang Qinghua was unafraid of equally ranked beasts, even against a third-tier, first-level beast in the ultimate examination ground. He had a 2 in 10 chance of victory. Let the examination reveal the truth. Zhou Shan furrowed his brow slightly. Given the strength Chen Yu had demonstrated yesterday, he should have no trouble against second-tier beasts, but a third-tier, first-level beast was a completely different level, difficult, to achieve a high score and gain admission to Tsinghua. Chen Yu's optimal strategy was singular, to frantically hunt second-tier beasts. After all, the martial arts examination operated on a points system. As long as he amassed sufficient points, Chen Yu would naturally gain entrance to Tsinghua's martial arts university. Zhou Shan's silence allowed Ma Qingchun to regain his spirits. Even if Li Guanghao could not compare to Jiang Qinghua, he was certainly capable of surpassing Chen Yu. Ma Qingchun was well aware of Chen Yu's capabilities. Apex of strength would inflict excruciating muscle tearing with even the slightest exertion, should he overexert himself or use it for an extended period. Apex of strength could even tear Chen Yu's body apart. The martial arts examination would last for 6 hours. How could Chen Yu possibly sustain the apex of strength for the entire duration? He would perish on the spot. This round was as good as secured. Chapter 10, Strength Enhancement, Second Tier, Second Level. Upon entering the secret realm, Chen Yu first experienced a brief bout of dizziness, followed by a chilling aura enveloping him. The sky was shrouded in a pale purple mist, and the distant jagged black ridges undulated like the remains of a great dragon. Chen Yu raised his hand to lightly touch his wristwatch, a necessary tool provided by the department head during their journey. Given the unique nature of the dragon's grave secret realm, candidates would be randomly transported to a level 1 area upon entry, often leaving them in the embarrassing position of being utterly unaware of their surroundings. The wristwatch displayed their current location and a complete map of the dragon's grave secret realm, with a holographic map unfolding and a blinking cursor indicating his position in the level 1 area. The distant black ridges were known as the spine of the great dragon. He found himself to the left of the dragon's spine, situated in the level 1 area. He needed to traverse the dragon's spine and continue straight for approximately 15 kilometers to reach the level 2 area. Once there, he could proceed directly to the ultimate examination ground. It was quite close. Fortune was on his side. Indeed, luck was a component of strength as well. Surveying his surroundings, he noted several first-tier beasts scattered about a kilometer behind him. However, Chen Yu had no intention of engaging them, as it would be a waste of time. He aimed for the level 3 area first, planning to eliminate the boss before anything else. Otherwise, if he engaged in a chaotic slaughter in the level 1 area only to return and find the boss had been stolen, he would be devastated. Resolutely, Chen Yu made his way toward the level 2 area, setting his sights on the ultimate examination ground. On the spine of the great dragon, the soil beneath him appeared an unnatural dark red. Chen Yu looked up to see two scarlet glimmers fixated on him from a nearby cave. A lizard nearly 10 feet long burst forth. He had initially thought it was a dragon, but it turned out to be a mere lizard. The red-eyed lizard, with a strength rating of first tier 8-fold, could barely be considered a distant relative of dragons. Its sharp teeth could inflict serious injuries on first tier 8-fold martial artists. The red-eyed lizard charged. It bared its fangs and lunged at Chen Yu. Chen Yu retaliated with equal fervor. He unleashed a punch that shattered the lizard's proud fangs, then drove his fist through its skull. The red-eyed lizard was vanquished. Even for an ordinary second-tier martial artist, dealing with the red-eyed lizard posed little difficulty, let alone for Chen Yu, a body cultivator. One punch, and it was finished. There was no need for excessive contemplation. Just charge ahead, shaking the beast's blood from his hands. Chen Yu gained some insight into why characters with immense strength in the novels he had read in his previous life seldom preferred to think deeply. The sheer exhilaration of overpowering everything with strength was simply too intoxicating. Only those lacking sufficient power would resort to using their intellect to solve problems. Turning to depart, Chen Yu noted that he need not concern himself with gathering the valuable materials from the slain beasts. After the martial arts examination concluded, the examination bureau staff would collect everything uniformly. The materials from the beasts he had slain would be converted into monetary compensation credited to a designated account. His designated account was that of his old classmate. They had reached an agreement. For every beast he eliminated during the examination, his old classmate would transfer the corresponding funds to him. Chen Yu had stated that the sight of money would further motivate him to gain admission to Tsinghua. The truth is, he desires to invest in the secret realm and continue enhancing his own strength. Meanwhile, Chen Yu's wristwatch records the scenes of him slaying the exotic beasts and accumulating points. He earns 40 points for defeating a first-tier 8th-level beast. Outside the dragon's grave's secret realm, Meng Xiaoxian observes Chen Yu vanquishing the crimson-eyed lizard and begins to appraise its worth. "You little rascal, why did you shatter its teeth?" "The lizard's teeth are the most valuable part. Now it's ruined. What was worth 200 is now only worth 100 at best." A first-tier exotic beast that even a high school student could defeat holds little value, but it's better than nothing. After some contemplation, Meng Xiaoxian decides to transfer his entire life savings via bank transfer. 200,000 yuan. He figured it was easier than calculating every single expense for Chen Yu, as he wanted to enjoy watching the martial arts examination live. On Chen Yu's side, he had forgotten one crucial detail. The martial arts examination blocks mobile signals. However, it matters not. He possesses the premium investment panel. Opening the panel, he sees detected remaining bank card balance, 203,561 yuan. Would you like to convert this into enhancement points? Huh, did the old instructor make a mistake? Did he accidentally add extra zeros? Upon further reflection, Chen Yu deduces that the old instructor likely found it tedious to calculate each amount and simply sent a lump sum. "Old instructor, you've been a great help." He exchanges 200,000 yuan. 200 enhancement points exchanged successfully. At this moment, Chen Yu can only enhance his physique. If he can boost his physique just a bit more before facing a first-tier, first-level exotic beast, his chances of victory will increase significantly. Why wait any longer? Time to invest. Ding. Current physique strength. Tempered steel body, 12. Consuming 200 enhancement points. Commencing enhancement of physique strength. Enhancement complete. Current physique strength. Tempered steel body, 20. You have achieved the second-tier, second-level realm. Chen Yu stretches, and a delightful cracking sound echoes through his bones. A silver glow envelopes him, several main meridians shimmering with a faint silver light, and his aura surges. How refreshing. In the realm of martial arts, the transition from the first to the second tier signifies the metamorphosis of an ordinary individual into a martial artist. Upon entering the second tier, every level attained represents a multiplicative increase in a martial artist's strength. Chen Yu estimates that now, if he were to employ the ultimate strength realm against a primary testing machine, he could easily shatter rare alloys rather than merely break them. This illustrates how an increase in physique enhances one's control over strength. If he can lift heavy weights with ease, handling lighter weights as if they were trivial, and decisively strike at 10 cards without ever exceeding to 11 cards, it would signify that he has reached the pinnacle of controlling his own power. As he moves his body, he now feels a 99% certainty of defeating a first-tier, first-level exotic beast. Continuing on his journey, after a considerable distance, Chen Yu seizes a moment to check the rankings for the martial arts examination in Ping City. First place, Li Guanghao, 912 points, Ping City number 1 middle school. Second place, Fang Jian, 200 points, Ping City number 2 middle school. Third place, Cui Shizhao, 188 points, Ping City number 3 middle school. 1789th place, Chen Yu, 40 points, Ping City number 1 middle school. Li Guanghao is quite the killer, huh? Chen Yu muses, not overly concerned. Li Guanghao's lead is substantial. He must have been transported to a zone teeming with first-tier exotic beasts when entering the secret realm, otherwise, he wouldn't have accumulated such points. If he had been in that situation, he would have fared similarly, but at what cost? The cost of losing the chance to claim the boss. Charge. Slaying a first-tier 7th-level beast grants 30 points. Slaying a first-tier 8th-level beast grants 40 points. Slaying a first-tier 9th-level beast grants 70 points. As he travels and slays, Chen Yu swiftly reaches the 2nd-level area, his points soaring. Notably, he did not utilize the ultimate strength realm while dispatching the beasts. It was purely his 2nd-tier 2nd-level physique that dominated. With formidable physique and tempered steel body, Chen Yu is both powerful and resilient. Along the way, Chen Yu encounters other candidates, yet they maintain a safe distance before dispersing. After eliminating a first-tier 9th-level beast blocking his path, a silver glimmer flashes in his hand as the blood of the exotic beast dissipates. This is a new ability he has mastered through rigorous training of his physique. No more getting his hands dirty. Otherwise, after each battle, he would end up with bloody and mangled flesh in his hands, which even he, not being a clean freak, found somewhat unsettling. Confirming the direction through his wristwatch, he notes that the ultimate battlefield lies directly to the south. Next, Chen Yu must traverse the 2nd-level area toward the ultimate battlefield, remaining vigilant for any obstructing exotic beasts. The dangers of the 2nd-level area are self-evident, as it is a zone populated by 2nd-tier exotic beasts, including several 2nd-tier 9th-level beasts, which would prove quite challenging even for Chen Yu. I'm in a hurry. I can't afford to let any ignorant beasts delay my hunt for the boss. Chapter 11. Chen Yu? He is so far ahead, I can't even see his taillights. Dragon's Grave's secret realm, Dragon Breath Cave. The crimson-eyed lizard's scarlet vertical pupils flicker ominously in the shadows, illuminated by the flames emanating from Li Guanghao's palm. I'm incredibly fortunate to have landed right in front of the crimson-eyed lizard. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of a human, the crimson-eyed lizard emits a roar and strikes first. With its fangs bared, each sharp tooth gleams with a chilling light as it lunges toward Li Guanghao. Roar. A mere first-tier 8th-level beast dares to be audacious before Li Guanghao, who sneers coldly. You dare act recklessly in my presence? A searing wave of flames surges from the depths of Li Guanghao's gaze, raising the temperature within the cave drastically. Although the beast's physique surpasses that of a martial artist, the martial artist's prowess is far superior to the beast's physicality. One must create distance, leveraging one's strengths to exploit the beast's weaknesses. Retreating several steps, he unleashes his A-grade martial arts technique, Flame Burst. A blazing fireball suddenly erupts from Li Guanghao's palm, hurtling toward the rampaging crimson-eyed lizard. Boom. The fireball instantaneously ignites upon impact with the lizard, dazzling flames illuminating the entire cave. The lizard momentarily halts in midair. Its scales charred black, yet its assault continues as it charges at Li Guanghao. Observing this, Li Guanghao vanishes from sight, thinking, let us see how many times you can withstand this. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous flame bursts engulf the crimson-eyed lizard in flames, eliciting a pained cry from it as its dark scales bristle, and it darts away like lightning. Desperately thrashing, Li Guanghao ceases to evade, his gaze aflame with intensity. This wretched beast, your time ends here. A fireball erupts from his palm, boom. The explosion raises a cloud of dust, and as the smoke clears, the crimson-eyed lizard lies motionless, while Li Guanghao's right arm bears a deep wound that exposes bone. Candidate Li Guanghao has slain a first-tier 8th-level beast, earning 40 points in the martial arts examination. Li Guanghao grins. It's embarrassing to be injured while fighting a first-tier beast as a 2nd-tier martial artist. He muses, once I exit, I must never admit that I was injured by a crimson-eyed lizard. I'll say it was a 2nd-tier 9th-level beast that caused it. Yes, that's it. Just then, a metallic scent fills the air, and countless pairs of crimson vertical pupils appear around the cave. Dozens of crimson-eyed lizards, ranging from first-tier 2nd level to 4th level and 6th level, surround him. Have I stumbled into a nest of crimson-eyed lizards? Li Guanghao looks up and chuckles. The highest among them is just a first-tier 6th level? It appears that I have vanquished your leader. Very well, today I shall eradicate all of you. Permeating the Dragon Breath Cave is the thunderous sound of violent explosions. 20 minutes later, the surroundings of Li Guanghao are strewn with the corpses of crimson-eyed lizards, and he finds himself somewhat disheveled, gasping for breath. This cursed martial examination. How dare they prohibit the use of revitalizing elixirs? I purchased those elixirs with my hard-earned money. Why am I not allowed to utilize them? His dissatisfaction is palpable. The revitalizing elixir can swiftly restore a martial artist's internal spirit resonance, costing a staggering 100,000 for a single vial. If permitted to use them, he could easily transform into a warrior of wealth, setting the entire Dragon Breath cave ablaze, rather than facing a horde of first-tier beasts in such a wretched state. Yet, no amount of discontent would change the fact that this is the fairness of the martial examination. The Huaxiao Federation aims to select true martial talents through this test, rather than merely those who rely on ancestral blessings as wealthy warriors. Nevertheless, Li Guanghao smirks. For what does it matter if I cannot use the revitalizing elixir? I shall still claim the top spot. He teleports directly to the lair of the crimson-eyed lizards, amassing points with fervor and catapulting himself to the pinnacle of the rankings. The price he pays is a few minor injuries and a significant depletion of his spirit resonance, but such matters are trivial. He retreats to a concealed location to recuperate, and during his recovery, he opens the ranking list for the martial examination in pitching. First place, Li Guanghao, 1913 points, Pingqing number 1 High School. Second place, Zhong Sheng, 951 points, Pingqing number 3 High School. Third place, Cui Shizhao, 891 points, Pingqing number 3 High School. Scanning downward, he notes the 77th position, Lu Rian, 538 points, Pingqing number 1 High School. A smile spreads across his face as he continues to search for Chen Yu's name. However, after perusing the list to its end, even reaching the 100th position, he finds no trace of Chen Yu. Is my watch malfunctioning? How is it possible that Chen Yu is not on the list? Though he considers Chen Yu to be inept, he does not dismiss the martial prowess that Chen Yu possesses. With the ultimate power realm, how could Chen Yu fail to secure a place in the top 100? After contemplating for some time, he glances at the bloodstains on his own body and begins to understand. Chen Yu, could it be that you were frightened by the beasts? Ha! Li Guanghao bursts into laughter. Indeed, you are just a student, having only encountered beasts in textbooks, and never having seen one in reality. How could you not be terrified during your first battle with them? Reflecting on his own experience at 17, when he accompanied his father to a secret realm to bolster his courage, even with a fifth-tier powerhouse like his father by his side, he felt anxious in the presence of beasts. But who is he? The second son of the Li family. After merely 2 battles, he overcame his inner fears and slaughtered the beasts. And what of Chen Yu? Lacking a strong figure to support him, devoid of parental guidance to enter secret realms for training, and having never fought for his life against beasts time and again, how could he not feel trepidation, fright, and even turn to flee? Truly, if Chen Yu were to encounter this pack of crimson-eyed lizards, he would surely be in a far more dire predicament. Feeling his internal spirit resonance restored to 30%, Li Guanghao gradually rises and exits the cave. Very well, it is time to venture into the second-tier beast aggregation area. Meanwhile, at the other end of the secret realm, Lu Rian recuperates in a hidden location, her gaze fixed on the martial examination ranking list. Observing Li Guanghao, who remains comfortably in first place with a significant lead, she cannot help but chuckle. Guanghao is truly remarkable. What is the pinnacle of Pingcheng, Jiang Qinghuai? Even amount to but a mere spectator to Guanghao's tail lights. Jiang Qinghuai's name appears at the bottom of the list, in 99th place with 379 points. And as for Chen Yu, he cannot even see Guanghao's tail lights. A cold smile graces Lu Rian's face. How dare he still aspire to enroll in Qingbei Martial Arts University without first taking a good look in the mirror to assess his own worth? Just wait. Once Guanghao obtains the ultimate power realm, the world shall understand what it truly means to achieve SSS grade. There are no worthless abilities, only worthless users. Outside the Dragon Burial Secret Realm, on the observation platform, through the live drones and the cameras carried by the Examination Bureau staff within the secret realm, the principals and higher-ups can clearly witness the unfolding events. As they watch Li Guanghao slay the beasts, Ma Qingshan's smile nearly splits his face. How can I describe this? He casts a provocative glance at Principal Zheng Yuan of the second high school, observing how Li Guanghao has cleared the first-tier beasts, while the pinnacle of Pingcheng is still en route. Oh, and Jiang Qinghuai is still on his way. Principal Zheng casually glances at Li Guanghao's footage, noting the scars on his arm with a chuckle. To be so beleaguered by first-tier beasts? His voice is neither too loud nor too soft. It seems that even an A-grade ability in his hands amounts to little. Everyone has their moments of carelessness, and besides, Li Guanghao is merely a student. Ma Qingshan chuckles lightly. Regardless, is he not currently in first place? Pure luck, perhaps. Ha ha ha, Principal Zheng. Is luck not a component of strength? Ma Qingshan laughs heartily. For us martial artists aspiring to ascend to greatness, who does not require a modicum of luck? Principal Zheng, for the moment, refrains from countering him, for it is a fact that some martial prodigies, endowed with S-grade abilities and heavenly talents, can still lose their lives during a routine exercise. Conversely, some martial underachievers, possessing only E-grade abilities, can survive life and death crises time and again, reaching unimaginable heights. The martial examination is no different. Ma Qingshan boasts with satisfaction. Principal Zheng, do remind Jiang Qinghuai to tread carefully. Should his luck run rampant, and he encounters a horde of second-tier beasts, he might not even make it to a vocational college. As for Li Guanghao, even if his luck is exceptional, with nearly 2,000 points, he should have no trouble gaining admission to an ordinary university. Having a safety net is certainly advantageous. Principal Zheng finds himself momentarily at a loss for words, for Ma Qingxin speaks the truth. Most of those currently topping the rankings are T2 level figures from various schools. While Jiang Qinghuai from the second high school and Liang Ran, the seed player from the third high school, languish at the bottom of the list. Their singular destination is the second-tier area. Only by frantically hunting beasts in the second-tier area can Jiang Qinghuai secure a place at Qingbei, and the seed players can attain their desired universities. Yet, there is no guarantee that upon entering the second-tier area, they will be met with a bright future or a horde of second-tier beasts. Observing Principal Zheng's silence, Ma Qingxin feels all the more triumphant. He glances at the monitor, where the footage of the seed players from various schools within the secret realm is being transmitted live, and naturally, Chen Yu is among them. After watching Chen Yu for a while, Ma Qingxin smugly remarks, "It seems that being the first to enter the Dragon Burial secret realm is not necessarily a boon. Has Chen Yu's enthusiasm led him astray? Why is he still barreling through the second-tier beast aggregation area?" Zhou Shan has been closely monitoring Chen Yu's footage, perplexed by his actions. What is Chen Yu doing? Why does he not engage the second-tier beasts to earn points? Time is of the essence. Every second wasted now equates to a critical point in the examination. Chen Yu, what are you still searching for? Hurry up and take action. Chapter 12. Decapitating the second-tier 9th layer. Skill. Purification of the world. In the Dragon Burial secret realm, as Chen Yu presses forward, he arrives at the edge of the second-tier area, the Crimson Scale Gorge. This is the obligatory pathway to the ultimate examination site. The air is thick with the acrid stench of decay and sulfur, and the ground is not soil, but rather a complex layering of dark red, scale-like rocky fragments. According to the Martial Examination Guide, the Crimson Scale Ravine, situated outside the ultimate examination arena, represents the final hurdle prior to the conclusive assessment, guarded by the formidable second-order 9th-level exotic beasts. Chen Yu, with a vigilance level of 1, surged forward with unrestrained zeal. Without a moment's hesitation, he propelled himself toward the ultimate examination venue. The beasts would emerge on their own. There was no need to waste time searching through the crevices of the rocks. Such behavior would be a grave disrespect to the steel body of refined iron. With a single, decisive stride, Chen Yu advanced. After a distance of several hundred meters, a shadow abruptly sprang forth from the fissures of the rocks. Indeed, it had been lying in wait. What emerged was a serpentine exotic beast, its entire body cloaked in crimson scales, blending seamlessly with the rocky terrain when motionless, making it exceedingly difficult to detect. Its tail split into two, marking it as a second-order 9th-level beast, the twin-tailed horn viper. This creature was the most formidable of all within the examination grounds. Aside from the ultimate testing beasts, classified as T1, it was also the most potent adversary Chen Yu had encountered thus far. Lower-tier exotic beasts possess limited intelligence. Relentlessly pursuing humans without respite, evasion was not an option, nor did Chen Yu intend to shy away. Raising his hand, a subtle smile graced his lips, since it had emerged. "Let us gauge your strength." With the steel body of refined iron, a shimmering silver aura enveloped him, reflecting in the scarlet eyes of the twin-tailed horn viper, which mirrored a steel fist radiating with silver light. Boom. In a flash, Chen Yu's fist crashed against the head of the twin-tailed horn viper. The beast had no time to evade. It was struck mid-air by the force of Chen Yu's steel fist, the overwhelming impact sending it spiraling backward. Thud. The 5-meter-long serpent struck the rocky surface with a resounding crash, shattering the slabs, and spewing forth toxic blood that corroded the rocks, releasing wisps of acrid smoke. With that single blow, the twin-tailed horn viper was severely injured. Remarkably resilient, didn't die from a head strike. The physical prowess of exotic beasts far surpasses that of their human counterparts by an immeasurable margin. Yet, that was a general observation regarding common warriors, excluding those who specialize in physical cultivation. Harnessing a second-order second-level physique, Chen Yu engaged the twin-tailed horn viper in a clash of pure physical strength. And in terms of raw bodily power, he remained on par with the second-order 9th-level exotic beast. With this thought, Chen Yu did not halt his actions. He was indeed pressed for time. Striding forward, he unleashed another punch at the creature's head. Boom. Just as the twin-tailed horned viper regained its senses, it was hammered down onto the rocky surface by Chen Yu's fists, its serpentine body pinned down, carving a deep trench as shattered scales and toxic blood splattered in all directions. The toxic blood sprayed onto Chen Yu, swiftly corroding a small hole into his garment. In the distance, staff members from the examination bureau, tasked with ensuring the safety of the candidates, rushed towards the scene. The toxic blood within the twin-tailed horned viper was highly corrosive. Even a third-order warrior would suffer severe skin and bone degradation upon contact. Although Chen Yu was a cultivator of physical strength, he remained unaware if he could withstand the toxic blood of the twin-tailed horned viper. The answer to that question was self-evident. While Chen Yu might be reckless and avoid thinking, he would never place himself in an exceedingly perilous situation. Let us not forget his newly acquired ability. Just as the toxic blood made contact with his skin, intricate silver patterns suddenly emerged upon his epidermis, causing the toxic blood to dissipate as if it were snowflakes meeting searing flames. The paths of physical cultivation may be similar, yet the nuances in one's development lead to vastly different abilities. Chen Yu's unique skill, which allows him to purify blood, even toxic blood, through the strength of his physique. He named Purification of the World. Once more, he delivered a punch toward the twin-tailed horn viper. The toxic blood gushed forth. It attempted to retaliate with its dual tails, but Chen Yu was already prepared. Grasping its tail with one hand and seizing its head with the other, he exerted force outward. The intense sensation of tearing caused the twin-tailed horn viper to teeter on the brink of death. Its limited intelligence struggled to comprehend why a physically feeble human could shatter it with mere fists, possessing such strength to rend it apart. With a gruesome splatter, blood and flesh flew in all directions, and the twin-tailed horn viper fell. Defeating a second-order 9th-level exotic beast awarded Chen Yu 4,000 points in the martial examination. Ignoring the information on his wristwatch, Chen Yu activated Purification of the World, cleansing the toxic blood and remnants of the twin-tailed horn viper from his body before turning to depart. Classmate! Classmate! Upon witnessing the scene, the examination bureau staff hurriedly called out, "Are you injured?" Chen Yu's figure vanished into thin air, leaving only a faint voice in the air. "I'm fine." The staff stood frozen in place, clearly perplexed. Chen Yu appeared entirely unscathed. A mere brush with the corrosive blood of the twin-tailed horn viper would cause even the toughest of men to cry out in pain. Yet, Chen Yu not only refrained from expressing discomfort, but also maintained an unperturbed demeanor. Surely, physical cultivators were extraordinary. Even highly corrosive toxic blood could evaporate in an instant. It was no wonder that achieving mastery in the path of martial arts was so arduous. They were indeed true practitioners of the extraordinary. Reflecting upon these thoughts, he lowered his gaze to the lifeless body of the twin-tailed horn viper. It was a pitiful sight. The creature's head had been so thoroughly deformed that its serpentine form was unrecognizable. Chen Yu had not held back in his assault, targeting its skull with relentless ferocity. Upon inspecting the body, one could see the gory remnants, the flesh torn asunder, its tail splayed in opposite directions. The scene evoked sorrow in the onlookers, prompting tears from witnesses. Indeed, those who beheld the aftermath were moved to tears. At that moment, Meng Xiaoxian, Chen Yu's former instructor stationed outside the examination grounds, could only lament, "You rascal. That was a twin-tailed horn viper. The head and tail alone were worth something, and now you've rendered them utterly useless." His expression and tone reflected a profound sense of loss, yet anyone could sense the exhilaration bubbling beneath the surface. "Old Meng, spare us your lamentations. You simply wish to boast that Chen Yu is a product of your teachings, striking with precision and ferocity, right? Do not misattribute my sentiments. That was not my intention." "Then why are you smiling? Can I not find joy in recalling happy memories?" Meng Xiaoxian indeed found himself reminiscing about happier times. Previously, he had remarked that Chen Yu had little hope of gaining admission to Qingbei University, suggesting that if he were to fail, he should attend a night school back in Pingxing No. 1 High to become a physical training instructor. Now, however, it seemed that returning to Pingxing No. 1 was out of the question, and night school was a distant dream. Chen Yu was formidable. He genuinely held promise for Qingbei University. Although this realization was quite a slap to the face, it was a delightful one. Truly, he would relish being proven wrong every day. Chapter 13. 1 strike into the top 50, 2 strikes into 4th place. Candidate Lu Ruyan, your rank has dropped by 1 position, currently standing at 53rd with 4,113 points, requiring an additional 120 points to surpass the next candidate. The rankings from the martial examination can provide a rough estimate of one's chances of gaining admission to their desired university. Hence, most candidates activate the voice playback function to determine whether they should strive for more or play it safe. Listening to the voice emanating from her earpiece, Lu Ruyan opened her wristwatch. 1st place, Li Guanghao, 8,929 points, Pingxing No. 1 High. 2nd place, Jiang Qinghuai, 8,673 points, Pingxing No. 2 High. 3rd place, Liang Ran, 8,551 points, Pingxing No. 3 High. 53rd place, Lu Ruyan, 4,113 points, Pingxing No. 1 High. Upon entering the level 2 zone, we finally witnessed the emergence of the seed contestants as those possessing B-grade martial arts prowess begin to shine. Lu Ruyan's martial skill, classified as C-grade Raging Wind Formless, is swift yet lacks the requisite ferocity, rendering her practical combat capabilities deficient. It is not surprising that she finds herself ranked between 50, 100. In contrast, her brother Guanghao wields the formidable A-grade martial arts technique Flame, which firmly secures his position at the pinnacle of the leaderboard. A sense of pride swells within her. For the martial examination is not merely a testament to superficial combat strength, but rather a measure of comprehensive ability and performance under pressure. Even the likes of Jiang Qinghuai, who holds the title of the Peak of Pingqing, finds himself trailing behind her brother. Yet, Jiang Qinghuai, no matter how flawed, currently occupies the second position. And what of Chen Yu? Despite possessing an SSS-grade martial arts skill, he languishes outside the top 100, truly a waste of potential. By the way, who just surpassed me in the rankings? Lu Ruoyan mused, her gaze returning to the martial examination leaderboard. As her eyes traversed the midsection of the list, they widened in shock at the sudden appearance of a name. Ranked 49th, Chen Yu, for 1,457 points, Pingqing No. 1 High School. Chen Yu, she exclaimed. Just 5 minutes ago, his name was absent from the leaderboard. How could he have surged to 49th place so suddenly? Could it be that in these fleeting 5 minutes, this so-called waste amassed 4,000 points? Impossible. Such a feat is beyond the realm of possibility. Slaying a second-tier first-level beast rewards 1,000 points. To have slain 4 within 5 minutes is something even Li Guanghao could not achieve. How could Chen Yu, this supposed waste, manage it? But how then could he have accrued 4,000 points in such a brief span? She glanced at the martial examination guide, which clearly stated, slaying a second-tier 9th-level beast rewards 4,000 points. Could it be that Chen Yu defeated a second-tier 9th-level beast? The very thought made Lu Ruoyan chuckle. How could that possibly be? The second-tier 9th-level beasts within the examination grounds, whether the remarkably corrosive twin-tailed viper, the immensely powerful blood-dominating white ape, or the fleet-footed lightning hawk, all share a commonality. They are exceedingly difficult to contend with. A moment's inattention could lead to disqualification, prematurely ending one's examination. Even someone as formidable as Li Guanghao would choose to circumvent them. How could Chen Yu, this waste, possibly slay one within 5 minutes? Disregarding these implausible scenarios, the true answer emerged. Chen Yu had indeed been slaying beasts, but his total score had merely failed to breach the top 100, likely oscillating between ranks 100 and 110. It was the recent defeat of a second-tier beast that propelled him to 49th place. With this realization, Lu Ruoyan resumed her combat endeavors. Yet outside the dragon's grave secret realm, pandemonium ensued. Wasn't Chen Yu supposed to be lost in the level 2 zone? How did he suddenly break into the top 50? What sorcery had transpired? Although the screen displayed Chen Yu's image, among the hundreds of feeds, most onlookers focused solely on their own students, paying little heed to the happenings surrounding Chen Yu. All that could be seen was that Chen Yu's name, previously ranked 75674, suddenly flashed with golden light, swiftly magnifying as the leaderboard scrolled down, and in the blink of an eye, he ascended to 49th place. To rise from 70,000 to 49th is an unprecedented achievement in the annals of the nation, with no such record seen in the past decade. Ma Qingsheng, from the examination board, immediately suspected a malfunction in the ranking system. A leap from 70,000 to 50,000, with a staggering 4,000 points difference. Had Chen Yu truly experienced an explosive surge, acquiring 4,000 points instantaneously? Impossible. We must review the footage. This data is undoubtedly erroneous. Ma Qingsheng commanded sternly. Beside him, Zheng Yuan, principal of Pingqing No. 2 High School, who had witnessed the entire process of Chen Yu slaying the twin-tailed viper, leisurely sipped his tea and remarked with a smile, "Old Ma, when has your examination board's equipment ever been faulty?" He paused, his gaze tinged with mockery. Do you imply that the rapid increase in Li's points is due to his strength, yet Chen Yu's surge is merely a system error? Principal Zheng, you are being contrarian. Ma Qingsheng retorted with a cold laugh. Li Guanghao's scores increased by several points. One need only glance at the screen to know he is battling first-tier beasts. But Chen Yu's sudden gain of 4,000 points. How do you know what he was doing without looking at the screen? I know without looking that Chen Yu has slain a second-tier 9th-level beast, Zheng Yuan replied with a grin. Yet you, Director Ma, who participated in drafting the examination guide, completely disregarding the possibility of beasts, hastily declare a system malfunction. What is your true intent? I am merely concerned about the integrity of the ranking system, Ma Qingsheng defended. The martial examination is of paramount importance. I must be responsible for the futures of the 100,000 examinees in Pingqing. Indeed. The attention of onlookers was drawn to the escalating argument between the two. In the next moment, the Pingqing martial examination leaderboard underwent yet another transformation. Chen Yu's name, now positioned at 49th, flickered with golden brilliance once more, expanding as the leaderboard scrolled downward. Amidst a cacophony of astonished gazes from the observation platform, Chen Yu's name ascended from 49th to 4th place. 4th place, Chen Yu, 8,457 points, Pingqing No. 1 High School. In an instant, the platform trembled. Had he gained another 4,000 points? Had he once again slain a second-tier 9th-level beast? His speed was nothing short of terrifying. Had he completed this task in just 5 minutes? Surely, 2 beasts could not have been present simultaneously. There must have been time for travel within those 5 minutes. They all turned their attention to the screen displaying Chen Yu's location, only to find him advancing without a beast in sight, his attire devoid of any bloodstains, appearing as though he had not endured a fierce battle at all. Remarkable. After 2 monumental encounters, his clothing bore merely a few tattered holes. Truly impressive. as if not only had he tempered his body, but his garments had undergone a similar fortification. Ma Qingqing's voice dripped with sarcasm. If earlier he had been uncertain whether the martial examination system was malfunctioning or if Chen Yu was truly formidable, he now held absolute conviction. It was undoubtedly a system error. He turned to Zheng Yuan, a smile playing at his lips. Principal Zheng, let us not even discuss the fact that the blood-dominating white ape and lightning hawk are not present in the central zone of level 2. Even if they were, pray tell, how could Chen Yu, with his second-tier first-level strength, effortlessly slay 2 second-tier 9th-level beasts? Come, I am eager to hear your explanation. Zheng Yuan fell silent. He was certain of Chen Yu's victory over the twin-tailed viper, but to have slain another second-tier 9th-level beast in under 5 minutes? And to have done so without even tearing his clothes? Chen Yu was clad in the most ordinary of attire. In that moment, he struggled to believe the reality before him, frequently glancing at the examination leaderboard. Could it be that the system truly had malfunctioned? At that moment, the principal of No. 1 High School, Zhou Shan, who had remained silent until now, finally turned his head, his expression as placid as a still lake, and spoke. Director Ma, did you not wish to view the footage? Why not release both recordings for our scrutiny? Very well, Ma Qingqing replied, glancing at his side. Xiao Zhao, bring up both recordings. Understood, Director Ma. Soon, the recordings were retrieved, revealing layers upon layers of dark crimson-scaled rock fragments. As this scene unfolded, one individual spoke up. In the heart of the Crimson Scale Rift, a level 2 region, lies the lair of the second-tier, 9-fold beast, the twin-tailed horned viper. Suddenly, a small black dot appears on the screen, drawing ever closer to the Crimson Scale Rift. As it enters the rift, it pauses momentarily before surging forward with fervor. In the blink of an eye, a shadow bursts forth from the rocky crevices. The spectators witness Chen Yu smile, leap into action, and strike with his fist, causing the twin-tailed horned viper to spill its blood. In the presence of the Examination Bureau staff, including Director Ma Qingqing, Principal Zhou Shan of Pingqing No. 1 High School, and Principal Zheng Yuan of No. 2 High School, the second-tier, 9-fold beast, the twin-tailed horned viper, is torn asunder by Chen Yu's immense strength. The twin-tailed horned viper is vanquished. Chapter 14. Is this the lad who brought the bloodthirsty white ape here? Goodness, is he even human? The beast is left bewildered, unable to retaliate. To rip apart a beast with such ease is the manifestation of the SSS-level divine ability, ultimate power. The Examination Bureau staff, accustomed to witnessing prodigies, cannot contain their astonishment. They have seen the display of tearing beasts apart in the context of body cultivation, but to witness Chen Yu tear apart a second-tier, 9-fold beast, ranked T1 in the martial examination, is unprecedented. The brutality of the scene is utterly shocking. The video continues to play, and as the perspective zooms in rapidly, the image becomes clearer. The toxic blood of the twin-tailed horned viper visibly disperses into the sky, just as it is about to touch Chen Yu. A radiant silver aura suddenly erupts around him, and upon contact, the toxic blood instantaneously liquefies and evaporates, the resulting black smoke being utterly shredded by the silver light. What? He can evaporate the twin-tailed horned viper's toxic blood outright? 5th-tier warriors can achieve such feats with protective auras. But Chen Yu is merely at the 2nd tier. Where does he acquire such a protective aura? Have you all forgotten something? Zhou Shan speaks slowly. Chen Yu is a body cultivator. Upon hearing this, whispers ripple through the observation platform. Soon after, Zheng Yuan is the first to respond. It appears this is the physical prowess Chen Yu possesses. No wonder his clothing remains largely intact after such a fierce battle. Ma Qingqing scoffs. What does it matter if it's intact? Play the next segment of the footage. He replays the video, not to showcase Chen Yu's flamboyant display, but to deliver a resounding blow to Chen Yu and Zheng Yuan. If Chen Yu's initial acquisition of 4,000 points was legitimate, then the subsequent 4,000 points must surely be in question. As the footage plays, the surroundings remain enveloped in layers of dark red, scale-like rock fragments, unmistakably still within the Crimson Scale Rift. For a moment, I almost believed that lad could slay 2 second-tier, 9-fold beasts. Ma Qingqing exhales, a mocking smirk gracing his lips. But it is an ironclad rule that beasts cannot appear simultaneously in a single region. As part of the Examination Bureau, how could he not know this? Ma Qingqing raises his voice deliberately, ensuring everyone hears clearly. Just then, a violent explosion erupts from the video, followed by a resounding roar of a simian. Those knowledgeable understand the depth of this simian-s roar. It is the cry of the 2nd-tier, 9-fold beast. The bloodthirsty white ape. A student adorned with the insignia of No. 2 High School is seen frantically battling the bloodthirsty white ape. This individual is Ji Tsong, a prodigy from Pingqing No. 2 High School, awakened at the age of 16 with the B-grade martial divine ability Swift Wind. His strength is at the 2nd tier, 2nd fold, known for his swiftness, and he maneuvers effortlessly against the might of the bloodthirsty white ape. Ma Qingqing is left dumbfounded. Is this the lad who brought the bloodthirsty white ape here? Nearby, Examination Bureau staff have retrieved Ji Tsong's trajectory. Indeed, upon entering the secret realm, He headed directly towards the location of the bloodthirsty white ape, leveraging his wind attribute divine ability to lure the beast from the azure scale forest all the way to the crimson scale rift. What are you doing? Ma Qingqian cannot comprehend. Is he out of his mind? While others engage in the martial examination, he uses the bloodthirsty white ape as a diversion. Zhou Shan observes the screen with growing interest, utilizing his divine ability advantage to continually attract the bloodthirsty white ape's attention. Does he intend to lead it into the territory of the twin-tailed horned viper, inciting conflict between the two beasts? Jitsong truly is a genius. Principal Zheng Yuan chuckles. Once the bloodthirsty white ape enters the territory of the twin-tailed horned viper, it will undoubtedly provoke its territorial instincts, leading to a confrontation. At that point, Jitsong can simply step aside and wait for them to weaken each other, allowing him to claim 8,000 points. The principal of number 3 high school reveals an expression of astonishment. The execution of this plan is exceedingly difficult. No one has ever dared to attempt such a strategy during a martial examination. Jitsong is both daring and astute. In response, Zheng Yuan offers a wry smile. Daring and astute, yet luck has not favored him. This lad could never have imagined that the twin-tailed horned viper would be slain. Jitsong, indeed, had not anticipated this. Throughout his arduous journey, he had exhausted his divine resonance, arriving at the crimson scale rift solely on sheer determination. The dawn of victory was within reach. Just as he exhaled a sigh of relief, contemplating the imminent spectacle of two tigers battling for supremacy, he is struck with disbelief. The twin-tailed horned viper is dead. Witnessing the demise of the twin-tailed horned viper, Jitsong feels as though the sky has collapsed. It is crucial to note that with the bloodthirsty white ape pursuing him, no other beasts dared to impede his path. How is it possible that someone else arrived before him? Fine, even if this person possesses the wind attribute divine ability and runs swiftly, he knows all the wind attribute users. And among them, how could anyone possibly have killed the twin-tailed horned viper so swiftly? Even Jiang Qinghuai, the pinnacle of Pingqing, would need considerable time to contend with the twin-tailed horned viper. At that moment, a gust of wind brushes past his ear, and in the distance, a figure clad in black dashes towards him, the wind lifting the fabric of his garment, his black hair dancing in the breeze. Jitsong recognizes this youth, Chen Yu, the fallen prodigy of Pingqing No. 1 High School, the wielder of the SSS-level martial divine ability ultimate power. He has heard tales of Chen Yu's exploits and learned that he broke through to the second tier just yesterday. Given his prowess in body cultivation and the enhancement of ultimate power, it is not surprising that he could slay the twin-tailed horned viper. What astonishes him is how a body cultivator could arrive at the Crimson Scale Rift with such swiftness. Were there no beasts to impede him? Certainly, there were. However, every beast that attempted to block his path was obliterated by a single strike from Chen Yu, leaving no room for delay. Moreover, while Chen Yu may not match the agility of those with wind attribute divine abilities, when it comes to linear acceleration, he is by no means inferior. Just then, the bloodthirsty white ape strikes down with a mighty paw towards Jitsong. Jitsong stands frozen, exhaling a resigned sigh. Even in peak condition, he would only have a 70 chance of defeating the bloodthirsty white ape with all his might, and now, with his divine resonance depleted, he possesses no strength to fight back. The massive paw, accompanied by a foul wind, crashes down. In that instant, a crisp voice rings out. Candidate Jitsong, eliminated. Swish. In an instant, Jitsong's figure vanished from the spot. The colossal paw of the blood berserk white ape struck the ground, causing the scaly rock fragments beneath to shatter explosively and create a deep pit several meters in depth. Bang, bang, bang. Countless shards of stone scattered like cannonballs, crashing towards the direction of Chen Yu, creating dull thuds upon impact with his body. The blood berserk white ape glared at Chen Yu, clearly infuriated, having been toyed with by its prey from the south to the north, just as it was about to pulverize its quarry. That very prey had inexplicably disappeared right beneath its nose. Fortunately, there was still another target. With a heart ablaze with fury, it pounded its chest with its muscular arms, the crimson fur bristling ominously. Witnessing this scene from a distance, Jitsong, who had been eliminated and brought away by the examination bureau staff, felt his pupils constrict in shock. The bristling red fur of the blood berserk white ape indicated that it had entered a raging blood state, enhancing its power by 1.5 times. Roar! It charged at Chen Yu, drawing a sharp breath from Jitsong. Just 2 hours prior, the blood berserk white ape in its raging blood state had obliterated his proud swift wind barrier with a single punch. Even Jiang Qinghuai would retreat at the sight of a blood berserk white ape in such a state, never daring to confront it head-on. Surely, Chen Yu would flee. Chapter 15, Golden Light Shattering Fist, Beast Blood Boiling. As the recording reached this point, gasps erupted from the audience. It was over. Chen Yu had just engaged in a fierce battle and had not yet had the chance to recover before encountering the blood berserk white ape again. Would he truly prevail? No. Chen Yu had already secured 4,000 points. Didn't that prove he was destined to win? Compared to Chen Yu defeating the blood berserk white ape, I would sooner believe there was a malfunction in the system. In their minds, Chen Yu had first been on the move without pause, then had poured all his strength into slaying the T1, level 2nd order 9th tier beast, the double-tailed horn viper. The consumption of both spiritual energy and physical strength must have been immense. Under such circumstances, could he still slay the blood berserk white ape? If it weren't a system error, what could it be? Ma Qingchen, watching the remaining 3 minutes of video, remarked, "As we all know, the raging blood state of the blood berserk white ape can only last for 10 minutes, after which it enters a period of weakness." He turned to Zheng Yuan, unable to suppress a chuckle. "Are you suggesting that Chen Yu killed the blood berserk white ape while it was in its raging blood state within 3 minutes? Zheng Yuan's gaze remained fixated on Chen Yu in the video, understanding that Ma's implication was that Chen Yu must have fled. It was highly likely that the life sign sensor on the blood berserk white ape had malfunctioned, leading the system to erroneously conclude that the beast was dead, thus attributing the 4,000 points to Chen Yu. Just as Ma Qingchen finished speaking, Chen Yu made his move, not to flee, but to charge directly towards the blood berserk white ape. Has he gone mad? Ma Qingchen exclaimed in shock. Chen Yu was certainly not mad. He was simply racing against time. In the martial arts examination, time equated to points. The 10 minutes he wasted on the blood berserk white ape represented a crucial 10,000 points for his admission to Qingbei. The blood berserk white ape. Astonishingly powerful. A slight smirk graced Chen Yu's lips, challenging, "Then let me show you whose strength is truly remarkable." A glimmer of golden light reflected in Chen Yu's eyes as his aura began to surge. From where did this light emanate? Suddenly, Chen Yu's arms flung wide. His body taut like a drawn bow, and a blinding golden radiance erupted from his fists. The light surged like gilded splendor across his skin, every muscle gleaming with resplendent brilliance. The golden light-shattering fist, perfected to the pinnacle of its form. In that fleeting moment, a violent golden fist aura shot skyward, akin to a roaring golden tiger charging towards the blood berserk white ape. The blood berserk white ape let out a thunderous roar, crossing its arms defensively, its crimson fur standing on end. Yet, before the might of this perfected martial technique, crack, the crisp sound of bone shattering echoed through the crimson scales valley. The blood berserk white ape's most formidable weapon, its arms, was utterly crushed by this punch, resulting in catastrophic fractures. Ma Qingchen's eyes widened in disbelief. The scene he had envisioned did not materialize. Instead, it was Chen Yu unleashing a punch that obliterated the blood berserk white ape's arms. How could this be possible? His worldview was violently shaken. How could anyone triumph over a beast purely on the basis of physical strength, especially one renowned for its power, like the blood berserk white ape? Chen Yu must be cheating. There could be no other explanation. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shan, typically calm and composed, finally chuckled. "Director Ma, so you consider our school's martial arts to be cheating? Your school's martial arts?" Ma Qingchen retorted incredulously. "Indeed. What Chen Yu just executed was our school's advanced yellow-grade martial art, the golden light-shattering fist," Zhou Shan affirmed. "Absurd." Ma Qingchen's expression darkened, tinged with a hint of malice. "I have reviewed nearly a decade's worth of martial arts examination footage from pitching. The golden light-shattering fist from your school releases golden light from the fist. Where does this golden tiger aura come from, capable of splitting mountains and cleaving valleys?" Zhou Shan nodded slowly. "What you say is indeed accurate, but Director Ma, have you ever witnessed the golden light-shattering fist cultivated to perfection? Perfection?" Ma Qingchen's expression suddenly faltered. "Chen Yu has perfected the golden light-shattering fist?" "Yes." With Zhou Shan's confirmation, Ma Qingchen found himself momentarily stunned. How old was Chen Yu? 18. How many years had he been training in martial arts? No more than 2 years. In a mere 2 years, Chen Yu had cultivated an advanced yellow-grade martial art to perfection? Meanwhile, Zhou Shan maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, yet internally, he was in a frenzy. Even he had taken a full 3 years to elevate the golden light-shattering fist to perfection. Chen Yu had surpassed him by 2 years. His martial arts talent was nothing short of terrifying. No, it was not merely talent. Behind every extraordinarily gifted genius lies the sweat, effort, and hardship. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted from the video, drawing everyone's gaze to the screen, where Chen Yu unleashed a punch, radiating golden brilliance, creating a gaping blood hole the size of a bowl in the chest of the blood berserk white ape. The blood berserk white ape in its raging blood state was directly slain by Chen Yu in 3 minutes. This scene left Zheng Yuan exhilarated. I had long asserted it was not a system malfunction. Chen Yu is a body cultivator. How could he not defeat the blood berserk white ape? Zheng Yuan wore an expression of foresight. Meanwhile, a teacher from the second school behind him scratched his head, recalling that the principal had looked bewildered upon learning that Chen Yu had slain another second-order, 9th-tier beast. How had it now transformed into something he had anticipated? Noting the teacher's skeptical gaze, Zheng Yuan cleared his throat, feeling slightly awkward, and then spoke. "I, Zheng, am different from some people, without concrete evidence. I won't rashly draw conclusions, even if I have my suspicions." As he mentioned some people, his eyes subtly swept towards Ma Qingchen. implying that those who lack insight and suspect candidates of cheating or system errors truly bring disgrace to the examination bureau. Ma Qingqian's complexion shifted from pale to purple, suddenly sneering. Principal Zheng, your fervent support for Chen Yu makes it seem as if he is a student from your second school. Haha, whether from the first, second, or third school, which candidate is not a pride of our Pingqing. This was a mere formality. Zheng Yuan's true sentiment was, regardless of which school student it is, as long as they can slap Ma Qingqian's face, I will certainly lend my support. Ma Qingqian sat atop the observation platform, feeling the piercing gazes of the high-ranking officials around him, wishing he could bury his head beneath the table. Just then, a moment of clarity struck him as he beheld a remarkable scene on the large screen. After slaying the blood-white ape, Chen Yu did not pause for even a moment. He continued his relentless advance toward the ultimate examination venue of the martial arts assessment, which lay beyond the crimson scale abyss, where the third-grade first-level beast, the furious flame lion, awaited. Ma Qingqian regained his confidence. He lifted his head and remarked to Zheng Yuan with a sardonic tone. Chen Yu is a body cultivator and possesses the SSS-grade martial arts divine ability, extreme realm of strength. Perhaps Principal Zheng could analyze just how much endurance Chen Yu has left after battling two second-grade ninth-level beasts. He articulated deliberately, if Chen Yu continues to employ extreme realm of strength, will he perish? Zheng Yuan furrowed his brow, pondering for a long while before turning to Zhou Shan, the one most familiar with Chen Yu in the arena. Zhou Shan slowly shook his head, his heart racing at that moment. Chen Yu had been sweeping through the beasts with overwhelming force, journeying from the back of the dragon to the crimson scale abyss. The contribution of extreme realm of strength was immense. However, if used excessively, Chen Yu might indeed be torn apart by its power. Chapter 16. The Ultimate Examination Venue, Pinnacle of Pingqing. Burial Dragon's Secret Realm Ultimate Examination Venue. At the deepest point of the crimson scale abyss lies the ultimate examination venue of the martial arts assessment. The earth has been rent asunder by some terrifying force, creating a chasm 1,000 meters wide. At one end of the rift, several lions roam, guarding their king's territory. Suddenly, the lead lion gazes forward, and all the lions in attendance lift their heads. A tall figure strides forth, clad in a flowing black outfit that flutters in the wind. His dark eyes surveyed the lion pack before him, his hands empty, devoid of weaponry or protective gear. 8 first-grade beasts and 1 second-grade fifth-level beast. Chen Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. It seems you are the royal guards. Having finally arrived at the ultimate examination venue. Although he had yet to encounter the furious flame lion, Chen Yu was confident that it would not be long before he did. He shook his hands, his bones cracking in anticipation. How exhilarating. At this moment, Chen Yu's state was far from what others imagined. Rather than being exhausted from utilizing extreme realm of strength, he was invigorated. In fact, he had not employed extreme realm of strength at all during this journey, relying solely on the fortitude of his steel body and the might of his golden light-breaking fist. The reason body cultivators surpass ordinary martial artists lies in 2 aspects: the strength of their physique and their ability to restore stamina through spiritual resonance, effectively granting them 2 systems of energy reserve, which can operate simultaneously without interference. Chen Yu still had a reserve of spiritual resonance at 10%. While his physical stamina was nearly at full capacity, he was ready to go. Chen Yu charged forth. Slaying a first-grade 7th-level beast awarded him 30 points. Slaying a first-grade 9th-level beast granted him 70 points. Slaying another first-grade 9th-level beast also earned him 70 points. At this moment, most candidates were captivated by Chen Yu's unexpected surge in the martial arts ranking list, gasping in astonishment as they saw his points rise once more. Just a moment ago, his name was absent from the top 100, and now he was in 4th place? No way. Is Brother Yu that formidable? This score cannot possibly mean that Chen Yu has just taken down 2 second-grade 9th-level beasts. A body cultivator. This is the caliber of the top body cultivator in Pingqing. Is it too late for me to switch to body cultivation? I am so eager to improve. Li Guanghao, having hunted beasts, rested in a secluded corner to recover his spiritual resonance. For hours had passed in the martial arts assessment, with only 2 hours remaining. As he settled down to meditate and open the ranking list, his eyes nearly bulged out. First place, Jiang Qinghuai, 13, 851 points, Pingqing number 2 high school. Second place, Liang Ran, 10, 351 points, Pingqing number 3 high school. Third place, Li Guanghao, 9, 729 points, Pingqing number 1 high school. Fourth place, Chen Yu, 8, 657 points, Pingqing number 1 high school. Li Guanghao had anticipated a battle for the top 5, aiming to secure a place within the top 10, and being surpassed by Jiang Qinghuai and Liang Ran was within expectations. However, being overtaken by Chen Yu was entirely unforeseen. Had Chen Yu truly activated some cheat? Unlike the high-ranking officials on the observation platform, who could view the recordings of Chen Yu's exploits and had not seen his rank surpassing theirs, he had received no audio alerts. This left him completely in the dark about what transpired on Chen Yu's end. Yet, upon further reflection, It dawned on him that Chen Yu had indeed activated a cheat. He possessed the SSS-grade martial arts divine ability, Extreme Realm of Strength. At this thought, flames of ambition ignited in Li Guanghao's eyes. I knew it. An SSS-grade divine ability cannot be mediocre. If it can be so powerful in the hands of this so-called waste, imagine what it could do for me. The deep scars on his arms still throbbed with pain. Had he acquired Extreme Realm of Strength earlier, how could he have been injured by a mere first-grade, 8th-level red-eyed lizard? It would take at least a double-tailed horned viper to inflict such damage. As he indulged in these fantasies, the martial arts ranking list shifted once more. And Chen Yu's name shone brightly, leaping from 4th to 3rd, completely surpassing Li Guanghao. 3rd place. Chen Yu, 10,008 points. Pingqing No. 1 High School. Is Extreme Realm of Strength truly capable of such power? The flames in Li Guanghao's eyes burned brighter. He had set his sights on Chen Yu's martial arts divine ability. At this moment, Chen Yu was fully immersed in the battlefield. After eliminating all the royal guards of the furious flame lion, he began to search for the whereabouts of the lion itself. Beasts of the 3rd grade exhibited significantly heightened intelligence. They would either utilize the terrain to their advantage in combat or engage in overwhelming group assaults. Chen Yu approached the 1,000-meter rift at the Crimson Scale Abyss, where the abyss lay beneath his feet. He squinted into the distance. Since the lion had not revealed itself during the battle with its guards, it must have taken refuge in a strategically advantageous location. Nearby, what terrain would favor you? As the name suggests, the furious flame lion relies on flames in battle. Therefore, its advantageous territory would likely be characterized by high temperatures and the presence of fire. Looking around and finding no sources of fire, Chen Yu pressed onward, traversing for about 10 minutes when he spotted a figure on the eastern side of the rift. Someone, a youth clad in a dark robe, suddenly propelled by a surging torrent, was launched like a cannonball toward Chen Yu's position. Chen Yu was taken aback. If this individual possessed wind-based martial arts, he would not be surprised, yet it turned out to be a water-based practitioner. Can a water user move this quickly? Who is this guy? As he drew nearer, the youth's speed decreased dramatically, ultimately coming to a stop beside Chen Yu. Chen Yu recognized him, a celebrity, the renowned Jiang Qinghua, who awakened the water-based martial arts divine ability Raging Current at the age of 15, hailed as the pinnacle of Pingqing. No wonder he could run so swiftly with a water-based martial arts ability. Raging Current makes sense. Jiang Qinghua looked at Chen Yu and offered an awkward smile. Hello. Chen Yu glanced at him briefly, nodded slightly, and continued searching for the location of the furious flame lion. Chen Yu couldn't quite comprehend why Jiang Qinghua seemed unperturbed by time, engaging in conversation when he had no time to spare himself. Having encountered a setback, Jiang Qinghua's expression grew increasingly awkward. Upon entering the secret realm, he had immediately taken note of Chen Yu, designating him as a special concern, allowing him to monitor Chen Yu's ranking and points in real time. The designation of special concern was limited to just one, underscoring the depth of Jiang Qinghua's concern for Chen Yu. However, this concern proved to be well-founded. After he had slain 3 second-tier beasts, and yet Chen Yu's points showed no significant increase, alarm bells began to ring in his mind. No matter how slowly Chen Yu traveled, he should have begun to engage with the beasts. Moreover, Chen Yu's pace was not particularly slow, indicating a singular conclusion. Chen Yu's destination was not the second-tier beast gathering zone at all, but the ultimate examination arena. Upon realizing this, Jiang Qinghua was rendered speechless. It was akin to sitting an exam. While ordinary candidates tackled multiple choice questions, exceptional students were already grappling with application problems, and Chen Yu had flipped straight to the final, most challenging question. Was such an approach permissible? Indeed, everyone knew that solving it would guarantee admission to the prestigious Tsinghua or Peking University. Yet the question remained, could Chen Yu possibly defeat the Raging Flame Lion? Before he could ponder further, he saw Chen Yu surveying his surroundings before leaping forward with agility. Jiang Qinghua was taken aback. Was this guy truly so audacious? Chapter 17. The Raging Flame Lion, a Pinnacle Showdown. 10 minutes after Chen Yu departed, another figure arrived at the ultimate examination arena. Jiang Qinghua turned his gaze. Liang Ran, have you earned enough points? Yes. I should be fine with a few more 1,000 points before the martial arts examination concludes. Maintaining a position in the top 5 should suffice. While ordinary candidates were diligently scrambling for points, the T0 level candidates from Ping City were already managing their scores. The rationale behind score management was straightforward. Upon entering university, there would be class assessments, and if one's performance in the martial arts examination was too outstanding, it would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. During the class allocations, one might be targeted as a result. There are no unmotivated attempts at modesty. Their actions were aimed at securing placement in a superior class, thereby accessing better cultivation resources. Of course, there were instances of failed score management, yet such failures were inconsequential. With 10 options available, even losing one would not significantly impact their prospects. Those 2-tailed horned vipers and bloodbane white apes lying outside were killed by Chen Yu, right? Liang Ran inquired. Yes, they were like that when I arrived. That is astonishing. Liang Ran couldn't suppress an expletive. Where's Chen Yu? He must be off to confront the raging flame lion. Liang Ran scanned the area, his expression twitching. Of course. He's aiming to slay the raging flame lion. Otherwise, he would have already begun exterminating the second-tier beasts. Given Chen Yu's speed in dispatching second-tier, 9th-level beasts. If he were to rampage through the second-tier zone, he could easily accumulate at least 30,000 points. The thought sent shivers down Liang Ran's spine. He turned to Jiang Qinghua, asking, "Did you exert your full strength in the martial arts examination?" "I used about 80. If you had gone all out, how many points could you have scored?" Jiang Qinghua pondered for a moment. "No more than 20,000 at most." "What about you?" "About 18,000. In comparison to Chen Yu's 30,000, Liang Ran's 18,000 felt exceedingly insignificant, plunging him into a profound self-doubt. Liang Ran had once believed himself to be an insurmountable mountain before the 100,000 students of Ping City, frantically managing scores to showcase his elite candidate prowess. It was only now that he realized there were mountains beyond mountains. Chen Yu was demonstrating the extreme capabilities of a top-tier candidate through his relentless hunting. No wonder he and Jiang Qinghua only dared to apply to the 985 and 211 double first-class universities, while Chen Yu had the audacity to aim for Tsinghua or Peking University. Because Chen Yu genuinely possessed that caliber. A glance exchanged between the two revealed their shared thoughts. They both sought to witness Chen Yu's confrontation with the raging flame lion, hoping to glean insights. They also wished to practice against the raging flame lion since battling beasts within the martial arts examination arena would entail no life-threatening risks. How could they waste such a golden opportunity? Indeed, even if Chen Yu had already sought out the raging flame lion, they believed they still had a chance to practice. After all, third-tier beasts were notoriously powerful. Even together, their odds of victory would barely exceed 50. Although Chen Yu was a physical cultivator, his power was still only at the second-tier second level. Surely he could not surpass their combined strength? According to Liang Ran's estimation, to truly defeat or even kill the raging flame lion, it would require a united effort from him, Jiang Qinghua, and Chen Yu. Alright, Chen Yu will draw the beast's attention while you and I attack. With that thought in mind, Jiang Qinghua and Liang Ran hurried toward Chen Yu's location. Meanwhile, outside the dragon's grave secret realm, Meng Xiaoxian, upon seeing Chen Yu's score placing him third among all candidates in Ping City, felt as though he were dreaming. Chen Yu is my student? Is he truly my protege? A teacher lamented. Who else could it be if not you? Meng Xiaoxian, unable to believe his eyes, exclaimed. I produced a student ranked third in the entire city? Is this real? He couldn't help but indulge in wild fantasies. Although Ping City ranked low within Jiang Province, Chen Yu's points would undoubtedly place him among the top 500 in the province, should he manage to defeat the raging flame lion. Chen Yu's ranking might soar to the very top of Jiang Province. What did it mean to be first in Jiang Province? The provincial top scorer. He vividly recalled that Chen Yu's motivation for pursuing Tsinghua and Peking University was the generous rewards for competition victories. Thus, Chen Yu must be well aware that achieving the provincial top scorer would come with additional rewards and bonuses from Jiang Province. With this premise in mind, it indicated that Chen Yu would undoubtedly avoid score management. He aimed to ascend step by step to the pinnacle. He aspired to be the first in Ping City and the first in Jiang Province. While this might seem an unrealistic fantasy, how fervently Meng Xiaoxian wished for it to materialize. At this moment, Chen Yu arrived at the base of the Crimson Scale Rift. The seething flames around him burned fiercely, distorting the air before his eyes. Two pillars of molten, fiery golden light emerged from the inferno, revealing a pair of beastly eyes ablaze with flames. The guardian of the ultimate examination arena, the third-tier first-level beast raging flame lion, finally appeared before Chen Yu. With a thunderous roar, the lion threw its head back, causing the crimson scale crystals on the valley walls to shatter and rain down like fire. Chen Yu's garments instantly began to curl and char under the intense heat. Noticing this, he frowned slightly. While his body could withstand such temperatures, indeed, he found it rather warm. His clothing was struggling to endure. At that moment, a voice suddenly called out from behind him. Chen Yu, catch. Turning around, Chen Yu saw Jiang Qinghua hurl a black robe toward him, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The protective barrier of rushing water enveloped him, providing some relief. Liang Ran, fixated on the raging flame lion, wore a grim expression. Just by glancing at the paper data, he believed that with Jiang Qinghua's assistance, they stood a 50 chance of victory. However, upon witnessing the raging flame lion, bolstered by its advantageous terrain, he realized he had been overly optimistic. Currently, their chances were less than 30. Chen Yu regarded the black robe without accepting it, instead calling out loudly, Examiner, is accepting clothing considered a team action? Is it against the rules? Whether or not he wore the robe mattered little to Chen Yu. He had no fear of exposure. If necessary, he could simply proceed without it. However, the examiners overseeing the event surely would not appreciate the sight of Ping City's third-place candidate in the nude. It doesn't count as teaming up, nor is it against the rules. Hurry and change. Upon hearing the words, Chen Yu accepted the garment, turned, and donned the black robe. Jiang Qinghua, he expressed his gratitude. With a casual flick, he swept the stray strands of hair from his forehead back, revealing a sharply defined profile, where his pitch-black eyes reflected the blazing inferno emanating from the mouth of the furious flame lion. As Chen Yu changed his attire, the flame lion was not idle. The shattered fragments of crimson-scaled crystals from the cliff face of the valley transformed into a myriad of sharp red shards, raining down upon Chen Yu like a torrential downpour, propelled by the flames spewing forth from the lion's maw. At this moment, Jiang Qinghai and Liang Ran found themselves bereft of words to warn Chen Yu. Any utterance would be a violation. They could only watch helplessly as Chen Yu vanished amidst the sea of flames. It's over. Jiang Qinghai felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. His intentions had been noble, wishing to shield Chen Yu from embarrassment, yet he inadvertently caused a calamity. The monstrous beast cared not for human endeavors. It was poised to unleash its full might. Beside him, Liang Ran, sensing the impending onslaught from the flame lion, gasped in horror. This was the end. Even if Chen Yu had been prepared, facing such an assault would lead to inevitable defeat. Which beast unleashes its ultimate attack right from the start? The flame lion did. Meanwhile, on the observation platform, Ma Qingqian's heart, which had been in turmoil, finally found peace. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he lightly tapped the table, remarking, daring to lose focus in front of a third-tier beast. Does Chen Yu truly believe himself invincible in body? Zheng Yuan's brow furrowed tightly, and Zhou Shan clenched his fists. Just as everyone assumed that Chen Yu's elimination was a foregone conclusion, an unexpected scene unfolded at the valley's base. The flames receded, and smoke billowed. The flame lion did not exhibit the demeanor of a victor. Instead, it fixed its gaze on the depths of the smoke with unwavering intensity. Suddenly, it seemed to sense something through the haze. Its fiery vertical pupils constricted sharply, and the flames within flickered momentarily. The flame lion instinctively arched its back, its claws gouging deep furrows into the rocky surface. Observing this, Liang Ran swallowed hard. Qinghai, have you noticed? The flame lion seems to be retreating. Chapter 18. Under the azure firmament, treading the 9 hells. The flame lion is retreating? How could this be possible? When has a beast ever retreated? Impossible. The flame lion would never back down before a third-tier warrior. What could it possibly have seen? On the observation platform, Ma Qingqian strained to glimpse the scene through the smoke, but even a 5th-tier warrior could not discern the situation on the ground through the screens. However, one thing was certain. The examination bureau staff, who had intended to assist Chen Yu, stood frozen in place, refraining from intervening. This signified Ma Qingqian's throat suddenly felt dry. His voice hoarse as he roared, how can this be? How could Chen Yu possibly survive the searing flames of the flame lion and not be eliminated? How could he even drive the flame lion back? Even Li Guanghao, possessing A-grade fire martial arts, could not achieve this. No, even Jiang Qinghai, the pinnacle of Pingqing, could not accomplish such a feat. Chen Yu, how is this possible? Roaring in fury, the flame lion's crimson fur bristled with intensity. It had nowhere to retreat and let out a thunderous roar. The flames engulfing the entire chasm surged as if summoned by its call. This was the burning heart inferno. Liang Ran muttered softly. In the next moment, a wave of searing flames erupted from the flame lion, causing the entire chasm to boil in an instant. This was the lion's signature technique, its ultimate move, burning heart inferno. Even among third-tier beasts, this attack was immensely powerful, enhanced by the terrain, rendering the current burning heart inferno unparalleled in strength. The flame lion was prepared to fight to the death, with the crimson-scaled chasm towering behind it. The golden pupils opened wide, unleashing the river of flame. Boom! The flame lion roared defiantly, a blazing inferno rising behind it, akin to the sun plummeting to the mortal realm. The sun's rays pierced the chasm, crashing down towards the smoke with ferocity. The light of the blazing sun reflected in the flame lion's eyes. Once, a third-tier profound ice giant python had been annihilated beneath this very technique. No matter how formidable the humans in the haze, they were merely second-tier warriors, utterly powerless to withstand such an assault. In the next instant, the overwhelming sun engulfed the smoke entirely. Bang! The explosive roar of the sun echoed through the heavens, sending tremors throughout the crimson-scaled chasm. A terrifying shockwave sweeping across all directions, nearly toppling Jiang Qinghai and Liang Ran. The power of a single flame could incinerate the 8 realms. At Chen Yu's position, flames erupted fiercely. It's over. Jiang Qinghai's face was filled with astonishment. The residual force of the sun's explosion sent shivers down his spine. Chen Yu, at the epicenter of the blast, was truly finished. On the observation platform, Zhou Shan and Zheng Yuan wore expressions of anxiety, while Ma Qingqian finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, in the next moment, amidst the raging inferno, 2 obsidian eyes, as dark as ink, gradually illuminated, resembling the abyss leading to hell. As those eyes flickered to life, a tangible pressure descended. The soaring flames of the crimson-scaled chasm momentarily hesitated. Then, as if gripped by an unseen force, they dissipated in an instant. In the chasm's center, Chen Yu emerged from the flames, his right hand aglow with silver light and faint star traces, clamped onto the flame lion's lethal fangs. Those fangs, capable of shattering a third-tier warrior, could not even pierce the skin of Chen Yu's palm. Reflected in the flame lion's vertical pupils was a scene of terror. Behind the human stood a colossal shadow, a giant towering above, with the azure firmament above and the 9 hells below. The left eye radiated the brilliance of a great sun, while the right gleamed with the clarity of a bright moon. The extreme realm of power revealed its divine presence. Chen Yu's overwhelming aura enveloped the arena. Amidst countless astonished gazes, the flame lion's vertical pupils quivered, burning its life essence to conjure a crimson firewall before it. Chen Yu's fingers slightly spread apart, golden spiritual resonance coursing beneath his skin. He raised a finger and lightly flicked it against the surging firewall. Ding! Accompanied by a sound as crisp as shattering glass. The firewall, strong enough to withstand a third-tier warrior's full force, erupted in a cascade of blazing embers. Among the red-hot sparks mingled with glistening beast blood, eliciting a pained howl from the flame lion. In that instant, Chen Yu gave others the impression that they too could achieve such feats. Until the first strand of flowing fire fell to the ground. Boom! The explosion of the flowing fire created a deep crater in the valley's rocky wall. What appeared to be light and airy flowing fire contained an unfathomable power within each strand. Chen Yu's hand pierced through the flowing fire, reaching for the flame lion's face. Raising a finger, bang. In this ultimate examination, the third-tier first-level beast, the flame lion, was obliterated in a single strike, transforming into a sky filled with blood light. Beneath the blood light, Chen Yu's expression remained devoid of emotion. Was the power of his physique still too feeble? With the eruption of the extreme realm of power, his strength had ascended to a level beyond his own imagination, to the extent that he could only perform small movements, such as grasping the flame lion's fangs, which felt exceedingly strenuous. It nearly tore his flesh apart. No one noticed that his muscles trembled. All attention was captivated by the ethereal shadow behind Chen Yu. Upon witnessing this ethereal apparition, Chen Yu perhaps comprehended the source of his extraordinary power. The azure sky epitomized heaven, while the abyssal depths signified earth. His left eye represented the sun, and his right eye, the moon. It is likely that his martial prowess stems from the primordial deity who forged the universe. When the ultimate realm of strength is unleashed in its entirety, Chen Yu cannot fathom to what heights his power level might ascend. All he knows is that the force he currently manifests is not the zenith of the ultimate realm of strength, but rather the limit of his physical endurance. As the specter dissipated, Chen Yu glanced at his wristwatch. Candidate Chen Yu had vanquished the Tier 3, first-level beast, earning a score of 200,000 points in the martial examination. The ranking list for Ping City's martial examination reveals: first place, Chen Yu, 210,008 points, Ping City No. 1 High School. Second place, Jiang Qinghua, 13,851 points, Ping City No. 2 High School. Third place, Liang Ran, 10,351 points, Ping City No. 3 High School. Fourth place, Lu Tong, 10,019 points, Ping City No. 3 High School. Fifth place, Li Guanghao, 9,729 points, Ping City No. 1 High School. With an additional 200,000 points, he has finally secured the top position. In the entire examination hall of Ping City, there was only one Tier 3, first-level beast, which he eliminated, thereby asserting his dominance. No one else could surpass him by defeating Tier 2 beasts. Similarly, as he observed the distant figures of Jiang Qinghua and Liang Ran, Chen Yu felt increasingly convinced that tackling the major challenge directly was indeed the correct decision. Although he doubted these two could contend with the furious flame lion, should they engage it, he would be left waiting on the sidelines. Waiting is still a form of time management. Presently, there remains an hour and a half until the martial examination concludes. With a base score of 200,000, gaining admission into Tsinghua or Peking University is certainly within reach. Yet, is merely securing admission to Tsinghua or Peking University his sole ambition? No, it is not. His true objective has always been to claim the monetary rewards. If he can attain the title of top scorer in Jiang Province, he will receive a substantial sum of money. As for managing scores, what a trivial matter. When one can obliterate a Tier 3 beast with a single punch, the notion of maintaining a low profile becomes utterly irrelevant. Chen Yu turned to depart, continuing to utilize the ultimate realm of strength, which exerted considerable strain on his physique. Nevertheless, within the examination hall, there were only Tier 2 beasts, rendering the ultimate realm of strength unnecessary for handling them. His sole concern now was the uncertainty of how many points the candidates from other cities in Jiang Province had amassed. Thus, a subtle smile graced Chen Yu's lips as he prepared to enter the true hunting phase. Chapter 19 Candidate Speculation. Has Jiang Qinghua engaged the furious flame lion? As Chen Yu's figure completely vanished from the red scale rift, Jiang Qinghua and Liang Ran, who stood in a daze, gradually regained their composure. Chen Yu eliminated the furious flame lion with a mere snap of his fingers? How could I possibly be dreaming such a thing? Liang Ran, in disbelief, reflected on how he had boasted of being an insurmountable mountain to his peers, only to realize that compared to Chen Yu, he was but a speck of dust. Previously, he had expressed a desire to learn combat techniques against the furious flame lion from Chen Yu. Yet now, Chen Yu had dispatched it in a single blow. What could he possibly learn from that? Jiang Qinghai also found it hard to believe. This was an occurrence that would baffle anyone, even those who witnessed it firsthand. Thankfully, Jiang Qinghai swiftly changed the subject and inquired of Liang Ran. Have you ever seen the ethereal figure behind Chen Yu? His voice was somewhat hoarse. No, never before. Liang Ran replied. When a martial arts ability ranks S level or above, a corresponding ethereal manifestation appears, each unique, yet generally similar. For instance, a water element S level ability will yield a manifestation related to water, never straying from that domain. Yet, Chen Yu's ethereal figure seemed disconnected from the concept of strength altogether. Liang Ran pondered aloud. Logically, Chen Yu's martial arts ability should manifest as a hammer representing immense force, or perhaps a colossal bear capable of shattering all things. How could it possibly be a person? The so-called ultimate realm of strength represents a person? Jiang Qinghai murmured, increasingly perplexed. This situation was bewildering. Chen Yu's instantaneous defeat of the furious flame lion was astonishing enough, but the nature of his ethereal figure was even more incomprehensible, compelling them to sidestep the topic entirely. At a loss for words, the two exchanged glances until Jiang Qinghai finally spoke first. Shall we hunt some beasts instead? I think that sounds good. The two reached a consensus and departed the Red Scale Rift. In the Dragon's Grave secret realm, 5 minutes earlier, as several candidates were recovering their spiritual resonance in a cavern, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly erupted from deep within the Red Scale Rift, followed by a blazing inferno. Holy moly! Has the ultimate assessment commenced? Who among us is so formidable as to directly assault the furious flame lion's lair? It could only be Jiang Qinghai or Liang Ran. In the entire Ping City, they were the only ones qualified to tackle the final major challenge of the martial examination. Speaking of which, have you forgotten about Chen Yu? That fallen genius? He has advanced to Tier 2, with formidable physical prowess. I know Chen Yu is impressive, but his score has been consistently rising while Jiang Qinghai and Liang Ran have remained stagnant. This indicates that Jiang Qinghai and Liang Ran are tackling the major challenge, while Chen Yu is focused on the minor tasks. Well, it seems my friend has quite the analytical mind. You're certainly not lacking in intelligence. At this, a disdainful snort emanated from deep within the cavern. That waste of Chen Yu could ever be described as formidable? He is merely tackling minor tasks and will never ascend to the major challenges in his lifetime. Li Guanghao emerged from the depths of the cavern, gazing through the opening toward the depths of the Red Scale Rift. Brother Hao, a classmate from Ping City No. 1 recognized him and quickly queried. Brother Hao possesses a fire element ability, and it's an A level. Surely he can handle the furious flame lion, right? Absolutely. The furious flame lion's burning heart blaze cannot possibly compare to Brother Hao's flame burst. My bad. Brother Hao is indeed qualified to tackle the final major challenge. Brother Hao, if you were to face the furious flame lion, what are your chances of victory? Li Guanghao responded with a confident smile, 70%. But I want to boast too much. Just as his words fell, a brilliant burst of fire erupted from the Red Scale Rift, illuminating the sky above as if it were ablaze, casting a dazzling red glow. Smoke and dust flew in all directions. Li Guanghao furrowed his brow. This furious flame lion is not to be underestimated. If I were to engage it, I would only have a 50% chance of victory. Admittedly, he was lying. Given the intensity of this situation, let alone 50%, he probably had less than 10% chance. After all, his strength was at Tier 2. First level, and it was not shameful to be unable to defeat a Tier 3 furious flame lion, as if Jiang Qinghai could defeat it. Before long, the Red Scale Rift trembled once more, and amidst the clouds, a radiant sun descended. Even from miles away, everyone could feel the terrifying might emanating from the sun. What? Jiang Qinghai is still battling? The burning heart blaze? The furious flame lion is fighting for its life? Holy moly, is Jiang Qinghai that formidable? Why is he still hiding his true strength at this point? I think he is about to soar. Li Guanghao was also taken aback to discover that Jiang Qinghai had been concealing his true abilities. But that shouldn't be the case. He had thoroughly investigated Jiang Qinghai. Could it be Liang Ran? No, that wouldn't work either. Liang Ran's innate talent was of the metal attribute, naturally at a disadvantage against the furious flame lion. If Liang Ran could truly pressure the furious flame lion to this extent, he would be a legendary genius for the ages, destined to be inscribed in the annals of martial history. As he pondered which celestial being was engaged in a fierce duel with the Inferno Lion, an ethereal apparition materialized in the sky. Towering majestically, an intangible pressure enveloped the arena, dimming the heavens, and even conjuring a tapestry of starlight. However, how could there be starlight in the Tomb of Dragons? Upon closer inspection, the onlookers realized that the sky indeed shimmered with a celestial river of stars. The strands of the apparition flowed with a brilliant galaxy. This otherworldly manifestation left the crowd in utter astonishment. Who could it possibly be? Who was battling the Inferno Lion? Without needing to rush to the battlefield for clarity, The rankings of the Ping City Martial Arts examination would provide the answer. Everyone turned in unison to their wrist devices, only to behold that Chen Yu, previously in third place, had suddenly soared to the pinnacle of Ping City. First place, Chen Yu, 210,008 points. Ping City No. 1 high school, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 20,000. Chen Yu had amassed an additional 200,000 points in an instant. No, it was not merely an increase in points. It was the slaying of the Inferno Lion by Chen Yu himself. Thus, the ethereal apparition must belong to him. Surely, it had to be Chen Yu. Apart from him, all other candidates possessing S-rank martial arts abilities had already been granted direct admission. With this revelation, the examination venue erupted in chaos. They had initially believed it was Jiang Qinghai valiantly confronting the Inferno Lion, only to discover it was Chen Yu instead. So, it was Chen Yu who had been concealing his true prowess. The majority of those present knew that Li Guanghao had not been keen on acquiring Chen Yu's martial arts abilities. Now, he must be regretting his decision deeply. The crowd cast sidelong glances at Li Guanghao, whose complexion turned ashen. It was not that he had lacked interest. It was quite the opposite. Chen Yu had simply refused. He fixated on the celestial display, thinking to himself, "It matters not whether you were unwilling before. You shall eventually submit to my demands for the ultimate power." Chapter 20. The sheer shock of the Inferno Lion's head exploding in an instant. What? It was Chen Yu battling the Inferno Lion? Lu Rian's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared intently at the luminous name of Chen Yu, now ranked first in the Ping City Martial Arts examination. How could this be? That beast was the most formidable among elemental creatures, possessing unparalleled fire attributes. Her voice trembled. Even my brother Guanghao only had a 70% chance of victory against the Inferno Lion. How could Chen Yu possibly prevail? By taking advantage, of course. What else could it be? A fellow candidate, idly wandering nearby, overheard Lu Rian's exclamation and responded. Lu Rian turned to see a young man, Wang Xian, whose face was etched with indignation. He was the 9th-ranked candidate in the Ping City Martial Arts examination, a B-rank martial arts user, and held Jiang Qinghai in great esteem. Taking advantage? I'm not quite sure I understand what that means, Lu Rian replied. Wang Xian scoffed. Brother Huai was with Liang Ran in the final examination, and their scores haven't budged since. They must have been eliminated by the Inferno Lion. It goes without saying. Chen Yu must have faced the same Inferno Lion that Liang Ran and Brother Huai had already worn down. What else could it be but taking advantage? Lu Rian found his reasoning sound, which made sense. She thought to herself, how could Chen Yu possibly stand against the Inferno Lion? It was utterly impossible. Chen Yu was merely fortunate enough to encounter a severely weakened Inferno Lion. Had Li Guanghao faced it, he would have dispatched the beast in no time. Li Guanghao was completely unaware of Lu Rian's lofty expectations of him. Had he known, he would have protested, "No way, that is simply not possible." Even if he had encountered a half-dead Inferno Lion, the creature would still pose a lethal threat. The reason was simple. The Inferno Lion could ignite its own lifeblood. Its power surpassed even the mightiest of attacks. At that moment, Chen Yu's score began to surge once more on the martial arts ranking board. This only solidified Lu Rian's conviction that Chen Yu was indeed taking advantage. If he were not, how could he still have the energy to hunt a second-tier beast? She fumed inwardly, wishing Brother Huai had arrived just a tad later, so that Chen Yu wouldn't have stolen the limelight. Just as the two were lamenting, a hoarse voice suddenly broke through. Wang Xian, who taught you to gossip behind people's backs? This voice was tinged with melancholy, tinged with reflection, and saturated with indignation. If I feel like speaking, I shall speak. Who dares to silence me? Am I not entitled to speak the truth? As one of the top 10 talents of Ping City, Wang Xian was immediately incensed. He was not one to suffer fools gladly. Who dared to challenge him? Turning around, he was momentarily taken aback by the figure behind him, only to break into a smile that was more pained than joyful. Oh, Brother Huai, why does your voice sound so hoarse? The newcomer was none other than Jiang Qinghai. How could my voice be hoarse? I'm simply fired up. At 15, he awakened a B-rank martial arts ability, Raging Torrent, exhibiting a perfect blend of offense and defense. At 16, he single-handedly overcame a second-tier beast with his first-tier 9th-level strength, shaking the second high school to its core. By 18, he advanced to the second-tier 5th level, dominating the talents of Ping City and earning the title of its pinnacle, drawing the attention of thousands. Before the martial arts examination, he was undeniably the pride of Ping City, a star destined for greatness. And Jiang Qinghai believed this wholeheartedly. He had even prepared an acceptance speech. Yet unexpectedly, Chen Yu emerged from the shadows. Given Chen Yu's performance, if Jiang Qinghai was the pinnacle of Ping City, then Chen Yu must be its deity. Meanwhile, Wang Xian, upon seeing Jiang Qinghai, exclaimed with delight, "Brother Huai, you weren't eliminated. I thought you had been." Hearing this, Jiang Qinghai genuinely felt like throttling the boy. His hand instinctively rose. But upon remembering they were still in the examination, he lowered it again. He shot Wang Xian an exasperated glare before bellowing in his raspy voice. "Why didn't you just say I was dead? Huh, you're quite bold, daring to chatter behind Chen Yu's back." Did you even witness the situation firsthand before spewing nonsense? Jiang Qinghai swallowed hard, his frustration palpable as he continued. You truly have no fear of Chen Yu turning your head into pulp. I foresee your reckless tongue getting you into serious trouble. Chen Yu turning my head into pulp? Wang Xian was momentarily bewildered. Chen Yu has quite a temper, but when I spoke ill of him behind his back, he merely thumped my head, far less than what you do. Jiang Qinghai's hand shot back up once more. He genuinely wished to deliver a sound thrashing to Wang Xian. Did he think that the thump Chen Yu delivered was akin to a mere tap? That was the kind of thump that could cause the Inferno Lion's head to explode instantaneously. Unacquainted with the grandeur of peak battles, Wang Xian and Lu Ruyan were entirely at a loss regarding Jiang Qinghai's words. All they understood was that the Inferno Lion's head exploded in an instant. Lacking understanding was inconsequential. They would come to comprehend it in due time. Jiang Qinghai's immediate concern was to prevent Wang Xian from mingling with Lu Ruyan. He pulled Wang Xian away to create distance from her. Lu Ruyan felt a sense of confusion. She could clearly sense that Jiang Qinghai seemed to harbor a fear of Chen Yu. She must have misjudged. What was there to fear about Chen Yu? As if reading the doubt in her heart, Jiang Qinghai spoke with a tone laced with melancholy, reflection, and a hint of amusement. Miss Lu, are you genuinely oblivious? Or merely pretending to be so? I stand before you, and you still believe I have engaged with the Inferno Lion? Upon hearing this, both Wang Xian and Lu Ruyan finally grasped the gravity of the situation, their expressions shifting dramatically. Are you implying that neither you nor Liang Ran intervened? And it was Chen Yu who vanquished the enraged flame lion in its prime? How did he manage such a feat? Through sheer luck? Lu Ruyan found herself chuckling at the absurdity of it all. Did a mere stroke of luck truly lead to the demise of the enraged flame lion? Indeed. With a mere stroke of luck, Chen Yu dispatched the enraged flame lion in a single blow, Jiang Qinghai stated earnestly. Observing his serious demeanor, Lu Ruyan suspected that Jiang Qinghai may have lost his senses. To claim that a mere stroke of luck could fell the enraged flame lion? It was utterly ludicrous. Are you jesting? She inquired. Jiang Qinghai fixed his gaze upon Lu Ruyan and suddenly smiled. Do you think I would jest with you? I must be off. He called for Wang Xian and turned to depart. Jiang Qinghai was keen to prevent any misunderstandings with Chen Yu. If by chance, Chen Yu were to see him standing alongside Lu Ruyan during the hunt for exotic beasts, it could spell trouble. With that thought, he turned to Wang Xian and spoke with utmost seriousness. You must accompany me at once to apologize to your brother Yu. A sincere apology. If you can't find him at the exam site, seek him outside. If he's not there, then go to his home. Although Wang Xian enjoyed gossiping behind others' backs, he possessed the commendable trait of heeding Jiang Qinghai's words. To be precise, he admired the strong. Brother Huai, I'll heed your advice and apologize. But is Chen Yu truly that formidable? Jiang Qinghai found it challenging to articulate Chen Yu's true strength, ultimately saying, Wang Xian, you are a prodigy of Pingsheng. Yet you see him as a frog in a well gazing at the moon. I stand at the pinnacle of Pingsheng, perceiving him as a mere ant gazing at the vast sky. The very mention of ant gazing at the vast sky underscored the profound impact Chen Yu's effortless defeat of the enraged flame lion had on Jiang Qinghai. Upon hearing Jiang Qinghai's words, Wang Xian's expression turned grave. Brother Huai, I understand now. He truly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Even the exceptionally talented Li Guangshan, a direct admission student of Qingbei Martial Arts University, boasting an S-rank martial arts divine ability, had received merely a forward evaluation from Jiang Qinghai. He is rather strong. This served to highlight the immense value of Chen Yu, the vast sky. An apology was imperative. After the two departed, Lu Ruyan wore a cold expression. Regardless of the circumstances, the fact remained that Chen Yu had slain the enraged flame lion. This incompetent fool. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Chen Yu still owed a substantial loan. A cold smile crept across her lips. She knew that with Chen Yu's current ranking, he would undoubtedly secure a handsome reward. Yet as long as she was present, she would ensure that Chen Yu could not use his winnings to repay his debts. Lu Ruyan gazed into the distance, chuckling to herself. The higher he soared now, the harder he would fall in the future. Chapter 21. Chen Yu is destined to be the top scholar of Jiang Province. Old Ming, you've made it. Chen Yu is first, the pride of Pingsheng. Despite the martial arts examination not being concluded, Chen Yu's position as the top contender from Pingsheng had already been secured, causing the teachers of Pingsheng No. 1 high school to erupt with elation. They looked at Meng Xiaoxian, Chen Yu's homeroom teacher, with fervor, astonishment, and envy. Even the most laid-back, indifferent teachers were filled with intense jealousy. Who would not wish to nurture a pinnacle of Pingsheng? It was well known that during joint events among the schools, Jiang Qinghuai's homeroom teacher would walk with an air of superiority. Now, Meng Xiaoxian had produced a pinnacle of Pingsheng. No, a deity of Pingsheng. Surely, he would ascend to greatness from here on. Old Meng, you shall become a renowned teacher in Pingsheng. But what of mere fame? It seemed that Old Meng was destined to rise effortlessly, potentially entering the upper echelons of the school administration. Ah, Director Meng. As the other teachers lavished praise upon him, Meng Xiaoxian felt himself buoyed by the accolades. This moment was indeed a testament to the saying, One students elevate their teachers. He was experiencing the truth of one gained success, and all associated rise with them. How delightful. Meanwhile, at the Pingxing Urban Construction Bureau, Director Li, it has been confirmed that the student from Pingxing No. 1 high school who constructed the illegal building in the suburbs and surpassed the second-tier body cultivators is none other than Chen Yu. After their hasty parting, Director Li had remembered Chen Yu well. He thought to himself that with such immense strength, it would be a shame for Chen Yu not to join their urban construction bureau. Where's Chen Yu? Why wasn't he invited? The secretary appeared hesitant. Chen Yu is currently participating in the martial arts examination. Director Li chuckled. Did you not inform Principal Zhou of Pingxing No. 1 high school that I intend to recruit Chen Yu under the talent introduction policy, offering him a formal position? I did. But Principal Zhou insisted that students should prioritize their examinations and that matters of employment could be discussed later. Director Li was taken aback. Employment can be discussed later? How many graduates from 985 martial arts universities have struggled to secure positions in our bureau? Everyone knows Chen Yu is a body cultivator. His future is clear. Clearly, employment matters more than the examination. Principal Zhou must surely understand the importance of the two. Could it be that Chen Yu has a grudge against Zhou Shan? Just then, the latest news from the Pingxing martial arts examination arrived. Chen Yu's name prominently atop the list, surpassing a staggering 100,000 candidates. Director Li was stunned. Chen Yu? Which Chen Yu? He pressed on. How many students named Chen Yu are there at Pingxing No. 1 high school? The secretary gasped, her pupils widening in shock. There is one, and only one. Initially, Director Li thought that Principal Zhou might have a grudge against Chen Yu and was deliberately obstructing him. But at that moment, gazing at the name that adorned the top of the list, his mind went blank. 200,000 points? Such a high score had not been witnessed in Pingxing for nearly a century. The secretary looked troubled. Should we still approach Principal Zhou to request Chen Yu? Request him? What nonsense. Director Li snapped back to his senses. Are we to have the top scorer of the Pingxing martial arts examination come to our bureau to work as a laborer? Am I mad? Or is Chen Yu mad? Clearly, the examination is of greater significance. At the Dragon's Burial Secret Realm, the dignitaries on the viewing platform displayed a kaleidoscope of expressions. Ma Qingshun, with an expression resembling that of a grieving mother, contrasted sharply with the beaming smiles of Zhou Shan and Zheng Yuan. Although Jiang Qinghua from No. 2 high school had been eclipsed by Chen Yu, Zheng Yuan felt no resentment whatsoever. Truly, not even the 18-year-old version of himself could have matched Chen Yu. It seemed that only the past top scholars of Jiang province could challenge Chen Yu's prowess. With this thought, Zheng Yuan's heart was at ease, and his spirits lifted. He turned to Ma Qingshun and remarked, Director Ma, I recall you mentioned that Chen Yu was distracted in the presence of third-tier exotic beasts, truly believing himself invincible in body. It appears that this is indeed the case. Chen Yu's physique is truly unparalleled. He has no regard for third-tier exotic beasts. Ma Qingshun, bearing a face of defeat, still stubbornly retorted, he must have consumed some secret elixir that evaded the examination bureau's detection, forcibly enhancing his strength. Everyone knew he was being obstinate, and he himself understood the absurdity of his claim, yet he persisted. A secret elixir that can evade the examination bureau's detection? Zheng Yuan smiled as he turned to the principal of No. 3 high school beside him. Have you ever heard of such a thing? Never, came the reply. Zheng Yuan then turned to Zhou Shan. What about you? I haven't heard of it either, Zhou Shan replied, his demeanor calm and unruffled. Since Director Ma is so well informed about secret elixirs, perhaps that elixir is a special supply from Director Ma's own household. The esteemed dignitaries seated upon the observation platform typically occupy lofty positions and rarely indulge in laughter, unless they find it utterly unavoidable. Ha ha. Suddenly, an uproar of unrestrained mirth erupted from the platform, a joyful exclamation echoing throughout. Ma Qingshun could not help but widen her eyes, her complexion flushed crimson, veins bulging upon her forehead, muttering something under her breath. Even if it is not reliant on secret elixirs, Chen Yu, a mere body cultivator, is solely dependent on brute force. Following this were a succession of obscure and esoteric terms, such as the true essence of martial arts lies within its artistic conception. Ultimately, mere brute strength cannot ascend to the esteemed realms of excellence. Crude body cultivators shall inevitably be cast aside by the tides of time. The atmosphere on the observation platform was permeated with a sense of exuberance. Why not propose a duel? The principal of the 3rd middle school interjected. Since Director Ma esteems the concept of artistic conception so highly, let us witness a match between your son and Chen Yu, to truly discern the essence of martial spirit. Ma Qingshun was, at last, overwhelmed. Chen Yu, Furious Flame Lion. Furious Flame Lion Li Guanghao. Li Guanghao his son. What martial artistic conception, what martial spirit. When her son faces Chen Yu, he would likely perish without even comprehending the circumstances of his demise. Under the gaze of all, Ma Qingshun felt a sudden darkness before her eyes, a surge of metallic sweetness rising within her throat, and then, puffed, blood spewed forth uncontrollably, as she was carried away by the stretcher team. But that was not the end. Upon witnessing this, Zheng Yuan chuckled. Director Ma's artistic conception is truly profound. Preparing a stretcher team for the students, yet you must first experience its comfort yourself. Leading by example. Ma Qingshun, bedridden, shot up in shock. Another mouthful of old blood escaping her lips. In the absence of Ma Qingshun, the atmosphere on the observation platform, though somewhat subdued, grew significantly more solemn. It was already a foregone conclusion that Chen Yu would secure the top position in Pingxing. The question now was whether he could claim the title of the top scorer in Jiang Province. The principal of the 3rd middle school spoke with a smile. Historically, the top scorer in Jiang Province has hovered around 80,000 points. With Chen Yu's score reaching 200,000, he should have little trouble claiming the title. Wouldn't you agree? It should be feasible. Those who could defeat 3rd-tier exotic beasts were typically specially recruited or granted exemptions. Chen Yu ought to be the sole candidate capable of defeating a 3rd-tier exotic beast without such privileges. Even if there were specially recruited students present, they would still be unable to rival Chen Yu. Zheng Yuan produced scores from the past century of Jiang Province's top scorers, stating, "The highest score achieved in Jiang Province over the past 100 years was 240,000. Chen Yu currently boasts 220,000 points. If he does not secure the top spot, I shall eat this table." With both data and experience bolstering his claim, Chen Yu's ascension to the provincial champion appeared to be a certainty. This assertion came from Zheng Yuan himself, and even the exempted students could not impede the outcome. Chen Yu was destined to become Jiang Province's champion. Chapter 22. The Jiang Province Martial Examination Leaderboard Unveiled. Oh my, Chen Yu is still out there grinding. How many points does brother you have? 230,000? I don't even have a fraction of that. How many do you have? 2,003. While this may seem like a mere 100-fold disparity, in reality, that 100-fold gap is insurmountable. Only half an hour remained until the conclusion of the martial examination. All candidates within the secret realm were making their final efforts, including Li Guanghao. His goal was to secure a position within the top 5, and he was currently ranked 5th. It should be secure, unlike candidates aiming to control their scores. Li Guanghao came from a prestigious lineage and was not particularly concerned about the resources allocated by the Martial Arts Academy. He attended university primarily for its esteemed reputation and to forge connections with the elite. This was the true purpose of a wealthy heir's university experience. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, a voice crackled through his earpiece. "Candidate Li Guanghao, your ranking has dropped by 1 position. You are currently ranked 6th. Li Guanghao rose, unperturbed. He had anticipated such a scenario and still had the energy to spare. He began to fight fiercely. Yet the voice in his earpiece continued to announce, "Candidate Li Guanghao, your ranking has dropped by 1 position. You are currently ranked 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th. Li Guanghao's rank plummeted dramatically. Within a mere 10 minutes, he fell beyond the 20th position. His eyes widened in disbelief. He bore no grievance against those ranked above him. Yet they seemed to have inexplicably fallen ill, as if a mere increase of 50 points for him would result in a 100-point increase for them. As if they were deliberately targeting him. No, it was not an impression. They were indeed targeting him. Jiang Qinghuai and Wang Xian, having failed to locate Chen Yu in the examination venue, found themselves postponing the matter of their apologies. But postponing was not an option. Wang Xian was anxious. He genuinely feared that Chen Yu would retaliate against him. To avoid a brain explosion, he suddenly realized that Chen Yu's matter was also his concern. Since Chen Yu and Li Guanghao were at odds, did that not equate to his own conflict with Li Guanghao? What of controlling the scores? Could he allow Li Guanghao to remain in the top 10? That would be a gross underestimation of his sincerity in apologizing and, even more so, of the bonds shared among the students of Pingxing Second Middle School. He and Jiang Qinghuai rallied their classmates, and the score-controlling candidates of Second Middle School launched a relentless assault. Coupled with Jiang Qinghuai's connections to Liang Ran from Third Middle School, the students from Third Middle School received their orders as well. Let us go all out. Only the students from First Middle School, oblivious to the situation, gathered together in confusion. Wait, have these people gone mad? Why aren't they controlling the scores anymore? Something feels off. There is a 99% chance that something is amiss. What do you mean? Quite simply, a student from First Middle School adjusted his glasses and spoke up. Though I am unsure how they obtained this information, it is certain that this year, the admission scores for the Martial Arts University will be raised. Upon reaching this conclusion, the score-controlling candidates from First Middle School went into a frenzy. Originally, they had promised Director Ma from the Examination Bureau to ease off during the martial examination to help Li Guanghao maintain his position in the top 10. But now, who would still heed him? Were they fools? Would they sacrifice their own futures to benefit others? Kill, kill, kill. That is all there is to it. The final half hour of the martial examination devolved into a pure score-grinding contest. By the end, Li Guanghao found himself in utter despair. There was no way to win. Absolutely no way. Within just half an hour, his rank plummeted from 5th to 49th. And to think, the practically inept combatant, Lu Ruyan, with a C-grade martial arts ability, still managed to secure the 60th position. How could he, an A-grade martial artist, be relegated to 49th? It was an utter humiliation. However, the scores of the others were tightly contested. If he could eliminate the second-tier exotic beast before him, he would earn 1,000 points and regain his place in the top 20. But he would need 10 seconds to accomplish this. Come, let us fight. His fervor ignited. Yet just as he began to blaze with determination, a voice crackled through his earpiece. Attention, all candidates. Time for the martial examination has concluded. Any candidate who has not defeated the exotic beast before them will not have their subsequent kills counted for points. The flames ignited. And before Li Guanghao stood a formidable beast. Yet, his rank remained stubbornly fixed at 49th. With the martial examination concluded, all ceased. Li Guanghao's eyes widened in despair. No. No. As the sounds emanated from the headphones, the expressions of the candidates varied greatly. Some had excelled beyond expectations, beginning to harbor hopes for the future. Others, however, faltered, casting doubts upon their life's path. Chen Yu, on the other hand, wore a face of lingering anticipation. Time had passed swiftly. With the martial examination concluded, he pondered whether anyone in Jiang province had surpassed his score. Chen Yu always believed in maintaining modest expectations, thinking of the worst outcomes to avoid disappointment. Yet, he also believed in giving his all in every endeavor, ensuring he had no regrets. Regardless of the outcome, Chen Yu could confidently declare, I have exerted my utmost effort. The final rankings for the Ping City Martial Examination were as follows. 1. Chen Yu, 251, 309 points, Ping City No. 1 High School. 2. Jiang Qinghuai, 19, 151 points, Ping City No. 2 High School. 3. Liang Ran, 15, 351 points, Ping City No. 3 High School. 4. Lu Tong, 13, 019 points, Ping City No. 3 High School. 5. Fang Xing, 12, 998 points, Ping City No. 1 High School. With a score nearly 13 times that of Jiang Qinghuai, Chen Yu firmly secured the top position in Ping City. Even if one were to disregard the additional 200,000 points awarded for slaying the fiery lion, Chen Yu remained the rightful first. The prowess of physical cultivators is indeed astounding. As the candidates emerged from the secret realm, they couldn't help but exclaim, is he some sort of perpetual motion machine? In the last half hour, his score surged continuously without pause. Are you foolish? Chen Yu possesses SSS-level martial arts prowess. His recovery speed is several times faster than ours. How could he not be a perpetual motion machine? My goodness. I keep forgetting this. Ladies and gentlemen, throughout history, there has only been one individual who has wielded SSS-level martial arts and participated in the martial examination as a physical cultivator, securing the top position. Everyone turned their gaze forward, where a figure leapt from the dragon's grave secret realm. His expression was solemn, with ink-black hair, abyss-like eyes, and a robe as dark as night. He stood as if a legendary weapon unsheathed, quietly surveying the martial examination rankings, emanating an overwhelming aura of power. His name was on the tip of their tongues. Ping City No. 1 High School. No, he should now be referred to as the pride of Ping City, Chen Yu. No sooner had the name been spoken than the characters Chen Yu on the rankings suddenly burst forth in golden light. The rankings across Jiang province began to consolidate. And in that moment, everyone's hearts raced with excitement. Whether Chen Yu could claim the title of top scholar in Jiang province hinged upon this day. Chapter 23. I am Jiang province's top scholar, Chen Yu from Ping City, outside the martial examination secret realm in Wuxing, Jiang province. The high-ranking officials were intently observing the local martial examination leaderboard. 1. Feng Ning, 101, 723 points, Wuxing No. 3 High School. 2. Qin Huan, 19, 918 points, Wuxing No. 1 High School. 3. Guan Xiaoying, 19, 796 points, Wuxing No. 2 High School. Wuxing, the capital of Jiang province, is also home to the strongest overall candidates. For nearly a decade, the top scholars of Jiang province had emerged from this city. Although each city's martial examination secret realm varied, the types of beasts, their strengths, locations, and point rewards remained consistent. Observing Feng Ning's narrow lead, a staff member from the examination bureau smiled at the principal of Wuxing No. 3 High School. Principal Zhang has truly invested great effort in cultivating Feng Ning. Today, he finally sees the fruits of his labor. Feng Ning, a second-tier 7th-level talent, is the pride of Wuxing No. 3 High School, awakening the A-grade martial arts ability Thousand Thunderlight Arc at the age of 16. Among elemental martial arts, lightning abilities are the most formidable, unmatched in their might. The application of his ability allows him to manipulate the power of thunder with an extensive attack range, making him a king of area attacks. In terms of dueling martial artists, Feng Ning ranks among the top tier. In terms of slaying beasts, he is unequivocally T0. Although Feng Ning's martial arts prowess is formidable, he awakened slightly later than others. Principal Zhang modestly continued, had he awakened a year earlier, I would have considered whether to let him challenge the fiery lion to set a new scoring record for Jiang province. Principal Zhang was indeed overly humble. Jiang province had not seen a score exceeding 100,000 in 2 decades, and Feng Ning had already broken that record. A staff member from the examination bureau clasped his hands, declaring, It seems this year's top scholar of Jiang Province is destined to be from Wuxing No. 3 High School. Principal Zhang smiled with great pride, stating, "The might of thunderous abilities surpasses that of flames. The tempest pales in comparison to the cleansing power of thunder. The gentle essence of water cannot compare to the lethal strike of thunder. In the face of absolute speed and destruction, any martial examination techniques are futile." This year's top scholar in the martial examination rightfully belongs to Feng Ning. On the leaderboard, the name Feng Ning suddenly erupted in golden light. The candidates collectively turned their gaze to the screen. The rankings were about to consolidate. Feng Ning led the second-place candidate by a staggering 80,000 points, far surpassing the score of the top scholar in Jiang Province, a definitive lead. This exemplified the true value of A-grade lightning abilities, including Feng Ning. Wuxing had produced 10 martial examination top scholars within the past decade, a complete sweep. 10 consecutive championships. We are the champions. But don't hastily uncork the champagne just yet. What if a young genius unexpectedly emerges from some remote corner? Where do you think such a genius would come from? The path of martial arts requires an intricate balance of prowess, resources, and techniques. Feng Ning possesses an A-grade martial arts ability, specifically a potent lightning ability, which is a natural talent. His family wealth allows him to acquire the necessary resources for cultivation, which is a significant advantage. His martial techniques are the prized possession of Wuxing No. 3 High School, boasting the premier foundational martial technique in Jiang Province, the Thunder Serpent Dance, which is unparalleled. With all three advantages in hand, everyone believed Feng Ning was the undisputed top scholar of this year's martial examination. As the overall rankings of Jiang Province began to be announced, only one candidate from Ping City, Jiang Qinghai, appeared among the 10,300 names, and even then, he occupied the last position, demonstrating Ping City's lack of prominence in Jiang Province. Observing this, Principal Zhang of Wuxing No. 3 commented, "Has Ping City managed to have a candidate in the top 300? That is quite an improvement." From his tone, one would assume he was the principal, while those unaware might think he was the head of the Provincial Examination Bureau. Indeed, it had been several years since Ping City had produced such a promising talent. However, one mustn't overlook that 2 years ago, Ping City had a notable rise with an SSS-level candidate. It was indeed a rise. Yet the result was not as expected, as they ended up with an SSS-level physical cultivator, leading to Ping City's dismay. What was that physical cultivator's name again? Chen Yu, right? If he were to break through to the second tier, would he have the potential to surpass Feng Ning? Upon hearing this, Principal Zhang of Wuxing No. 3 suddenly chuckled. "I have indeed considered this. Were the principal of Ping City No. 1 High School to exhaust his resources to cultivate Chen Yu, he might indeed achieve a breakthrough to the second tier. However, even with the capabilities of a second-tier physical cultivator combined with his SSS-level ability, he would still fall short against Feng Ning. The reason is simple. The might of sheer strength pales in comparison to the myriad paths of lightning. When faced with a multitude of beasts, Chen Yu can only resolve them with his bare fists. Yet Feng Ning merely needs a flash of lightning." The top 10 rankings have been announced. Behold the screen, where the names of Linyu City, Tao City, and Ansai City shimmer with brilliance, coalescing like a constellation to form the elite 10 of Jiang Province's martial examination. The radiance penetrates the entirety of the Jiang Province martial leaderboard, firmly establishing its presence at the forefront, commencing the announcement from the 10th rank onward. The first words that catch the eye are a line of verse. June Yi subdues the tiger, splitting the earth, and opening the mountains. Lingyu's Han Junyi claims the 10th position. Autumn Heart reflects the moon, ice-cold rivers, and mountains. Ansai's Lu Qiuxin secures the 9th place. Ever so lofty, the dragon of Changshan, soaring beyond the clouds. Changshan's Zhao Yixing takes the 8th spot. The pride of Jiang Province emerges, prompting countless candidates to bow in admiration. The excitement ignites. How exhilarating. Such an introduction is a privilege reserved for the top 10 of Jiang Province. If I could ever deliver a line like that in my lifetime, I would have no regrets. At that moment, as the light shifts, a golden glow bursts forth from Tao City, transforming into flames, revealing a faint silhouette of a red phoenix. Crimson flames scorch the heavens, wings spread to the 9 skies. Tao City's Luo Qingyu. Boom. Immediately thereafter, a phantom of a colossal thunder sword pierces the air, its edge pointing forward, with thunder roaring. 10,000 June of thunder rage. The thunder prison descends upon the abyss. Wu City's Feng Ning. Alas, the champion animation. We are the champions. Wu City's Feng Ning reigns supreme over Jiang Province. The examinees from Wu City erupt into fervor. Yet, the high-ranking officials on the viewing platform exchange bewildered glances. This is not the champion's animated sequence. Indeed, only the top 3 are entitled to such a display. Luo Qingyu is 3rd, and Feng Ning is 2nd? How could this be? Has the system malfunctioned? The likelihood of a system error is virtually zero, and Principal Zhang is genuinely flustered. His eyes widen as a terrifying thought dawns upon him. Could it be that Feng Ning is not Jiang Province's number 1? Is there someone else who holds that title? Just as this notion takes root, A blazing golden pillar of light streaks across his vision. Indeed, it is not merely light. It is a pillar, a stunning beacon. The source of this luminary is the Pingqing sublist. Boom. The pillar erupts. A breathtaking scene unfolds before the eyes of the gathered audience. It is a silhouette of a person. No one can discern the figure's appearance, but all can feel the immense power emanating from it. At the instant of its emergence, the golden light, thunder, and crimson flames on the leaderboard all fade into obscurity. The high-ranking officials from Wu City, Principal Zhang from the 3rd Middle School, and the examination bureau staff fixate intently on the screen, where a poem materializes. Flowers bloom and willows darken in the depths of the 9 gates, toasting with sorrowful songs. Tears staining my robes. For days, the orioles and blossoms have all shed their feathers. With the arrival of spring comes a heart full of grief. In the next moment, the figure of a young man clad in black robes appears prominently on the screen, seemingly bowing slightly to the crowd, as if uttering, "I am Chen Yu, the top scholar of Jiang Province, from Pingqing." Chapter 24. The commotion from all sides. 3 laureates cannot compare to Chen Yu. Pingqing's Chen Yu, the very same who awakened the SSS-grade martial divine ability extreme realm of power at the tender age of 16. Deemed by the Tianshu Martial Academy as one with a hopeless future, Jiang Province's top score of 251,309 points, a staggering 150,000 points higher than Feng Ning. My heavens, this surpasses the average score of the previous 3 Jiang Province laureates combined. How has he accomplished this? Did he slay the Fury Blaze Lion? The examinees from Wu City erupt in astonishment. Feng Ning's score was already formidable, surpassing the historical top scholars of Jiang Province. Yet, no one anticipated the emergence of an even more terrifying contender. The cumulative scores of the past 3 Jiang Province martial examination laureates cannot rival a single Chen Yu. It is simply horrifying. At this moment, Principal Zhang feels a tremor coursing through him, oblivious to the scalding tea splashing onto his hands. He fixates intensely on the black-robed youth on the screen, Pingqing's Chen Yu, a physical cultivator wielding an SSS-grade martial divine ability, 2nd tier, who has slain the Fury Blaze Lion. Words flit through his mind, and he feels as if he is ensnared in a dream. How could Feng Ning, armed with divine abilities, resources, and martial skills, be defeated? Defeated by one whom the Tianshu Martial Academy had deemed devoid of hope for the future. No, wait. Principal Zhang seems to have suddenly grasped something. The Tianshu Martial Academy only claimed that Chen Yu's future was bleak, but never stated that his present was hopeless. With an SSS-grade martial divine ability, the physical cultivator Chen Yu is an invincible force among his peers. As long as he survives the trials and successfully ascends to the 2nd tier, seizing the title of Jiang Province's top scholar becomes a most rational outcome. For this title is one that Chen Yu has fought for with his very life. Sigh. Principal Zhang casts a glance at Wu City's pride, Feng Ning, and laments, for every Ning, there is a Yu. Below the viewing platform, Feng Ning is enveloped in intertwining bolts of lightning. His expression remains calm. Yet the purple tinge of the lightning reveals the tempestuous turmoil within. Ah, it is truly a pity for Ning. Had he taken the examination a year earlier or later, he would undoubtedly have claimed the title. Instead, he has encountered a Chen Yu this year, a stroke of misfortune indeed. The crux of the matter is that no one anticipated Chen Yu would dare to break through to the 2nd tier. Had he received news earlier, Ning could have forsaken hunting lesser beasts and gone directly to slay the Fury Blaze Lion. Indeed, Ning lost due to tactics, not strength. The candidates all believe that had Feng Ning also targeted the Fury Blaze Lion, his score could have escalated from 100,000 to 300,000, solidifying his status as Jiang Province's #1. Feng Ning lost due to a disparity in information. Were they to compete again, the outcome would surely differ significantly. Upon hearing the discussions around him, Feng Ning shakes his head in resignation. Even if we were to compete again, I would still not be able to surpass him. Even if we competed 10 times, Jiang Province's top scholar would still be Chen Yu. The candidates look on in confusion. Feng Ning accepts the specially formulated electrolyte drink from his attendant and takes a sip. The purple aura dissipates, and he explains, I earned 100,000 points because I continuously racked up scores in the 2nd tier beast aggregation zone. If I had rushed to the Fury Blaze Lion's lair, how could I have accumulated points? Principal Zhang once devised several strategies for me, one of which was to directly slay the Fury Blaze Lion. On the path to the Fury Blaze Lion's den, I could earn at most 5,000 points, and once I defeated the Fury Blaze Lion, the martial examination would nearly be over. At that point, my total score would only be around 210,000, still falling short of Chen Yu's 250,000 by 40,000 points. At this juncture, Feng Ning pauses. Moreover, my chances of defeating the Fury Blaze Lion are only 7 out of 10, faced with a mere 70% chance of victory. It is only natural for Feng Ning to opt for a strategy with a 100% chance of success. In retrospect, his choice was indeed astute. Even if he had garnered 210,000 points, he still could not surpass Chen Yu. At this moment, he feels a profound interest in Chen Yu. It is often said that physical cultivators are formidable, and now he has begun to grasp some of the might of physical cultivation, yet he knows it is not enough. Feng Ming gazes toward the direction of Pingqing, his eyes brimming with fierce determination. Chen Yu, I have heard you aim to attend Qingbei Martial University? Then let us meet at Qingbei. Simultaneously, in Pingcheng, as Chen Yu's name ascends to the pinnacle of Jiang Province, the clamorous noise outside the secret realm abruptly ceases. Even the breaths of the candidates seem to halt in unison. No cheers, no exuberance. Everyone seemed frozen in place. Their eyes fixed intently on the youth displayed upon the screen. Days of blooming flowers had fallen like feathers, and with the arrival of spring came a pang of sorrow. I am Chen Yu. The air momentarily stilled, and then a cacophony of applause erupted, reverberating throughout the venue. Incredible! Incredible! We are the champions! Do you comprehend the immense value of 250,000 points? It shatters the century-old record of Ping City. Witnessing history indeed. Chen Yu soared, quite literally. He was lifted high into the air by numerous hands of his classmates, tossed toward the heavens. Brother Yu is amazing. Brother Yu is amazing. I was wrong about you, Brother Yu. It seems something peculiar has infiltrated the scene. Chen Yu noticed a stranger, someone he did not recognize, babbling apologies to him. The reason for the apology appeared to be some unkind words spoken behind his back. Chen Yu was hailed as a legend of Ping City, while the once revered Jiang Qinghai now languished in obscurity. At 18, he stood as a mere underling. Since his fall from grace in martial arts, Jiang Qinghai had never experienced such a feeling. Jiang Qinghai, never in your wildest dreams did you anticipate this day, did you? Ha ha. Liang Ran's laughter rang out. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qinghai chuckled as well. Indeed, I did not foresee this. Allow me to ask, how do you feel right now? After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Qinghai turned to Chen Yu, and without the need to uphold the facade of genius, it feels quite liberating. This response took Liang Ran by surprise. However, upon reflection, it made sense. As the pinnacle of Ping City, Jiang Qinghai was under constant scrutiny, with his strengths magnified and his flaws exposed. Now, the spotlight had shifted to Chen Yu. Would he be able to endure it? Chen Yu responded, endure what? I care not for others' opinions of me. What does it matter? This pretense of genius, this nobility of warriors, this dignity of the strong. Nothing compares to living freely and joyfully. At this moment, Chen Yu's heart was profoundly enlightened. Ha ha, Tao Master, I have succeeded. Chapter 25. Youthful Recklessness, a Worthless Young Man. After the celebration, Chen Yu was invited to the observation platform. The deputy committee member of Ping City, leaders from the Provincial Examination Bureau, Principal Zhou Shan of the first high school, Principal Zheng Yuan of the second high school, and Principal Chao of the third high school were all abuzz. Old Zhou, sending Chen Yu to Qingbei is tantamount to harming him. The physical training instructor at Qingbei is merely a 5th tier, 9th level, slightly above my rank. What can he possibly teach? The physical training instructor from the Tianshu Martial Arts Academy is a 6th tier, 9th level powerhouse. Chen Yu ought to attend the Tianshu Martial Arts Academy. Wait a moment, Chen Yu has only applied to Qingbei, not any other schools, right? So what if he hasn't applied elsewhere? Chen Yu is the top scholar of Jiang Province. If he doesn't have this privilege, what is the point of being the top scholar? Upon Chen Yu's arrival at the observation platform, Zheng Yuan pounded the table. Chen Yu, I understand that 2 years ago, the Tianshu Martial Arts Academy may have left you with a less than favorable impression. However, to be frank, Tianshu Martial Arts Academy possesses unparalleled expertise in physical training, education, and cultivation across the entire Great Xia. Attending there would offer you a far brighter future. There are 3 top martial arts universities in Great Xia: Qingbei Martial Arts University, Tianshu Martial Arts Academy, and Chiliang Martial Arts Institute. Qingbei Martial Arts University is renowned across the world, excelling in numerous fields, including gold, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, and electricity. Although Chiliang Martial Arts Institute also offers elemental programs, it pales in comparison to Qingbei Martial Arts University, whose strongest domain is the spiritual realm. When it comes to physical training, Tianshu Martial Arts Academy is the undisputed leader. Historically, the owner of the SSS-level martial arts prowess, known as the #1 physical trainer across the 9 provinces, Liang Qiu, was the inaugural dean of Tianshu Martial Arts Academy. With a maximum strength reaching the 7th tier, 9th level, he epitomized the unrivaled body in physical training. No other university comprehends physical training better than Tianshu Martial Arts Academy, which is why, upon learning that Chen Yu's martial arts prowess lies in physical training, they traveled across great distances to recruit him. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu did not hesitate and responded, which school offers the highest rewards? This question caught everyone off guard, plunging them into silence. Until Principal Chao of the 3rd high school was the first to react, explaining, due to the numerous physical training talents at Tianshu Martial Arts Academy, they have become quite the financial burden, resulting in limited rewards. Chiliang Martial Arts Institute trains spiritual realm martial artists, who are also costly, thus lacking funds. In truth, only Qingbei Martial Arts University offers substantial rewards. Then I shall attend Qingbei. Chen Yu's resolve was unwavering. Indeed, no institution understands physical training better than Tianshu Martial Arts Academy, but none comprehend the system better than he. As long as he continues to invest, his strength will rise, and it matters not which school he attends. Even if Chilean Martial Arts Institute offers less, he can still go where the rewards are plentiful. Clearly, the higher-ups did not grasp Chen Yu's thoughts. They assumed he remained fixated on events from 2 years prior. Tianshu Martial Arts Academy followed protocol, which was not the issue, yet it was undeniably hurtful. Having traveled such a distance, it was evident that Chen Yu's exceptional status was apparent, yet unexpectedly, not only was he not given special admission, but he was also handed a death sentence. Chen Yu, just cultivate. You will inevitably exhaust yourself. Although honest advice can be hard to hear, this was indeed too harsh. Who wouldn't harbor resentment in such circumstances? With this thought, Zheng Yuan decided against further persuasion, realizing he would be the one in the wrong. Zhou Shan rose, smiling as he addressed Chen Yu. Since you have made your decision, go to Qingbei. However, before you do, I have something for you. He cheerfully produced a bank card, stating, as a physical trainer, you will have many expenses. On behalf of Ping City First High School, I present you with a bonus of 1 million to celebrate your achievement as the top scholar. Chen Yu was genuinely elated. This martial arts examination was worth every effort. At last, he had glimpsed wealth. But the rewards did not end there. The district where Chen Yu resided also prepared a commendation. The deputy committee member of the district, who had been sitting impassively, turned crimson upon hearing that Ping City First High School awarded Chen Yu 1 million. No. The total bonuses awarded to all previous martial arts top scholars in Wuxing do not exceed 1 million combined. True, Wuxing has produced many top scholars. But we in Ping City have a dragon among us. Awarding more is justified. However, if the school awards 1 million, how much can our district afford? Zhou Shan. You old rascal, you set me up? Zhou Shan maintained an impassive demeanor, internally reveling in delight. It would be unjust not to extract a substantial reward from the district and city, considering Chen Yu's remarkable score of 250,000 points. Ahem. Zhou Shan cleared his throat and began. Chen Yu, with your astonishing score of 250,000, which shatters the century-old record of Ping City. Your singular score is equivalent to the cumulative scores of 3 martial arts top scholars. You deserve a greater reward. Principal Zhou, please stop. We must award him more. The district deputy committee member, fearing Zhou Shan would continue and demand rewards equivalent to those of 3 martial arts top scholars, interjected. Yet to be fair, even granting 3 martial arts top scholar rewards would bring him joy. He waved his hand grandly. The district will award 2 million. 2 million plus 1 million equals 3 million, already matching the reward amount for 3 Wuxing martial arts top scholars. Chen Yu was beaming with joy, without needing a prompt. He instinctively turned his gaze towards the deputy committee member of Ping City. The schools and districts have completed their rewards. And now it is time for the city to take its turn. The vice chairman of Ping City nodded, acknowledging that compared to a century ago, Ping City has seen its fortunes dwindle, becoming a veritable impoverished locale. If resources were abundant, it would not be incapable of nurturing talent. The emergence of Chen Yu has allowed Ping City to regain its pride, even if this is merely a fleeting moment of glory, nonetheless. It remains a grand occasion for the city. Student Chen Yu, on behalf of the city, I bestow upon you 3 million and the intermediate martial skill win step, he declared with a smile. I hope you will achieve even greater heights in the future and remember this place, remember Ping City. How could it be enough for me alone to remember? Chen Yu suddenly smiled. I believe that future generations will remember this city. Why is that? Chen Yu paused momentarily before responding, because this place was once my homeland. The dignitaries on the observation platform exchanged glances, then erupted into hearty laughter. It has always been they who painted grand visions for others, yet this time, it was Chen Yu who crafted a magnificent vision for them. A vision indeed so audacious. Excellent. Youthful exuberance is the hallmark of a true young man. Student Chen Yu. We eagerly await the arrival of that day. Chapter 26, A Frantic Investment, System, Grant Me Points. With the martial arts examination concluded, Chen Yu returned home, carrying a meal. He laid out 8 dishes upon the table, reminiscing about the poem that heralded his appearance on the ranking list as he dined. Days of flowers and song fall like feathers. A return of spring brings both joy and sorrow. In contrast to Feng Ning's tempestuous fury, thunderous rage like a storm at the abyss, this poem lacked the former's bravado and brimmed instead with desolation. Of course, this poem was not haphazardly assigned to Chen Yu by the Provincial Examination Bureau. It was meticulously crafted by a literary master of the province, gleaned from classical works. Upon reflection, Chen Yu understood the poem's meaning. In the eyes of the higher-ups, despite being the premier of Jiang Province, he was merely a body cultivator, destined for a future devoid of promise. All glory would fade as swiftly as the flowers of spring, and each martial arts examination would evoke memories of this once celebrated figure, whose heart would be shrouded in melancholy. He could not help but admire the literary master's cultural acumen. The poem was indeed aptly chosen. However, Chen Yu had a trick up his sleeve. System, open my panel. Name, Chen Yu. Martial arts skill, SSS level of ultimate strength. Current physical strength, tempered steel body, 20. Martial technique, golden light breaking fist, great perfection. Current enhancement points, 0. Detected balance in bank card, 6. 003, 511 yuan. Would you like to exchange this amount for enhancement points? Upon seeing the substantial sum, Chen Yu's eyes sparkled. He had never encountered such wealth before. This was akin to mortgaging 6 Lu Rian's worth, or equating to a laborer's lifetime of toil without sustenance. Speaking of the laborer, Chen Yu recalled that during the expedition, he had received 200,000 from his mentor. He wondered if the settlement of the materials from the examination would suffice. He picked up his phone and dialed his mentor's number. On the other end, he heard Meng Xiaoshuan's inebriated voice. Chen Yu, you little rascal. You skipped out on the celebration banquet we held for you, and now they're all pestering me. Judging by his tone, Meng Xiaoxian had certainly indulged. Chen Yu preferred to avoid such gatherings. Thus he had swiftly packed the 8 dishes, which were leftovers from the banquet. He had no choice but to pack them, otherwise he would have to spend his own money to buy food. After all, he was broke. Old classmate, who doesn't know your affinity for fine spirits? Just drink up. It's all good wine. Surely it won't go to your head, Chen Yu chuckled. By the way, did the payment for the beast materials get credited to your account? Is it sufficient? Should it fall short, Chen Yu was prepared to transfer some funds to Meng Xiaoxian. What's given is given, and what's borrowed is borrowed. He would not mix the two. As for the debt concerning Lu Rian, that was money earned through his own intellect. Why should he repay money he earned with his wits? Repayment would fall on Lu Rian, not him. I thought you were calling out of goodwill, wanting to shield me from alcohol, but it turns out it's about this matter. Meng Xiaoxian waved dismissively. Whether it's enough or not is not your concern. Chen Yu felt that Meng Xiaoxian was genuinely intoxicated. While he had indeed slain numerous beasts in the secret realm, in his quest for points, he had resorted to overwhelming force, turning the creatures into mere pulp. Even accounting for materials from the third-tier beast, the fiery lion, they would barely amount to 100,000. Old classmate, hold on a moment. Meng Xiaoshuan's footsteps echoed as he moved to a quieter place, where the gentle breeze whispered around him. After a few seconds, his drunkenness began to dissipate, and he spoke with clarity. Chen Yu, you have truly astonished everyone. A tremendous surprise. No one expected you to become the premier of Jiang province. Least of all me, as your teacher. As he spoke, he chuckled. They all say I have taught a remarkable student, but only I know how little I comprehend. I am utterly clueless when it comes to body cultivation. Old classmate, Chen Yu interjected, though you may not grasp the intricacies of body cultivation, you have always endeavored to teach and assist me to the best of your ability. I will forever remember that the first martial skill I practiced, golden light breaking fist, was facilitated by your efforts. Meng Xiaoxian exhaled deeply. All right. The principal has indicated that I will be promoted to head of our department next year. If it weren't for you, I would never have reached this point in my life. Flattery from others may be hollow, but a promotion is a tangible achievement. Thanks to Chen Yu's status as Jiang province's premier, Meng Xiaoxian had taken a substantial leap forward. Hearing this, Chen Yu chuckled. Old classmate, by your reasoning, you ought to give me a little something extra. Give you money? I'll give you a stick instead. Ha. The two shared a hearty laugh before ending the call. Though they were teacher and student, their bond resembled that of close friends. With matters concerning Meng Xiaoxian resolved, Chen Yu finished his meal and pulled out the martial skill Wind Step that Ping City had awarded him. Wind Step is a movement-based martial skill that enhances a martial artist's agility, proving immensely beneficial for body cultivators. The value of this skill alone could exceed 10 million, marking it as Chen Yu's most significant gain from this martial arts examination. Detected intermediate martial skill. Would you like to learn it? Chen Yu hesitated momentarily, contemplating deeply. Upon entering Qingbei, he would need to undergo a class placement assessment. Typically, such assessments are a stage for the top students and special recruits to showcase their prowess. But how could that be? The quality of the class would determine the level of resources, and the level of resources would dictate the wealth. He must secure a place in the best class to attain the most funds. His gaze shifted to the panel interface, where the options available for enhancing were physical strength and martial skills. Which should he prioritize? Drawing from Chen Yu's experience, the optimal choice would be to first elevate Wind Step to a minor proficiency and then focus on enhancing physical strength. Physical strength is the foundation of success. Martial skills can be developed as needed. Thus, he decided to reserve 2,000 enhancement points so that during the class placement assessment, he could fully allocate points to physical strength if required, or to martial skills if necessary. Perfect. With this thought in mind, he officially entered the phase of investment. System. Convert 4 million into enhancement points. 4,000 enhancement points redeemed. The Wind Step technique has been upgraded to minor proficiency. Ding. You have successfully mastered the intermediate martial skill Wind Step. Upgrading in progress. Wind Step upgraded to initial comprehension. Wind Step upgraded to minor proficiency. Upgrade complete. Total enhancement points consumed, 600. Martial skill, Wind Step, minor proficiency 1. With a sigh, Chen Yu felt the ethereal energies around him flow, his garments billowing as if caught in an unseen breeze. Truly, it was a remarkable intermediate martial skill. He could sense that his body felt considerably lighter under the technique's influence. His movement speed had increased by at least 1/3 compared to before. More importantly, while he previously relied solely on his physical strength for quick forward and backward movements, essentially launching himself like a human cannonball, now, with wind step, he could freely alter his direction during rapid movement, akin to a guided projectile. The only downside was that continuous use of the technique drained his ethereal energy rather quickly. However, that was of little concern. It could simply be employed strategically during positioning, rather than in constant use. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Yu turned his gaze towards the system interface. He had 3,400 enhancement points remaining. Thus, it was time to allocate them. Previously, with just 200 enhancement points, he had elevated his physical strength from the second stage first level to the second stage second level. Although the resources required for each advancement in martial arts escalated exponentially, 3,400 enhancement points would undoubtedly be sufficient for Chen Yu to ascend several levels. Allocate points to the maximum. Ding. Current physical strength. Forged steel body, 20. Commencing enhancement of physical strength. Forged steel body upgraded to 30. You have reached the second stage third level. Physical strength enhancement continuing. Chapter 27. The Tremor of 3 Prestigious Academies. Meanwhile, as Chen Yu diligently honed his skills at the Qi Ling Martial Arts Academy, the admissions office was convened. The recruitment officers sat around the conference table, each with a dossier in hand, prominently featuring the profiles of top candidates from various provinces, including Feng Ning, Yi Li, and Feng Dingyuan. Yi Li's dossier was placed at the forefront. Prior to the release of the martial examination results, they had received insider information from the examination bureau, allowing them to speculate on the approximate scores of candidates across provinces. However, Chen Yu was an unexpected variable. He had only slain the blazing lion half an hour before the examination concluded. The individual seated at the head of the table lifted his gaze towards the door of the conference room, prompting one of the teachers to immediately suggest, Director Chu. Chen Yu's dossier is still being retrieved. Shall we first review the others while we wait? Very well. The recruitment officers began playing footage of Yi Li's combat performance, while simultaneously commenting. Yi Li, the top scorer from the Xiaoshan province, achieved a total score of 117,358 in the martial examination. She awakened the A-grade martial art mind communication at the age of 15 and possesses the strength of the second stage 8th level. Her first choice is Qingbei Martial Arts University, followed by Tianshu Martial Arts Academy, and her third choice is a prestigious dual first-class university. The candidate's aspirations in hand did not include the Qi Ling Martial Arts Academy. Otherwise, there would be no need for such discussions. They could simply go down and recruit them. Have we offended her in any way? Surely we must have. Otherwise, why would she apply to 2 top universities, but not to our Qi Ling Martial Arts Academy? If we did offend her, it would be troublesome. Our spiritual system martial artists tend to hold grudges. Everyone, what is the purpose of our admissions office? Isn't it essentially to clean up messes? If we falter over such trivial matters, perhaps it's best to disband the admissions office altogether. Mr. Li makes a valid point. Mr. Li nodded, adding, Yi Li's martial arts ability is exceptional even among A-grade talents. Can Qingbei cultivate her? Tianshu Martial Arts Academy is even less capable. A bunch of brutes who understand nothing of the spiritual system. Indeed, Director Chu, seated at the head of the table, chuckled, since Mr. Li Xiang is so enthusiastic. You shall be in charge of recruiting Yi Li. Mr. Li Xiang was taken aback. Me? Recruit Yi Li? Is there a problem? No, none at all. After accepting the assignment, he wore a face of despair. He merely intended to flatter the superior and showcase his emotional intelligence. Instead, he had unwittingly placed himself in a difficult position. Truly, even a fool could discern from the application form that Yi Li harbored a deep disdain for their Qi Ling Martial Arts Academy, preferring to attend a dual first-class university instead. This endeavor was bound to fail. Director Chu, Chen Yu's dossier has arrived. Good, bring it forth. Initially, they were to review Feng Ning's information next, but with Chen Yu's arrival, why bother with Feng Ning? His dossier was pushed aside, warm from the printer. The A4 sheets were distributed to each recruitment officer. Chen Yu's performance in the martial examination was projected on the big screen. Jiang Province's top scorer, Chen Yu, amassed a total score of 251,309, awakening the SSS grade martial art limit of strength at the age of 16, with the prowess of the second stage second level. He had submitted only one choice, Qingbei Martial Arts University. The admissions officers exchanged glances. This year's candidates were indeed formidable. How was it that another individual applied solely to Qingbei? What benefits were they offering? Whether they offer benefits or not is secondary. His physical prowess is truly astounding. As they observed the footage of Chen Yu delivering powerful strikes, the recruitment officers were captivated. Such a spectacle was indeed a rare occurrence, and truthfully, the martial artists of the spiritual system collaborated most effectively with physical cultivators, one controlling from the rear and the other absorbing damage in the front. Hence, Their academy's training of physical cultivators was also commendable. It was evident that Chen Yu Martial Arts Academy must have offended Chen Yu. Otherwise, he would have certainly applied. A golden opportunity. Without Chen Yu Martial Arts Academy as a competitor, we need only contend with Qingbei. They know nothing about physical cultivation. The truth is, Chen Yu Martial Arts Academy has no understanding of physical cultivation. They only train brutes. Only our Qi Ling Martial Arts Academy can develop Chen Yu into a powerful physical cultivator with intellect. The admissions officers were abuzz, questioning whether Chen Yu, as a physical cultivator, possessed a promising future was not something they needed to ponder. Their responsibility was merely to recruit. They were all workers. Why overthink it? Director Chu, at the head of the table, regarded Chen Yu's dossier, raising an eyebrow. Even if we merely cultivate Chen Yu to the 3rd or 4th stage, he could remain at the academy as a physical cultivation instructor. An SSS-grade physical cultivation instructor would be a remarkable asset for Qi Ling Martial Arts Academy. Having said that, he surveyed the room. Jiang Province admissions. Is there any teacher willing to volunteer? I will. One teacher stood up, proclaiming, Jiang Province is my hometown. With the kinship factor, I am certain I can bring Chen Yu on board. Please, a fellow townsman, you'll stab him in the back. Another teacher countered. Allow me to go. I can paint a grand vision for Chen Yu. I'll promote the benefits of Qi Ling Martial Arts Academy. The ability to recruit students was significantly tied to the year-end assessment of admissions office staff, directly influencing their salaries. Thus, upon realizing how readily Chen Yu could be recruited, the admissions officers eagerly began to compete. At that moment, with a face of despair, Mr. Li Xiang raised his hand. Director Chu, I genuinely wish to go to Jiang Province. I truly want to improve. Compared to the regional difficulty of Yili, Chen Yu is akin to a newly minted novice just emerging from the starter village. He yearns to make an attempt. Director Chu pondered momentarily. Indeed, it would be somewhat difficult for you to recruit Yili. Here's what we shall do. He picked up Feng Ning's dossier and handed it to Li Xiang, subsequently stating, you will go to Jiang Province to bring both Chen Yu and Feng Ning. I will personally travel to Shaoxiang Province to recruit Yili. For the Qi Martial Arts Academy, Yili holds far greater importance than Chen Yu. After all, Yili is a talent in the realm of mental arts, poised for a brilliant future. Chen Yu, on the other hand, is a physical cultivator destined to serve as a mere mascot. Li Xiang could hardly contain his joy. Recruiting Chen Yu? Not a problem. This was a piece of cake. He was committed. He thrived on authenticity. Meanwhile, at Tianshu Martial Arts Academy, when Chen Yu's dossier was presented before the admissions officer, a bitter expression emerged on the teacher's face. The good news, they were well acquainted with the top scholar from Jiang Province and had a close relationship. The bad news, they had irreparably offended him, to the point of being on unfriendly terms. This was disastrous. As the saying goes, it is better to resolve enmity than to create it. Sai, must we go then? We should adopt a sincere attitude. After all, everyone knows that we physical cultivators are not particularly astute. Our actions tend to be straightforward. Unlike those from the Qi Martial Arts Academy, who are cunning and full of schemes. How ironic it is. 2 years ago, you ignored me, and now, 2 years later, you find me out of reach. Truth be told, even if Chen Yu were to arrive at Tianshu Martial Arts Academy, the department head's assessment of him would remain unchanged from 2 years prior. He would be deemed incapable of breaking through the 6th tier, rendering all efforts futile. Nevertheless, he must go to Jiang Province. Even if Chen Yu does not attend Tianshu Martial Arts Academy, we cannot allow him to join the Qi Martial Arts Academy. Off we go. The department head personally set out for Jiang Province. In the imperial capital, at Qingbei Martial Arts University, the faculty remained calm and composed, entirely unfazed. Chen Yu had only applied to Qingbei, which signified what? It indicated that he had no intention of attending any other institution. Such a resolute candidate was unprecedented in their experience. This was a sure thing, a solid prospect. The more determined a candidate like Chen Yu was, the more we must value him and treat him with utmost seriousness. Indeed, I propose that the director take personal charge of bringing Chen Yu back to the imperial capital. As the pinnacle of higher education in Daxia, both in terms of expertise and character, we cannot simply send an ordinary teacher to recruit Chen Yu. We must not underestimate him simply because of his steadfastness. The director stood. Very well, I shall personally make the journey. Chapter 28. How could a mere brute like Chen Yu contend with her, a master of tactics? Ding. The steel body has been enhanced to 40. Your strength has reached the 2nd tier, 4th level. Continue to enhance physical strength. The steel body has been enhanced to 50. Your strength has reached the 2nd tier, 5th level. Continue to enhance physical strength. The steel body has been enhanced to 53. Enhancement complete. Physical strength has significantly increased. Current strength, 2nd tier, 5th level. Marvelous. With the further enhancement of the steel body, a hint of a glazed hue emerged amidst the silver radiance enveloping Chen Yu. His bones, meridians, and internal organs received yet another fortification. Physical cultivation is categorized into 7 tiers. The 1st tier, the ant's body, corresponds to 1st tier martial artists. The 2nd tier, the steel body, corresponds to second-tier martial artists, and so forth. The third tier is the indestructible body, the fourth tier the body of eternal resilience, the fifth tier the sure battle body, the sixth tier the unyielding body that shakes the heavens, the seventh tier the eternal holy body, and the eighth tier the realm beyond. The individual who named these tiers, the foremost physical cultivator of the 9 provinces, was Liang Xiao. As he never reached the 8th tier remains nameless. Now, Chen Yu's prowess has attained the 2nd tier, 5th level, and his physique is advancing toward the next stage, the indestructible body. The glazed hue emanating from his body is indicative of the brilliance exclusive to the indestructible body. In the span of just one day, he ascended 3 levels, an extraordinary advancement. It is noteworthy that Jiang Qinghuai, the pinnacle of Ping City, toiled for 3 years to achieve the height of 2nd tier, 5th level. Chen Yu has finally caught up to their level on paper. Closing the interface, he noted that he still possessed 2 million in savings, equivalent to 2,000 enhancement points for future contingencies. What remained ahead of him was presumably only the class assessment, right? Just as Chen Yu was preparing to review the profiles of the distinguished students at Qingbei, his phone rang. Upon answering, Lu Ruyan's voice resonated. Chen Yu, Ping City awarded you a prize of 6 million. Her tone was laced with disbelief. She had assumed that in such a destitute place as Ping City, the award would cap at 3 million, yet it turned out to be 6 million for Chen Yu. Yes, 6 million. Receiving confirmation, Lu Ruyan swallowed hard. While her family-owned enterprises, they were all fixed assets. Chen Yu's 6 million was pure cash flow. This simply could not stand. She absolutely must not allow Chen Yu to use this money to repay his debt, or her entire plan would be jeopardized. Resolutely, Lu Ruyan suggested. You are a physical cultivator, and you have many expenses. I heard that the current bank interest rates are particularly low. Saving it would be unwise. How about investing in financial products? Perhaps some stocks or funds. This suggestion amused Chen Yu. Lu Ruyan was going to great lengths to prevent him from repaying his debt, even bringing up stocks. Even if Warren Buffett were to invest in Daxia, he would likely end up bankrupt. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He had no intention of repaying any debts, nor of purchasing stocks or funds. I've spent all my money. I have no funds left. You spent it all. Lu Ruyan suspected Chen Yu was deceiving her. I've spent it all. As a physical cultivator, 6 million is merely enough to buy a handful of body refining potions. Not a single penny remains. I saved a little for meals. Had anyone else made such claims, Lu Ruyan would have certainly dismissed them, but with Chen Yu, she believed him. The reason was simple. Chen Yu could resist her beauty, which demonstrated his disinterest in women. Previously, after borrowing 90,000, there was no sign of him buying new clothes or enjoying lavish meals, indicating he had no desire for a materialistic lifestyle. In summary, Chen Yu had no hobbies beyond cultivation. His assertion that he had spent 6 million on body refining potions was entirely credible. Lu Ruyan felt relieved. As long as Chen Yu's money was gone, that was sufficient. And the body refining potions? I've consumed them all. Lu Ruyan felt even more reassured. Body refining potions were a hard currency, convertible to cash. After hanging up, Lu Ruyan couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. The small loan company would surely receive news of Chen Yu's ascension to the top scholar in Jiang province and his imminent enrollment at Qingbei. No one would be foolish enough to pursue the top scholar from Jiang province, a student of the premier academy in Daxia, with aggressive debt collection. And she was Chen Yu's guarantor. Wouldn't these people come after her instead? Lu Ruyan's eyes widened in alarm. Oh no, I've become a fool. If she accounted for pocket money and sold off her car, bag, and other possessions, she could scrape together 1 million. But why should she repay Chen Yu? Unless he bestowed upon her the divine martial arts techniques. Upon this realization, Lu Ruyan was suddenly struck by a brilliant idea. Since the representatives of the small loan company had not sought out Chen Yu, could she not send someone to masquerade as an employee of the small loan company to approach him? Truly, she was remarkable. Such a flawless plan emerged from her mind. Chen Yu possessed not a single coin. His only collateral was his martial prowess. Should the scheme succeed, she would obtain the ultimate force while the small loan company would bear the blame. Conversely, if the plan faltered, her subordinates could deliver a sound thrashing to Chen Yu, imparting upon him a lesson about the perils of society. Yet still, the small loan company would shoulder the responsibility, regardless of the outcome. This affair would bear no connection to Lu Ruyan whatsoever. Perfection. A slight smile curved Lu Ruyan's lips as she called out, Lianer, I am here. Have Wanja and E. Kurson disguise themselves as employees of the small loan company to retrieve Chen Yu's martial prowess for me. Wanja and E. Kurson. At the mention of these names, the maid Lianer paused momentarily. Miss, their strength only amounts to the first tier of the 3rd rank. Why not allow me to handle this personally? I will certainly present Chen Yu's martial prowess to you. Foolish. Lu Ruyan chided Lianer. Everyone knows you are my personal maid. Your involvement would equate to my involvement, to that of the Lu family. Do not underestimate Wanja and E. Kurson. They are seasoned 3rd rank martial artists and my most loyal subordinates, possessing extraordinary strength. Dealing with Wen Chun, you will pose no challenge. Lianer hesitated briefly before lowering her head. Miss, your foresight is commendable. It was my oversight. I shall inform Wang Jia and Yi Kursin to retrieve Chen Yu's martial prowess at once. Very well. As Lianer departed, Lu Rian gazed into the distance, her face illuminated by a smile. Even if the initial plan had veered off course, she possessed the capability to steer it back on track. Chen Yu, a mere brute, how could he possibly contend with her tactical finesse? Chapter 29, A Violent Overwhelm. An instantaneous defeat of a third-rank martial artist. Knock, knock, knock. Brother Yu, I am Chun Ziheo from the Kwai Kwai Loan Company. Chen Yu was not surprised by Chun Ziheo's arrival. After all, he was the primary borrower, whether the loan was repaid or not. Chun Ziheo was obliged to greet him. Upon opening the door, Chen Yu found Chun Ziheo standing alone outside, a gift box in hand, wearing a broad smile. How could he not smile? Even if Chun Yu was not a body cultivator, he was still the illustrious champion of the martial arts examination in Jiang province. Now, even the local vegetable vendors could recount tales of how Chun Yu had swiftly defeated the fiery lion. Moreover, Chen Yu was a body cultivator and a blacklisted borrower. Upon seeing Chen Yu's figure, Chun Ziheo immediately exclaimed, Brother Yu, I hope I'm not interrupting your rest. Chen Yu had intended to say that it was somewhat intrusive, but upon noticing the lavish gifts he bore, bird's nest from a third-tier exotic beast, shark fin from a third-tier beast, and assorted spiritual fruits arranged in a basket, he quickly retorted, Not at all, not intrusive in the slightest. The appetite of a body cultivator far exceeds that of an ordinary martial artist, which explained his ability to consume 8 dishes and 12 bowls of spiritual rice in one sitting. The treasures Chen Ziheo brought were worth thousands in the market. How could that be considered an intrusion? Please come in. Chen Ziheo was momentarily taken aback. Was he really coming in just like that? The Jiang province champion exhibited no airs. How amiable. Once in the living room, after exchanging pleasantries, Chen Ziheo clasped his fists and bowed. Brother Yu, our boss was truly delighted to learn of your esteemed status as the top martial arts examinee in Jiang province. He specifically sent me to extend his congratulations and wish you a prosperous future in martial arts. Your boss is too kind. Not only does he lend me money, but he also brings gifts. It makes me feel rather embarrassed. Chen Yu genuinely experienced what it meant to live as a master when borrowing money. Of course, this was Chen Yu. Had it been anyone else, they might have exclaimed, bird's nest, shark fin, fruit basket. I'll have you know you resemble a fruit basket. Pay your debts. Chen Ziheo smiled politely. Our boss enjoys making friends and appreciates the carefree spirit you possess, Brother Yu. He also wishes to inquire about your relationship with Lu Rian. Upon posing this question, Chen Ziheo felt a shiver run down his spine. The other inquiries had merely been pleasantries, but money was the crux of the matter. Should Chen Yu and Lu Rian share a particularly close relationship, their boss might forego the loan. There was no need to offend the Jiang province champion over such a triviality. However, if Lu Rian and Chen Yu's relationship were strained, the money would certainly be demanded, for 900,000 was no trifling sum. Chen Yu was well aware of the underlying motives. He understood perfectly and promptly replied, I have no relationship with Lu Rian whatsoever. You may proceed with your business without concern for me. A sigh of relief escaped Chen Ziheo as a smile spread across his face. His first joy was that the money lent to Chen Yu was not a bad debt, allowing him to earn a commission. His second joy was that Chen Yu appeared quite amiable. While they may not become friends, at the very least, they were acquainted. Knowing the champion of Jiang province was certainly something to boast about on social media. Moreover, he had successfully completed the task assigned by his boss, proving his worth. Just as Chen Ziheo envisioned himself ascending to the pinnacle of life and marrying a wealthy beauty. A resounding crash echoed through the air as Chen Yu's door was shattered by a violent force. Amidst the dust and debris, Chen Ziheo beheld a man and a woman. The man had a piercing gaze, his entire being enveloped in a swirling breeze, clearly wielding wind-based martial prowess. The woman's fingertips glimmered with golden light. Possessing earth-based martial abilities, she was the one who had just demolished the door. Upon noticing the two figures in the room, the man spoke, another ally? Chen Ziheo was startled, instantly jolted from his stupor. Who are you? The woman scoffed, Kwai Kwai Loan Company, collection agents. The newcomers were none other than Lu Rian's loyal assassins. Wang Jia, a first-tier third-rank martial artist wielding the C-grade martial ability Drifting Shadow, and Yi Kursin, also a first-tier third-rank martial artist with the C-grade ability Earthwave. Upon receiving the mission dispatched by Lianer, the duo had set off immediately. Chen Yu. Was he not merely the lad who had bested the fiery lion? The way they spoke, one would think he could not possibly defeat the fiery lion. Of course, their confidence was not unfounded. The combination of Drifting Shadow and Earthwave could unleash unprecedented power. Once activated, even the pinnacle martial artist Jiang Qinghuai would find himself swiftly dispatched. Thus, the two entered fearlessly, exuding an air of arrogance. Your chosen ally seems rather inadequate. Wang Jia and Yi Kursin did not recognize Chen Ziheo. A brief glance revealed him to be a mere second-tier third-rank martial artist, utterly ordinary, clearly someone commonplace. Get lost. Chen Ziheo felt a surge of frustration. You are indeed from Kwai Kwai Loan Company? Precisely. You're talking nonsense. I'm Chen Ziheo from the business department. How could I be unaware of your presence in the collection department? Wang Zhe and Yi Kursin exchanged glances, their eyes communicating. We found the main character. What should we do now? Watch me. Wang Zhe chuckled coldly. We are new here, and our boss has issued orders. Chen Yu must repay the money today. You'd best step aside. Chen Zihao was utterly bewildered. Had not his boss instructed him to deliver gifts to Chen Yu, while simultaneously sending the collection department after him? Was their boss some rabid dog that had eaten too much? Wait, there's a problem. Chen Zihao regained his composure and turned to Chen Yu, who placed a finger to his lips and shushed. Who are they? Does it matter? Chen Yu had evidently deduced their identities, but it was of no consequence. What did a body cultivator desire? Brashness. Just act. Chen Yu charged forward. Yi Kursin let out a cold snort. Do not engage in futile resistance. Debts must be repaid. Before the word justice could escape her lips, Chen Yu dashed forward, his feet stirring the air, his fingers like iron claws, gripping Yi Kursin's delicate neck and lifting her entirely off the ground. Windstep. It was swift, so swift that even Wang Zhe, a master of wind attributes, could not react in time. Yi Kursin's pupils constricted, instinctively activating Earth Wave, a faint golden aura enveloping her. Yet, as the aura glimmered, Chen Yu abruptly flung her away. And the door she had shattered left only an empty void. She soared through it, crashing heavily against the stairwell wall. Bang! The dull thud of her back colliding with the cement wall reverberated through the corridor, causing cracks to spiderweb across the surface as dust cascaded down. Yi Kursin ricocheted off the wall, still airborne, when whoosh! Chen Yu swiftly leaped in, lifting her once more into the air. You dared to smash our door. Boom! Yi Kursin was driven downwards, the cement floor fracturing instantly, a web of cracks radiating from her center. Fortunately, Chen Yu resided on the first floor, otherwise the entire staircase would have collapsed under the force of his strike. Blood gushed from Yi Kursin's mouth and nose, her life signs rapidly fading. A dignified third-tier warrior. She had not even unleashed her martial prowess before meeting her end. What the hell? Chen Zihao had only seen footage of Chen Yu slaying monstrous beasts in official releases. But the reality was far more shocking. This was a third-tier warrior, and Chen Yu had dispatched her without exerting any significant effort. At that moment, Wang Zhe snapped back to reality, his scalp tingling. His strength was on par with Yi Kursin's, and if she could be defeated so effortlessly, what hope did he have? Moreover, his reliance was on the combined might of their martial abilities. With Yi Kursin dead, what combination could there be? He had to run. A death warrior could perish. But not without some value. Chapter 30. Speed on the curve is true speed. Who wouldn't accelerate in a straight line? Wang Zhe's aura surged. His figure darting as the C-class martial ability, wandering footsteps activated at full throttle, escaping through the broken window. The security personnel arrived late, entering the stairwell to witness Yi Kursin's corpse and the pool of blood, their hearts jolting. The deceased had not succumbed to a fall, but had been brutally choked to death. To possess the strength to kill a third-tier warrior with mere force was a significant case, undoubtedly a major incident. The security captain glanced up and spotted two men in the room. Brother Yu, that guy ran away. Chen Yu glared at the shattered window, fury boiling within him. Seeking trouble with him was one thing, but destroying his home was another. Did doors and windows cost nothing? He began to trace the direction the man had fled. Chen Zihao wanted to say more, but out of the corner of his eye, he saw the stairwell filled with vigilant security personnel, instantly resembling a mouse before a cat. Sir, good citizens, we are upstanding citizens. Chen Yu was utterly unafraid. The rules of the martial world were brutally simple. These two had forcefully intruded into his residence. The abode of Jiang Province's top scholar, what could they do? Evidently, the security captain recognized Chen Yu, and the tension eased. Just as he was about to inquire about the situation, Chen Yu interjected, I'll chase after him first. We can discuss the details later. With that, he sprang forth, leaping out of the window. Hey Chen Yu, we've already dispatched someone to pursue him. The captain's words came too late, unable to halt Chen Yu. Body cultivators truly acted recklessly. Without a second thought, they charged in. The captain swallowed hard, deducing from the scene's evidence that someone had come to Chen Yu's home to cause trouble, prompting Chen Yu to retaliate and eliminate them. Chen Yu's residence was not in dire straits. It was merely on the brink of destruction. Observing the dust on Yi Kursin's fingertips, it was evident she possessed earth-based martial abilities. Earth-based abilities were the most defensively robust among elemental types, and peers of the same tier could hardly breach such defenses. Yet, Chen Yu had killed her outright. The top scholar of Jiang Province was truly fearsome. Hey Yu, the captain waved, summoning Chen Zihao, who babbled about the earlier events. Brother Yu and I were chatting while watching TV, when suddenly the door exploded. That woman attacked first. Could Brother Yu let her off? He just charged in and smashed her. He omitted the part where they had introduced themselves. The captain nodded slightly, then turned his gaze outside. Chen Yu was too impulsive. Such trivial matters as chasing should be left to them. Upon hearing this, Chen Zihao's heart raced. If the security bureau apprehended the culprit, that person would undoubtedly claim to be from the Quick Loan Mortgage Company. Brother Yu, you must run fast. Otherwise, our boss will blow up. In the old city of Ping City, Several figures clad in security uniforms darted between buildings, relentlessly pursuing, yet maintaining a distance from the figure ahead. Damn. He really can run. I should have let the captain chase him. I should have gone to the scene. Stop talking nonsense. Pursue. The chase continued. But the distance not only failed to close, but widened significantly. Wanja sprinted ahead, feeling exhilarated. Delightful. What did the security bureau matter? He had left them far behind, playing with them like toys. When wandering footsteps activated fully, even a higher-ranked officer could not keep up. This was the true worth of wind attribute martial abilities. The vice captain, witnessing this, pressed his ear to the radio. Fifth Action Team of the Security Bureau, requesting backup. Received, please elaborate. When encountering issues that the security team could not resolve, calling for backup was standard procedure. This was why the captain was confident they would capture Wanja. They could always call in reinforcements. Just as the vice captain was about to request backup, a sound sliced through the air beside him. Suddenly, a figure flashed past him. Who? Damn. Is the Bureau's support arriving this quickly? So fast. The phrase was double-edged. 1, to indicate the swift arrival of support, and 2, to highlight the speed of the newcomer. They focused their gaze, revealing a youth clad in a black cloak, eyes icy, and moving at full speed. It was none other than Chen Yu. Wanja scoffed. He admitted that in terms of straight-line acceleration, Chen Yu's speed far surpassed his own. However, speed on the curve was the true essence of swiftness. Who wouldn't he accelerate in a straight line? Next, he would demonstrate what true wandering footsteps entailed. Wanja's aura surged as he carved a sharp arc in the air, completing a 90-degree turn in an instant. Chen Yu, just play your role as a firecracker. Farewell. Just at that moment, a sudden hush enveloped the entirety of the space. Chen Yu's figure abruptly pivoted mid-air, his right foot striking out into the void, conjuring a visible ripple of air waves beneath him. The intermediate martial technique, wind step, was unleashed. Rising with the wind, he approached with the grace of a tempest. Wanja's pupils constricted in disbelief. How could this be possible? There was no time left for contemplation. Suddenly, a shrill wind screamed past his ears. Wanja could only summon his protective spirit resonance. Yet the instant that force made contact, boom, the protective resonance shattered in an instant, and the overwhelming power surged through him unabated, sending his body hurtling backward, crashing through 3 roadside trees before he finally came to a halt. Coughing violently, blood mixed with shattered internal organs erupted from his mouth, his bones nearly shattered. With just that one strike, his demise was sealed. The wind step, having reached the minor accomplishment stage, enabled him to change direction mid-air effortlessly. Coupled with the explosive speed of Chen Yu's second-tier 5th-level strength, this degree of gravitational acceleration was akin to colliding directly with a train for an ordinary person. Chen Yu's figure followed closely, landing on a broken tree limb, his eyes blazing with fury. How dare you break my window? In that moment, Wanja's eyes widened in realization. If given another chance, he would never dare to break Chen Yu's window again. No, he would never accept this mission. Chen Yu was no ordinary being. In his eyes, Chen Yu had morphed into something else entirely. The black robe billowed ominously in the fierce wind. His black hair and eyes, and the angular features of his face were suffused with a devilish grin. He resembled a demon from the depths of hell. After Wanja's death, several pursuing officers arrived belatedly. The deputy captain's earpiece crackled with the voice of the liaison officer. 5th Action Team of the Public Security Bureau. Reinforcements will arrive in 3 minutes. Hold your position. The deputy captain surveyed Wanja's lifeless form, speaking stiffly. There's no need for reinforcements. Instead, call for the coroner. The coroner? The liaison officer was baffled. How could one moment they were calling for reinforcements, and the next they were summoning a coroner? Had the battle concluded? Did the 5th Action Team possess such ruthless fighters? No, it must have been an officer on leave who intervened. But whose subordinate was this, exhibiting such ferocity? The officers exchanged glances, each inhaling sharply. Good heavens. Wanja had been struck as if by a train. The devastation was beyond comprehension. This was expected. As Chen Yu possessed the apex of strength, his power was indeed formidable. Yet, the ability to deftly change direction mid-air was peculiar. Scholar, how come your physical skills rival the agility of the wind attribute? The deputy captain could not help but inquire. I learn wind step, Chen Yu replied. Ah, that makes sense. The deputy captain nodded. No wonder you could pivot so effortlessly. This is reasonable. Wait a moment. He widened his eyes. Reasonable. Wind step was only awarded to Chen Yu yesterday in the Federation of Pingxing. He mastered it today? Achieving minor accomplishment in a day? What kind of martial arts genius is this? The officers exchanged glances, and indeed, it was undeniable. Chen Yu was a martial arts prodigy. If even the SSS-level possessor of the apex of strength, the top scholar of Jiang province, was not deemed a genius, the deputy captain's standards for genius were unreasonably high. In Chapter 31, take good care of Miss Liu, at Chen Yu's residence. The captain of the Public Security Bureau pondered over the motives behind the assault on Chen Yu's home. Was it revenge, a crime of passion, financial greed, or an act of impulsive violence? He surmised none of these seemed likely. Picking up a dossier on Chen Yu, the captain spoke. Prior to the martial examination, Chen Yu had taken out a loan of 1 million from the Kwai Kwai Loan Company. Perhaps these two individuals were sent to collect? Upon hearing this, Chun Zaheo visibly panicked. No, sir. You cannot wrongfully accuse the innocent. The captain noticed Chun Zaheo's unease and inquired, what organization do you work for? Me? Chun Zaheo stammered, feeling the pressure. There was something terribly amiss. The captain's gaze sharpened. You have the right to remain silent. But every word you utter from here on will be presented as evidence in court. Chun Zaheo dared not speak. He was oblivious to Wanzha's fate. If Wanzha were dead, admitting his identity meant little, but if he were alive, the consequences would be dire. Just then, news arrived. Captain, the suspect is deceased. Chun Zaheo exhaled in relief. Sir, I work for the Kwai Kwai Loan Company. Our boss sent me to deliver some gifts to Brother Yu. Look, the bird's nest is still on the ground. He pointed aside. The captain pondered for a moment, finding no motive for the loan company's involvement. Did they lose their minds over 1 million in the life of a martial examination champion? If it wasn't the loan company, then who could it be? The Liu family? At that moment, Chen Yu returned home, and the captain turned to him, asking, Chen Yu, who do you think was behind this attack? Could it have been an assassin from the Liu family? No doubt about it, Chen Yu replied confidently. I can guess it was an assassin from the Liu family. The captain responded with restrained anger. You needn't say. I know well that the Liu family has indeed crossed the line in certain matters. I will report this and ensure the higher-ups in Pingcheng reprimand them. No need. Chen Yu shrugged. I will personally pay them a visit. The reprimands from the higher-ups would amount to nothing more than a few seemingly stern words. What good would that do? Moreover, Chen Yu had no need for it. Seeing Chen Yu's resolute attitude, the captain could only acquiesce. It was evident that Chen Yu aimed to forge his own path to fulfill his dreams. However, the Liu family's influence in Pingcheng was formidable. Achieving that alone would be a daunting task. In that case, we'll take our leave, the captain said, turning to glance at the stairwell, which bore the marks of Chen Yu's wrath, and remarked, by the way, the Housing Bureau will conduct an overall renovation of the building. I trust one won't have to spend my own money. No need, the Federation will cover it. Then I can rest easy. As the captain departed, he found it curious. After all, Chen Yu was a recipient of a 6 million reward. Why was he still concerned about money? Unable to decipher this, another matter arose. Captain, you should have seen it. When Chen Yu unleashed Wind Step, he executed a right-angle turn, like a human tank, and sent the suspect flying, resulting in immediate death. The captain was taken aback. He had long assumed the Public Security Bureau's reinforcements had arrived and dispatched the suspect on the spot. Now learning it was Chen Yu, he halted in his tracks, the blazing sunlight pouring down, and he looked up to see the clouds that had obscured the sky dissipating, revealing a brilliant blue expanse. Captain, why have you stopped? A vision of Chen Yu inadvertently flashed through the captain's mind as he murmured, perhaps he truly can achieve his dreams through his own efforts. Captain, what did you say? Nothing, just a fleeting thought. Kwai Kwai Dai Mortgage Loan Company, Chairman's Office. Zaheo, how is everything going? What did Chen Yu say? Dad, I'm so glad I arrived quickly. Otherwise, we would have been scapegoats. After Chen Zaheo recounted the entire situation to his father, Chen Jinsong was drenched in sweat. Is there really such a thing? Someone impersonated our company's debt collector to pressure Chen Yu for repayment. Have we found out who orchestrated this? I suspect it is the young lady from the Liu family in Pingcheng, Liu Ruoyan. However, her methods are so sophisticated that even the Public Security Bureau cannot find evidence. The Liu family's young lady, Liu Ruoyan. Chen Jinsong gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, she is creating trouble for Chen Yu under my banner. Reaping all the benefits while I take the blame. What a despicable act. Dad, please calm down, Chen Zaheo urged earnestly. We do not have substantial evidence to prove that this incident was instigated by Liu Ruoyan. That is inconsequential. Chen Jinsong snorted. Regardless, Liu Ruoyan is the guarantor for Chen Yu's loan. It is only right for us to demand repayment from her. But Dad, Chen Zaheo contemplated. The Liu family has deep roots in Pingcheng. If we continue to pursue debts in the same manner as before, it may not be effective. Son, it is commendable that you can think of this, Chen Jinsong replied with a smile of approval. If the young lady of the Liu family can play the identity impersonation game, then we can play Strike from the Shadows. Bring our top debt collector, Li Yi, a 4th-tier, 5-fold martial artist, out of retirement, and let her pay a proper visit to the young lady of the Liu family. Even if we cannot recover the money, a few good thrashings will suffice. Chen Zaheo felt inexplicably that this business deal was quite worthwhile, yet Liu Ruoyan's personal maid possessed considerable strength. Relying solely on he might not be sufficient to handle her. Chen Jinsong slowly rose and said calmly, no matter, I will take action myself. In Pingcheng, Liu Ruoyan was seething upon learning that her assassins had failed. If they are to die, they should have done so swiftly. That worthless Wanzhou was actually chased by the public security officials onto the expressway in the old city? Yes, Miss, Leonor explained with indignation. 5 public security officers, lights flashing and sirens blaring, were pursuing Wanzhou at full speed on the old city expressway, just like a scene from a foreign blockbuster. Leonor paused before continuing. You clearly instructed them to keep a low profile and to resolve matters quickly. Yet, in dealing with someone as insignificant as Chen Yu. They attracted the attention of the public security officials, creating such a commotion. They are truly a pair of fools. Lu Ruoyan gritted her teeth in frustration. She had anticipated swift action from the Public Security Bureau, which is why she urged them to resolve matters quickly, yet things had spiraled out of control. Why did the assassins not act decisively? Was Chen Yu too strong, able to withstand the attacks of both men until the public security officials arrived? That was impossible. The combination of Yu Zong and Tu Lang would overwhelm even a physical cultivator like Chen Yu. Therefore, the only truth must be that the assassins hesitated to act upon seeing Chen Yu, allowing him to escape. Fools. They are truly a pair of imbeciles. If they had simply followed my orders and acted obediently, victory would have been assured. Yet they chose to be reckless. They deserve to die, miss. Please do not be angry, Lianer said, looking at Lu Ruoyan. While the plan did not succeed, you have suffered no losses. That is a stroke of good fortune. Lu Ruoyan nodded, grateful for her composed nature. Otherwise, if the plan had been exposed, not only would the Public Security Bureau seek her out, but Kwai Mortgage Loan Company would also be after her. And now, no one would suspect that she was the mastermind behind the scheme. She felt remarkably secure. In a foul mood, Lu Ruoyan decided, Lianer. Yes, Mississippi. Come with me outside for a breath of fresh air. Chapter 32. I am targeting the young lady of the Lu family. Lianer, whose real name is Song Lian, is a fourth-tier, sevenfold powerhouse, Lu Ruoyan's personal maid and bodyguard, who is also an assassin. In Pingcheng, sixth-tier individuals are true kings and rarely make appearances. The principals of various prestigious universities are typically only fifth-tier. To put it bluntly, with her fourth-tier, sevenfold strength, Lianer can walk with confidence in Pingcheng as long as she does not encounter a fifth-tier powerhouse. Even if she does, the name of the Lu family would ensure Lu Ruoyan's safety. This is the confidence that allows Lu Ruoyan to go out for a leisurely stroll. As night fell, the evening breeze turned cool, and the streetlights cast a dim glow. The shadows of Lu Ruoyan and Lianer elongated. Suddenly, Lianer turned to look behind her, a graceful figure, with fingers shimmering with golden light, descended from the sky clad in a black robe. The robe bore the four characters, acting on behalf of heaven. She was none other than Li Yi, the chief debt collector of Kwai Mortgage Loan Company. Compared to debt collection, she preferred the more elegant phrase acting on behalf of heaven. Lu Ruoyan, the young lady of the Lu family, notorious for her misdeeds. Today I shall act on behalf of heaven and teach you a lesson. The pressure of a fourth-tier, five-fold powerhouse surged forth. Lu Ruoyan calmly shielded Lianer behind her, realizing that there was no baseless act of acting on behalf of heaven. This person must certainly harbor a grudge against her or the Lu family. Yet, for such a mere fourth-tier, five-fold warrior, Lu Ruoyan sneered. You are truly blind to challenge me. Today, you have encountered an immovable barrier. She signaled Lianer to engage. Just then, a burly man with a black stocking over his head and a lace-edged mask emerged from the shadows, blocking Lianer's path. Bang! With a resounding crash, the burly man's fist, glowing red and intertwined with flames, struck Lianer forcefully. She was sent flying. Lu Ruoyan's pupils dilated, a fifth-tier powerhouse. Fifth-tier powerhouses are significant figures in Pingcheng, possessing the fiery fist technique. Who could it be? Chen Jinsong. Miss, he is Fire Fist Chen Jinsong from Kwai Dai. Before Lianer could finish her sentence, the burly man transformed his entire hand into flames, clenched his fist, and swung down. He struck Lianer's face with tremendous force. Boom. The burly man's eyes widened. Who is Chen Jinsong? What is Kwai Dai? Say it again. Lianer's hair was singed, her face resembling a smoky visage. Chen Jinsong, are you insane? How dare you harm me? I am from the Lu family. Boom. Say that again. Chen boom. Say that again. Chen Jinsong's fiery fist struck again, knocking Lianer into a state of oblivion. Meanwhile, Lu Ruoyan's situation was no better. Li Yi, having worked in the violent debt collection industry for over a decade, had never physically assaulted someone of such high status, especially not a woman like Lu Ruoyan. She seized Lu Ruoyan's hair and slammed her to the ground, then mounted her and unleashed a barrage of punches. Each blow targeted Lu Ruoyan's face. Lu Ruoyan, accustomed to a life of luxury, had never been struck before, and cries of despair escaped her lips. I am the young lady of the Lu family. I am targeting the young lady of the Lu family. Slap. A heavy slap landed on Lu Ruoyan's face. Her face instantly swelled up, and she seethed. The Lu family will not let you off. Chen Jinsong, and you will both pay. You will both die. Slap. Damn it. Slap. It must be said, Lu Ruoyan was born with a tenacious tongue. Even when her face was marred beyond recognition, her words remained unyielding. Yet, no matter how obstinate one might be, they cannot withstand the relentless blows of adversity. Please, stop. Don't you want money? I can give it to you. I can give you the money. Lu Ruoyan was no fool. A wise person does not suffer losses in the present. What did the loan company expect from her? Was it not merely to have her repay Chen Yu's debts? As long as they ceased their assaults, she would repay the money. Later, she would find a way to recoup it from Chen Yu. Lu Rian was determined to repay the debt, but Chen Jinsong was resolute in his opposition. Money? What money? Countless fire-related powers existed, and he was not the sole possessor of abilities akin to Fire Fist. Should he acknowledge the matter of money, it would confirm that he, the masked assailant who had mercilessly pummeled the Lu family's young lady, was indeed Chen Jinsong. Did he think himself foolish? Chen Jinsong let out a roar to the heavens. I am the avenger of justice. Do you think to bribe me with money? Strike. Continue to strike. Strike until smoke rises. Slap. In the alley, cries of anguish and the sound of slaps echoed like a haunting melody. Lu Rian was bewildered. Why did the loan company's personnel seek her instead of Chen Yu for debt collection? Even if, for the sake of argument, Chen Yu lacked funds and the loan company approached her, why did they not demand money? Instead, they were intent on beating her senseless? The security vehicle arrived. The siren wailed. The law enforcement vehicle finally appeared, albeit tardily, after the brutal assault on Lu Rian had begun to wind down. Lu Rian was on the verge of tears. Why could the security bureau arrive immediately when Chen Yu was in trouble, yet take their time when she was in peril? Help, help. Hearing the siren, Chen Jinsong and Li Yi ceased their blows. Indeed, it was worth $1 million to pummel the Lu family's young lady. Let's go. Once the matter is settled, we shall retreat into obscurity, concealing our names and achievements. The two vanished into the night. Soon, the security vehicle came to a halt, and emerging from it were familiar faces to Chen Yu, the 5th Action Team of the Security Bureau. Upon witnessing the scene before them, they collectively gasped in shock. There lay a woman, charred and resembling a scorched sparrow, at the mouth of the alley, while another woman, with a commendable physique but a face akin to a pig, stood nearby, perhaps not truly plump, but rather battered. What enmity could compel someone to inflict such harm? The team leader hurried to Lian Er's side and inquired, what transpired? Lian Er, exuding an enticing aroma of grilled meat, tremulously opened her mouth and said, quick, go save Miss Lu. The team leader was momentarily perplexed. Miss Lu? Where's Miss Lu? In Ping City, the only individual worthy of being addressed as Miss Lu was Lu Rian. He turned to glance at the woman resembling a pig. Incredulous. Could this be Lu Rian? How could this be possible? Are you from out of town? Lian Er was nearly in tears. What do you mean out of town? I am Song Lian from the Lu family in Ping City. The person in the alley is my lady, Lu Rian. Upon hearing this, the team leader peered into the alley, stunned, then staggered back in disbelief. The swollen face resembling a steamed bun, the mouth as large as a sausage, and the eyes reduced to mere slits belonged to the Lu family's young lady, Lu Rian? By heavens. After learning the ins and outs of the situation through Lu Rian, the team leader's heart raced. The assailant had employed fire-based powers, suspected to be Chen Jinsong, the proprietor of the loan company. He pondered for some time, but could not discern Chen Jinsong's motive for the crime. To offend the formidable Lu family over $1 million? Had Chen Jinsong lost his mind? Besides him, who else could harbor such deep-seated animosity towards Lu Rian? Chen Yu? The name inexplicably crossed his mind. Most importantly, Chen Yu had mentioned earlier in the afternoon that he would achieve his dreams with his own hands. Yet, by nightfall, Lu Rian had become a pig-headed mess. How had Chen Yu managed to compel a 5th-tier powerhouse to willingly offend the mighty Lu family? The implications were chilling. Chapter 33. Spare us the useless talk. How much are you offering? Lu Rian's beating was unbeknownst to Chen Yu. After Chen Zihua and the team leader departed, he began to tidy his room. Shards of glass littered the floor. Just as he was cleaning, Zhou Shan, the principal of Ping City No. 1 Middle School, along with the vice commissioner of the City Federation, led the enrollment teachers from the 3 premier martial arts academies of the Great Xia to Chen Yu's community. This was the treatment befitting the top scholar of Jiang Province. The 3 foremost martial arts academies had come to pay a visit. Zhou Shan smiled and remarked, your presence in Ping City truly elevates its stature. Even a 5th-tier powerhouse must show deference before the enrollment teachers of these prestigious academies, not merely due to their status, but also their prowess. Principal Zhou, you flatter us, replied Li Xiang, an enrollment teacher from Qishao Martial Arts Academy, his face adorned with a professional smile, though his back was already soaked with cold sweat. The reason was simple. Li Xiang held the lowest status among the trio, merely an enrollment teacher. In terms of strength, Long Hao, the enrollment director of Tianshu Martial Academy, was of the same 5th-tier rank, but he was a body cultivator. He raised his eyes and saw that walking at the forefront was none other than Yuan Luan, the enrollment director of Qingbei Martial Academy, a 6th-tier powerhouse. Walking alongside him was Long Hao. Faced with these two, Li Xiang felt a tremendous pressure. He had initially thought he had secured a good position, only to discover that those visiting Ping City for recruitment were all formidable figures. However, he could not show fear. If he faltered now, it would not only tarnish his own reputation, but also that of Qishao Martial Arts Academy. He cleared his throat and said, Director Long, Director Yuan, let me speak plainly. Chen Yu is a seed candidate personally designated by the Academy's higher-ups, and today I must take him back. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the air lightened considerably. Hearing this, Long Hao, the enrollment director of Tianshu Martial Academy, chuckled. Does your Qishao Martial Arts Academy still teach body cultivation? This is truly eye-opening. Pray tell, besides teaching body cultivators to endure damage, what else do you teach? Li Xiang, unfazed, retorted. We also teach body cultivators how to use their agile minds in combat. Long Hao waved his sleeve, and the resonance of spiritual energy echoed around him. To have a body cultivator rely on their intellect in battle is akin to asking a swordsman to abandon their sword for literature. Director Long, are you being contrary? Can a swordsman not learn both swordsmanship and culture? The two academies engaged in eloquent discourse, as was customary during recruitment periods, with verbal sparring being inevitable. However, the primary focus remained on the candidates' willingness and the sincerity each school was willing to offer. Soon, the group of 5 arrived at Chen Yu's doorstep. Upon seeing the house devoid of a door, Yuan Luan was momentarily taken aback, only to soon spot Chen Yu's figure. It appeared that Chen Yu had long anticipated their arrival, as 5 teacups were placed on the coffee table in the living room, steam rising gently. All eyes fell upon Chen Yu simultaneously. Oh, the enrollment director of Qingbei University, who had remained silent, spoke in astonishment. Has student Chen Yu advanced? 2nd tier, 5th level? The growth of one's physical cultivation prowess is directly proportional to the refinement of the self. Just a few days after the martial arts examination, Chen Yu has astonishingly broken through 3 realms. What kind of trials has he endured? Indeed, Chen Yu has faced considerable challenges. His home and windows have been dismantled, leaving shards of glass scattered everywhere. Zhou Shan introduced several individuals to Chen Yu as they took their seats. After a lengthy discourse lasting 10 minutes from the vice-chairman of Pingqing City, they finally got to the crux of the matter. Li Xiang, sitting upright, was the first to speak. Chen Yu, our Qishao Academy is the cradle of spiritual martial artists. By joining our institution, you will have the opportunity for spiritual refinement 3 times a year. The combination of this spiritual refinement and your physical cultivation will render you invincible both internally and externally. Furthermore, I assure you that these 3 sessions will be personally conducted by the esteemed dean. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shan exhibited a look of astonishment. Spiritual refinement is a method of cultivating spiritual martial artists, and the dean of Qishao Academy is a formidable 7th tier, 9th level spiritual master who has sequestered himself for many years. It is indeed a rare privilege for Chen Yu to receive such personal attention. This is something that cannot be exchanged for any amount of money. Chen Yu nodded slightly. Li Xiang's words were quite reasonable. The strength of physical cultivation lies in the body, while the spiritual aspect is merely at a normal level. When confronted with a powerful spiritual martial arts practitioner, one could easily become a fragile being, strong on the outside, yet brittle within. What the Qishao Academy offers is precisely what most physical cultivators lack and desperately need. However, this is not the case for Chen Yu. Each time the system enhances his physique, he can feel his spiritual power elevating as well. This is the true value of the system's enhancements. After all, in this day and age, only a subpar system would require additional investment in spiritual power. With this thought in mind, Chen Yu turned his gaze toward Li Xiang, who looked at him with eager anticipation. Even a 6th-tier strongman would be tempted by the prospect of the dean personally conducting spiritual refinement. As long as Chen Yu comprehended the value of spiritual refinement, he too would surely be tempted. However, Chen Yu shook his head. Teacherly, is there nothing more practical? Li Xiang was momentarily taken aback. Was the dean's personal involvement not practical enough? Ha! Teacherly, you have no idea what we physical cultivators truly need. Long Hao from Tianshu Martial Arts Academy stood up, his muscles taut. If you were to join our Tianshu Martial Arts Academy, the dean would personally conduct your physical refinement. That's just a minor detail. I would also personally take you to the secret realm for some real, hands-on combat. Battle. Continuous battle. Fighting is exhilarating. Where this fervor came from, nobody knew, but Long Hao was visibly excited. He swung his fists, exuding a violent aura. Indeed, before encountering him, Chen Yu hardly understood why outsiders often deemed physical cultivators as lacking intellect. Now he comprehended. Physical cultivators truly are somewhat dim-witted. Yet Long Hao employed a method that had proven effective countless times in recruiting physical cultivators. No physical cultivator could refuse a challenge. If anyone could, it meant they simply hadn't fought enough exhilarating battles. Chen Yu did feel a thrill for battle, but, without financial compensation, that thrill was diminished. Is this truly the pinnacle of martial arts academies in Daxia? Why does no one mention money? No worries, if they want to bring it up, Chen Yu will. Clearing his throat, he inquired, what are the financial arrangements? Upon hearing this, Yuan Luan smiled. Chen Yu, if you enroll in Qingbei Martial Arts University, you will be rewarded with a scholarship of 6 million. Additionally, I have also prepared spiritual and physical refinement for you. While it may not match the offerings of the deans of the other 2 academies, it will not fall far behind. Once you join, there will be physical cultivation teachers providing one-on-one guidance. Chen Yu paid little attention to the subsequent details. His ears perked up at the mention of the 6 million enrollment reward. Truly, Qingbei Martial Arts University is generous. Seeing Chen Yu's excitement, Long Hao and Li Xiang exchanged glances. It was over. Mentioning money had struck at their vulnerable spot. The Daxia government allocates equal funding to the 3 universities each year. However, the focus of each institution varies. Tianshu Martial Arts Academy is solely dedicated to physical cultivators. Qishao Academy exclusively trains spiritual martial artists, all of whom are insatiable, gold-consuming beasts, while Qingbei Martial Arts University is a cradle for elemental martial artists. In simple terms, students at Qingbei save money. Therefore, Qingbei has the financial resources to reward Chen Yu and fund intercollegiate competitions with prizes for winning teams. The other 2 schools would rather stretch a penny into 2 than part with their funds, and now they were expected to grant Chen Yu a likely SSS-ranked martial arts prodigy, 6 million? Even if they were willing, the students would rebel. Chapter 34. What do you mean next week? I can go to Qingbei right now. Teachers, don't you have anything else to add? Chen Yu looked at Long Hao and Li Xiang, his meaning clear. Aren't you going to increase the offer? If you don't, I might just head to Qingbei. Long Hao and Li Xiang could only manage a wry smile. The only resources they could offer were human efforts. As for increasing funds, that truly was out of the question. Seeing that no one spoke for a while, Chen Yu declared, I choose Qingbei Martial Arts University. Simply based on Qingbei's financial prowess, Chen Yu felt compelled to attend. With financial backing, what need was there for spiritual or physical refinement? All paled in comparison to a simple system enhancement. Sighing, Long Hao accepted this reality. As long as Chen Yu did not choose Qishao Academy, he could come to terms with it. Li Xiang shook his head in resignation, attempting one last effort. Actually, our school has a plethora of beautiful girls, all fair-skinned, lovely, and long-legged. Chen Yu remained unfazed. He always regarded women as mere illusions, ephemeral as red dust. Moreover, there was the example of the fitness enthusiast Hua Maolong. Before encountering women, he was imbued with masculine vigor, soaring high into the clouds. After meeting women, he transformed into an ancient dragon, teetering on the brink of the mortuary. What beauties! They were akin to the bone-slicing blades that even physical cultivators could not withstand. I choose Qingbei Martial Arts University. Seeing Chen Yu's resolve unshaken, Li Xiang and Long Hao had no choice but to abandon their efforts and depart. Aside from Chen Yu, Jiang Province also boasted Feng Ning, whose total score reached 100,000, rivaling the top scores from other provinces. If Chen Yu was unattainable, recruiting Feng Ning should be a feasible task, right? Off they went. After the 2 left, Yuan Lun regarded Chen Yu with evident admiration. It appears that you possess more determination than I had anticipated. He retrieved a finely crafted token from his pocket, prominently engraved with the words Qingbei. This was the student token of Qingbei Martial Arts Academy, allowing the bearer unrestricted access to the first floor of the school's scripture repository, where all advanced yellow-level martial techniques could be studied. As for higher-level techniques, those could only be accessed upon entering the elite class. Yuan Lun produced a document, and Chen Yu glanced over. The document revealed, Qingbei University is divided into 3 classes, ordinary class, key class, and elite class. Students in the elite class may freely study all beginner-level mystic techniques on the 2nd floor of the scripture repository, and each year, they will receive training resources valued at 3 million. More importantly, students who have participated in intercollegiate competitions in previous years will only be selected for the elite class. This year, the selection method for the exceptional students involves a 1v1 arena battle. Those who secure a position within the top 36 will be granted admission to the elite class for their studies. Yuan Lun gazed at Chen Yu, nodding in satisfaction. Many impulsive students merely glance at the documents before discarding them, and some even fail to pay attention to the assessment schedule. Chen Yu, however, was notably diligent in his examination. Yuan Lun remarked, how do you find the reading, Chen Yu? Chen Yu, regaining his focus, looked at the introduction where the value of the cultivation resources was marked at 3 million and inquired, can the resources valued at 3 million be converted into cash? Yuan Lun responded, no. Your focus is misplaced, Chen Yu. Why are you not concerned about the techniques available in the scripture pavilion or the formidable opponents you will soon face, but instead fixated on whether the resources can be exchanged for money? They can be converted? Then that's acceptable, Chen Yu replied, carefully tucking away the document, which clearly stated that the class assessment would commence next week. He could hardly contain his anticipation. Teacher, when will the 6 million be deposited into my account? Yuan Lun felt a sense of disconnection with Chen Yu's train of thought. Is this the world of physical cultivation? Why does it all seem to revolve around money? Please provide your account number, and it should be credited by tomorrow afternoon. Chen Yu provided his account details. After finishing his tea, Yuan Lun reflected on the fruitful trip to Jiang Province. With Chen Yu officially joining Qingbei Martial Arts University, it was time for him to take his leave. Rising, he said, Chen Yu, we shall meet at Qingbei University next week. Next week? Chen Yu also stood up. I can go to Qingbei right now. Yuan Lun was momentarily taken aback. What could Chen Yu possibly want to do in such haste? Surely, he yearned to familiarize himself with the school's environment and study techniques at the scripture pavilion. It had been years since he had encountered a student so fervently passionate about learning. After all, Chen Yu had just completed his martial examination. concluding 3 arduous years of high school. Don't you need a few days to rest? No, teacher. How are you leaving? The university will send me back. I can accompany you. Chen Yu dashed back to his room to pack his belongings. What a joke. If he went alone, he would have to purchase a train ticket and buy meals along the way. This time, he would spend not a single penny, simply hitching a ride. What is this called? Riding a bicycle to a bar, saving where one can, spending where one must. Off they went. Grabbing his luggage, Chen Yu boarded the vehicle, setting off for Qingbei Martial Arts University. Meanwhile, in Jiang Province, Wuxing, upon learning of Chen Yu's journey to Qingbei Martial Arts University, Feng Ning promptly declined the invitations from Long Hao and Li Xiang. The reason was simple. He had lost to Chen Yu in the martial examination and sought a rematch. He wanted to compete in the elite arena battle. Off he went to Qingbei. In Pingcheng, the Jiang family. Qinghuai, didn't you want to attend a southern school? Why the sudden desire to enroll in a school in the capital? Jiang Qinghuai thoughtfully opened the news about Chen Yu's stunning defeat of the Fury Blaze Lion. He would never forget that day when Chen Yu had vanquished the Fury Blaze Lion, the ethereal shadow appearing behind him. The capital boasted numerous talents, and a single blow could bring down a multitude of geniuses. To be honest, Jiang's father remarked. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Qinghuai replied, I once encountered a passage in the history of martial arts. Whenever darkness and chaos descend, an extraordinary genius will rise to lead humanity through the shadows. I believe I have witnessed such a genius. Perhaps, a great era is about to dawn. Jiang's father and mother exchanged astonished glances, then silently picked up their phones. Opening a search engine, and typed, what kind of illness does a child have when they mumble incessantly after failing the martial examination? Which department should they visit at the hospital? Chapter 35, Arrival at Qingbei, Roommate, the Kanto Recommended Student. Are you really so confident that you will enter the elite class at Qingbei? On the road, Yuan Luan engaged Chen Yu in casual conversation. In the past, Chen Yu might have pondered this question, but with the 6 million reward from Qingbei University, he confidently replied, it should not be a problem. Ha, Yuan Luan laughed. Your youthful arrogance is quite normal, but remember that there are always greater talents beyond your own. Not to mention, Feng Ning from Jiang Province is formidable enough to challenge you, let alone this year's new student, the top scholar from Shaoxiang Province, Yi Li. With her A-class martial arts skill, spirit, communication, and her second-tier 8th level strength, not only does she possess greater power, but she is also a mental-type martial artist. In a real fight, you might not be her match. Yuan Luan received news that both Feng Ning and Yi Li had declined offers from 2 universities. Yi Li's arrival time was tentative, while Feng Ning would reach Qingbei tomorrow. Upon hearing that Yi Li's strength was only at the second-tier 8th level, Chen Yu pondered briefly. He was confident that once the 6 million arrived, his own strength would experience another significant boost. Even if, as Yuan Luan suggested, he struggled against Yi Li today, he was certain he would prevail in a week. Moreover, with his second-tier 5th level strength, wind step, and mental prowess rivaling that of a mental-type martial artist, he felt no fear of Yi Li. Chen Yu closed his eyes, beginning to cultivate. Observing this, Yuan Luan crossed his arms, silently thinking, Chen Yu, you are remarkably self-assured. Even if you manage to defeat Yi Li, it will be challenging to secure a spot in the elite class. The S-class and A-class special recruits and recommended students from various provinces have yet to make their entrance. They are the true protagonists of this contest for the elite. When you encounter them, you will truly understand the meaning of there are people beyond people, heavens beyond heavens. However, in the path of martial arts, who dares to claim invincibility? And who would not acknowledge defeat? Failure is an inevitable experience in the life of a genius. The true genius, after encountering failure, will only grow more resilient. He believed that Chen Yu would rise stronger from setbacks. Qingbei Martial Arts University is located in the capital city, where 9 towering dragon-patterned pillars stand majestically at the entrance. As the ancient saying goes, 9 is the highest number, and these 9 pillars perfectly embody the essence of martial arts. Upon entering the campus, one is greeted by an open-air martial arts arena, where a 10-zhang tall black iron giant sword stands majestically, inscribed with the motto Prove the Tao through martial arts. Just stepping through the university gates, Chen Yu could distinctly feel the profound cultural and martial heritage of Qingbei. Truly, it is a top-tier institution of the Xia dynasty, Chen Yu exclaimed. Yuan Luan's eyes brimmed with pride. Here lies the highest sanctuary of martial artists, a sacred place in the hearts of countless warriors. And today, you, Chen Yu, are now a part of it. Even Chen Yu himself felt a surge of excitement. These pillars, this sword, Yuan Luan added, they all embody the true essence of martial arts. Chen Yu inquired, surely they are worth a considerable sum? Yuan Luan replied, I sought to unveil the vastness of Qingbei, the profound cultural heritage, and the discipline of martial arts. Yet you merely remarked that the pillars and swords must be of considerable monetary worth? Such a statement is trivial. The dragon pillar was intricately carved by an 8th-tier master, so lifelike that it stands as one of only 9 in existence. Its value is beyond measure. The Xian iron greatsword may not be precious in itself, yet its origin is astonishing. This was the weapon wielded by the inaugural president of Qingbei Martial Arts University before his rise to fame. Each varying scar on its blade recounts the arduous journey of the first president. It is a priceless treasure. But wait, what is he thinking? This is not for sale. No amount of money could tempt its owner. Once he regained his composure, Chen Yu's gaze fell upon the ancient peach tree cultivated on campus. No, Yuan Luin grew anxious, fearing that Chen Yu, in a moment of excitement, might uproot the ancient peach for sale. He paused before the directional map and spoke. Allow me to direct you to the places you will frequently visit. Qingbei University is vast, and as a newcomer, it is easy to lose one's way. To the east lies the teaching buildings, where courses on beast theory, spiritual resonance, and mental control are held. To the north is the indoor martial arts arena, designated for skill practice, while the practical training grounds are situated behind it, designed for teaching combat techniques. Chen Yu studied the map of various learning establishments, committing their approximate locations to memory. What is this? The cafeteria? He inquired, pointing to one corner. That structure, larger than the indoor martial arts arena, bore an emblem featuring a pair of chopsticks. Indeed, there are 4 cafeterias on campus, located in the north, south, east, and west. Yuan Luin glanced at him. Qingbei is not open to the public, so money is unnecessary. Simply swipe your student card during meals. No payment. Free meals. Yes. As long as you remain a student at Qingbei, the university cafeteria will be open to you at no cost, providing breakfast, lunch, dinner, and even a late-night snack. All with unlimited drinks. Just don't waste it. Chen Yu's eyes sparkled with delight. As a physical cultivator, he required a substantial amount of energy to sustain his robust physique. The means to replenish this energy? Food. To be frank, since embarking on the path of physical cultivation, he had not experienced a full meal. He was truly famished. Is the cafeteria open now? At this moment, Yuan Luin glanced at his wristwatch. Lunch has passed. Dinner is still 2 hours away. Chen Yu was unperturbed by the wait, as long as there was food. Subsequently, Yuan Luin guided Chen Yu to a cluster of dense buildings, which housed the dormitories. A spacious 150 square meter double room awaits you. Your dormitory number is 5905. Upon reaching the 5th floor, room 905, they found the living conditions to be exquisite, featuring 2 roomy bedrooms, 2 independent training rooms, and all necessary appliances such as air conditioning and a refrigerator. Your physical cultivation instructor is currently on summer vacation and will not return for a week. For now, take your time to rest and explore the campus to familiarize yourself with the surroundings. Chen Yu vaguely recalled Yuan Luin mentioning that a physical cultivation teacher would provide him with one-on-one guidance. It seemed the instructor on vacation was indeed the one he had spoken of. Well, there is nothing else to be mindful of. Your instructor is named Tu Jun, a 5th-tier 9th-stage physical cultivator and quite a decent person. You'll see for yourself when he returns. Speaking of which, Tu Jun had not taught any students for a full 20 years. This was due to the fact that physically capable students typically enrolled in the Shu Martial Arts Academy instead of Qingbei, while those lacking sufficient scores could not attend Qingbei at all. After ensuring all details were conveyed, Yuan Luin took his leave, leaving Chen Yu alone in the dormitory. Chen Yu organized his belongings and reclined on the living room sofa. He had a fondness for sleeping on sofas. It was a peculiar hobby of his. Closing his eyes to rest, he awaited the cafeteria's opening in 2 hours. After dozing for over 10 minutes, he was roused by a flurry of footsteps outside the dormitory, soon followed by a voice laced with a distinct accent. Oh my, Xiaogu, why is Qingbei still assigning dorms? If we were back home, a mere donation to the library would secure a single room. A boy, fiddling with 2 decorative walnuts, exclaimed to a sun-kissed youth with a crew cut. Xiaogu, I'm not kidding. This place can't compare to our hometown in the Northeast. My old man insists I keep a low profile here. I can manage that. But I'm a guaranteed admit. Watch it. The one referred to as Xiaogu replied with a sidelong glance. We're here to study, not to act like kings. As the door swung open, the sight of Chen Yu lounging on the sofa startled the boy. Oh, Iron Bro, why are you here so early? Were you listening to our conversation just now? Xiaogu seized him by the collar. What is wrong with you? Can't you see someone else resting? Why are you yelling? He then turned to Chen Yu, offering an awkward smile. My little brother here bumped his head on the door frame. Please, go back to sleep. As Chen Yu lay on the sofa, he sensed that his future academic life would likely not be dull. Chapter 36. Challenge me? I decline. Hello. Classmate, I am Sikong Lingxiao from the Northeast. I am Gao Yin, also from the Northeast. Sikong Lingxiao shot him a glare. Who asked you? Get back to your dorm. I will, but I must formally introduce my Xiaogu. Gao Yin cleared his throat and turned to Chen Yu. Classmate, standing before you is the unparalleled prodigy of the 3 provinces of the Northeast. A genius who awakened the S-class martial arts ability 10,000 Blades Heavenly Punishment at the age of 15, and was directly admitted to Qingbei Martial Arts University, renowned as, shut it. Are you trying to show off? Sikong Lingxiao interrupted with a smack to the back of Gao Yan's head. Do you think this is a village trumpet calling for marriage? Scram, or I'll have to teach you a lesson. Seeing that Sikong Lingxiao was about to retaliate if he continued, Gao Yan promptly fell silent. All right. I won't say another word. You two chat. Finally, The atmosphere calmed down, and Sikong Lingxiao flashed an awkward smile at Chen Yu. Just as he was about to break the suffocating silence, Gao Yan suddenly exclaimed, "Classmate, being in the same dorm as Xiao Gu means you must be formidable too. Are you a guaranteed admit as well? How come I haven't heard of you?" Sikong Lingxiao rolled up his sleeves. "Gao Yan, my bad, I was just curious." Chen Yu waved his hand with a smile. He was quite pleased to engage with people from the Northeast. They spoke their minds openly, without pretense. "I am not a guaranteed admit. Then what are you?" "The top scorer from Jiang province." "You are Chen Yu?" Gao Yan exclaimed. Having perused the profiles of most new students at Qingbei, he had indeed seen Chen Yu's. However, the disparity between the photo and the real person had caused him not to recognize him at first. Now, upon closer inspection, this was none other than the student who scored an astonishing 250,000 points. A score that could outshine 3 martial arts top scorers even if he were to lose to the Northeast. Yu Ge, in the realm of martial arts. Respect for the strong was genuine. Gao Yan had just been addressing Chen Yu formally, and now he was calling him Yu Ge. As soon as Sikong Lingxiao entered, he recognized Chen Yu immediately. He extended his hand with a bright, sunny smile. "Chen Yu, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. What fame? A fallen genius, perhaps?" Chen Yu quipped, indulging in rare self-deprecation. Sikong Lingxiao shook his head. "What fallen genius? There are hardly 10 people in Qingbei who can achieve a score of 250,000 in the martial arts exam. Do you think the nickname human-shaped Tyrannosaurus is just for show?" Hearing this, Chen Yu felt somewhat bewildered. Who is the human-shaped Tyrannosaurus? Who else could it be but me? I must admit, I am completely oblivious to how I have acquired such a nickname. This is hardly surprising, considering no one dares to address me directly. My formidable physique, ferocious speed, and brutal prowess in combat have earned me the title of Human Tyrannosaurus Rex after a particularly gruesome martial arts examination video circulated. Indeed, every beast that has perished at my hands has been obliterated by my overwhelming strength. There is no fault in this moniker. Across the dormitory building, on the rooftop, the vice president of Qingbei University, Li Yi, wore a leisurely smile. He turned to Yuan Luan and gestured towards the trio engaged in animated conversation across the way. "You wish for Sikong Lingxiao to demonstrate to Chen Yu that there are always greater forces at play. However, it appears your scheme has faltered," he remarked. Yuan Luan shook his head in disbelief. This doesn't seem right. Shouldn't Sikong Lingxiao have entered with a fierce challenge, only for Chen Yu to retort, and then let the battle commence? How is it that they are now conversing so amicably? One is a pure brute, relying solely on physical prowess, while the other is a talented scion from the eastern regions. Their initial encounter should have ignited a clash. Yet, they seem to be enjoying each other's company. Does Chen Yu not feel the urge to engage in battle? Li Yi turned, speaking earnestly. "Director Yuan, we must not assume that Chen Yu lacks intellect simply because he is a physical cultivator, nor should we presume that Sikong Lingxiao, hailing from the eastern territories, possesses a volatile temperament. Understanding each individual's unique attributes and tailoring our approach accordingly is imperative. Only then can we cultivate these prodigies into truly exceptional individuals." As Li Yi departed, Yuan Luan pondered silently. Was the vice president suggesting that Chen Yu, the one who sought to uproot a millennia-old peach tree, possessed foresight? Such actions hardly indicate a keen intellect. His head began to throb. Regardless of Chen Yu's mental acuity, it seemed he must start employing his brain. Within the dormitory, Chen Yu had formed a general impression of Sikong Lingxiao. The latter was forthright and straightforward. His martial prowess was encapsulated in the technique known as 10,000 blades of heavenly punishment, capable of condensing spiritual essence into lethal golden blades, characterized by a predominantly offensive nature. His strength ranked as the highest among the current freshman cohort, a formidable force aiming solely for the position of chief in the Qingbei elite class. As Sikong Lingxiao contemplated the future, a series of notification chimes erupted from the display at the dormitory entrance. Upon glancing at the screen, a message materialized. "Freshman Chen Yu, first-year student Feng Ning has issued a challenge to you at the 6th combat arena. Will you accept?" Feng Ning's message read, "Chen Yu, I can hardly contain my eagerness to face you. I await you at the 6th combat arena." Observing the message above, Sikong Lingxiao raised an eyebrow. "Is Feng Ning challenging you immediately upon your arrival at the university? Did you have a prior dispute with him?" Chen Yu, entirely unfamiliar with who Feng Ning was, having merely seen his name in the rankings of Jiang Province's martial arts examination, responded, "I don't believe we have a history. Though he likely wishes to test his mettle against me, I can surmise as much. If I were to participate in the martial arts examination and be bested by you, this unexpected dark horse, I would certainly seek to confront you as well to measure my strength." Sikong Lingxiao chuckled, checking the time. Chen Yu noted there were still 10 minutes until dinner. Why prioritize a duel over a meal? What if I arrive late and miss dinner? I must decline. Sikong Lingxiao. It is well known that prodigies possess a certain pride, commonly referred to as face. Such formal challenges issued in the arena are rarely turned down by anyone of notable stature, except for Chen Yu. The display promptly erupted again with Feng Ning's invitation, which Chen Yu once more declined. The notifications continued to flood in, yet Chen Yu ignored them. Initially, Gao Yin felt a tinge of embarrassment for Chen Yu's apparent avoidance of combat. However, witnessing Chen Yu's persistent refusals and Feng Ning's frantic applications brought him an inexplicable sense of exhilaration. It was akin to a lovesick admirer confessing their feelings to a goddess, only for her to refuse even to open her window, all while the admirer continued to pursue her fervently. Bam! Feng Ning issued a challenge with a bounty of 300,000 yuan, provided by him. Upon reading this, Gao Yin could almost sense the underlying message of Feng Ning's desperate plea. Goddess, I offer all my riches, please. Grant me an audience. I implore you. Recalling that the 6th combat arena was located quite close to the North Canteen, Gao Yin could not resist suggesting, why don't we go take a look? It was evident he too bore a history of unrequited affection. At this, Chen Yu nodded in agreement. Sounds good. It's on the way to dinner. Plus we could earn 300,000 yuan without effort. It's practically free money. Now, the notion of a challenge seems much more appealing. Let us go. It's time to eat. Chapter 37. Chen Yu, prepare for battle. At Qingbei, the 6th combat arena, Feng Ning addressed the instructor. Teacher, I wish to challenge the freshman Chen Yu. Originally, he had intended to wait for the freshman competition to confront Chen Yu. Yet the anticipation had become unbearable. Since both he and Chen Yu were present at Qingbei, why not challenge him directly? At this moment, Feng Ning brimmed with confidence. He, the master of thunder and lightning, was determined to engage in a contest with Chen Yu today. Chen Yu, I await your arrival. However, the teacher interrupted. Feng Ning, please wait a moment. But I have yet to finish my statement. You needn't say anything further. Why not? Because Chen Yu has declined your challenge, Feng Ning. He was incredulous. How could this be? Based on his understanding of physical cultivators, they would ignite at the slightest provocation. He had even delivered his challenge directly to Chen Yu's dormitory. How could he possibly refuse? Was he truly a physical cultivator? Where was his temper? Seeing Feng Ning's confusion, the teacher adjusted the display. Chen Yu is a freshman and may not have utilized the combat system before, perhaps accidentally selecting the wrong button. Would you like to submit the challenge again? Feng Ning smacked his thigh. Physical cultivators typically do not engage with complex technology. This makes perfect sense. Please, teacher. Submit it again. Very well. Feng Ning cleared his throat and once more faced the entrance of the 6th combat arena, his aura crackling with electrical intent. Chen Yu, I eagerly await you. Feng Ning, the teacher interjected once more. What now? Chen Yu should be capable of operating the combat system. Is this more important than my statement? It is indeed, the teacher affirmed gravely, because Chen Yu has once again declined the challenge, and in no time, the notifications appeared again. Feng Ning was momentarily stunned. Then his spirit surged with indignation and resolve. He refused me? Apply again. Chen Yu declines. Again. Chen Yu remained silent, presumably finding Feng Ning bothersome enough to mute him. In a mere 3 minutes, Feng Ning's mindset transformed from one of unwavering confidence to seething anger, and finally to a profound despondency that felt akin to an eternity. This brief span felt like a century of torment. Feng Ning, there's no rush for the duel. Why not invite Chen Yu again another day? If it had been 3 minutes earlier, he might have turned away, but now he felt like a jilted lover, having sent 300 WeChat messages with only a dismissive response in return. Another day? Feng Ning's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he slammed his bank card onto the table. Here is 300,000, my entire fortune. I demand to fight Chen Yu today. The teacher, taken aback by such tenacity, was astonished at the audacity of using 300,000 as a prize. Are you certain you won't regret this? I am absolutely certain. With a decisive stroke of his pen, Feng Ning signed his name, and the entire sum was transferred. Finally, the good news arrived. Feng Ning, congratulations. Chen Yu has accepted your challenge. Feng Ning's eyes brimmed with tears. Perseverance had borne fruit, and he had finally coaxed Chen Yu into the arena. He now understood why devoted admirers could secure dates with their goddesses. It was because they offered so much of themselves. All right. Feng Ning puffed out his chest, his gaze fixed on the entrance of the 6th arena. Moments later, a stern young man clad in a black robe emerged, striding forth with an air of urgency. Chen Yu. Upon seeing him, Feng Ning's heart raced inexplicably, his throat tightening. The teacher overseeing the arena observed Chen Yu with keen interest. It was apparent that the earlier absence had been a mere choice of reluctance. But why had he chosen to come now? Was it confidence in his ability to win and claim the 300,000 prize? As they reached the arena, Chen Yu activated his student pass, swiping it against the device beside the platform. Ding! Freshman Chen Yu has arrived at the arena. Freshman Feng Ning, please check in within 10 minutes and proceed to the platform. Feng Ning's heart surged with anticipation. This was a contest of dignity, honor, and wealth. He had wagered his entire fortune on his victory. There was no way he could afford to lose. Chen Yu, prepare for battle. Chapter 38. Feng Ning, I concede. Two-tiered, 7th level? It appeared that the newcomer on the platform was indeed a freshman. Wow, the class assessments aren't even a week away, and the tension is already palpable. Who do you think will win? Logically speaking, a 2-tiered, 7th level should have a significant advantage over a 2-tiered, 5th level, boasting an 80 greater reserve of spiritual resonance, not to mention the disparity in strength and divine abilities. Moreover, one student in the crowd noted the electric energy emanating from Feng Ning, his gaze sharpening. The lightning affinity is not to be trifled with. As the discussions ensued, most students reached a consensus. Those who gained admission to elite institutions like Qingbei were the cream of the crop, possessing combat skills and martial techniques that were unlikely to differ vastly. The decisive factor in this duel would be their martial ranks. Of course, fighting above one's level wasn't impossible, but such ability was typically reserved for the elite class. Neither Chen Yu nor Feng Ning was listed among the freshman prodigies. Thus, it was clear, the one with superior strength would emerge victorious. In a corner of the arena, Xikong Lingxiao rhythmically tapped his fingers on his arm, each beat mimicking the rhythm of Chen Yu's footwork. The wind step from Jiang province was indeed as legendary as its reputation suggested. Suddenly, he clapped his hands in realization. No wonder Chen Yu claimed he wouldn't be late for dinner. He had this trick up his sleeve. He turned to Gao Yan. The cafeteria opens in a few minutes. 3 minutes. That should suffice. Feng Ning stepped onto the arena. Both contenders prepared as the countdown began. Swish. The screen displayed a 10-second countdown as the protective barrier slowly activated. Feng Ning first bowed solemnly to the teacher, then fixed his gaze on Chen Yu. While I may have never triumphed in hunting beasts against you, when it comes to martial duels, a sharp smile graced his lips, his aura of spiritual resonance surging. I, Feng Ning, have never known defeat. Chen Yu raised an eyebrow, initially expecting Feng Ning to make excuses about a mistake in the martial assessment or to claim that had he not been careless, victory would have been assured. To his surprise, Feng Ning's forthright admission of his past failures garnered Chen Yu's respect. His only flaw was a touch of arrogance, but a few beatings would surely temper that. Feng Ning pointed at the 300,000 displayed on the screen and continued, Chen Yu, I live by the creed of acknowledging one's inferiority and willing to gamble and accept defeat. If I win, the 300,000 is mine. If you win, it shall belong to you. Very well. Even the smallest morsel is still flesh. With the exhilarating class assessments just a week away, why not earn a little extra before then? As the countdown concluded, the battle commenced. The protective barrier fully engaged, and the announcement echoed. Boom. As the announcement faded, a blinding flash of lightning erupted from the arena, showcasing the school's prized martial technique, the lightning serpent dance. The brilliance illuminated the surroundings as 9 arcs of lightning spread outward in a lotus formation, thunder rumbling. The A-level martial divine ability, Thousand Lightning Arc, launching with a supreme technique, Feng Ning, despite being 2 levels below Chen Yu, held no underestimation of his opponent. He had long regarded Chen Yu as an equal adversary. Under the gaze of all in the arena, Feng Ning stepped forward, his body transforming into a serpent of lightning. 10 serpents of lightning surged forth in synchrony, rendering it nearly impossible to discern which one concealed Feng Ning. Even more astonishing was the fact that it was nearly impossible to identify which lightning serpent contained his true lethal strike. Boom. The lightning serpent, radiating a piercing blue glow, sliced through the air, arriving before Chen Yu in an instant. Chen Yu squinted, instinctively attempting to discern Feng Ning's hiding place with his eyes. Yet, after just 0.00001 seconds, he abandoned that notion. Why waste time trying to find him? Wouldn't it be more efficient to treat all 10 lightning strikes as lethal attacks? At that moment, Chen Yu cleared his mind. Swift resolution was key. He would utilize the extreme force realm to conclude this battle. With a single punch, he unleashed a gust of force. Boom. As the lightning serpent collided with Chen Yu's fist, 3 of the serpents instantly vanished. The force of his punch, enhanced by the extreme force realm, continued to pierce through the remaining serpents. Feng Ning, concealed within the 4th serpent, felt the overwhelming power of Chen Yu's strike, and his pupils constricted in shock. The best defense is an offense. With the added force of the Thunderbolt advanced martial technique, the lightning surged forth, and as it met Chen Yu's punch, an explosive sound reverberated through the arena. Bang! The violent explosion, accompanied by a shockwave, sent Feng Ning hurtling from his hiding place, crashing against the protective barrier high above the arena, sending ripples of spiritual energy cascading outward. Subsequently, Feng Ning fell to the ground, his entire being enveloped in arcs of lightning, crackling with brilliance. Below the arena, the students witnessed this spectacle and could not help but swallow audibly. Has our junior Feng Ning been utterly overwhelmed by this dazzling display? To me, it appears as if he has short-circuited, exclaimed one. The students who initially believed in Feng Ning's certain victory stood dumbfounded. As they beheld the 10 lightning serpents, they frantically searched for Feng Ning's whereabouts, even engaging in a silent competition. Yet, Chen Yu, upon spotting Feng Ning concealed within the serpents, did not seek to locate him. Rather, his first impulse was to contemplate defeating 10 opponents at once. What kind of reasoning is that? But lo and behold, Chen Yu did indeed land a punch on Feng Ning. The thunder god leaps, the thunder god slumbers. What kind of thoughts occupied Chen Yu's mind? What could he possibly be contemplating? In the arena, Feng Ning lay on the ground, his heart tumultuous with waves of disbelief. He had not boasted in vain. Since awakening his martial prowess and stepping into the realm of warriors, he had never encountered defeat at his level. Yet just moments ago, his lightning serpent dance failed to outpace Chen Yu, and his thousand thunder light arc was shattered head-on by Chen Yu, while rushing thunder was reduced to mere exploding thunder by Chen Yu's might. Rushing thunder, though merely a high-level yellow-tier martial skill, when combined with the enhancement of his own thousand thunder light arc, unleashed a force rivaling that of intermediate Xian-tier martial techniques. Still, it was utterly obliterated by Chen Yu's ultimate power. How terrifying. After a brief moment of shock, Feng Ning felt a gale rushing toward him. No, it was not merely a gust of wind, but rather the fierce pressure of Chen Yu's punch. His pupils trembled as he bellowed, "I concede. I concede." His voice echoed throughout the arena, and Chen Yu's figure abruptly halted, though his black robe fluttered a moment later, creating a resonating sound. The victor of this arena contest was Chen Yu. The teacher, suppressing his inner astonishment, deactivated the protective barrier and continued. "The monetary reward will be deposited into your account by 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon." Chen Yu turned, glancing at Gao Yan, who looked at the time and then at Sikong Lingxiao, clearing his throat and saying, "Brother Xiao, there's just 1 minute left until the cafeteria opens." Chen Yu defeated Feng Ning in merely 2 minutes? Sikong Lingxiao shook his head. To be precise, it was 1 minute and 50 seconds. With an additional 10 seconds of waiting. "My goodness!" Gao Yan exclaimed, lacking in eloquence, simply resorting to exclamations of disbelief. "Brother Xiao, if it were you, could you defeat Feng Ning in 2 minutes? Gao Yan could not resist asking. "Absolutely, and I could do it even faster," came the confident reply from Sikong Lingxiao. Upon hearing this, Gao Yan sighed in relief, thinking, if Chen Yu could defeat Feng Ning in 2 minutes, then Brother Xiao could certainly do it in 1 minute. The reason was simple. Sikong Lingxiao was the strongest of the new students, the top of the elite class. "Have you forgotten something?" Sikong Lingxiao looked at Gao Yan. Taking a deep breath, "Chen Yu is at the 2nd tier, 5th level, while I am at the 3rd tier, 2nd level. When I was at the 2nd tier, 5th level, it was impossible for me to defeat Feng Ning within 2 minutes." Upon hearing this, Gao Yan's eyes widened, and after a considerable pause, he managed to exclaim, "My goodness." Chapter 39. This is not merely a meal, it is a lucrative venture. Chen Yu, Sikong Lingxiao, and Gao Yan arrived at the cafeteria. With only 30 seconds remaining until the cafeteria opened, the tantalizing aroma of food wafted through the air, enticing their senses. As Qingbei stands as the pinnacle of martial arts institutions in the Great Xia, the meals served in the cafeteria are unparalleled, each dish infused with spiritual essence. Take, for instance, the simplest staple, rice. It is rich in spiritual energy, and long-term consumption greatly benefits a warrior's cultivation. Gao Yan surveyed the dinner menu displayed outside the cafeteria, nodding slightly. Braised ice beef, spicy chicken with mushrooms, and steamed azure-scaled fish, all of which come from 2nd-tier exotic beasts, are quite acceptable. For individuals like Gao Yan and Sikong Lingxiao, such ingredients are regular features on their dining tables. However, for an average person, a single meal costing the equivalent of 2 days' wages is unsustainable. Chen Yu, being an ordinary person, was thrilled upon seeing the menu. Such exquisite offerings. Free of charge, I must indulge to my heart's content. As the cafeteria door swung open, it was time for dinner. Sikong Lingxiao and Gao Yan heard a rush of wind as a shadow darted into the cafeteria. Gao Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth just rushed in? Sikong Lingxiao glanced beside him, only to find that Chen Yu, who had been at his side just a moment ago, had vanished. Chen Yu. Upon entering the cafeteria, they beheld Chen Yu standing at the food counter, humbly requesting, "Auntie, I have quite the appetite. May I have a little extra rice?" The serving aunt, having worked for 28 years and seen her fair share of hearty eaters, scooped 3 generous servings of braised ice beef for Chen Yu. Noticing his silence, she promptly added 5 servings of spicy chicken with mushrooms. Even then, Chen Yu remained quiet while she served 6 steamed azure-scaled fish, 8 bowls of rice, showcasing an impressive display. After all, food rich in spiritual essence requires time to digest within a warrior's body. The portion she served was sufficient for 10 2nd-tier warriors. Even if Chen Yu were a voracious eater, he would not finish it all, as Chen Yu laid his feast across the entire table. Sikong Lingxiao was left in a stupor. Just as he intended to remind Chen Yu that wasting over 500 grams of food would result in having to wash dishes in the cafeteria, he watched as Chen Yu picked up a bowl and began to devour the food. A true connoisseur of sustenance. Sikong Lingxiao and Gao Yan exchanged glances. "Brother Xiao, shall we go get our food too? Let us wait a moment. If Chen Yu cannot finish, we can help him out." Sikong Lingxiao felt a chill run down his spine. Being tasked with dishwashing in the cafeteria was not frightening. But wearing a fluorescent pink apron emblazoned with King of the Rice Bowl, while doing so, could one endure such humiliation? Warriors may stand and face death, but they cannot suffer social demise while clad in a fluorescent pink apron. Just as the two felt a shiver down their spines, Gao Yan glanced at Chen Yu. Suddenly taken aback, Sikong Lingxiao, noticing his reaction, turned to look at Chen Yu, equally astonished. My goodness, how has an entire table of food vanished? This exclamation came from Sikong Lingxiao, who had only been conversing for a moment when he noticed that the entire table was empty. Where did the food go? Gao Yan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the remnants of the soup at the bottom of his bowl, then back at Chen Yu. At that moment, Chen Yu was pouring rice into the soup, giving it a swift stir before sending it to his mouth. Simple yet elegant. Unlike Sikong Lingxiao and Gao Yan, the serving ant witnessed firsthand how Chen Yu devoured an entire table of food, like a hungry wolf pouncing on its prey. Director Yuan had informed the cafeteria that a student named Chen Yu, an exceptional physique cultivator among the new students, might have a larger appetite. Do not be surprised. It seems he is indeed Chen Yu. Chen Yu approached the window, his face radiating humility. Auntie, I would like to request another table's worth. The serving ant was not merely surprised. She was utterly astounded. Surely, a physique cultivator cannot possess such an insatiable appetite. While other children eat by the portion, he consumes by the table? You call this a slightly large appetite? This is truly extraordinary. Once again, Chen Yu embarked on his culinary journey, devouring a sumptuous spread that, by market standards, would fetch a price of no less than 7,000 yuan if sold externally. This was not merely a meal, it was akin to a profitable venture. When asked about his level of satiety, he mused that while he had laid a foundation, he could easily feast upon 10 more tables. Inspired by Chen Yu, both Sikong Lingxiao and Gao Yan noticeably increased their appetites as well. The early arrivals at the cafeteria dined with great delight, their food intake rising significantly. However, the cafeteria staff faced a dire situation. The canteen at Qingbei University remains exclusive and, to avoid food wastage, the portions prepared are meticulously aligned with the total student population. Since its inception, the cafeteria had never encountered a shortage of food. Until today, the cafeteria lady grabbed the intercom. Kitchen, is it time to close? If not, hurry and get the chefs to stir-fry more dishes. The kitchen staff were scrambling, wondering what had happened. Was there a visiting delegation here to tour the school? They had received no prior notice. It's not a delegation, it's Chen Yu, as mentioned by Director Yuan. A staggering 10 tables of food found their way into Chen Yu's stomach, and this time, he was genuinely full. Leaning back in his chair, sipping barley tea to aid digestion, he surveyed the bustling cafeteria filled with students and couldn't help but exclaim, Qingbei is indeed extravagant. The cost of a single dinner for tens of thousands of students must amount to nearly 1 million, right? Sikong Lingxiao smiled slightly, gesturing towards the second floor of the cafeteria. The students of the talented class are dining on the second floor. With 144 exceptional students in the entire school, the cost of their dinner is roughly equivalent to that of all the students combined. And there is a special dining area? Chen Yu was taken aback. They must be relishing some extraordinary delicacies up there, right? The talented class must be something special. Sikong Lingxiao gently tapped the table, lowering his voice as he spoke to Chen Yu. There are matters that Qingbei does not openly discuss. But the privileges enjoyed by the talented class students far exceed what you may have perceived. Chapter 40. I aim to be the top of the talented class coincidentally. I aspire to be the top of the talented class as well. Chen Yu was momentarily taken aback. So, privileges are not publicized. Rather, they are kept under wraps? Some things do not require publicity. When you reach the corresponding threshold, someone will inform you. Chen Yu chuckled at this. So, you're suggesting that I've reached that threshold? I feel as though I have. Sikong Lingxiao nodded. In the first year of Qingbei University, approximately 400 new students were admitted, including 41 specially recruited and 58 guaranteed admission students, all of whom possess strength at the 3rd tier. However, the talented class only has 36 seats. Even Feng Ning, who possesses the A-grade martial art Thousand Thunder Light Arc and is at the 2nd tier, can only enter the key classes. Sikong Lingxiao previously believed that Chen Yu, being a physical cultivator, would undoubtedly outmatch Feng Ning, but could only achieve invincibility within his tier. Challenging higher tiers was virtually impossible against the top guaranteed admission students of the Great Xia. However, after witnessing Chen Yu's remarkable victory over Feng Ning in 1 minute and 50 seconds, Sikong Lingxiao realized he had misjudged. Chen Yu's prowess exceeded his expectations. An entry into the talented class was indeed a possibility. Sikong Lingxiao turned to Chen Yu, carefully choosing his words. The first privilege is that students in the talented class will dine on the 2nd floor, enjoying a special standard of cuisine. Gao Yan nodded, a look of yearning on his face. My father once came to Beijing on business and managed to snag a meal at the talented class cafeteria with a certain leader. It's strange. When he returned home, he had our chef use the same ingredients and methods to cook, yet he could not replicate the flavors. Sikong Lingxiao smiled and explained. The magic of the talented class cafeteria lies not in the ingredients themselves, but in the chefs who wield the spatula. Gao Yan was stunned. Are they more skilled than national banquet chefs? Absolutely. Sikong Lingxiao nodded. The head chef at the talented class cafeteria is the only one in the Great Xia who possesses both the qualifications of a national banquet chef and the strength of a 7th-tier warrior. A 7th-tier warrior as a chef? Chen Yu was taken aback, Seventh-tier warriors are colossal figures capable of shaking an entire city with a mere stomp. The fact that such a powerhouse was cooking at Qingbei exemplified the profound heritage of the top martial arts university in the Great Xia. Xikong Lingxiao continued. Addressing Chen Yu, once you enter the talented class, you will receive focused training, especially for the top 3 seats in the talented class. Access to training facilities and resources will be significantly superior to those of ordinary exceptional students. Moreover, every year, talented class students are allocated training materials worth 3 million. But that is merely the foundation. Should you manage to secure a spot among the top 10 in the talented class, you will receive an additional monthly scholarship of 300,000, totaling 3.6 million a year. An extra 3.6 million? Chen Yu's interest was clearly piqued. He was even more excited than at the thought of meeting a 7th-tier chef. And what about the top seat? How much additional is awarded to the top seat? Xikong Lingxiao pondered for a moment. He recalled his teacher mentioning the figure. It should be 1 million per month, amounting to 12 million a year. Chen Yu was exhilarated. With the foundational reward of 3 million for the talented class and an additional 12 million for the top seat, that totals 15 million. He knew he had made the right choice in coming to Qingbei. Everywhere he looked, there were benefits and surprises. As for the training facilities and the title of top seat in the talented class, Chen Yu cared not. All he desired was the money. The position of top seat in the talented class rightfully belonged to him. Xikong Lingxiao turned to Chen Yu, contemplating. Chen, I believe with your strength. It's quite feasible to secure a place in the top 10. After all, it's free money. Why not seize it? When the class assessment arrives, don't hold back. Give it your all. Xikong Lingxiao spoke candidly to Chen Yu, sharing his genuine thoughts. Thus, Chen Yu decided to express his own heartfelt sentiments. I intend to claim the top seat in the talented class. Xikong Lingxiao. Gao Yin. You go. How many dishes have you had? Oh, a whole table? Then you ought to drink a bit. No, wait. Gao Yin interjected. You go. Are you serious? Do I strike you as someone who enjoys jesting? Gao Yin was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it seemed that Chen Yu was not one to joke around. Are you serious? Wow, you go. You're genuinely earnest. When Xikong Gu suggested you grit your teeth, you truly did. Noticing that Chen Yu was not joking, Xikong Lingxiao also turned serious. He no longer believed that Chen Yu, as the outside world claimed, was simply a mindless physical cultivator. Instead, he saw Chen Yu as remarkably astute. It was difficult for him to articulate the impression Chen Yu left on him. It was as if Chen Yu possessed a vision that penetrated through appearances to grasp the essence of things. One force breaks through myriad laws was the best strategy to confront adversaries, discovered through Chen Yu's exceptional observational skills and astonishing combat wisdom. Gao Yin, observing the subtle atmosphere between the two, scratched his head. Xikong Gu, what riddle are you two solving? Xikong Lingxiao laughed heartily, looking at Chen Yu and saying, what a coincidence. I, too, aspire to claim the top seat in the talented class. Chen Yu raised his teacup, filled with barley tea. On the competition field, I shall not show any mercy. Coincidentally, Xikong Lingxiao also lifted his cup, exclaiming, I too dislike holding back. Clang. The cups collided. And the two youths made a pact in the cafeteria. In the Tianjiao class, the battle for the top position, let us not miss it. Until Gao Yin returned to the dormitory, he remained bewildered. How could these two act as if it were a genuine affair? It was reasonable for Xiao Gu to stand on the battlefield for the top position, but what about Yu Ge? He had only just reached the 5th level of the 2nd rank. How was it that he suddenly found the world beyond comprehension? Fortunately, he possessed exceptional logical reasoning abilities. Since he could not understand, he decided to simply ignore it. Time for sleep. Just as he was about to wash up and retire for the night, the dormitory door creaked open, revealing a slightly hunched boy who walked in with his head bowed, his disheveled bangs hinting at a few strands of white hair. Gao Yin glanced sideways. It seemed this was his roommate. A bit prematurely gray, isn't? Hey there, I'm Gao Yin, from Guangdong. The boy paused momentarily. Gao Yin, the Guangdong Twin Stars. His voice was hoarse as he replied, I'm Feng Ning, from Jiang Province. Oh, Feng Ning. Gao Yin scrutinized him, observing closely, and could confirm. This was indeed the young prodigy from Jiang Province, who had been defeated by Chen Yu in just 1 minute and 50 seconds. Wait. Had his hair turned white in just 1 hour? This was clearly the result of Chen Yu crushing his spirit. Gao Yin's thoughts were not unfounded. Feng Ning had never imagined he would be so swiftly defeated by Chen Yu. He had even initiated the challenge after Chen Yu repeatedly declined, spending 300,000 to seek a duel. Surely, one would be hard-pressed to find another as unfortunate as him in all of Qingbei. Under such circumstances, on his very first day at Qingbei, Feng Ning's spirit had crumbled. What was Gao Yin thinking? A grown man unable to bear such a trivial matter. He erupted, standing abruptly, his voice booming. The men of Guangdong could not abide those whose spirits shattered at the first sign of adversity. As men, they must bear the weight, even if the sky were to fall. Feng Ning let out a bitter smile. You are not me. You will never understand this feeling. Gao Yin scoffed. Isn't it merely a loss in a single match, achieving the record for the quickest defeat in Qingbei, becoming the topic of idle chatter, and even facing public humiliation? What is the big deal? Feng Ning had nearly closed off his heart, but Gao Yin's words struck a chord, and he replied. If you hadn't said anything, I might have felt a little better. Just as Feng Ning was about to speak, he suddenly paused, taking a long time before finally saying, I felt like dying earlier, but for some reason now, I feel much better. At this, Gao Yin smiled. One must learn to confront their problems. When you face them head-on, you'll find they are not as daunting as they seem. After all, in the path of martial arts, who dares to claim invincibility? Who can claim they have never tasted defeat? You can't, I can't, Chen Yu can't. And even Sikong Lingxiao cannot. Chapter 41, Advancement. Mechanical Weakness, Flesh Ascending. As night fell, Chen Yu and Sikong Lingxiao returned to the dormitory. After a brief conversation, Chen Yu entered the training room, eager to invest his rewards. Observing Chen Yu's retreating figure, Sikong Lingxiao nodded slightly, affirming his judgment. Chen Yu's journey through physical cultivation was indeed a testament to perseverance, sweat, and effort. However, perseverance, sweat, and effort also reflected his own life. He wished to prove to his family that he, Sikong Lingxiao, the eldest grandson of the Sikong clan from Guangdong, could undoubtedly lead the family from decline to prosperity, ushering in a new chapter. The first step, securing the top position in the Tianjiao class. In the training room, Chen Yu settled into a meditative posture, focusing his mind. Time slipped by unnoticed, and soon a notification chimed from his phone. The university's reward of 6 million had been credited. The prize for the duel amounted to 300,000. Detected remaining balance in bank account. 303,511 yuan. Would you like to convert this into enhancement points? He had intentionally kept 2 million unconverted for emergencies, leaving him with over 8 million. It was time to convert it all. A new storm was brewing. Even among the prodigies, there were disparities in strength and rewards. According to Sikong Lingxiao, the difference in monthly bonuses between the 36th seat and the top position was 1 million. The monthly rewards were adjusted regularly, akin to a monthly examination, serving to encourage progress. This was all secondary. Chen Yu believed that given his rate of advancement, no one would dare challenge his position as the top. However, he anticipated that the upcoming battle for the top would be fiercely competitive. Notably, he recalled the name Yi Li, mentioned by Yuan Luan, a second-rank 8th-level spiritual practitioner. This individual posed little threat to Chen Yu, whose spiritual and physical prowess had both risen, rendering him unafraid of spiritual practitioners. The real contender was his roommate, Sikong Lingxiao. The more unassuming a person, the more formidable they often were. Sikong Lingxiao was recognized as a candidate for the top position by both the freshman and Qingbei University, indicating he possessed considerable capability. By the way, it seemed he had yet to mention Gao Yan. In the presence of Sikong Lingxiao, he appeared to be a loquacious sidekick. Yet, in truth, he was a gifted student, an S-rank genius, and a first-level third-rank martial artist, renowned as one of the Guangdong twin stars. That Gao Yin was willing to respectfully call him brother spoke volumes about Sikong Lingxiao's extraordinary strength. My roommate is truly no ordinary individual. Chen Yu chuckled, recognizing that since Sikong Lingxiao was so formidable, he could not afford to lag behind. Time to invest. 300 enhancement points. Conversion complete. With only 3,000 remaining in his bank account, achieving the top position would mean a steady influx of wealth. He understood this calculation well. Thus, he decided to go all in. The options available for enhancement were martial skills and physique. Naturally, he chose to enhance his physique. System, let us invest. Ding. Current physique strength. Tempered steel body, 53. Beginning enhancement of physique strength. Tempered steel body enhanced to 60. You have reached the second rank, 6th level. Physique strength continues to enhance. Tempered steel body enhanced to 70. Your strength has reached the second rank, 7th level. Continuing to enhance physique strength. Tempered steel body enhanced to 81. Enhancement complete. Your strength has reached the second rank, 8th level. With a remarkable ascent through 3 levels, Chen Yu's physical prowess surged dramatically, his spiritual resonance vibrating with newfound intensity. Through relentless system enhancements, Chen Yu's strength escalated from the first level, 9th stage, prior to the martial examination, to the current second level, 8th stage, effectively closing the gap with the top scholars from various provinces and drawing nearer to the elite students. Considering his age and the time since his awakening, Chen Yu, bolstered by the SSS-ranked martial divine ability, achieved the second level, 8th stage in just 2 years. A feat that could be deemed unorthodox. Yet, in terms of cultivation speed, Chen Yu is nothing short of a perpetual deity. As he slowly opened his eyes and took a deep breath, a translucent, glass-like sheen subtly coursed beneath his skin. He could sense the faint humming of his bones, a sign that as his muscle fibers compressed and restructured like tempered steel, he had officially entered the 3rd stage of body cultivation, attaining the unbreakable body. The path of body cultivation is, at its essence, the process of transforming a mortal flesh into an immortal weapon. As the saying goes, flesh is frail, machines ascend. However, in the realm of body cultivation, it takes on a different form. Machines are frail, flesh ascends. With all enhancement points depleted, the outcome was gratifying. Now, even without employing martial divine abilities, he could deliver a punch that would electrify Feng Ning, just as Chen Yu was undergoing this intense and critical breakthrough. A storm was brewing at Qingbei University. The annual freshman class assessment was set to commence tomorrow, with most newcomers having already arrived at Qingbei. The incident of Jiang Province's top scholar, Chen Yu, electrifying Feng Ning in 1 minute and 50 seconds had become the focal point of discussion among the new students. Yili, this Chen Yu, I believe you would find him quite intriguing. A charming girl, barefoot and reclining on the sofa, with lively eyes, spoke. Yili, sporting short hair and exuding an unexpected air of vigor, did not conform to the typical image of a psychic martial artist. She glanced at her companion and replied, "Not interested. Don't be like that." Yun Lin Lin blinked playfully. "You two are remarkably fated. You rejected the Red Sky Martial Arts Academy. And he turned down the Celestial Pivot Martial Arts Institute, yet both arrived at Qingbei as top scholars. Most importantly," Yun Lin Lin continued, "you are Qingbei's only psychic martial artist, and he is Qingbei's sole body cultivator." Yi Li's eyes remained unperturbed as she calmly replied, "What are you trying to convey?" Yun Lin Lin smiled brightly. "Many are eagerly anticipating your destined duel, but I know you will surely triumph." "Why?" Yi Li inquired. "Because you are a psychic. And it's well known that psychics counter body cultivators." Chapter 42, Playing Tactics with a Devious Heart, S-ranked martial divine ability, return to the source of all things. Notably, Chen Yu, the roommate of Xikong Lingxiao, possesses the SSS-ranked martial divine ability Extreme Power. In dormitory building number 3, room 4592, a few new students were discussing Xikong Lingxiao, inadvertently bringing up Chen Yu. Chen Yu, a figure with faint golden eyes, surveyed the gathering. The owner of those golden eyes, Lin Shuyuan, a wielder of the S-ranked martial divine ability returned to the source of all things, remarked, "I have heard of him." Lin Shuyuan nodded, his golden pupils narrowing slightly. With a cultivation level of the second stage, second level, he could effortlessly annihilate the third stage, first level beast, the fiery lion. Chen Yu's power is indeed astonishing. Upon hearing Lin Shuyuan's words, the others gasped in surprise. They were well aware of the fiery lion's fierce reputation, known for its ferocity among third-stage beasts. And with the advantage of terrain, even martial artists of the same level would find it challenging to secure victory. Only Lin Shuyuan, present among them, could claim victory over the fiery lion with his second stage, second-level strength. Suddenly, Lin Shui, seated to the right, straightened up, her silver hair chains jingling. "I have reviewed the records of the Jiang Province martial examination. When Chen Yu faced the fiery lion, it was quite a struggle, and his body was unable to withstand the pressure of the extreme power." She chuckled lightly. "Is someone who cannot even endure their own martial divine ability worth our discussion?" Shui, Lin Shuyuan's golden light flickered in his eyes. "I heard of Chen Yu 2 years ago when he was labeled as a fallen genius. No one anticipated he would arrive at Qingbei as Jiang Province's top scholar." Lin Shuyuan paused, his tone unusually grave. "In martial arts, the most unpredictable element is the unexpected. And Chen Yu is that unexpected factor." Lin Shui scoffed, flicking her hair dismissively. "When did you become so verbose, brother? Even if Chen Yu is unpredictable, he is still merely at the second stage, isn't he?" She emphasized the term second stage with disdain. Chen Yu's physical limits are indeed confined here. No matter how powerful the SSS-ranked martial divine ability, it cannot unleash its full potential. "Ah," Lin Shuyuan chuckled softly, shaking his head in resignation. "Even if he can only partially manifest his divine ability, it is still sufficient to rival a typical third stage, first-level martial artist. If he were to face you in the arena, got it. Lin Shui suddenly stood up, chin held high. "I am a strong contender for the top 6 in the genius class. How could a mere body cultivator possibly overcome my ice spirit body?" She focused her energy, conjuring a shimmering ice blue glow at her fingertips, causing the room's temperature to plummet. Seeing that Lin Shuyuan wanted to continue, Lin Shui leaned closer, her big eyes blinking innocently. Besides, she dragged her words out, lightly poking Lin Shuyuan's shoulder with her finger. "If I truly cannot defeat him, I senti there's still you. The return to the source to strategize for me." Confident in her abilities, she placed even greater faith in Lin Shuyuan's prowess. Speaking of Lin Shui, as a Qingbei scholarship recipient with a strength at the third stage, first level, and possessing the S-ranked martial divine ability Ice Spirit Body, dealing with the fiery lion would be as simple as a flick of her finger. As for her brother, Lin Shuyuan, returned to the source. With his golden eyes, he possesses the ability to see through all martial arts and the essence of divine abilities. Any opponent before him appears transparent, and the outcome is already predetermined. Lin Shuyuan is also a formidable contender for the top position in the genius class. No, in Lin Shui's eyes, aside from her brother Lin Shuyuan, no one else is worthy of that position. By the way, brother, have you deciphered Xikong Lingxiao's divine ability? Upon hearing this, Lin Shuyuan's faint golden pupils flickered, and he replied with a gentle smile, "Not yet." Lin Shui understood Lin Shuyuan exceedingly well. He was always overly modest. When he said not yet, It often meant he had already unraveled the opponent's martial divine ability, but had yet to formulate how to present his victory speech. So you have seen through it already? She tilted her head, the silver chains of her hair jingling. That means I can congratulate you in advance for securing the top position in the genius class? Not quite yet, Lin Shuyuan replied softly. I have a feeling that Chen Yu may not be as simple as he seems. He is an anomaly. Huh. Lin Shui suddenly smiled. Brother, you aren't actually intimidated by that body cultivator, are you? The SSS-ranked ability certainly demands attention. Lin Shui was almost impressed by Lin Shuyuan's caution. Her mind raced, and she clapped her hands. Brother, don't overthink it. When the arena competition comes, I'll make it a point to face him and freeze him into an ice sculpture, and then everything will be settled. And if you were to lose? Lin Shuyuan's gaze sharpened. Chen Yu is a body cultivator, known for smashing beast skulls. I doubt he would exhibit any gentlemanly demeanor when confronting you. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Shui replied, of course not. In the arena, strength reigns supreme. Miss Lin, there is no need for anyone to lecture me on gentlemanly conduct. Upon hearing this, several new students present involuntarily turned their gazes towards Lin Shuyuan. Indeed, one does not require others to impart the principles of chivalry. Yet with the formidable reputation of your brother, who would dare to disregard such decorum? It is well known that he is the possessor of the vortex of all things. A true master with myriad eyes. As is commonly acknowledged, those who engage in tactical warfare often harbor unsavory motives. Take, for instance, the recent Lin family tournament, where a member from a collateral branch resorted to foul play by adding extra bitter herbs into Lin Shui's tea, resulting in the complete exposure of their martial flaws the very next day. This tactic effectively crippled that branch. If Chen Yu were to encounter Lin Shui, he would be soundly defeated, and would Lin Shuyuan not take it upon himself to exact retribution on Chen Yu? Contemplating this, the onlookers deemed such a notion far too fanciful. Lin Shui, Lin Shuyuan, and Sikong Lingxiao were all seed candidates, automatically qualifying for the top 144 in the assessment. This meant that Chen Yu would have to navigate through 12 elimination rounds among 6,000 new students before he could even hope to face Lin Shui in the round of 144 to 72. However, should fortune favor him and he were to find himself in direct confrontation with the two, Chen Yu ought to fervently pray that he cannot best Lin Shui. Otherwise, should he triumph over her, Lin Shuyuan would certainly seek him out. Chapter 43. Gao Yan, brother Yu truly aspires to improve. On the day of the class assessment at Qingbei Martial Arts University, during the first round of preliminaries, the sky was clear and azure. In Dormitory 9, room 5905, Chen Yu reclined upon the sofa, his gaze fixed on the monitor at the entrance, which displayed 2 lines of text. New student Sikong Lingxiao automatically advanced to the top 144. New student Chen Yu, facing opponent Feng Ning in the first round. Your opponent has forfeited, granting you automatic entry into the second round. Feng Ning again. What a curious twist of fate. Chen Yu chuckled, realizing it was destined for him to clash with Feng Ning. Albeit this encounter had been hastened by a few days after Feng Ning's substantial investment of 300,000. This was the legendary tale of the fortunate who pay to experience failure beforehand. Chen Yu glanced at the schedule for the preliminaries. With a total of 12 rounds spanning 6 days, 2 rounds were held each day. Having effectively completed the first round, he found his morning unexpectedly free. Earlier that day, Sikong Lingxiao had invited Chen Yu to spectate, but he had declined. The reason was simple. Rather than waste time observing the matches, he deemed it far more prudent to wander about and seek opportunities to earn some money. This philosophy could be summarized as, better to earn than to merely observe and learn. Currently, Chen Yu's finances were dwindling to a mere 3,511, his last reserve. Where could he find a means to earn? Tasks such as cleaning the training grounds or washing dishes in the cafeteria were out of the question. The meager 70 yuan earned for a morning's work did not justify the time invested. As for hunting exotic beasts outside the city, that was simply too far. The capital lay at the heart of the Great Xia, surrounded by martial strongholds, necessitating interprovincial travel for such endeavors. With no viable options presenting themselves, Chen Yu found himself in a quandary. Just then, the doorbell rang, casting a figure on the monitor. It was Gao Yan. Opening the door, Gao Yan appeared exuberant. Brother Yu, shall we go find a place to have some fun? You didn't attend the matches? Ah, what is there to see? I would rather use this free time for something more productive. Gao Yan rubbed his hands together, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Since we have nothing else to do, why not check out the newly opened Mirage Watermoon Spa? I hear the attendants there are exceptionally youthful. Seeing Gao Yan's enthusiasm, Chen Yu replied, I am not interested. Gao Yan leaned in closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially. I heard they have glowing watches there. Chen Yu remained unfazed. Even if they offered to style my hair or teach me a foreign language, I still wouldn't go. He paused and continued. Besides, where would I find the funds to learn a language? I need to find a way to earn some money. By the way, do you have any leads on making money? Something that doesn't consume too much time? At this, Gao Yan was taken aback. You're broke? And seeking ways to earn? He initially thought Chen Yu was jesting. But brother Yu, I'm a guaranteed admission student. The province doesn't provide me with funds. And Qingbei doesn't either. You, however, are the top scholar from Jiang province. They awarded you 6 million, and Qingbei granted you another 6 million. You are practically a millionaire. How could you be short on cash? This was the first time Chen Yu learned that guaranteed admission students received no funding. Thank goodness he hadn't opted for that route. Otherwise, he would have incurred significant losses. However, Chen Yu was not joking. Did Gao Yin have any idea how much a single bone-quenching pill costs? Gao Yin instinctively shook his head. 300,000. Chen Yu elaborated. Per pill. Do you know the price of a body-refining elixir? I do. It's 50,000 per bottle. That is the most basic level. The intermediate ones cost 500,000 per bottle. Not to mention the forge strengthening potion, the spiritual fire liquid for soaking, and the crimson sand used for body forging. And, brother, you please, stop. Just stop. Gao Yin felt a pang of pain in his liver. If he had tens of millions at his disposal, he wouldn't just be charging 10,000 at Mirage Water Moon. He would be buying himself multiple outfits. In contrast, Chen Yu remained perpetually in his black robe, wearing it day and night. All his funds were devoted to cultivation. Brother Yu truly aspires to improve. As for Chen Yu's request for a way to earn money without wasting time, Gao Yin pondered deeply. Suddenly his eyes brightened. I've got it. Chen Yu's eyes lit up. What is it? Becoming an ear cleaning technician. The work hours are flexible, the pay is quick, and the earnings are substantial. Get lost. Take a taxi and roll out. If Xikong Lingxiao were present, he would surely burst into laughter, for while Chen Yu was oblivious to Gao Yan's nature, he was all too familiar with it. Gao Yan was renowned in the foot massage industry of the Northeast, having frequented various spas, and was well versed in the art of ear cleaning. Asking him for ways to earn money, he would undoubtedly suggest becoming an ear cleaning technician, specializing in imperial ear cleaning. Brother Yu, your criteria are rather demanding. Flexible hours, quick returns, and substantial pay. As the conversation continued, Gao Yan suddenly paused. Wait, brother Yu, I just remembered a great opportunity. What kind of ear cleaning this time? Chen Yu asked, skeptical. This has nothing to do with ear cleaning. Gao Yan exclaimed. The school has recently opened a Strength Forge Martial Hall, and by completing a strength challenge, one can earn a Hero's Training Room experience voucher, which can be sold privately. How much is it worth? One day is valued at 10,000. Chen Yu's interest peaked. What are the challenge standards? They are tiered by levels. Brother Yu, you are at the second tier. If your attack strength reaches 50 calories, you earn a 1-day voucher. 60 calories earns you 3 days, and 70 calories grants you 10 days. If you reach 100 calories, you directly earn 50 days. 1 calorie is approximately equivalent to 100 kilograms, so 100 calories equals 10,000 kilograms. At the second tier, Chen Yu could easily break rare alloys with the primary testing apparatus, thanks to his mastery of the realm of strength. The standard of 100 calories poses no challenge for him. What does this signify? It indicates that 500,000 is within his grasp. What are we waiting for? Let us proceed. The two moved in tandem towards the Strength Martial Arts Hall. Meanwhile, at the preliminary competition venue, a man dressed in casual attire and exuding an air of profound composure stood aside, arms crossed. He was Tu Jun, Chen Yu's physical training instructor. Having returned from vacation, he had not even changed his clothes before rushing to the preliminary competition site, eager to witness the remarkable Chen Yu, who had been lauded to the heavens by Yuan Luan, and discern his true abilities. To his surprise, Chen Yu's opponent had forfeited, leaving no trace behind. How intriguing. Tu Jun turned on his heel. His strides were not large, yet he moved with remarkable swiftness, traversing half the campus in no time and arriving at Chen Yu's dormitory door. Knock, knock, knock. 3 resounding knocks echoed, crisp as if a jade chime had been struck. Though seemingly casual, the force was mastered to perfection. Too much would shatter the frame, too little would render it feeble. This was a testament to his precise control over his own strength. After all, he was a teacher. If their initial meeting did not leave the student in awe, future interactions would be challenging. He believed that as a practitioner of physical training, Chen Yu would certainly comprehend the significance of those 3 knocks. Time passed, yet no sound emanated from within the dormitory. Tu Jun's eyelid twitched. The force of the knocks was substantial, and even a stone inside should have responded. This lad. Out of propriety, he would not probe the dormitory with spiritual resonance to check for occupancy. But he did not imagine that Chen Yu would be intimidated by his knocking. Surely, he must have stepped out for leisure. Was he merely performing for the air? Chapter 44, Strength Martial Arts Hall, the Gao family's Shattered Mountain Secret Technique. Classmate, do you know where Chen Yu from room 5905 has gone? No idea. Haven't seen him. After inquiring among several individuals, Tu Jun was still at a loss regarding Chen Yu's whereabouts. Just as he was about to contact Chen Yu via his phone, a fellow student spoke up. Teacher, I think I know where Chen Yu went. Where? I vaguely heard Gao Yan mention something about Mariah concubines, ear cleaning. He must have gone to indulge himself. Tu Jun replied. Wait a moment. While it's true that Chen Yu managed to advance to the second tier and became Jiang Province's top student, gaining admission to Qingbei Martial Arts University is no small feat, and indulging isn't without merit. However, with the class assessment approaching, shouldn't he wait until after the evaluation to enjoy himself? To put it another way, a bit of relaxation before the assessment can be understood, but not inviting me. His teacher, for such activities, is simply incomprehensible. Chen Yu is too inexperienced to grasp the nuances of concubines, ear cleaning. As for me, Jun, with a lifetime of experience, I should certainly witness the intricacies of concubines, ear cleaning. Just as he was preparing to make his way to Mirage with a sense of purpose, a voice interjected. Who said Chen Yu went to concubines, ear cleaning? I heard clearly that he went to the newly opened Strength Martial Arts Hall for a power challenge. The speaker was a youth with a few strands of white hair partially visible amidst his bangs. Jun was taken aback. He went to the Strength Martial Arts Hall. Not Mirage. Are you certain you heard correctly? I am certain. The youth nodded solemnly. No one understands Chen Yu better than I do. He has no interest in women, only in becoming stronger. I have never seen anyone so eager to improve. The young man was Feng Ning. Jun, momentarily lost in thought, lamented. What a pity. What is there to regret? What else could there be to regret? The ear cleaning technician, of course. Naturally, Jun would never voice this thought. Instead, he gazed into the distance, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, lamenting, what a shame that such a promising talent has only now come to my attention. With his eyes brimming with emotion, Jun made his way to the Strength Martial Arts Hall. Observing this, Feng Ning could not help but reflect on why his teacher's eyes often glistened with tears, because of the profound affection he held for Chen Yu. Off to the Strength Martial Arts Hall, he too wished to witness the limits of Chen Yu's strength. The Strength Martial Arts Hall, constructed from dark gray basalt, boasts exceptional soundproofing and protective capabilities. The interior space is vast, with specially crafted iron tiles on the floor designed to withstand immense impacts. Every detail is meticulously attended to. Welcome to the Strength Martial Arts Hall, a staff member greeted. Are you two students here for a strength test or a strength challenge? A strength challenge, Gao Yin replied. Very well, please follow me. Along the way, the staff member explained the rules of the strength challenge, which aligned perfectly with Gao Yan's prior remarks. Achieving a power level of 100 calories would earn a voucher for the Celestial Talent Training Room, valued at 50 days, an equivalent of 500,000 for Chen Yu. Upon entering the hall, the lack of upperclassmen due to summer vacation made the atmosphere somewhat sparse, with freshmen preoccupied with preliminary competitions. The staff member sincerely suggested, before the strength challenge, you two students might want to warm up in the basic training area to prepare yourselves. In response, Gao Yin waved his hand and flashed a confident smile. No need, let's dive right in. Direct engagement is an essential skill for a martial artist. After all, there is no time for warm-up in battle. Gao Yin, hailing from one of the most affluent families in the region, had hired professional instructors for training and could seamlessly enter peak form without a warm-up. Brother Yu, let me demonstrate first. Gao Yin stepped toward the testing platform. His strength was at the first level of the third tier, challenging the third tier standard, with limits set at 200, 240, and 280 calories. While exceeding 400 calories would surpass the limits by a factor of 4, with rewards equivalent to those of the second tier. It is noteworthy that strength challenges are categorized into tiers 2 through 5, with students allowed one challenge per day, but each tier's rewards can only be claimed once. After scanning his student ID, the announcement echoed, first-year student Gao Yin initiates the third-tier strength challenge. Upon hearing the announcement, the few scattered students in the hall turned their attention toward Gao Yin. Wait, did I hear that right? A first-year student is launching a third-tier strength challenge? Is he a recommended student? Hold on, Gao Yin. In the corner, a girl with a ponytail exclaimed. Could he possibly be from the renowned Gao family? The Gao family of the East, famed for their Shattered Mountain secret technique. Several students exchanged glances. There are numerous martial arts families in the Daxia, yet the Gao family, known for their strength, certainly ranks high. For years ago, during a university league competition, a direct descendant of the Gao family shattered the Iron Arena with a single strike of the Shattered Mountain secret technique. Its power was on par with that of a practitioner of the same tier. All eyes converged on Gao Yin, standing before the testing machine. Gao Yin had not anticipated the extent of the Gao family's reputation, so well known even among the folks from the capital. Given this, he could not afford to tarnish the family name. Boom. The S-class martial arts divine ability, Flowing Rock, 1000 June. Under the auspices of martial arts and divine techniques, a tempestuous wave of energy roared forth, centering around Gao Yin. The skin on his arms exhibited dark crimson patterns, resonating with spiritual energy. Such was the might of the secret technique. Mountain shattering. Boom. At the moment his heavy fist struck, it was as if invisible rocks flowed through the air, causing the display on the testing machine to fluctuate wildly, the values climbing like a rising tide. The needle soared past the limit for a third-tier martial artist, jumping from 172 to 203 to 244. A few gasps echoed around. 263. The needle slowed. And just as the spectators thought it would halt there, Gao Yin bellowed, unleashing the full force of his spiritual energy. Rise. The needle surged dramatically to 283. A chorus of astonishment erupted. My goodness, that's incredible. Is this really a first-level third tier? Even a ninth-level third tier couldn't achieve such numbers. This incoming freshman is truly extraordinary. It's not just the freshman, but the Gao family of Guangdong that is astonishing. Give me the mountain-shattering secret technique. I could do it too. The discussions within the martial arts hall rose and fell, each person wearing a different expression. Some were awestruck by Gao Yan's prowess. Others enviously remarked that he was merely a second-generation heir relying on his family's secret techniques, while yet others praised his genuine strength. The staff members observed the data on the testing machine with mild astonishment. Among the 387 participants in the third-tier challenge, predominantly second-year students from ordinary classes and elite classes, Gao Yan's results stood unrivaled. Teacher 2, this is my roommate, the Guangdong twin stars, Gao Yan, Feng Ning proudly proclaimed upon entering the hall. He himself was unsure why he felt such pride, but if his roommate was impressive, didn't that make him impressive too? That made sense. Tu Jun gazed at Gao Yan in front of the testing machine, initially nodding slightly, then shaking his head, saying, it's possible. This contradictory expression left Feng Ning bewildered. Teacher, if you think he is capable, why the shake of the head? Tu Jun shrugged. Achieving 319 is indeed his skill. But a true martial artist must learn to control their strength, rather than merely focusing on offense. Clearly, Feng Ning did not grasp the meaning of this statement. Wasn't the strength challenge simply about relentless offense until one reached the peak of power? Sensing Feng Ning's confusion, Tu Jun elaborated. Mastering power control is an art. Completing a challenge while managing that control does not contradict the challenge itself. He paused, a hint of helplessness flashing across his face. I'm not eloquent. When we have physical training classes later, I will demonstrate, and you'll understand. It was evident that Tu Jun was indeed not skilled in articulation, and Feng Ning completely failed to comprehend his explanation, concluding simply that Gao Yan still had a long way to go and needed to practice more. Chapter 45. I want to challenge both the second and third tier strength tests simultaneously. Gao Yan stepped down from the testing machine, retracting his spiritual energy as the dark crimson patterns on his arms faded. He flashed a grin at Chen Yu. How did I do, brother Yu? Very strong. Chen Yu replied sincerely. Gao Yan was the first person he had encountered capable of achieving such strength. To put it in perspective, Chen Yu had previously been in a third-tier city where the so-called geniuses would hardly make a ripple in Jiang province. Yet, Qingbei was a top martial arts academy in the Daxia, where even the most unassuming participant could be considered an extraordinary talent in Jiang province. There is a saying that holds true. In the capital, a single brick can topple a multitude of department heads. In the realm of martial arts, it translates to, in the capital, a single brick can bring down a host of extraordinary talents. Hearing Chen Yu's praise, Gao Yan felt a swell of pride. If he didn't possess some real skill, would he dare to engage in a strength challenge before someone like Chen Yu, a body cultivation expert? That would be sheer humiliation. Brother Yu, why don't you give it a try? Alright. Chen Yu was enticed by the prospect of rewards, so he was definitely game. However, he turned his gaze toward the strength challenge rules. The challenge was divided into second, third, fourth, and fifth tiers, with each tier's reward available only once. This meant he had 5 opportunities to claim rewards. But now that he was here, only challenging the second tier for 500,000 seemed a bit meager, right? Classmate, you may proceed with your challenge, the staff member's voice chimed in. After some contemplation, Chen Yu spoke up. If my attack strength can reach 400 cards, could I receive both the second tier and third tier rewards at once? This was Chen Yu's line of thought. The second tier challenge posed no difficulty for him, and he could certainly reach the 400 card requirement for the third tier with his extreme power technique. Therefore, challenging both tiers simultaneously would allow him to claim 2 sets of rewards. A win-win situation, striking gold. The staff understood Chen Yu's intent, but could not fathom his imaginative proposal. You wish to challenge the 400 card strength limit? Is there a problem with that? There was no regulation preventing a second-tier martial artist from challenging the third tier. Indeed, the rule makers would never have imagined a second-tier martial artist would attempt to challenge the third tier, let alone declare their intention to reach a 400 card strength limit. Could you please inquire with your superiors if there are any additional rewards for a second-tier martial artist challenging the third tier? Chen Yu's seriousness took the staff aback, yet they responded with utmost professionalism. I will consult with the leadership. Thank you. That would be appreciated. Chen Yu nodded. Since he was here, he might as well maximize his earnings. Such a simple matter shouldn't be a hassle. As the staff member went to seek approval, the people in the martial arts hall could no longer contain their laughter. The students from Qingbei, typically the pride of their respective provinces, rarely laughed, unless unable to hold back. Wait, Gao Yan, who possesses the mountain-shattering secret technique has demonstrated a strength of 283 cards at the first level of the third tier. Is this second-tier powerhouse really challenging 400 cards? I must be hearing things. You heard correctly. He even has a plan to claim rewards from both tiers. What audacity! I wouldn't even dare to dream that big. Perhaps this second-tier martial artist was hiding their true abilities. After all, didn't even the Gao family's young master refer to him as Brother Yu? Does calling him Brother Yu imply strength? Could it not also signify a powerful background? You have a point. Even the top competitors from the genius class, Xikong Lingxiao and Lin Shuyuan, couldn't reach 400 cards. Is this Brother Yu about to become the laughingstock of Qingbei? Following a consensus among the crowd, It was agreed that Chen Yu had truly overstepped today. Did he think the Qingbei Power and Martial Arts Hall was his backyard, where he could just change the data at will? Gao Yan felt perplexed. Initially, it had been agreed that he would challenge the third tier, while Chen Yu would take on the second tier. Why had the plans suddenly changed? But a change in plans was no big deal. Just keep your voice down, alright? Good grief, as expected of a body cultivation expert, his voice was thunderous and resonant, audible to the entire audience. Now, he had either succeeded in making a name for himself across the school or failed spectacularly. No worries, no worries, Gao Yan reassured himself. Black and red are still colors. Just say he didn't become famous, and that would be that. In stark contrast to their expressions, Feng Ning's demeanor was entirely different. No one understood the true worth of Chen Yu's punch better than him. Let them be, he thought, just go all out. Upon noticing Feng Ning's expression, Tu Jun could not help but inquire, classmate, I haven't yet asked your name. I am Feng Ning, he replied. Oh, Tu Jun suddenly realized. No wonder this fellow has been advocating for Chen Yu. It turns out he has truly faced the brunt of a beating. He glanced toward Chen Yu, contemplating that achieving 400 calories should pose no challenge, especially with the enhancement of the extreme realm of power. However, merely hitting 400 calories was insufficient. A fully realized martial artist must possess an exceptionally precise command over their strength. Judging by the previous battle videos of Chen Yu, he had yet to attain such mastery. Conveniently, a power testing apparatus was at hand. Once Chen Yu's challenge concluded, he, acting as the instructor, would demonstrate to Chen Yu what true control entailed. The previous opportunity to elicit awe from Chen Yu had slipped by, but this time, he would make up for it. Classmate, the leadership has decreed that if you succeed in your challenge, they will reward you with a 5-fold increase. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu surveyed his surroundings. Indeed, there were cameras and students capturing the moment. There was no chance for him to backtrack. Moreover, the prestige of Qingbei was certainly more valuable than money. The Lippo Martial Arts Hall would not engage in such foolishness. The second-tier challenge was 500,000, and the third-tier challenge was also 500,000, totaling 1,000,000. Multiplied by 5, that amounted to 5,000,000. So why wait? Let us get started. Let us roll the dice. Freshman Chen Yu commenced his third-tier power challenge. Chapter 46. Dual Ranking Top. Martial Technique Nantian Sanshur. Freshman Chen Yu initiated his third-tier power challenge. As the announcement concluded, Chen Yu's gaze sharpened. Back at Pingqing No. 1 High School, he had once mismanaged his control over extreme realm of power, resulting in the fracture of a rare alloy. At that time, he had proclaimed, if I lack skill, I shall practice more. After a lengthy period of dedication, it was now time to assess the fruits of his labor. With no flamboyant gestures, he simply raised his hand and swung his fist. A surge of pure power erupted around Chen Yu, coalescing into a force that surged toward the testing machine at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Bang! The needle of the testing machine instantly pointed to a specific position, 400 calories. Not a unit more, not a unit less. Concurrently, the Lippo Martial Arts Hall erupted with electronic announcements. Congratulations to freshman Chen Yu for becoming the first to exceed the limit in the second-tier power challenge. Congratulations to freshman Chen Yu for becoming the first to exceed the limit in the third-tier power challenge. Before the echoes of the announcement faded, the power challenge leaderboard dramatically unveiled itself, a golden list cascading from the center of the martial arts hall. As Chen Yu's name emerged like a sword drawn from its sheath, ascending to the pinnacle. Second-tier power challenge leaderboard. First, Chen Yu, power level, 400 calories. Limit exceeding challenger, freshman. Second, Lang Zichen, power level, 51 calories, freshman. Third, Lu Xingyi, power level, 47 calories, freshman. Third-tier power challenge leaderboard. First, Chen Yu, power level, 400 calories, limit exceeding challenger, freshman. Second, Gao Yan, power level, 283 calories, freshman. Third, Lei Xiaoxing, power level, 271 calories, sophomore key class, top of both leaderboards. Far ahead. Just a moment ago, the students within the hall had been mocking Chen Yu for his overconfidence, while several upperclassmen stood with arms crossed, amused by the spectacle. In the blink of an eye, however, the appearance of Chen Yu's name atop both leaderboards froze every expression in the room, smiles caught mid-flight. Their pupils dilating in shock. The value of 400 calories was blindingly bright. A second-tier martial artist, third-tier rank, limit exceeding challenger? Am I dreaming? One exclaimed. Why are you pinching me? It seemed all too real. No wonder Gao Yan calls him brother. If I encountered him, I'd have to call him father. Who was it that said Chen Yu was merely riding on someone else's coattails? Yes, who claimed he was the epitome of embarrassment at Qingbei. I apologize. I am indeed the embodiment of embarrassment at Qingbei. A chorus of apologies arose from the crowd. Who would dare not to apologize? A 400-calorie punch could silence anyone. The staff stood dumbfounded before the golden canopy, a lavish creation by the Lippo Martial Arts Hall. Initially intended to dazzle during the school opening season and establish a reputation amongst the elite martial arts halls of Qingbei. Yet, Who could have anticipated that the very moment the hall opened, someone would shatter the golden canopy? Of course, the leadership of the Lippo Martial Arts Hall could not be blamed for their oversight. They had considered many factors. The summer vacation was the graduation season for seniors. Third-year students would be training off campus, and the second-year elite class had embarked on their practical journeys, leaving only freshmen and ordinary class students who were there merely to enjoy cafeteria meals. Could these individuals possibly bring down the golden canopy? Absolutely not. Yet, the reality was that it had indeed been toppled, and by a freshman at that, one with merely second-tier strength. The staff immediately dialed the leadership's number. We must not stick to the pan. Leadership. Something major has occurred. Meanwhile, Feng Ning, the defeated contender, was utterly astounded. Teacher 2. Did you see? Chen Yu, at the top of both leaderboards. Limit exceeding challenger. Since suffering that electrifying punch from Chen Yu, he had completely submitted. However, the incessant whispers from others had made him feel as if he were under a spotlight. The sensation of being discussed was indeed unpleasant. But now, with Chen Yu's status as a limit exceeding challenger resounding, his posture straightened. The more remarkable Chen Yu became, the more justifiable his defeat felt. What a thrill. Incredible. Feng Ning turned his gaze. Those words were not his, but rather from Tu Jun. Tu Jun internally exclaimed in awe, feeling a sense of reversal. In his first encounter with students, he had not elicited exclamations of admiration from them, yet he was now filled with wonder. Chen Yu's performance mirrored precisely what he had just articulated, achieving mastery of control while completing the challenge. Goodness, I haven't even taught him yet. And he has become self-taught? What was there left to teach? Before the testing machine, Chen Yu felt quite pleased with his performance and lightly tapped the testing machine screen, revealing peak power, 400 calories, specific data, precise to 3 decimal places, 17,394 kilograms. There was an excess of 17 kilograms. The discrepancy was negligible, yet it indicated that his control over power was not yet perfect. More practice was necessary. As he turned to exit the testing area, he spotted a somewhat silver-haired youth waving at him. Brother Yu, over here. Initially, Chen Yu did not recognize who was greeting him, but after a couple of glances, he discerned. Feng Ning? Yes. Feng Ning was utterly exhilarated. Brother Yu, allow me to introduce you. This is your physical training instructor, Tu Jun. Teacher 2 has been searching for you for quite a while, almost resorting to seeking you out in the embrace of the ear-cleaning master at the Mirror Flower Water Moon. It was I who firmly intervened. His tone was suffused with pride. Yet, Tu Jun found himself rather despondent. Why did Feng Ning bring him here? It would have been far better to take him to the Mirror Flower Water Moon, where he could at least revel in the gentle care of the ear-cleaning master. Now, alas, he was left with nothing but a psychological blow. Teacher 2? Chen Yu inquired, casting a glance toward Tu Jun previously. Yuan Luan had informed him that Tu Jun was his exclusive one-on-one physical training instructor, boasting a formidable 5th-tier, 9th-level prowess. In the realm of physical cultivation, he was regarded as a master of the highest order, possessing the B-level martial art, 8 shocks of the mountain. In the past, at the Huainan Beast defense line, he had single-handedly held off the vanguard of the beasts for a full hour and a half, earning him the moniker Iron Wall of the South Sky. Upon hearing Chen Yu's call, Tu Jun snapped back to attention, a rare blush creeping onto his face. This young lad has impeccable control over his strength. Chen Yu initially assumed Tu Jun was merely engaging in flattery, humbly shaking his head. I'm still far from matching the prowess of physical training experts. However, my progress has been swift. Tu Jun gestured towards the precise reading of 40,017, 394 kilograms on the force measuring machine. I reviewed your martial examination footage a few days ago. Your control over strength was not yet proficient, but now, you have managed to keep the margin of error within 20 kilograms. His voice carried an unusual sense of admiration. To be honest, with your talent, it feels like a waste for you to be my disciple. Does Qingbei have other physical training instructors? Yes, but none compare to me. That is remarkable. Tu Jun and Chen Yu exchanged a glance, then burst into hearty laughter, leaving Feng Ning somewhat bewildered. What was happening? Was there something amusing? Should he laugh? The reason for Chen Yu's laughter was quite simple. He would not be leaving Qingbei, regardless of how strong his aptitude or exceptional his talents. Only Tu Jun could teach him. So why delay? He should simply become Tu Jun's disciple. The reason for Tu Jun's laughter was even more straightforward. He had stumbled upon a promising talent, one that would make him smile even in his dreams. However, truth be told, teaching Chen Yu would not be an easy task. He would need to prepare thoroughly, as it would indeed be a rigorous undertaking. With this thought in mind, Tu Jun patted Chen Yu on the shoulder and casually produced a slightly worn martial arts manual from his pocket. Here, take this and practice. If you have any questions, find me in the faculty dormitory, room 1302. The manner in which he handed over the martial arts manual was quite casual, akin to thrusting a prized golden leaf into Chen Yu's hands. However, Feng Ning caught a glimpse of the words inscribed upon it, 3 styles of the South Sky. If his memory served him correctly, 3 styles of the South Sky was a renowned technique that Tu Jun had comprehended on the battlefield in Huainan. Classified as a secret art, Secret arts do not possess martial arts ranks, as they are never disseminated publicly and are never evaluated by professional martial arts grading institutions. Tu Jun had essentially relinquished his prized skill, showcasing his commitment to nurturing Chen Yu, this prodigy of physical cultivation, right from the outset. Chapter 47. Knowing full well the odds, yet engaging in a bloodbath. This is the surge of passion. As Chen Yu and Tu Jun conversed, staff members at the Li Pa Martial Arts Hall dialed their superiors. The senior management within Qingbei Martial Arts University comprises the directors of various departments. At this moment, the individual answering the call was Cheng Cheng, the head of the Battle Soldier Department and the master of the Li Pa Martial Arts Hall, a 6th-tier martial artist. What is the matter? The staff member's voice trembled as they hastily relayed the news that Chen Yu had unleashed a punch with a force of 400 kilocalories, becoming the top of both lists and an extreme surpasser, thereby dethroning the gilded leaderboard. Cheng Cheng was momentarily taken aback by the torrent of information. His voice rising an octave. Hold on, slow down. Speak one thing at a time. The staff member gathered their thoughts and cautiously reminded him, Director, do you recall me reporting earlier about a freshman intending to challenge both the 2nd-tier and 3rd-tier strength challenges simultaneously? I do, Cheng Cheng nodded. Upon receiving the call, he had remarked that this freshman truly embodied the audacity of youth, reminiscent of his own reckless days. Thus, he had generously increased the reward limit 5-fold, envisioning a grand prize for the freshman, as the likelihood of them breaking records was even lower than that of the old principal breaking through to the 9th tier. Yet, who could have anticipated that the freshman would shatter the record without hesitation? This year's newcomers were truly remarkable. Director, the Tianjiao training room experience voucher is manageable. But what about the Gilded Heaven screen? Cheng Cheng's head began to ache. Plans never seemed to keep pace with changes. However, upon reflection, this might not be such a bad thing. The intention behind creating the Gilded Heaven screen was to make a name for the martial arts halls within Qingbei. And now, is there anything more eye-catching than a 2nd-tier martial artist becoming an extreme surpasser of the 3rd tier? The fervor surrounding this news could hardly be contained. You need not worry about the Gilded Heaven screen. Immediately distribute the Tianjiao training room experience vouchers, 5 times the usual amount. Understood, Director. However, the freshman inquired whether he could exchange the Tianjiao training room experience voucher for cash, as he claimed he had no use for the vouchers. Cheng Cheng was taken aback. Indeed. Why would a freshman capable of generating 400 kilocalories need experience vouchers? Following the class assessment, he would directly gain access to the Tianjiao training room. Alright. Send me the card number, and I will transfer the funds immediately. Meanwhile, as the martial arts hall was bustling with activity, the scorching midday sun blazed down upon the venue of the preliminary competition. The first round of the preliminary competition had concluded, and the expressions of the students in attendance were varied. Some were elated, others disheartened, and still others remained composed. Hey, did you hear? Someone actually forfeited in the first round of the preliminary competition. Is that for real? It's not like anyone would die in the preliminaries. They might just get a bit injured. Who asked that coward? It's Feng Ning from Jiang Province. Upon learning that his opponent was Chen Yu, he was so frightened that he didn't even dare leave his dormitory and forfeited. Is he foolish? Even knowing he would lose, he should have at least participated. If he performed well, he might still get a chance to enter the elite class. By forfeiting, he is guaranteed to end up in the ordinary class. The crowd buzzed with discussion. The preliminary competition not only determined class placements, but also served as an opportunity for newcomers to showcase their abilities. Many newcomers have previously lost, yet performed admirably enough to be admitted into the elite class. Who exactly was Chen Yu? That Feng Ning would rather settle for the ordinary class than face him? Interest piqued, the crowd delved into investigations. They discovered that on the day Feng Ning arrived at Qingbei, he had spent 300,000 to challenge Chen Yu, resulting in a devastating defeat. One strike, and he was electrocuted. Chen Yu is quite formidable. Of course, he is the top scholar from Jiang Province, capable of dispatching 3rd-tier beasts with a mere flick of his fingers even at the 2nd tier, and now he has reached the 5th level of the 2nd tier. What would it take to easily eliminate a 2nd-tier 7th level like Feng Ning? Due to the delay in information, they were completely unaware that Chen Yu had already attained the 8th level of the 2nd tier. Knowing he would suffer a humiliating defeat, Feng Ning had decisively chosen to forfeit, so it was reasonable after all. Well, if I were Feng Ning, I would have forfeited too. There's no way to win. Upon hearing this, a tall student scoffed. Cowardice is cowardice. Why make excuses for him? The arena is a battlefield. Qingbei martial artists either stand and fight or kneel and die. Feng Ning, what a disgrace. His voice was loud and imposing. The crowd regarded him with mixed feelings. You're so impressive, why don't you step up? Who was this person with such grandiose words? See Lu Lingyun? Is it possible for the renowned Lu Lingyun to enter the elite class? Upon hearing someone recognize him, Lu Lingyun decided to abandon his pretense, his lips curling into a smile as he deftly unfurled his folding fan. Initially wishing to interact with everyone as an ordinary individual, he never anticipated his fame would precede him. I am the very Lu Lingyun you speak of, he declared, no longer concealing his identity. His prowess was on par with Feng Ning, fully aware that he could not best Chen Yu. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Even in the face of certain defeat, he would fight fiercely. This was the essence of fervor. Please do not let me encounter Chen Yu in the preliminary rounds, or else. Before he could finish his thought, his wristwatch chimed with a voice notification. New student Lu Lingyun. Your opponent in the second round of the preliminaries is Chen Yu. Please proceed to Arena 9, Platform 78. By 2 p.m. this afternoon. What a coincidence. Lu Lingyun paused momentarily, but remained unperturbed. As long as he could endure a few exchanges with Chen Yu, his spectacular performance would surely catch the attention of the school's higher-ups. Even if he were to be eliminated in the second round, entry into the elite class would still be within reach. More importantly, he was determined to fight fiercely despite knowing he was outmatched. Such a spirited resolve, if recognized by the authorities, could pave the way for his admission into the prestigious class. This was a win-win situation. Chapter 48. The opponent withdraws again. System. Grant me points. Lu Lingyun's conjecture was indeed correct. Several teachers were observing his reactions when they witnessed Lu Lingyun facing the formidable Chen Yu with unwavering courage. A glimmer of satisfaction appeared in their eyes. Indeed, students from Qingbei should embody such fearless spirit. However, soon a piece of news regarding Chen Yu spread from the Li Pa Martial Arts Academy like wildfire, reaching the venue of the preliminaries. First-year student Chen Yu delivers a punch with a power value of 400 calories, shattering the strength record at the Li Pa Martial Arts Academy. Is this true? It is indeed true. The official account of the academy has confirmed it. The attendees at the preliminaries were left in disbelief. What does a power value of 400 calories signify? It was said that the freshmen this year, all prodigies from various provinces, could muster around 50 calories with their full strength. Chen Yu's single strike surpassed theirs by 8-fold. To put it into perspective, an 8-fold difference is not merely a simple gap. It is akin to the disparity between a bicycle and a supercar. No matter how fast you pedal, you would not even glimpse their taillights. Students hurriedly checked their upcoming opponents, sighing in relief upon discovering it was not Chen Yu they were to face. Thank goodness they were not matched with him. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. Yet, upon regaining their composure, they realized that Chen Yu's opponent was none other than Lu Lingyun, determined to fight fiercely despite knowing he was outmatched. This was the essence of fervor. Instantly, the students' spirits ignited with excitement. After all, it wasn't them facing Chen Yu. They could simply enjoy the spectacle. All eyes turned to Lu Lingyun. Suddenly, with a sharp sound, the golden-threaded fan in his hand clattered to the ground. No one understood better than him what it felt like to have a heart turned to ashes. His heart felt cold as ice. He merely wished to step onto the stage and exchange a few blows with Chen Yu, showcasing his talents. Yet now, they were telling him that Chen Yu's power value was 400 calories? A single punch from him could shatter Lu Lingyun into pieces. Seeing Lu Lingyun hesitate, the spectators, ever eager for entertainment, voiced their discontent. One student had once proclaimed, "The arena is a battlefield. A Qingbei warrior stands to fight, not kneels to survive." Indeed, that student also asserted, "Cowardice is cowardice. Do not seek any excuses." He had even boldly stated, "Knowing one is outmatched, yet still choosing to fight fiercely, is the essence of fervor." These words struck Lu Lingyun to the core, causing his cheeks to flush with embarrassment. He longed to find a crevice in the ground to hide in. He recognized Chen Yu's prowess, but never imagined it would be to such an extent. Feng Ning's withdrawal was not an act of cowardice. It was a desperate bid to reclaim a life from the clutches of death. Wait, that student also mentioned, "Do not let me encounter Chen Yu in the preliminaries, or he will surely have the last laugh." No, that latter part was not what I said. Lu Lingyun felt a surge of frustration. While he accepted the earlier statements, he did not appreciate the addition of false lines. With a dramatic flourish of his sleeve, he corrected them with righteous indignation. "Let it be known, my original words were, do not let me encounter Chen Yu in the preliminaries, or I will undoubtedly withdraw." What? So it was a withdrawal. But how then do we interpret the fervor of fighting fiercely despite knowing one is outmatched? Upon hearing this, Lu Lingyun's face turned crimson, the veins on his forehead bulging. "You have misheard me. Knowing one is outmatched, yet still choosing to fight fiercely, is sheer folly." He then launched into a series of convoluted arguments, claiming that withdrawing was not an act of cowardice but a means of preserving life. This wasn't an excuse. It was about valuing one's existence. The atmosphere at the preliminaries became charged with mirth. The observing teachers exchanged glances. What can be said? Cowardice is cowardice. And he certainly knows how to make excuses. Should Lu Lingyun, like Feng Ning, be relegated to the ordinary class? I have a differing opinion. One teacher pondered. Unlike Lu Lingyun, while Feng Ning withdrew, he had engaged in combat with Chen Yu prior to the preliminaries. However, Feng Ning's withdrawal remains a fact. The lead teacher raised his head and spoke. "I propose that we allow Feng Ning to remain in the ordinary class for a while. Should he perform well, we can promote him to the elite class. What say you?" Agreed. Reconsidered. Meanwhile, Chen Yu, having exited the Li Pa Martial Arts Academy, enjoyed a meal at the cafeteria before returning to his dormitory with 5 million yuan in hand and the Southern Sky 3 styles fully acquired. Earning 5 million in just a morning was astonishingly swift. However, he still had to participate in another round of preliminaries in the afternoon. So matters of wealth could wait until after the competition. As Chen Yu contemplated this, a voice notification chimed, and he glanced at the display, which read, "New student Chen Yu. Your opponent in the second round of the preliminaries is Lu Lingyun. Please proceed to Arena 9, Platform 78, by 2 p.m. Out of caution, Chen Yu decided to inquire about his opponent Lu Lingyun's background. Yet before he could pose his question, the voice notification chimed again. Ding. New student Chen Yu. You have received new information. Your opponent Lu Lingyun has withdrawn. You will automatically advance to the third round of the preliminaries. Another withdrawal? Chen Yu was quite surprised. Feng Ning's withdrawal stemmed from a desire to avoid being struck down, but what was the reason behind Lu Lingyun's? Was he truly that intimidating? After a brief moment of contemplation, Chen Yu dismissed the thought. Why overthink it? With an entire afternoon now free, it was the perfect opportunity to indulge in some investment. Detected low-grade, Earth-level martial skill. Would you like to learn it? The system's mention of a low-grade, Earth-level martial skill referred to the renowned secret technique Southern Sky, 3 Styles of the Body Refinement, Instructor 2 Jun. It had actually reached the Earth level. Chen Yu had little familiarity with Earth-level martial skills, as they were realms far beyond his reach. He had merely heard that even in martial arts universities like 211, Earth-level martial skills were rather scarce. The advanced martial skills of the Xian rank are a privilege reserved for only a select few prodigies. In contrast, the Earth rank martial techniques are not commonly possessed by ordinary universities. Even prestigious institutions like Qingbei hold merely 2 to 3 such techniques. Even an average martial artist, when training in Earth rank skills, gains the capacity to undertake challenges beyond their means, and upon reaching perfection, they may even possess the ability to confront opponents of a higher tier. When Chen Yu and Tu Jun first met, Tu Jun entrusted him with the Southern Sky 3 Styles, neglecting to mention the significance of this technique. Teacher Tu is indeed generous towards me, Chen Yu sighed. Given his teacher's high regard for him, he felt compelled not to fall short. Thus, Chen Yu sat upright, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. Let us proceed, my sweat and talent, he declared. System, grant me enhancement points. Chapter 49, Frantically Enhancing Strength. Next opponent. The Body Cultivation Nemesis, Yi Li. Name, Chen Yu. Martial Arts Mastery, SSS Realm of Power. Current Physical Strength, Steel Body, 81. Martial Techniques, Advanced Yellow Rank Technique. Golden Light Breaking Fist, Great Perfection. Intermediate Xian Rank Technique. Wine Treading Step, Minor Achievement 1. Beginner Earth Rank Technique. Southern Sky 3 Styles, Not Mastered. Current Enhancement Points, 0. Detected remaining balance in bank card, 5,003, 511 yuan. Would you like to convert it into enhancement points? At present, Chen Yu possessed 3 martial techniques. The Golden Light Breaking Fist, a form of punching technique. The Wind Treading Step, a method of movement. And what, exactly, is the Southern Sky 3 Styles? Chen Yu glanced at the interface, where it was inscribed. The Southern Sky 3 Styles is an ultimate martial art that transforms defense into offense. Defense cannot persist indefinitely. Thus, one must conceal their sharpness within dullness. The 3 styles interlink, capable of transforming a thoroughfare into an impassable chasm. In essence, the Southern Sky 3 styles enhance one's defensive capabilities, and when perfected, the first style, Iron Mountain Guard, doubles one's basic defense. The second style, Returning River Barrier, significantly enhances physical recovery and spirit absorption. As long as one's spirit is not exhausted, their body can rapidly mend. The third style, Mountain Quelling Barrier, creates a barrier of energy several feet in radius, capable of withstanding all physical attacks. When all 3 styles are utilized in unison, they can convert barriers into chasms, severing thousands of troops. One person alone can rival an army of 1,000,000. As Chen Yu beheld this formidable introduction, he could not help but swallow hard. Earth rank martial techniques are a T1 level existence throughout the entire Great Xia. Those capable of mastering a complete Earth rank technique are invariably renowned families or clans. What Chen Yu held, the Southern Sky 3 Styles, is not merely an Earth rank technique, but one that perfectly suits body cultivators. It is no exaggeration to say that throughout the Great Xia, there are scarcely a few complete martial arts of this caliber. Teacher 2's gift upon their first meeting was indeed astonishing. Chen Yu felt a surge of excitement, exclaiming in awe. He had anticipated that secret techniques would be formidable, but never to this extent. This must be the reason why Gao Yin's use of the mountain-splitting secret technique from the Gaos of the Northeast left the audience in shock. Mastery of secret techniques truly is terrifying. However, due to Gao Yan's strength being nearly at the 3rd tier and his limited practice time, he had only grasped the basics and could not unleash the true potential of the technique. The same applies to the Southern Sky 3 Styles. If merely at the entry level, one could only learn the first style, Iron Mountain Guard, which increases basic defensive capacity. Generally speaking, mastering an Earth rank martial technique requires no less than a century of dedicated practice. However, That is inconsequential. Chen Yu possesses both sweat and talent. He sat resolutely, currently holding only 5 million, equating to 5,000 enhancement points. Based on previous experiences with spending 5,000 enhancement points could at most elevate his physical strength to the second tier, 9th level, certainly insufficient to break through to the third tier. To achieve that, he would likely need tens of thousands of enhancement points. A day had passed since the preliminary assessments, with 6 days remaining until the 144 to 72 round, followed by the Pinnacle Tournament. Since breaking through to the third tier before the Pinnacle Tournament was unfeasible, spending 5,000 enhancement points to raise his physical strength by 1 tier seemed of little significance. Therefore, the immediate focus should be on enhancing the Southern Sky 3 styles. As an Earth rank technique, its enhancement would undoubtedly require a substantial investment, but it would be worthwhile. Chen Yu had an ingenious idea. The reason he could not fully unleash the power of the Realm of Power was due to insufficient physical strength to bear such might. The first style of the Southern Sky 3 styles, Iron Mountain Guard, can enhance basic defensive capabilities, which undoubtedly means that once he fully masters Iron Mountain Guard, his basic defense would increase by 100, thereby raising the upper limit of his unleashed power by the same percentage. For others, the Southern Sky 3 styles represent an ultimate martial art that emphasizes defense over offense. For Chen Yu, it embodies a timeless martial art that encompasses both offense and defense. With this thought, Chen Yu took a deep breath and began to invest. The enhancement points required for Earth rank techniques would surely be considerable, and he aimed to avoid spending 5,000 points only to see negligible results. He decided to start with 1,000 to test the waters. Based on experience, 1,000 enhancement points could elevate an intermediate Xian rank technique to the minor achievement phase. As the 1,000 points were successfully exchanged, the Southern Sky 3 styles commenced its enhancement. Beep. Consumed 1,000 enhancement points. The beginner Earth rank technique Southern Sky 3 styles begins to enhance. Enhancement in progress. Enhancement complete. Southern Sky 3 styles elevated to initial insight, 31. Enhancing Earth rank martial techniques is indeed costly. Chen Yu's gaze swept across the interface, and he could not help but exclaim. Following the operational method of the Southern Sky 3 styles, he channeled spiritual energy throughout his body, starting from the dantian and gradually spreading. A faint golden radiance emerged on the surface of his skin, and he sensed that his defensive capabilities had improved by at least 10%. Thus, he resolved to continue. As long as he could see the progress bar, he was willing to invest fervently in Earth rank martial techniques. System, grant me enhancement points, elevate me to minor achievement. With the completion of the exchange of 4,000 enhancement points, beep, commencing enhancement of Southern Sky 3 styles. Southern Sky 3 styles, initial insight, 28. Enhancement in progress. Southern Sky 3 styles elevated to minor achievement. Enhancement complete, total enhancement points consumed, 3,900. Martial technique, Southern Sky 3 styles, minor achievement 1. A tremor coursed through Chen Yu's body, the golden glow on his skin shining brilliantly. Excellent. The final enhancement had concluded, and now, his sole objective was clear, to claim the title of the top student in the talented class. With this, Chen Yu gazed out the window. My opponents. Are you ready for the Pinnacle Tournament? Simultaneously, Chen Yu's name quietly rose to prominence at Qingbei. The first reason being that he had achieved a strength limit of 400 cards at the Li Pa Martial Arts School, becoming an unparalleled achiever. The second reason was that throughout 12 rounds of preliminary matches, every opponent who faced Chen Yu unreservedly chose to forfeit. Following these two pieces of news, Chen Yu's reputation soared. With sheer strength, he compelled 12 Qingbei prodigies to surrender without a fight. Just how formidable is Chen Yu's power? Do not speak of strength. I have yet to behold Chen Yu's visage, for he has never graced the preliminary competition with his presence. Fear not, for tomorrow, during the 144 to 72 match, you shall witness him. Has Chen Yu's opponent decided against forfeiting? She cannot possibly forfeit. Why is that? Because Chen Yu's opponent is none other than the illustrious Yi Li, the pride of Xiangxiang, the sole mental-type martial artist from Qingbei, a bane to physical cultivators. She simply cannot forfeit. In dormitory 5905, as Chen Yu exited the training room, he was met with the grave expressions of Xikong Lingxiao and Gao Yan. Before he could inquire about the situation, Gao Yan inhaled deeply and spoke first. Brother Yu, it's over. You've truly encountered a stroke of misfortune. Your next opponent is Yi Li, the mental-type martial artist. Xikong Lingxiao solemnly added, in yesterday's competition, she dispatched a favored contender from the chosen class with a single blow, a third-tier martial artist. And today, she has officially broken through to the 9th level of the second tier. Chapter 50. Chen Yu is prepared. The match begins. A second-tier, 9th level mental-type martial artist? Chen Yu nodded, a flicker of anticipation glimmering in his eyes. Each time the system enhanced his physical prowess, his mental strength had also been concurrently elevated. This was fortuitous. He would seize the opportunity to assess the value of the system's enhancements through this mental-type martial artist. This challenge was not merely a test of him. It was a pure examination of the system itself. Seeing Chen Yu remain entirely unfazed, Gao Yin grew anxious. Brother Yu, did I fail to express something clearly? You articulated everything quite clearly. I understood it all. No, I must have failed to convey my message. Gao Yin began to introspect. The inherent strengths and weaknesses of martial arts techniques were well known. Yi Li's A-rank martial art, spirit communication, while classified as A-rank, was practically on par with S-rank in practical efficacy. Otherwise, the Crimson Spirit Martial Academy would not have granted her a guaranteed admission 3 years prior. However, for reasons unknown, Yi Li declined the offer and severed all ties with the academy. Yet, that is not the crux of the matter. The crux lies in the fact that Yi Li's martial arts techniques rival S-rank and possess the capability to combat beyond her level. Moreover, no one truly comprehends the full extent of spirit communication's abilities. According to those who have faced her, in the moment they confronted Yi Li, they witnessed the most terrifying scenes of their lives. Then, they were defeated in a single strike. After conveying all this to Chen Yu, Gao Yin believed it essential for Chen Yu to comprehend that he was about to face a remarkably formidable opponent. Chen Yu indeed understood, and he felt even more eager. How could a weak opponent adequately test the system? It necessitated someone of considerable strength to ascertain the system's true value. Of course, one of Chen Yu's sources of confidence was his awareness of the tumultuous mental energy surging within his mind, far surpassing that of ordinary martial artists. He had never encountered a mental-type martial artist and was uncertain how high their mental strength could be. He reasoned that the disparity could not be too great. If it were excessively vast, he still had his means. At worst, he could unleash his full power before Yi Li made her move. If all else failed, there was still the extreme realm of power. As long as he summoned the martial arts phantasm, what could mental attacks do? Such techniques would be utterly ineffective. A few simple trump cards could likely secure his invincibility. Enough of this mental overexertion. It was exhausting. Chen Yu turned to the two. Shall we go and have a meal? Gao Yin responded. What about after the meal? Chen Yu replied with conviction. Rest, of course. I've been cultivating for 6 or 7 days. Do I not deserve a moment of respite? Xikong Lingxiao was momentarily taken aback, finding Chen Yu's statement strangely reasonable. Yet, was it truly so? There seemed to be something off about that statement. Oh no, he was beginning to think too much. Time flew by quickly, and the Qingbei first-year class assessment, the 144-72 match, commenced. At the number 8 martial arts arena, drones hovered above, capturing footage as thousands of new students and teachers arrived early to watch the competition. The audience surged with excitement. With only around 6,000 new students at Qingbei, the battle between two second-tier martial artists was hardly sufficient to attract nearly half of them. However, due to the unique nature of both competitors, all eyes were riveted upon this event. The only mental-type martial artist from Qingbei was set to face the sole physical cultivator. A matchup that occurred but once in a century. At 9:55 a.m., the colossal electronic screen illuminated with the battle information. On the left side stood a short-haired girl, her gaze piercing, with her record of 12 preliminary matches displayed below. In her first preliminary match, she defeated her opponent in 8 seconds. In her second match, she accomplished the same in 7 seconds. 6 seconds, 9 seconds, 12 seconds. Over 12 contests, the total time taken to defeat her opponents was under 100 seconds. Faster than the time it takes to sip bubble tea. To the right of the screen, the image of the much-anticipated Chen Yu appeared. His record dazzling in its brilliance. 12 matches, 12 opponents, all of whom had forfeited. The moment their images graced the screen, the atmosphere surged to a fever pitch. Is this Chen Yu? Such a remarkable figure who has yet to reveal himself in any of the 12 matches. This is bound to be interesting. He will have to face Yi Li right away. It is well known that mental-type martial artists have the upper hand against physical cultivators. Should Chen Yu possess any secret techniques to bolster his mental prowess, perhaps he might stand a chance against Yi Li. Yet, as they were aware, Chen Yu neither had techniques to enhance his mental capabilities, nor did he surpass Yi Li in strength. The probability of his victory was virtually zero. They were, in truth, here merely for amusement. In the competitor's preparation area, Tu Jun observed Chen Yu seated in a chair and sighed softly. Ever since the match list was announced, he had been pondering how Chen Yu might secure a victory. He spent the entire night contemplating, not because he had arrived at a conclusion, but merely because dawn had arrived. There are indeed ways for physical cultivators to withstand the assaults of mental-type martial artists. However, each method requires prolonged training and practice. In the realm of martial arts, there are no shortcuts. He looked at Chen Yu and said, "It's all right. Win or lose in this match matters not. Consider it an opportunity to familiarize yourself with the attacks of mental-type martial artists, a form of training." Chen Yu did not elaborate, merely nodding slightly. Winning or losing was indeed of great significance. Should he lose even once, his prospects for the chosen class would be extinguished. That was a considerable loss. Thus, he had no option but to emerge victorious. The match officially commenced, The 144-72 competition calling the participants to the arena. As the voice announcement echoed, Chen Yu rose. Teacher, I'm off. 2 Jun watched Chen Yu's departing figure, silently assuring himself, it matters not. Chen Yu is my disciple. Even if he loses this round, I have confidence in guiding him into the chosen class. After all, it was entirely normal for the 4 great champions to consist of 5 individuals. Having 37 participants for 36 seats in the chosen class was hardly an anomaly, was it? Quite reasonable. However, he sensed a peculiar fluctuation emanating from Chen Yu, a strangely familiar sensation. This feeling had not been present during their last meeting. Could it be 2 Jun swallowed hard? Is this what they call a sense of familiarity upon meeting again? Meanwhile, in the preparation area for the second competitor, Zheng Linlin casually flipped through Chen Yu's profile, her tone rather flippant. Treat this match as merely a warm-up, much like before. Just toss out a few minor skills to make it look good. The real challenge lies in saving my trump card for dealing with those 2 freaks, Xikong Lingxiao and Lin Shuyuan. Having said this, she carelessly tossed aside the profile, her focus firmly on the more pressing matter at hand. Just then, her phone vibrated unexpectedly. Upon glancing at it, her pupils dilated in shock. What the hell? Xikong Lingxiao just unleashed 10,000 blades of heavenly punishment during his match. Her fingers danced over the screen with urgency, her expression shifting dramatically. The opponent had barely lasted 3 seconds. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the referee, he might have faced dire consequences. With Xikong Lingxiao's name on her lips and the mention of 10,000 blades of heavenly punishment, it was clear to those in the know that this match was between Yi Li and Chen Yu. For those unaware, one might mistakenly think it was Yi Li versus Xikong Lingxiao. Indeed, there was much anticipation for the clash between Chen Yu and Yi Li, but it stemmed more from a sense of curiosity than a genuine expectation for a fierce battle. There was simply no suspense involved. Zheng Linlin finally cautioned, Yi Li, take your time in dealing with Chen Yu. There's no rush. Just don't reveal your trump card. Understood. Yi Li nodded, making her way towards the arena. At that moment, beside the arena, a young man gracefully stepped onto the stage, donned in a flowing black robe that billowed like wisps of cloud. He stood poised at one side of the platform, radiating an innate air of authority simply by his presence. The cacophony of the audience gradually subsided. It seemed Chen Yu possessed some hidden prowess. Of course, if he had no talent, would 12 prodigies concede and forfeit? One spectator remarked. Previously, it was merely a stroke of luck for Chen Yu, facing weak opponents. I could easily take them on. This time, however, he's met his match. The audience buzzed with chatter. Chen Yu's rise as the top scholar from Jiang province, securing a place among the top 144 newcomers at Qingbei, was nothing short of miraculous in the eyes of ordinary folk. After all, despite his talents, he was still an ordinary person, and his adversaries were either direct descendants of prestigious families or those with guaranteed admission. These individuals not only wielded formidable strength, but also possessed secret techniques. This was merely one aspect of the disparity. Another significant factor was weaponry. Take Yi Li, for instance. While her family may lack secret techniques, they possessed the treasured calm water beads. In contrast, did Chen Yu possess any secret techniques? Yes. But he had acquired them just a week ago, likely not even having perused the catalog. As for treasured artifacts, he could argue that his physically honed body was a treasure in itself. Thus, the upcoming bout would pit Yi Li, armed with the treasured calm water beads, against Chen Yu, who stood alone and unarmed. Could Chen Yu secure a victory? Just then, Yi Li arrived at the stage, and for reasons unknown, she sensed a faint pressure emanating from Chen Yu. Although this sensation was fleeting, it caused her brow to furrow. Could this be due to the SSS-level martial prowess? Perhaps. But she had no time to ponder. Both competitors were ready. As the announcement echoed through the arena, all eyes fixated on the two. Yi Li inhaled deeply. Chen Yu possessed SSS-level martial abilities, yet she too had her own hidden cards. Regardless of the reasons, she was determined to win this match. The match commenced. Chapter 51. I've been waiting for you for ages. Why haven't you used any skills yet? Bro, I'm here. Lin Shuyuan, having just concluded his match, hurriedly made his way to witness the duel between Chen Yu and Yi Li. Lin Shui languidly reclined in her seat, idly spinning an ice crystal formed from her spiritual resonance on her fingertips. We missed Xikong Lingxiao's match. Why the rush to make me watch this one? She cast a glance at the two on the arena. What is there to learn from a couple of novices pecking at each other? Xiaoxue, Lin Shuyuan sighed in exasperation, flicking his fingers towards the ice crystal in her hand, causing it to shimmer and transform into a mist. Lin Shui exclaimed, Bro, what was that return to source you just used on me? Stop playing around and focus on the match. Lin Shuyuan turned his attention back to the arena. Chen Yu and Yi Li were formidable opponents, one at the pinnacle of physical strength, the other at the apex of mental acuity. If you don't use the family's secret techniques, you likely won't stand a chance against them. Have you lost your mind with all your recent busyness? Lin Shui laughed. If I can't win without secret techniques, then I can just use them, right? Do you think only you possess secret techniques? Yi Li certainly doesn't. And Chen Yu is no different. Among the newcomers, only the twin prodigies from Guangdong, perhaps including Chen Yu, possessed secret techniques. Lin Shui triumphantly wiggled her finger. Rest assured, no matter who advances, they'll be running into a brick wall when they face me. In her view, Lin Shuyuan's presence at the match was not due to seeing Chen Yu and Yi Li as rivals, but rather to ensure she remained vigilant and didn't make a careless mistake. In truth, it was completely unnecessary. But she understood her brother's nature well. Any attempt to refute him would only lead to an endless lecture. Thus, her solution was to vent all her frustrations on outsiders. As the battle commenced, a gasp rippled through the audience, redirecting everyone's attention to the arena. The moment the match began, Yi Li elegantly lifted her fingers, and a wave of pink spiritual resonance surged forth from her fingertips like a tide. No one would publicly reveal the secrets of their martial prowess. Just like Chen Yu's ultimate strength, others only knew of its immense power without understanding its essence. Spiritual resonance communication. The spiritual resonance surged, slicing through the air at breathtaking speed, racing towards Chen Yu's heart. In an instinctive reaction, Chen Yu considered activating Wind's step to evade it. With his speed, he could easily escape, but if he did, how would he test the limits of his mental prowess and the system's worth? Silently, he adjusted ultimate strength to a semi-active state, ready for intervention should any issue arise. With everything in place, Chen Yu chose not to evade, but to allow the flood of pink to envelop him. Observing this, Yi Li momentarily froze, her eyes widening in astonishment. She had not anticipated hitting Chen Yu so effortlessly. The so-called spiritual resonance communication was meant to make one confront their deepest fears. Chen Yu appeared unscathed on the surface, yet internally, he began to endure torment. That was the power of a mental-type martial artist. Witnessing the swift conclusion of the match left Jun dumbfounded. Losing was one thing, but the visual impact was entirely different. If this continued, Chen Yu would not only fail to be his disciple, but even the son of the principal at Qingbei would struggle to secure a place in the prodigy class. This was dire. Meanwhile, Yi Li's roommate, Zheng Linlin, wore a knowing expression. What had she said? Mental types had a natural advantage over physical fighters, didn't they? Victory is indeed that simple. She caught a glimpse of Lin Shuyuan in the audience, who had specifically come to watch, undoubtedly hoping to calculate the flaws in Lin Yu Tongxin. Lin Shuyuan, let us see how you will measure this time. Yet, Lin Shuyuan had no mind for calculations. He was utterly bewildered. He had never anticipated that Chen Yu, whom he regarded highly and considered a worthy opponent, would be dispatched by a single blow. Did I misjudge? He couldn't help but voice this doubt. Upon hearing this, Lin Shui couldn't restrain her laughter. Brother, you must be completely dazzled by Chen Yu's SSS divine ability. With his level, if he encountered me, he wouldn't even withstand half a move. As her words fell, on the martial stage, enveloped by a sea of pink petals, Chen Yu, who should have been shrouded in fear, slowly raised his head and boldly addressed Yi Li. I've been waiting for you for half the day. Why haven't you used your skills yet? Chapter 52. What is the most terrifying thing deep within Chen Yu's heart? On the arena, spiritual rhythms surged. By external evaluations of Lin Yu Tongxin, Yi Li's martial arts divine ability should be exceedingly formidable. Moreover, having just advanced to the second tier's 9th level, her strength far surpassed before, and she should have thoroughly instilled terror within him. However, at the eye of the storm, Chen Yu felt no fear whatsoever. Thus, Chen Yu concluded that Yi Li had yet to make her move. At this moment, Yi Li was enveloped in swirling spiritual rhythms. Feeling that the spiritual threads invading Chen Yu's mind fell into an abyss, stirring not even a ripple. How is this possible? A glimmer of disbelief crossed her eyes. Even when facing a third-tier warrior, her spiritual essence could penetrate their psyche, evoking the deepest fears, causing them to collapse without a fight. Yet, Chen Yu, amidst the tempest, appeared utterly unfazed. Did he genuinely not know what fear was, or could he resist her mental assault? Regardless of which scenario it was, the conclusion remained the same. Chen Yu was exceedingly difficult to deal with. With this thought, alarms blared in Yi Li's mind. She could no longer afford to conceal her trump card. An eerie pink glow suddenly flickered in her black pupils. Chen Yu, you are indeed powerful, but you are far too arrogant. There was a distinct hint of fury in her voice. Initially, she believed Chen Yu would be unable to evade her assault. Now, it appeared he hadn't regarded her Lin Yu Tongxin with any seriousness. This unspoken arrogance, this silent insult, was more infuriating than verbal attacks. With a flick of her wrist, Yi Li declared, "Today, I shall show you what true Lin Yu Tongxin is." Suddenly, 12 black jade prayer beads soared into the air, radiating brilliance. The audience collectively gasped in awe. These were the prized still water beads of the Xiaoshangyi family, capable of significantly enhancing the potency of spiritual attacks. Yi Li was truly ignited. She had unveiled her ultimate technique in the preliminary round. Chen Yu, why not just obliterate Yi Li with your pinnacle of strength instead of prolonging this? Lin Shui mused. Now, Yi Li is treating you like a mere stepping stone. She lightly tapped the armrest, her gaze fixed on the arena. A smile creeping on her face. What a pair, one a fool, the other a pretentious show-off. Indeed, Chen Yu's ability to withstand Lin Yu Tongxin was unexpected. Yet Yi Li could have employed a more prudent strategy. Why reveal her trump cards so early, especially with an audience, including her brother, the Lingyu Tongxin master? Was this not the act of a fool? As for Chen Yu, who had not succumbed to Lingyu Tongxin, he failed to seize the opportunity for a swift victory, instead rambling on the arena. Was this not sheer pretentiousness? Brother, do you agree with my assessment? Lin Shui inquired. Lin Xiuyuan did not respond immediately. The golden light in his eyes gradually slowed, ultimately settling at a peculiar frequency. Within the arena, the intersecting trails of spiritual rhythms were dissected and reassembled in the depths of his gaze, forming a coherent operational method. Lingyu Tongxin is indeed profound, he remarked calmly, though with hints of contemplation. But Chen Yu? What about Chen Yu? Lin Shui retorted. His martial arts divine ability, whether it is cracked or not, is of little consequence. It's merely a matter of greater strength. Lin Xiuyuan fell silent for a moment. He had never encountered or dissected an SSS-level martial arts divine ability and was eager to attempt it on Chen Yu. However, thus far, Chen Yu had yet to employ Pinnacle of Strength. He found himself at a loss. Lin Xiuyuan furrowed his brow. In this decisive match, Chen Yu's hesitance to utilize Pinnacle of Strength was perplexing. Was he so confident that he could win without it? Or was he, as Lin Shui suggested, merely putting on airs? Perhaps there existed a third possibility. Chen Yu had never faced a spiritual-type warrior and was currently using Yi Li as an experiment, testing the extent of a spiritual warrior's potential disruption. As this thought erupted in Lin Xiuyuan's mind, Chen Yu finally smiled. As Yi Li unveiled her signature move, Chen Yu's objective had been achieved. He had awaited this moment. Lingyu Tongxin, attach. In the depths of Yi Li's pupils, that eerie pink light suddenly expanded, swiftly enveloping her entire gaze. As she looked up, she met Chen Yu's black eyes, where she discerned not a trace of panic, only profound excitement. Playing tricks. Yi Li raised her hand, and the 12 still water beads ascended simultaneously, releasing an endless cloud of pink mist that enveloped the entire martial stage. The protective barrier around the arena held the mist at bay, lest it drift into the audience. Yet, the mist could not disperse outward. It was forced to compress inward, thereby enhancing Yi Li's capabilities. Amidst the swirling pink mist, Chen Yu began to hear a cacophony of sounds, indistinct murmurs rising, as if angels from heaven were chanting hymns or demons from hell were whispering secrets. This was the true power of Lingyu Tongxin. Chen Yu felt an inexplicable heart palpitation as his mental energy rapidly ebbed away. Facing Yi Li, who unleashed her full force, his spirit began to waver. Perhaps he had deduced something. His mental energy could rival that of a second-tier, 9th-level spiritual warrior clutching a precious treasure. As his mental energy swiftly diminished, the whispers in his ears grew clearer. What is the most terrifying thing deep within my heart? Perhaps these voices would provide Chen Yu the answer. From the pink mist emerged a demon wielding a knife and fork, which then morphed into a cafeteria lady brandishing a large spoon. Chen Yu was momentarily taken aback. Why was he afraid of a cafeteria lady? What are you dawdling for? The lady's large spoon clanged against the iron pot. 3 servings of braised ice beef, 5 servings of flaming chicken stew with mushrooms, 6 steamed emerald-scaled fish, 8 bowls of rice, a total of 5,000. Will you pay by card or cash? Though Chen Yu recognized this was all an illusion, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Good heavens. Subsequently, the principal of Pingqing No. 1 High School, Zhou Shan, burst forth, declaring, Chen Yu, do you think graduation is the end? Clutching a crumpled stack of repair orders, he continued. I have noted your little escapade that caused the testing machine to emit smoke and shattered windows. Reimburse me. As the possessor of spirit language telepathy, Yi Li could naturally perceive these circumstances. When she glimpsed the haunting nightmare of Chen Yu, which inexplicably involved the cafeteria lady and the high school principal, she was utterly bewildered. Was this what Chen Yu regarded as fear? Indeed, this constituted his greatest nightmare, the dread of being pursued for money. Chen Yu sprang into action. Rather than endure a nightmare, he resolved to confront its creator. With wind step unleashed at full throttle, before Yi Li could regain her wits, an overwhelming sense of pressure surged at her side. She dared not hesitate and hastily conjured a mental shield. Clang! The sharp sound of shattering reverberated throughout the arena, as Yi Li was sent hurtling backward as if struck by a battering ram. In an instant, the specially formulated concrete floor fractured beneath her, embedding her in a crater. Blood trickling from her mouth like a vivid scarlet ribbon. Any form of resistance was futile. Once a physical cultivator closed in, they were invincible. Just before losing consciousness, Yi Li's mind remained clouded with confusion, pondering why. Her dilated pupils reflected Chen Yu's figure. She had decisively revealed her trump card. Yet why had she suffered such a devastating defeat? Of course, it was for demanding money from Chen Yu. What a joke. Who would dare ask Chen Yu for money? Where would he procure it? Chen Yu emerged victorious. As the referee's voice echoed, the protective light curtain gradually descended, the pink mist dispersing, leaving the spectators aghast, heads tingling in the eerie silence. Chapter 53. Chen Yu, on the arena, I shall make you experience what it means to be frozen for 9 days. The audience remained oblivious to the true nightmare Chen Yu had endured. They only witnessed, amidst the swirling pink mist, the previously motionless Chen Yu suddenly erupting into action. In that fleeting moment, the aura surrounding him exploded, shattering the mist into fragments. A resounding crash followed, as Yili became embedded into the arena floor. Quick, so fast. The speed was so astonishing that they could hardly comprehend it. In the prior moment, Yili had commanded the upper hand, even summoning her prized still water prayer beads. Yet in the next instant, Chen Yu had obliterated her with a single punch. In the contestant preparation area, Tu Jun scratched his head in disbelief, exclaiming, "What the hell am I even teaching here?" This marked his second exclamation of such incredulity. If he was not mistaken, Chen Yu's mental prowess was on par with that of a typical psychic warrior. It was precisely this reason that he had dared to confront spirit language telepathy. With such formidable mental strength, combined with ultimate power and the intermediate martial art wind step, Chen Yu held the advantage in mental acuity, strength, and speed. Yili's loss was not unjust. Had Chen Yu not been testing his own mental strength, she would have been defeated the moment she stepped onto the stage. Reflecting on this, Tu Jun sighed once more, thinking, "Damn it. I remember telling Chen Yu before he took the stage that winning or losing was inconsequential. Merely a part of the training. If it were anyone else possessing Chen Yu's strength, upon hearing such words, they would undoubtedly boast that mere Yili, easily dealt with." But what did Chen Yu say? He said nothing at all. This young man possessed a truly remarkable composure, in stark contrast to Tu Jun's excitement. Lin Shui in the audience furrowed her brows, utterly perplexed by Yi Li's defeat. Did spirit language telepathy fail against Chen Yu? Xiao Shui, Lin Xiao Yuan's voice rang out. Do you still think Yi Li is a little fool? Even after revealing all her trump cards, she could not withstand a single move from Chen Yu. If it were you, with your carelessness, you would have likely been eliminated by Chen Yu long ago. Brother, Lin Shui retorted, it was Yi Li's incompetence. Had it been me, I would have won long ago. She crossed her arms in dissatisfaction. Moreover, it is entirely normal for a psychic warrior to be swiftly defeated by a physical cultivator once they lose their mental pressure advantage. Unlike her, I possess self-defense capabilities. In response, Lin Xiao Yuan shook his head. Even with the enhancement of still water prayer beads, Yi Li's full-force strike would warrant my utmost seriousness. Enough, brother, I get it. I know. Lin Shui turned her head aside, exasperated. Her brother was merely trying to emphasize that Chen Yu was formidable and that caution was necessary. Such a simple matter. Yet he felt the need to elaborate extensively. What do you understand? She mused. Should I encounter Chen Yu, I will unleash my ultimate move right from the start. Freezing him solid. Surely that would suffice. With that, Lin Shui turned and walked away. Observing her retreating figure, Lin Xiao Yuan could only smile wryly, feeling helpless. This girl had been spoiled by their parents since childhood, always doing as she pleased, ignoring anyone's counsel. He could only offer a couple of reminders. If he said too much, she would find it annoying. As for Lin Shui's claim of unleashing her ultimate move at the start, it was utterly implausible. She might shout about giving it her all, but once on the arena, she would likely hesitate to even use 30% of her strength. Lin Xiao Yuan's gaze shifted toward Chen Yu. If that girl truly encountered him, she was bound to suffer greatly. Outside the training arena, two figures raced toward the scene. Xiao Ge, it seems we've made it just in time, Gao Yin remarked, grinning as he listened to the thunderous roar from within. Sikong Ling Xiao nodded, remnants of the metal essence still clinging to his black attire. In his eagerness to witness Chen Yu's match, he had unleashed 10,000 blades of heavenly punishment on the arena, dispatching his opponent in mere moments. Had it not been for the considerable distance between the two training arenas, he would have arrived 2 minutes earlier. Surely, he could not miss Chen Yu's match just because of a mere 2 minutes. Hey, Gao Yin suddenly nudged him with his elbow, raising an eyebrow. Isn't that Lin family's ice snow fairy? Why is she here all alone, conjuring ice flowers? Following his gaze, Sikong Ling Xiao noticed Lin Shui walking away from the training arena, a ring of frost forming at her feet, causing the surrounding air temperature to drop a few degrees. Hearing the comment, Lin Shui coldly lifted her gaze. None of your business. Truly the ice snow fairy, quite the chill. Gao Yin chuckled. In such a hurry to leave? Aren't you going to wait for the match to finish? It's already over. These 5 words left both of them momentarily stunned. Huh. Gao Yin and Sikong Ling Xiao exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting shock. So soon? Who won? Gao Yin instinctively lowered his voice, speculating. Was it Yi Li? Lin Shui did not respond, but merely curved her lips into a slight smile. I heard you have a good relationship with Chen Yu. Please deliver something to him for me. Without waiting for their reply, she conjured a crystalline ice lotus with her fingertip, flicking it toward Gao Yin. Lin Shui turned and departed. Gao Yin, dumbfounded, caught the ice lotus. Xiao Ge. Is this girl a bit unhinged? I asked her who won, and she wants us to deliver a message to Chen Yu? Sikong Ling Xiao, however, fixated his gaze upon the ice lotus, whereupon he discerned a striking inscription nestled between the lotus petals. Chen Yu, we shall meet on the arena. I, this lady, shall ensure you taste what it means to be frozen for 9 heavens. The words conveyed not only arrogance, but also an unmistakable anger born from being affronted. Wait, when had Chen Yu ever offended her? Furthermore, meet on the arena? Xikong Lingxiao suddenly comprehended. It was about Gao Yan. I know who will emerge victorious. Who? Chen Yu. Chapter 54. The pinnacle competition of the talented class commences. Chen Yu possesses a resolute heart. By heavens, Brother Yu is extraordinary. How did you manage that? One punch to annihilate Yi Li. That is simply incredible. Xikong Lingxiao, Gao Yan, Chen Yu, and Tu Jun returned to their dormitory. Gao Yan's admiration for Chen Yu flowed like an unending river. A physical cultivator does not resort to treacherous tactics such as ambushes or sneak attacks. To face and utterly defeat a spiritual warrior head-on is a feat that, without video evidence, would be deemed unbelievable. Tu Jun, coming to his senses, stared intently at Chen Yu and inquired, "What is the source of your mental strength? It surpasses even that of a third-tier spiritual warrior." To this, Chen Yu straightforwardly replied, "I have no idea." Could he disclose that it was a gift from the system? He could only attribute it to sweat and effort. Yet, such an increase in mental strength cannot merely be gained through diligence. So Chen Yu, with a serious expression, turned to Tu Jun and stated, "Teacher, as a seasoned physical cultivator in the southern heavenly iron wall, you must know why my mental strength is so formidable." Huh, me? Tu Jun was momentarily taken aback by this direct inquiry. Could he admit ignorance? Absolutely not. He was the southern heavenly iron wall after all. Furthermore, this was the first time Chen Yu had posed a question to him. If he failed to provide an answer, his teaching career would be over. And he might as well return to farming. He instinctively rubbed his nose and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Ah, right. I recall reading in an ancient text that the foremost physical cultivator of the 9 provinces, Liang Xiao, possessed remarkable mental strength. Both of you share the commonality of having an SSS-level martial arts divine ability. Therefore, your powerful mental strength is a result of your martial arts divine ability. To be honest, Tu Jun himself could not fully comprehend how the pinnacle of power could be related to mental strength, but that was of little consequence. At that moment, he radiated an air of authority, declaring his words as the ultimate truth. Who would dare to dispute it? In the realm of physical cultivators, apart from Chen Yu, no one understood the subject better than Tu Jun. Xikong Lingxiao and Gao Yan were utterly perplexed by the convolutions of the discussion. Regardless, the teacher had spoken. Could there be any doubt? Tu Jun's reasoning was sound. With that, Gao Yan turned to Chen Yu and remarked, "So, does this mean your rapid increase in strength is also due to the SSS-level martial arts divine ability?" "Precisely," Chen Yu answered eagerly. When faced with uncertainty, ancient texts reveal the truth. When explanations falter, it must be the martial arts divine ability. Chen Yu's advancement in martial prowess was faster than a rocket. Gao Yan felt that in the short time they had known each other, Chen Yu's strength had soared from the second tier's 5th level to the 8th level. It was no wonder he had progressed so rapidly. It was all due to the effects of the SSS-level martial arts divine ability. Gao Yan and Xikong Lingxiao exchanged glances and exclaimed in unison, "So that's it. I was not mistaken, right, teacher?" Huh. Oh. Tu Jun had initially intended to inquire how Chen Yu had ascended 3 levels in just 7 days, a feat considered miraculous in the realm of physical cultivators. Now, there was no need to ask. The answer was simply martial arts divine ability. And if further questioned, it would be the revelation of ancient texts. The logic had indeed come full circle. A profound silence enveloped the scene, and at that moment, Gao Yan recalled something and produced the ice lotus. "Brother Yu, when did you offend Lin Shui?" Chen Yu was momentarily taken aback. Who is Lin Shui? The young mistress of the Lin family. The ice and snow fairy. Have you never heard of her? Gao Yan was quite astonished. Her brother, Lin Shuyuan. And who is Lin Shuyuan? Chen Yu knew few people at Qingbei. Apart from Xikong Lingxiao, Gao Yan, and Teacher Tu, there was only Feng Ning left to consider. As for the others, he only recognized the cafeteria lady. For Gao Yan to refer to her as the young mistress of the Lin family, she was undoubtedly a scion of a prestigious family. However, this was not of primary importance. Chen Yu waved his hand, cutting to the chase. What does she want from me? Seeing Chen Yu's genuine lack of recognition, Gao Yan was truly baffled. He turned his wrist, and the ice lotus unfurled in layers, revealing the fierce inscription within. "Chen Yu, we shall meet on the arena. I, this lady, shall ensure you taste what it means to be frozen for 9 heavens." This was perplexing. Gao Yan remarked, "Brother Yu, you neither know her nor have you wronged her. What sort of madness is this? Is she truly unwell?" Xikong Lingxiao felt that Gao Yan's observation held some merit. Lin Shui was indeed a bit deranged. Lin Shui was notoriously willful and unrestrained. Even if one did not provoke her, she might harbor a grudge for some trivial reason. He lightly tapped the table. However, Lin Shui does possess the capital to be so willful. With a 3rd-tier 1st-level martial arts strength and the S-level martial arts divine ability called Ice Spirit Body, there are scarcely any peers who can surpass her. Upon hearing this, a flicker of understanding crossed their eyes. Lin Shui was inherently arrogant, to the extent that if a passerby merely glanced at her, she might retaliate with a slap. Such was her capriciousness. Nevertheless, this time, her recklessness had landed upon Chen Yu. Not every passerby was a nameless bystander. At that moment, an announcement echoed. "New student Xikong Lingxiao, your opponent in the 72, to 36 match is Lu Guanyuan. Your opponent has forfeited, and you will automatically advance to the pinnacle competition of the talented class. New student Chen Yu. Your opponent in the 72 to 36 match is Chao Yiqian. Your opponent has forfeited, and you will automatically advance to the pinnacle competition of the talented class. Attention! The pinnacle competition of the talented class will commence tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Selected new students are to arrive punctually at the first martial arts arena. As the announcement concluded, Xikong Lingxiao's expression grew notably serious. Entering the pinnacle competition of the talented class signified a step into the elite class. Yet, his ambitions extended beyond that. He aspired to be the foremost among the elite. Based on past experiences, the competition would adopt a challenge format. If one deemed themselves strong enough, they could claim the position of the top of the talented class, and those who disagreed would naturally come to challenge them. Each individual would only have 2 chances to challenge. Once all challenges had concluded, the 36 seats of the talented class would be irrevocably determined. Contemplating this, he turned to Chen Yu and smiled. Actually, I hadn't finished my earlier thought. Lin Shue's audacity stems not only from her own strength, but also from her brother, Lin Shuyuan. However, that is of no concern. I shall leave Lin Shue to you, while I will deal with Lin Shuyuan. This seemingly casual remark left Gao Yin wide-eyed. Xikong Lingxiao had just stated that there were very few peers capable of defeating Lin Shue. This arrangement clearly implied that he believed Chen Yu could surpass Lin Shue. Chen Yu comprehended the underlying meaning of his words, yet. Xikong Lingxiao. Have you forgotten something? What is it? Chen Yu suddenly smiled. I aim to seize the position of the top student in the elite class. Observing Chen Yu's calm demeanor, Xikong Lingxiao also smiled. Indeed, he had forgotten. This miracle of the physical cultivation realm, the possessor of the SSS level extreme power realm, known as the humanoid Tyrannosaurus, Chen Yu, possesses a heart of unwavering resolve. Chapter 55, The Invitation. The 36 elites of Qingbei ascend to the pinnacle arena. At Qingbei Martial Arts University, the first martial arts arena. As the dawn light brightens, the holographic projection floating above the arena begins to shimmer with ripples of blue light, displaying the information of the 36 elites of the elite class in a steady stream. Undergoing final adjustments. On the viewing platform, several high-ranking officials of the school sit upright, while outside the arena, atop the layered stone steps, the mentors from various departments await with their hands clasped behind their backs. Director Yuan, an elderly man with white hair, spoke up. You are the head of the admissions office, and you are quite familiar with this year's elites. Who do you think has the potential to secure a position among the top 3? Yuan Luan adjusted his attire respectfully and replied, in response to Principal Chu. This year's elites are as numerous as fish crossing a river. There are at least 30 possessing S-level martial arts skills, a rarity in a century. Among them, Xikong Lingxiao, Lin Shuyuan, Lin Shue, and Gao Yin are all strong contenders for the top 3 positions. Currently, the highest voices of support are for Xikong Lingxiao and Lin Shuyuan for the top position in the elite class. Xikong Lingxiao's 10,000 blades of heavenly punishment is exceptionally refined. In the last competition, he defeated his equally ranked opponent with a single blow using a blade forged from pure gold essence. Lin Shuyuan's return to the source of all things is equally formidable. It is said he deciphered Yili's spiritual language in just 2 minutes. Principal Chu raised an eyebrow, urging him to continue. Yuan Luan nodded and continued. With Xikong Lingxiao and Lin Shuyuan occupying the first and second positions, the third position should be a foregone conclusion. Although all the elites are S-level and their martial prowess is closely matched, the difference lies in their martial skills and secret techniques. Gao Yin and Lin Shue, who possess familial secret arts, are strong contenders for the third position. A glimmer of interest flickered in Principal Chu's aged eyes. Oh, and what of Chen Yu? I have heard he has been making quite a name for himself lately. Why did you not mention him? Yuan Luan hesitated slightly. Chen Yu is indeed unique. But I dare not speculate recklessly in your presence. However, he added cautiously, Chen Yu, relying solely on his physical prowess, achieved a score of 400 in the Strength Martial Arts Academy. Moreover, he directly countered Yili's spiritual language and defeated him with a single move. Personally, I believe that if Chen Yu unleashes his full power, he could stand a chance against Lin Shue, even with her secret techniques. This was Yuan Luan's cautious assessment, unguarded. He would assert that Chen Yu could potentially defeat Lin Shue. Principal Chu nodded slightly, turning his gaze to the viewing platform where Teacher Tu Jun sat. Teacher Tu, you have acquired a remarkable disciple this time. Hearing this, Tu Jun's smile stretched from ear to ear. Chen Yu truly brought him pride. As all eyes turned toward him, he quickly composed himself, feigning seriousness as he said, well, my disciple indeed possesses commendable talent. Yet, the moment he spoke those words, he could no longer contain his excitement. After all, physical cultivation is not something one can easily suppress. His enthusiasm erupted as he exclaimed, my disciple, gifted and unmatched in prowess. He arrived in the capital a bit late, but had he come earlier, the top position would have been his for the taking. Such words were rather unreserved. But so what? He was merely speaking the undeniable truth. Tu Jun had expressed himself candidly, yet Lin Shue's mentor, Xie Feng, clearly felt otherwise. What? A few compliments and you're puffing up? You truly do not understand the essence of courtesy. With a cold huff, Xiefang retorted, Teacher 2. Are you so certain that Chen Yu can best Lin Shui? Naturally, Tu Jun replied, unwavering. Xiefang continued, Chen Yu is undoubtedly gifted. But is Lin Shui not also a prodigy? I do not deny Chen Yu's unmatched skills, but if he cannot unleash his full potential, how does he differ from an ordinary S-level practitioner? Enough, enough. Spare me your incessant prattling. Your words are giving me a headache. Just get to the point. Tu Jun interrupted bluntly. Xiefang, taken aback by this blunt interruption, felt her chest rise and fall violently. Her clenched fists alternating between tight and loose, a classic case of anger boiling over. Despite both being teachers of equal rank, Tu Jun, a master of physical cultivation, was unmatched within their tier. A single punch could easily incapacitate her. Moreover, Tu Jun possessed secret techniques that could allow him to overpower even 6th-tier warriors. Fine. Xiefang suppressed her fury and forced the words out through clenched teeth. Since you are so confident, I shall speak plainly. I wager that Lin Shui will secure a position among the top 3 in the elite class. The wager being my Xuanbing essence. Upon hearing this, the teachers on the viewing platform were taken aback. The Xianbing essence is a precious treasure for ice element martial artists. Valued at over 10 million in the market. A considerable gamble indeed. No one deemed Xiefang a fool. She must have her reasons for such a bold wager. Surely, Lin Shui must have hidden cards yet to be revealed. Tu Jun, however, did not ponder such complexities. From his understanding of Chen Yu's strength, he believed that in the entire elite class, only Xikong Lingxiao and Lin Shuyuan posed a challenge. The rest, he could easily subdue and refine. Very well. Tu Jun produced a jade box from his robe. I happen to have a blood-burning pill on hand. I wager that Chen Yu will secure a position among the top 3 in the elite class. The blood-burning pill is a treasure used for physical cultivation, equally valued at over 10 million. Xiefang's lips curled into a confident smile, recalling that just yesterday, Lin Shui had cultivated the 9 nether secret technique to a minor success, significantly boosting her strength. When fully unleashed, she could even freeze a 4th-tier exotic beast on the spot. How could Chen Yu, no matter how strong his physique, possibly surpass a 4th-tier beast? As the two entered into their wager, the elite class peak competition officially commenced, with the final morning bell resonating through the heavens. 36 brilliant beams of light descended from the sky, illuminating the figures of the 36 youths appearing at the foot of the stone steps outside the arena. They are the strongest 36 among over 6,000 newcomers in Qingbei, representing the pinnacle of the new generation of Daxia's martial elites. As they stepped forth, the winds of the world bend to their will. Once they enter the martial world, time hastens their journey. On the viewing platform, Principal Chu slowly rose, his melodious voice echoing. Here lies the battleground that bears the legends of martial arts spanning millennia. Here is the crucible that has tempered countless extraordinary talents. Here, too, is the fateful ground that witnesses the birth of a new generation of legends. Simultaneously, on the viewing platform, the high-ranking officials and mentors on the layered stone steps spoke in unison. We hereby invite the 36 elites of Qingbei to ascend to the pinnacle arena. Chapter 56. With your mere 2nd-tier 8th-level physique, what courage do you possess to challenge my brother? With the resounding call of invitation, the 36 prodigies from Qingbei ascend to the pinnacle arena. In the vast martial arts venue, 36 battle platforms gleam resplendently in gold. For this peak competition, the foremost talents of the Great Xia, the future of the Great Xia, and Qingbei Martial Arts University have spared no effort. This endeavor is indeed worthwhile. Among them, there is bound to emerge a champion of unparalleled strength, an extraordinary talent who stands alone in the world, perhaps even a legend that will be etched in history. Principal Chu rises, instantly levitating into the air. His snow-white beard billows in the wind, and with each step he takes, thunder and lightning stir in the celestial sphere. I am Chu Daoquan. These 4 simple characters render the entire venue abruptly silent. Chu Daoquan, the president of Qingbei Martial Arts University, a 9th-tier 7th-stage powerhouse, possesses an identity that commands respect wherever it is cast. His gaze sweeps over the 36 prodigies below, his eyes reflecting a blend of satisfaction and hope. What a glorious era this is. He strokes his beard and smiles. I presume your mentors have exhausted all their admonitions, so I shall keep my words brief. The rules of the competition are straightforward. The 36 battle platforms correspond to 36 positions. Ascend to the platform that you believe corresponds to your worth. Should there be any dissent, one may challenge on stage. He raises 2 fingers. Each individual has 2 opportunities to challenge. However, remember, should you lose your first match, approach your second with utmost caution. Otherwise, your position will plummet to the last. The rules concluded, one might perceive loopholes, such as if someone occupies the top position. Others could join forces to deplete their spiritual essence before allowing a strong contender to challenge. In a genuine battlefield, all 36 present would likely resort to such tactics. Yet, this is not a battlefield. All 36 are prodigies of the Great Xia. each deserving of respect. In the peak arena, one must ascend to the top with dignity. To resort to cunning tricks for the top position is to truly lose face. Of course, Chen Yu has never deigned to employ such cleverness, finding no interest in such stratagems. His sole focus is on claiming the top position, entailing a monthly reward of 1 million. Reflecting on this, Chen Yu subtly shifts his gaze, having previously neglected to inquire about the new talent's strengths, believing his only rival to be Sikong Lingxiao. Only yesterday did he learn of another contender named Lin Shuyuan. Contemplating this, he turns his attention to Lin Shuyuan. However, it is evident that Lin Shuyuan is not focused on Chen Yu, remaining oblivious to Chen Yu's scrutiny. Beside him, Lin Shui, however, is keenly aware of Chen Yu's gaze. Oh, undoubtedly, she surmises that the ice lotus she had given to Gao Yin yesterday was shown to Chen Yu. Chen Yu must have seen the message, prompting his attention. Knowing I have issued a challenge, he dares to gaze at me so openly? Lin Shui sneers. Had Chen Yu been more discreet, she might have shown him some leniency. But since he deliberately provokes her, she has no reservations about turning him into an ice sculpture. Shui, what are you laughing at? Lin Shuyuan inquires upon hearing Lin Shui's cold chuckle. Nothing, she replies, directing a smile at Chen Yu, her lips curving into a dangerous arc. I just thought of something amusing. She wishes to avoid revealing the truth to Lin Shuyuan, lest she be subjected to his lecturing. Her brother should focus on dealing with Sikong Lingxiao. She intends to enjoy herself thoroughly in the peak arena. Lin Shuyuan wishes to say more, but Sikong Lingxiao's voice reaches him. Lin Shuyuan. He strides towards the first battle platform, emanating a myriad of golden sword energies that intertwine in the air, gradually coalescing into shimmering sword shadows. This is the S-rank martial arts divine ability, the 10,000 blades of heaven's punishment. Seeing this, Lin Shuyuan cannot spare attention for anything else. His golden eyes blaze with intensity as layers of ripples erupt behind him, intertwining and solidifying into a scroll. The S-rank martial arts divine ability, return to source. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurs. A pair of large hands seize Sikong Lingxiao's arm. His spiritual essence instinctively surges, yet no matter how he struggles, he cannot break free. Before he can react, an immense force suddenly erupts from his arm, propelling him directly into the air towards the second battle platform. Sikong Lingxiao is left dumbfounded. He never imagined someone would ambush him from behind. Of course, this cannot be termed an ambush. Someone is merely seizing his opponent. Who, if not Chen Yu, could lift the formidable Sikong Lingxiao, who has activated his divine ability, and toss him aside? Sikong Lingxiao shouts, Chen Yu, what are you doing? What else could Chen Yu be doing? Fighting. Thankfully, he acted swiftly, nearly allowing that old man Sikong Lingxiao to seize the initiative. Chen Yu's thoughts are simple. Deal with Lin Shuyuan first, and if Sikong Lingxiao wishes to fight him afterward, he will accommodate him. As for Lin Shui, Chen Yu pays her no mind whatsoever. This sudden turn of events causes Lin Shuyuan's golden pupils to constrict sharply. What did he just witness? Sikong Lingxiao was thrown by Chen Yu? Is this a new tactic? A descending sword technique? Even this strategist, who constantly researches tactics and plays mind games, cannot comprehend the current situation. At that moment, the temperature in the air plummets. A bone-chilling chill envelopes Lin Shuyuan. His golden pupils tremble once more as the familiar sound of silver chains resonates. Countless shards of ice swirl through the air, sealing off his path forward. The S-rank martial arts divine ability, Ice Spirit Body. Brother, leave Chen Yu to me. Lin Shuyuan fails to notice Chen Yu's movements, nor does Sikong Lingxiao. But Lin Shui is acutely aware. The instant Chen Yu makes his move, she also springs into action. Regardless of Chen Yu's intentions, the moment she strikes, all plans dissolve into thin air. Lin Shuyuan never anticipated that Lin Shui would turn against him. As he cleaves through the obstructing ice shards, he suddenly realizes that only a frost flower trail remains in the air. Lin Shui has already taken her place upon the first battle platform. This is bad. Lin Shuyuan's spiritual essence surges wildly as he frantically analyzes the situation. Given Chen Yu's earlier display of physical strength in tossing Sikong Lingxiao, coupled with his previous feats, he deduces that Chen Yu does not align with the standards expected of a second-tier body cultivator. Moreover, throughout the encounter, Chen Yu has not employed the limit of strength, rendering him utterly unable to fathom the mysteries surrounding Chen Yu. However, the die is cast, and he can no longer alter the course of events. All he can do now is hope that Lin Shui can triumph over Chen Yu. He gazes at the first battle platform, where the ice crystals beneath Lin Shui gradually extend into a crystalline throne. The sharp tip of her ice crystal high heels lightly touches the void as she reclines upon the throne, her long legs crossed, gazing down at Chen Yu with a slight smile curving her lips. With your mere second-tier 8th stage physique, what audacity do you possess to contend with my brother? Chapter 57. There are no useless martial techniques, only incompetent practitioners. The peak tournament, observation platform. The esteemed members of the school's administration sat in their seats, their eyes fixated on the unfolding spectacle, with one individual so agitated that he crushed his teacup in his grip. Having witnessed countless pinnacle competitions over their decades of service, They were now confronted with an unprecedented scene of chaos, where even allies began to turn against one another. The excitement was palpable, and the intensity of the conflict escalated dramatically, with Lin Shui even launching a surprise attack on Lin Xiaoyuan. Evidently, she was desperate for a confrontation with Chen Yu. However, one teacher hesitated, questioning, is it permissible for them to engage in combat outside the arena? The purpose of the stage was to facilitate one-on-one duels. What are we to make of this unprecedented situation? The crowd turned their eyes towards Chu Daoquan, the principal. Indeed, it is rather improper for them to act in such a manner outside the combat stage, he acknowledged slowly. Yet, we cannot lay the blame on them. It is my failure to clarify the rules adequately. Upon hearing this, the teachers rose in unison, exclaiming, no, Principal Chu, it is we who have not communicated effectively. It is precisely due to your guidance that we are witnessing such remarkable duels. They continued, indeed, Xikong Ling Xiao and Chen Yu are close friends. While Lin Xiaoyuan and Lin Shui are siblings, surely this is merely a playful altercation. With that, the topic was swiftly set aside, and the anticipated matchup between Chen Yu and Lin Shui commenced. No one foresaw that these two would clash in the inaugural battle of the pinnacle competition. There was no need to vie for the top three. The victor of this encounter would claim the Xianbing Panfin Shui Dan, while the loser would forfeit millions. As Chen Yu laid eyes on Lin Shui, his brow furrowed in confusion. He had clearly seen Lin Xiaoyuan charging towards him. How had it suddenly transformed into Lin Shui? Damn it! He yearned to leap off the stage and drag Lin Xiaoyuan back into the fray. But the opportunity had vanished. Lin Xiaoyuan was already on the second stage. This was the most unfortunate day of his life, as all his misfortunes coalesced into one. Chen Yu, are you mute? I'm speaking to you. Lin Shui's icy voice cut through the air once more. Finally, Chen Yu looked up, locking eyes with her. In that moment, Lin Shui found no trace of calm in his dark gaze. Only a seething fury existed. Yet, she remained unperturbed. To her, Chen Yu was nothing more than an easy target. Leaning casually against her throne, she scrutinized him. You appear rather dim-witted. I truly cannot fathom why my brother places such importance on you. As she spoke, Chen Yu sprang into action, his figure a blur as he closed the distance to Lin Shui, delivering a powerful punch aimed at her head. Now you'll understand. With a resounding thud, just as Chen Yu's fist descended, the sharp ice of the crystalline throne erupted into a protective barrier around Lin Shui. She chuckled lightly. Did you truly believe my throne was merely ornamental? Is your intellect lacking, or are you simply dim-witted? However, before her words could fully escape her lips, Chen Yu's fist collided with the ice barrier. The impact resonated with a thunderous boom, as the crystalline defense, capable of withstanding a third-tier, 9-layered beast, was suddenly pierced by Chen Yu's fist. Countless shards of ice hung momentarily in the air, each fragment reflecting Lin Shui's astonished expression. How is this possible? She thought instinctively as she attempted to retreat, but her overconfidence had her maintaining a cross-legged stance, the pointed tip of her ice heels swaying slightly. Her pupils constricted in alarm. As she tried to rise, she was hindered by her position, slowing her response. Just as her toes grazed the ground, a powerful hand pressed down upon her head. With a forceful thrust, Lin Shui was driven headfirst into her crystalline throne. The sound of her silver chains echoed once more, this time wailing in despair. Crack! The immense force embedded her head into the throne, which shattered instantly, scattering ice crystals throughout the air. Was it snowing? No. It was hailing. In the observation area, Tu Jun shook his head in disbelief. Oh dear, such a beautiful face. How could Chen Yu bring himself to strike her? He clearly lacks an appreciation for delicate beauty. When he returns, I shall have a word with him. He added, nonetheless, I must admit, that was quite a display. When dealing with someone like her, there is no need for excessive dialogue. Just slap her across the face. A physical cultivator thrives on aggression. Xie Fang's expression soured. This was not merely a blow to Lin Shui's pride, but a direct affront to her. Teacher 2, the match has only just begun. Xiao Shui hasn't even utilized a fraction of her strength yet. Do not be hasty. As they turned their gaze back to the first stage, they observed Lin Shui standing on one side. Her face darkened. She conceded that she may have underestimated her opponent. Chen Yu did possess some merit, albeit limited. If she unleashed merely 30% of her strength, victory would be assured. The battlefield was in constant flux. As she pondered, Chen Yu surged forward again. Yet this time, his movements appeared peculiar. His body charged towards Lin Shui, but his gaze was directed elsewhere. The second stage was ablaze with combat, and Chen Yu felt a fiery stare upon him, none other than Lin Xiaoyuan. Was he angered by the sight of his sister being struck? That was entirely understandable. Glancing at the fervent battle unfolding in the second area, Chen Yu contemplated that if he were to conclude his fight swiftly, he would still have to bide his time afterward. Thus, he decided to toy with Lin Shui a bit longer, while also imparting a lesson on how to engage with formidable adversaries. Chen Yu, dare you to divert your attention during our battle? You seek your own demise. Lin Shui's eyes flared with fury, and her aura surged. Originally intending to confront Chen Yu with merely 30% of her power, she now resolved to unleash 50%, teaching him a lesson in humility. Her aura exploded forth, instantly coalescing 9 ice spikes in the air. The intermediate Xian-level martial technique, Xian Bing Jiujia. In an instant, the 9 ice spikes interlinked, transforming into a fearsome ice dragon that slithered through the arena, freezing the ground beneath it inch by inch. As the ice dragon lunged towards Chen Yu, Lin Xuan noticed him nodding slightly before he unleashed a punch, golden light radiating from his fist. You dare to employ a mere advanced yellow-level martial technique in my presence? At her words, Chen Yu recalled a phrase. There are no worthless martial techniques, only inept practitioners. With a grin, he corrected her. Actually, let me clarify my statement. What I am utilizing is not merely an advanced yellow-level martial technique. I am wielding the perfected golden light-breaking fist. As Chen Yu's smile faded, a column of golden light erupted from his fist, colliding with the ice dragon, producing a cacophony of shattering sounds that reverberated throughout the arena. The ice dragon began to disintegrate from its head, before ultimately transforming into a cloud of mist. Chapter 58. I hope you realize your error, rather than merely understanding that your demise is imminent. For the illustrious young lady of the Lin family, hailed as the Ice Snow Fairy, it is noteworthy that she once dedicated half a year to mastering a yellow-tier martial technique to its initial level, only to subsequently discard it as one might a mere toy. In her perspective, the time could be better spent acquiring a profound-tier martial technique, the potency of which, naturally, far surpasses that of its yellow-tier counterpart. However, she overlooked a crucial point. While the might of profound-tier techniques is indeed superior, the challenges of mastering them escalate exponentially. Her 9 calamities of ice has yet to transcend the rudimentary stage, while Chen Yu has astonishingly refined a yellow-tier technique to the pinnacle of perfection. How could this be possible? Even if she were to persist in her training of that yellow-tier technique, she would never attain such a level of mastery. Could it be that Chen Yu's martial talent surpasses her own? On the observation platform, Tu Jun squinted at the scattered ice crystals, reflecting on how some individuals relentlessly pursue higher-tier techniques, mistakenly believing that superior techniques will unequivocally dominate their inferior counterparts, a notion that, while not entirely unfounded, ultimately falls short. Regrettably, she possesses a profound-tier technique, yet has not even brushed the threshold of its mastery, rendering her efforts mere posturing, devoid of substance. His words, spoken with utmost sincerity, elicited nods of agreement from the instructors present. Chen Yu, the young man, has truly demonstrated remarkable prowess, transforming a yellow-tier technique into something reminiscent of profound-tier might. One might recall the Mad Fist sovereign of 50 years past, who, through the mastery of a yellow-tier high-level technique, became invincible among peers in the Jiangdong region. It is imperative to understand that the path of martial arts is fraught with peril when one aims too high without due diligence. Enough. Lin Shue's mentor, Xie Fang, abruptly rose. What is this talk of aiming too high? It is clear that some individuals possess a remarkably narrow vision. Lin Shue may currently lack in combat effectiveness, but once her martial skills reach fruition, she is destined for a radiant future. And Chen Yu, wasting his precious time on a yellow-tier technique, what future could he possibly discuss? She turned her gaze toward the recently speaking instructor, her voice sharp. As for your mention of the Mad Fist Sovereign? He indeed wreaked havoc in Jiangdong with his yellow-tier techniques. But what became of him? By the time he began to cultivate profound-tier techniques, his contemporaries had already reached significant mastery. One misstep leads to a series of misfortunes. What Mad Fist Sovereign? He is merely short-sighted. Teacher Qing Bei, with her extensive cultural knowledge, cited references eloquently, her words striking like pearls of wisdom. Under different circumstances, others might have faltered. Yet, she was addressing Tu Jun. Spare me the irrelevant discourse. What future? What future do we body cultivators possess? It is a jest. Body cultivators are those who risk their lives every moment. How can we speak of the future? Tomorrow, they might meet their end. This blunt proclamation left Xie Fang momentarily speechless, her focus unwavering on the first battle platform. Xiao Shui, cease your frivolity. For the honor of the warriors, for the glory of the Lin family, and for the ice soul bestowed by your mentor, it is time to take this seriously. As if she had heard Xie Fang's silent plea, Lin Shui fixed her gaze upon Chen Yu, trembling with rage. Throughout her life, no one had ever shattered the martial skills she took pride in, let alone Chen Yu, who had dared to press her head down, striking her upon her crystalline throne. Undoubtedly, this ignited her true fury. Chen Yu, you have truly crossed the line. Suddenly, a bone-chilling wind swept across the battle platform as Lin Shue's eyes glimmered with a frigid resolve, her irises turning an icy blue, her aura coalescing into mesmerizing ice crystals. From behind her, the ethereal figure of an ice crystal goddess emerged, the S-class martial manifestation of the ice spirit body. As the martial apparition materialized, her raven hair crystallized into layers of frost, the tips dancing as if stirred by an unseen breeze, tiny ice crystals swirling around her ears. Typically, the mere manifestation of a martial apparition can freeze a third-tier martial artist in place. However, within a 3-meter radius of Chen Yu, all approaching ice crystals silently evaporated. the frigid essence capable of freezing spiritual resonances completely purified by the aura radiating from him. This was one of Chen Yu's innate abilities, purification. Lin Xue's expression indicated she had anticipated this outcome. The purification capable of neutralizing the venomous blood of exotic beasts could indeed counter my icy breath. Chen Yu remained unfazed, a flicker of curiosity in his gaze, eager to witness the true extent of the Lin family's secret techniques, hoping to avoid a misstep against Lin Xiaoyuan. As the second battlefield appeared to be reaching its conclusion, with Xikong Lingxiao seemingly on the verge of defeat against an opponent likely to be Lin Xiaoyuan. Seeing Chen Yu's unwavering composure, Lin Xue suddenly smiled, her frosty aura intensifying. Do you think this is my limit? With a swift motion, 9 streams of ethereal blue mist erupted from her fingertips. 9 nether secret technique, profound ice invocation. In an instant, the temperature of the battlefield plummeted at an astonishing rate. The golden light remnants of Chen Yu's earlier strike were abruptly frozen mid-air, the golden crystal shards suspended in time, resembling a breathtaking three-dimensional painting. First invocation, Ice Heaven. As Lin Xue cried out, she instantaneously appeared before Chen Yu, her fingertips coalescing with a chilling brilliance, slicing forward without hesitation. This was a formidable strike, merging an S-class martial technique with the family's secret arts. Lin Xue, unleash your full power. With a resounding crash, as the icy brilliance enveloped Chen Yu, he neither dodged nor retreated. Dark golden patterns emerged upon his skin, and a mountain-like structure suddenly manifested on his arm. The apex of that mountain, of course, rested atop Chen Yu's very being. With a thunderous roar, the entire battle platform reverberated with a booming resonance. An attack potent enough to obliterate a 4th-tier exotic beast in an instant, yet failing to even push Chen Yu back a single step. Chen Yu slightly twisted his neck, producing a sound reminiscent of metal striking stone. The 9 nether secret technique possesses some merit. With that acknowledgement, Chen Yu swiftly raised his arm, directly seizing Lin Xue by the neck, the dark golden mountain patterns creeping up his fingertips. The ice clinging to Lin Xue began to crack under the immense pressure, shattering rapidly beneath Chen Yu's grasp. Having witnessed the 9 nether secret technique, Lin Xue was rendered obsolete. With a hand imbued with overwhelming strength, he hoisted her high before forcefully slamming her down. A spine-chilling shattering sound echoed, leaving no one certain whether it was the sound of ice fracturing or Lin Xue's bones giving way. Except for Lin Xue herself. Her piercing screams sliced through the air. Just moments ago, she had basked in the pride of being the Ice Snow Fairy, believing her consistent failures against Chen Yu were merely due to oversight. Surely, by unleashing her full array of abilities, she could encase Chen Yu in ice. Yet in the next moment, she found herself lifted by an overwhelming force, then brutally pressed into the ground, crushed. At that moment, she was pinned down in a grotesquely helpless position, Chen Yu forcing her entire face into the surface of the battle platform. Perhaps no one had ever taught her how to truly respect the strong. Fear not, Chen Yu said, gripping Lin Xue's hair to lift her. If your family fails to instruct you, the world outside shall teach you. In Lin Xue's scattered pupils, the smiling visage of Chen Yu was reflected, and then, bang. The first battle platform shattered into a spiderweb of cracks, centered around her face. Now you understand. How could I, a mere second-tier 8-fold body cultivator, muster the courage to confront your brother? Bang. Half of Lin Xue's body was crushed into the ground, her hair matted with mud and blood, her protective ice crystals fracturing inch by inch. At this moment, Lin Xue was terrified. She was genuinely afraid. What she faced was not merely a person, but a demon. A demon. I concede. Lin Xue choked out broken syllables, and after uttering those words, her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Chen Yu's movements suddenly froze. He slowly straightened up, the dark golden mountain patterns receding from his skin like a tide. I hope you realize your mistake, rather than acknowledging that you are about to perish. Those light, airy words sent Lin Xue into a fit of shivers. I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. This young lady from the Lin family, spoiled by her parents since childhood, unruly and exceptionally willful, finally recognized her errors. Faced with Chen Yu, she felt fear, dread, and even contemplated dropping out of school and returning home. Chapter 59. Having reduced Lin Xue to such a state, how could Lin Xiaoyuan let it go? Lin Xue has lost. No wonder Chen Yu dared to toss aside Xikong Lingxiao and challenge Lin Xiaoyuan. It turns out this fellow is truly formidable. I knew Chen Yu was impressive, but I had no idea he was this exceptional. The students of the elite class collectively gasped in astonishment. Chen Yu's reputation had been spreading like wildfire recently. It was impossible for them not to learn of it. Upon understanding the situation, their general assessment was that Chen Yu's strength could rival that of T1 level contestants, possibly ranking him within the top 10 of the elite class. However, compared to T0 level fighters like Lin Xue and Xikong Lingxiao, he still fell short. After all, Chen Yu possessed the pinnacle of yellow-grade advanced martial techniques and was a body cultivator capable of challenging opponents beyond his tier. Lin Xue also had family secret techniques, classified as S-grade martial arts, allowing her to exceed her tier. Lin Xue's martial prowess was 3rd tier, and to surpass that would mean reaching the 4th tier. Chen Yu was 2nd tier, so to surpass him would mean reaching the 3rd tier. Thus, concluding that Chen Yu was inferior to Lin Xue seemed entirely reasonable, right? Initially, some classmates considered challenging Chen Yu to see if he was as formidable as rumored. But now, upon witnessing the scene, they thought, what the hell? Lin Xue has been beaten to a pulp. If we stepped up, wouldn't we be caught and directly refined? Would the outside world even recognize this as formidable? This was not just impressive, it was utterly disregarding humanity. Thank goodness I hesitated. Had I called out a challenge to Chen Yu, I'd be the one on the ground now. Despite being from the same elite class, how could the gap be so vast? Meanwhile, Gao Yin gazed at Chen Yu's overwhelming display of power, swallowing hard. Thankfully, their father had provided him with a respect for the strong lesson. And his character was typically diplomatic, avoiding unnecessary conflicts. Had he not taken that lesson, would he have let Chen Yu serve as a firework on the day of their admission to Qingbei? It seemed that being a bit more diplomatic in life was indeed advantageous. Meanwhile, the observation platform fell into a profound silence. Even the experienced teachers and department heads were taken aback by the brutal conclusion of this match. Yuan Luan's lips twitched. Chen Yu had truly surprised them all. If I'm not mistaken, the martial technique he executed at the end was Teacher 2's Southern Sky 3 Styles and Iron Mountain Guard. No wonder he was so confident. Lin Xue had secret techniques, and he had his own. It appears Teacher 2 had been mentoring him quite extensively. Hearing this, Tu Jun finally snapped back to reality. When Chen Yu performed Iron Mountain Guard, he was utterly dumbfounded. If he remembered correctly, he had only handed the Southern Sky 3 Styles to Chen Yu 6 days prior. In just 6 days, Chen Yu had grasped the fundamentals? How could that be possible? The Southern Sky 3 Styles was his original creation. One could only imagine that a taciturn body cultivator would struggle to devise any martial technique. Even if he could create one, could he articulate the principles of meridian circulation, the key points of the martial techniques, and the critical content as a literary master would? Absolutely not. The Southern Sky 3 Styles contain no written instructions, only moves. While the moves encapsulate the essence of martial arts, without annotations, who knows how to practice them? Hey, don't say it. Chen Yu actually managed to master it. As for the notion of extensive tutoring, he hadn't seen Chen Yu at all these past 6 days. Where would he have found the time to give him extra lessons? Chen Yu had purely self-studied and truly was a martial arts genius. Teacher 2, you've really gone to great lengths for Chen Yu. Xie Fong gritted her teeth, her eyes nearly bursting with rage. No wonder Tu Jun dared to wager the burning blood pill with her. It turned out he already knew Chen Yu had mastered the Southern Sky 3 Styles. Am I supposed to believe I didn't teach him? Tu Jun spoke from the heart. Body cultivators were inherently straightforward. Upon hearing this, the teachers present, including Principal Chu Daoquan, all shook their heads. Teacher 2, you're making this less interesting. You've played the role of the underdog quite adeptly. Do you really think we wouldn't catch on unless you told the truth? Do you take us for fools? Tu Jun, bewildered, scratched his head and hesitantly said, so, Chen Yu is my student? What else could it be? Chu Daoquan laughed. If it wasn't you who taught him, could it have been me? If Chu Daoquan could perform the Southern Sky 3 Styles, Tu Jun would surely believe it. But Chu Daoquan could not. Seeing the entire assembly regarding him with knowing looks, Tu Jun resigned himself to fate. In this situation, if he spoke the truth, no one would believe him. If he lied, they would take it as gospel. What on earth was happening here? Xie Fong tossed out an ice crystal jade box, emanating a chilling aura. She lifted the lid and glanced inside, where a thumb-sized ice stone radiated a unique spiritual resonance. This was the profound ice soul, worth millions in the marketplace. Teacher 2, please take good care of this. Xie Fong's voice rang out as Tu Jun grinned, tucking the ice crystal jade box into his embrace. What a tremendous profit this was. Teacher Xie, I've never expressed gratitude in my life, so thank you. Less chatter. Consider the profound ice soul as payment for Chen Yu's medical expenses. The last 3 words were nearly forced out through clenched teeth as she fixed her gaze on the second battle platform and coldly huffed, Teacher 2, you seem to have forgotten that Lin Xue's brother is Lin Shuyuan. Your disciple has left Lin Shuyuan's sister in this state. How could Lin Shuyuan possibly let it slide? Chapter 60. A man who does not aspire to the lofty clouds is wasting the 8-foot frame he was born with. Upon hearing Lin Shuyuan's name, all eyes turned toward the second battle platform. Hiss, is Xikong Lingxiao about to lose? So soon? Has Lin Shuyuan grown stronger? Perhaps now we are witnessing his true strength. At this moment, on the second battle platform, Xikong Lingxiao was engulfed in a torrent of spiritual resonance, and the entire sky echoed with a metallic clang, the sound of 1,000 sharp swords slicing through the air. As the golden rain of swords cascaded down, Lin Shuyuan's gaze shimmered with a swift surge of golden light. With 5 fingers outstretched, he pressed towards the golden sword rain in the void. In an instant, the golden blades hovered 3 zhang above Lin Shuyuan's head, their tips trembling violently, yet unable to advance a single inch. Subsequently, the renowned Gengjin sword, said to be infallible, was suddenly riddled with a web of cracks. With a soft whisper of break, Lin Shuyuan clenched his fist tightly. Crack! The sound of clashing metal erupted on the platform as the Gungjin sharp swords, momentarily frozen in the heavens, simultaneously disintegrated into a shower of golden light. It was over. Chu Daochuan's voice was imbued with a sense of calm. The outcome of this battle had been determined, and Xikong Lingxiao's defeat was merely a matter of time. This scene was evidently as he had anticipated. After all, the return of all phenomena essentially deconstructs others' martial arts through observation, representing a fundamental analytical martial arts technique, a conceptual level analysis of rules. A thorough search through the history of martial arts in the Great Xia revealed that only 9 individuals had awakened rule-based abilities, and only Lin Shiyuan possessed the capability to deconstruct the martial arts rules of others. At this point, Chu Daoquan pivoted his discourse. Of course, the return of all phenomena is not without its flaws. Analyzing another's martial arts requires time, and Lin Shiyuan's swift defeat of Xikong Lingxiao was possible because he had deconstructed the 10,000 Blades heavenly punishment prior to the commencement of battle. Upon hearing this explanation, the teachers in the observation area nodded in agreement. While the martial prowess of the two was comparable in terms of martial arts technique potency, Xikong Lingxiao evidently held the upper hand. Unfortunately, the 10,000 Blades heavenly punishment had already lost its secrets in Lin Shiyuan's eyes. As a competitor in this grand tournament, as long as he could gain prior insight into his opponent's martial arts techniques for deconstruction, he would be invincible. It seemed that the title of champion in this peak competition was destined for Lin Shiyuan. Indeed, while Lin Shiyuan was gaining strength, Chen Yu was facing dire straits. It was true that Chen Yu had no faults in his match against Lin Shui, yet the severity of Lin Shui's defeat would surely agitate her brother. Henceforth, whether for avenging his sister or claiming the position of champion in the Tianjiao class, Lin Shiyuan would inevitably confront Chen Yu on the first battle platform. Although Chen Yu wielded a martial prowess of 2nd stage 8th level, his martial arts technique was an SSS level pinnacle of strength. In contrast, Lin Shiyuan's prowess was at 3rd stage 2nd level, possessing the conceptual level martial arts technique the return of all phenomena. One was merely a sovereign of raw power, while the other was a true deity of deconstruction. The outcome of this duel was fated from the outset. Did you truly believe that Lin Shiyuan was a deity? The voice of Tu Jun resonated, recalling that Xikong Lingxiao had gained fame at a young age, earning direct admission qualifications and studying alongside Lin Shiyuan in the Qingbei youth class, thus affording him the time to analyze Xikong Lingxiao's martial arts techniques. Chen Yu had never attended the Qingbei youth class. What basis did Lin Shiyuan have to analyze his abilities in advance? Upon hearing this, Xie Fong promptly countered. Do you truly think the conceptual level 3 words of the return of all phenomena are given for free? A simple technique that merely enhances power values, even if it is SSS level, can be countered on the spot without difficulty. Without investigation, one cannot speak. I have specifically analyzed Chen Yu's condition when he executed Pinnacle of Strength during the martial examination, which drastically increased his power to a truly terrifying level. The intensity is formidable. Yet the structure of the technique is overly simplistic and singular. This implies that Lin Shiyuan can directly dismantle Pinnacle of Strength on the battle platform without expending any effort. As for the concern that Chen Yu, unleashing his full power, might defeat Lin Shiyuan with a single blow before the technique is dismantled, it is of no consequence. Lin Shiyuan possesses powerful protective artifacts and the Lin family's secret techniques as trump cards. How could he suffer defeat? With this thought, a faint smile graced Xie Fong's lips. Previously, her disciple Lin Shui had been ruthlessly beaten on the first battle platform. Now, it was time for Chen Yu to face a similar fate there. The crowd turned their attention to the first battle platform, where they beheld Chen Yu silently gazing at the sky, a frail figure plummeting like a cannonball, crashing heavily before him. Damn it! Xikong Lingxiao clumsily rose from the ground, his expression filled with resentment. The reason was simple. Lin Shiyuan had become infuriated upon witnessing his sister being struck. Yet, it was perplexing. Lin Shiyuan was angry, but why attack Chen Yu? The humiliation was unbearable. He had lost all face. Of course, it appeared that he had inadvertently been blasted out of the second battle platform by Lin Shiyuan. But in reality, he had deliberately flown to the first battle platform. He lifted his head to gaze at Chen Yu, making a motion as if to raise a toast. Memories of the past began to assail Chen Yu. He recalled their prior agreement in the cafeteria, Tianjiao class, see you at the peak competition. He never expected Xikong Lingxiao to remember this promise, nor did he anticipate that they would reunite in such a manner. Chen Yu, that lad was rather mischievous. He was not someone he could contend with. Be cautious. If you cannot win, just concede. There is no shame in that. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu chuckled, thinking, I thought you wanted me to help you take revenge. Instead, you are asking me to take the fall? A flicker of surprise passed through Xikong Lingxiao's eyes. He did not expect Chen Yu to remain so confident even after witnessing his defeat at Lin Shiyuan's hands. It seemed Chen Yu truly did not mind being beaten. In that case, Chen Yu. Xikong Lingxiao suddenly laughed, his voice imbued with a long-lost vigor. The teachers just mentioned that the world's heroes emerge from our generation, and time hastens in the martial world. I believe they were mistaken. He gazed at Chen Yu and declared loudly, "A man should not squander his lofty aspirations. Do not waste your 8-foot frame. Winning or losing is not paramount. Just ensure you beat Lin Shuyuan to a pulp. Strike him as harshly as he struck me." With that, Sikong Lingxiao withdrew from the battle platform, and his footsteps shattered the cacophony of the peak competition. At this moment, Lin Shuyuan ascended to the first battle platform. His golden eyes fixed upon Chen Yu, and he began, "Lin Shui was disrespectful to you. It is due to the lax discipline of the Lin family, and for this, I must apologize." Chen Yu nodded slightly. "The apologies are done. Now let us hear your threats." Lin Shuyuan lowered his gaze and shook his head gently. "To be honest, I was indeed very angry when you struck Lin Shui. After all, she is my younger sister. However, having just vented my anger, I now feel that what you did was not wrong. It is better for her to experience failure early on than to be humiliated by enemies on a genuine battlefield." Lin Shuyuan's words were somewhat unexpected to Chen Yu, yet this was of little consequence. He raised an eyebrow. "What are you trying to convey?" Lin Shuyuan smiled, clearly taken aback by Chen Yu's straightforwardness, and candidly stated, "What I wish to express is that our forthcoming battle is solely between you and me, irrelevant to anyone else." He paused, giving a slight bow to Chen Yu, his golden eyes igniting with an unprecedented fervor. "I am Lin Shuyuan, and I invite you to engage in combat." Chapter 61. This is a punch devoid of any embellishment. Lin Shuyuan truly exuded a certain scholarly martial aura. As his words fell, the students of the elite class could not help but exclaim, "I've long found Lin Shui displeasing. Had I known, I would have dealt with her sooner." "You speak quite boldly about hitting Lin Shui. Do you truly believe you could best her?" The one who spoke recoiled slightly. Lin Shui, under Chen Yu's hand, resembled a human-shaped punching bag, utterly dazed from the blows. Yet, should he confront her, it would be Lin Shui who seized him, freezing him in an instant. Chen Yu was no ordinary individual. At that moment, upon hearing these remarks, Lin Shui's expression remained as impassive as a placid lake. This was not due to her formidable mental fortitude, but rather because she was already unconscious. Upon the first battle stage, facing the elegantly refined Lin Shuyuan, Chen Yu bore a hint of surprise. Perhaps Lin Shui had channeled all her intellect into her elder brother. Confronted by such a renowned strategist, Chen Yu adopted a more serious demeanor, introducing himself as Chen Yu, not seeking to teach but to progress together. "Then I shall not hold back." Lin Shuyuan lightly brushed his fingertips along the edge of his eyes. The golden light within his pupils began to rotate counterclockwise. Until now, Chen Yu had not unleashed his martial prowess before him, but this was inconsequential. His return to origin possessed not only conceptual deconstruction capabilities, but also formidable analytical powers regarding attacks. Do not mistake him for merely a passive punching bag. Suddenly, he flicked his fingers, and two intertwining trails of light materialized in the void, hurtling toward Chen Yu. The advanced yellow-grade martial skill, Flowing Light Finger. Unlike Lin Shui, Lin Shuyuan, celebrated for his calculated approach, had mastered a yellow-grade technique to a commendable level. Yet, bolstered by return to origin, the power he unleashed was unparalleled. The two trails of light, under the reconstruction of return to origin, underwent a silent metamorphosis. Initially mere energy shockwaves, they sharpened into blades as they neared Chen Yu. Almost simultaneously, the energy surrounding him trembled as he executed golden light breaking fist combined with wind treading step. Lin Shuyuan's martial prowess was peculiar, and Chen Yu did not dare to underestimate him. Had the two been closer, he would have considered using extreme power to finish him off in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Chen Yu's fist surged with golden radiance. At the moment of collision between Flowing Light Finger and Golden Light Breaking Fist, both paused momentarily before erupting into a shower of golden brilliance. Reflected in Lin Shuyuan's golden eyes, Chen Yu tore through the radiant explosion at incredible speed. Each step accompanied by a whistling breeze, light and agile, charging toward him like a tempest. This was the combat style of a body cultivator, the king of close combat. Lin Shuyuan understood this all too well. Without hesitation, he brought his fingers together before his chest, golden light erupting from his eyes. 7 layers of golden barriers manifested with the majesty of a descending deity, each radiating an oppressive martial aura that was nearly suffocating. However, to Chen Yu, this martial pressure was inconsequential. Boom! Chen Yu's form transformed into a golden torrent. Merely glancing at the 7 golden barriers before raising his fist and striking upward with tremendous force. The clash produced a deafening sound, his fist exploding against the barriers. Clang! What should have been the collision of flesh and barrier resonated like metal, and under this impact, the 7-layered barriers emitted a mournful cry before shattering explosively. For Chen Yu, it mattered not what deconstruction or barriers were at play. Anything that obstructed his path would be shattered if it could be, or crushed into oblivion if it could not. He charged forward without hesitation. Witnessing this scene, Lin Shuyuan's pupils constricted, for the emotion of astonishment surfaced within him for the first time. His meticulously constructed defensive barriers had failed to halt Chen Yu even for a breath. Of course, What stunned him was not merely this, but the fact that Chen Yu had not employed any martial techniques during this time. He had simply relied on his physical prowess and martial skills to smash through the 7 layers of barriers. How could he deconstruct without using martial techniques? This question remained unanswered as Chen Yu's figure approached rapidly. So swift, Lin Xiaoyuan instinctively sought to retreat, but it was already too late. With a thunderous roar that rent the air, Chen Yu's fist, reflecting the blazing sun above, sliced through the surrounding atmosphere and struck forward. It was a punch devoid of any embellishments. Swift, too swift, even Lin Xiaoyuan could only barely raise his arm to shield his face. The energy spiraled into an arc, shredding the surrounding air to pieces. Thus, all bore witness to the seemingly unadorned punch that sent Lin Xiaoyuan hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. The golden light in his eyes dissipating in the sky as if a rain of gold was falling around him. Raindrops slowly settled on Lin Xiaoyuan's forehead. At that moment, he lay within a massive pit 3 yards deep, its walls smooth as a mirror, compressed by pure force. His arms twisted grotesquely, evidently broken. His clothing torn to shreds, revealing the protective treasures beneath. Had it not been for the final defensive enhancement of Return to Origin and his protective gear, his third-tier strength would have led to the sacrifice of his arms. In that moment, he was as good as dead. Goodness, Lin Xiaoyuan possesses protective gear? Gao Yan could not help but glance at Xikong Ling Xiao, saying, Xiao Go, why did you not inform Chen Yu of such vital information? You flew up there. And yet you omitted this detail? Upon hearing this, Xikong Ling Xiao's lips twitched, his expression decidedly unwell. Did he not tell Chen Yu? He had no idea that Lin Xiaoyuan possessed protective gear. Damn, this was a monumental embarrassment. He had the audacity to claim to be a formidable contender for the elite class's top position while failing to reveal his opponent's trump card. Yet he had exposed his own vulnerabilities. In the decisive moment, Xikong Ling Xiao could not help but exclaim, Chen Yu's extreme power truly is remarkable. Chapter 62. Chen Yu's martial prowess. Could it be analyzed by Return to Origin? On the observation platform, the instructors who initially believed Lin Xiaoyuan held the upper hand stared wide-eyed as they witnessed him being blasted away. Had Chen Yu just employed a martial technique? The power in that instant was genuinely extraordinary. Yuan Luan regarded the seemingly indifferent Chen Yu with astonishment, exclaiming, previously, Chen Yu needed to endure the pain of his body being torn apart to utilize extreme power. This time, he appears completely unscathed. It seems he has made significant progress in mastering extreme power. In his memory, Chen Yu had only managed to employ extreme power during the last martial examination. At that time, the martial phantoms suddenly manifested, and he could merely shift his body within a limited range, lifting a single finger while his muscles trembled uncontrollably. Now, however, Chen Yu moves with ease, even throwing punches without a hint of hindrance. It is evident that, previously, power controlled him. Now, he wields control over the power. Upon reflecting on this moment, Yuan Li's astonishment intensified. It had scarcely been a short time since he had summoned Chen Yu to Qingbei. And yet Chen Yu's progress was astonishingly remarkable. Could it be that teacher Tu Jun had exerted his influence once more? As he sensed several fervent gazes upon him, Tu Jun's demeanor shifted from initial restlessness to an affected calmness, and finally to a state of serene composure. Teacher Tu, you have truly cultivated an exceptional student, someone remarked. Indeed, I have, Tu Jun declared fearlessly. So, the restraint of the martial shadow is also your teaching? The restraint of the martial shadow? Tu Jun was momentarily taken aback. Ah yes, Chen Yu just utilized a martial divine power, and it seems no martial shadow appeared. But that is of little consequence. He continued boldly. The restraint of the martial divine power. That too is my teaching. With a grand gesture, Tu Jun proclaimed, you need not inquire further, it is all me. All me who taught it. After all, if he claimed it was not his teaching, no one would believe him. So he might as well take the credit. There was no shame in it. Observing Tu Jun's prideful expression, Xiafang's countenance darkened ominously. She had not anticipated that Lin Shuyuan would, akin to Lin Shui, be so utterly overwhelmed by Chen Yu, even their defeat bearing such striking similarities. However, could this definitively adjudicate Lin Shuyuan's loss? Absolutely not. Chen Yu's temporary advantage, owing to his divine power and a mid-level Xian tier martial art, merely marked the beginning of true combat. With Lin Shuyuan's astonishing computational prowess, this was merely a part of his elaborate scheme. This assertion was not without merit. Lin Shuyuan's paramount ability, the return of all things, was designed to unravel his opponent's martial divine powers. Presently, the ultimate force had already been unleashed, awaiting Lin Shuyuan's counteraction. After that, the tides of offense and defense would surely shift. Seated in the principal position, Chu Daoquan remained silent, merely observing Chen Yu as if he had discovered something intriguing. After a considerable pause, he murmured in a low voice, the martial shadow only fails to manifest under 2 circumstances. 1. When it is deliberately restrained to execute a fatal strike. 2. When one does not exert their full strength. This lad Chen Yu, he does not even know how to restrain his shadow. He is not using his full power. On the first battle platform, Lin Shuyuan ran desperately. striving to distance himself from Chen Yu. His initial plan had indeed been to compel Chen Yu to unleash the ultimate force, thus facilitating an analysis of his structure. Given the circumstances, it was fortunate that Chen Yu had activated the ultimate force without pressure. This development was undoubtedly favorable. Yet, the instantaneous eruption of power rendered him incapable of discerning anything, even shattering the return of all things. The golden rain was merely the remnants of the return of all things. What kind of force could obliterate the power of rules? What, precisely, was Chen Yu's the ultimate force? Before he could ponder further, Chen Yu's voice resonated behind him. If this is the extent of your abilities, you are truly inferior to Sikong Lingxiao, even slightly worse than your sister. He spoke the truth. Without protective artifacts, Chen Yu could have easily vanquished him in an instant. He was, by no means, as resilient as Lin Shui, who could endure blows for an extended duration and still remain standing. Lin Shuyuan refrained from further words, his pupils suddenly flashing with a golden light. Indeed, prior to deciphering his opponent's martial divine powers, his combat capability was indeed lacking. His true strength would only be unleashed post-analysis. Naturally, any excuse was futile. An exhaustive analysis of Chen Yu's martial divine power was his only opportunity to turn the tables. He abruptly pivoted, his golden pupils reflecting the image of Chen Yu in pursuit, resembling a lion chasing its prey. The fire of anger surged within Lin Shuyuan. Had he truly become the prey? Boom. A resounding hum reverberated across the battle platform as Lin Shuyuan's eyes erupted with brilliant golden light, waves of power rippling behind him, gradually coalescing into a scroll. The S-rank Martial Divine Power, the return of all things, was unleashed to its fullest. A golden lotus blossomed in his gaze, and as its petals fell, images of Chen Yu's recent punches flickered in his eyes. Observing this, Chen Yu chuckled, I am right in front of you. Why are you analyzing past images? He was curious to see if a martial divine power considered conceptual could deconstruct the formidable figure behind him. Come, behold my fist. Lin Shuyuan's golden lotus swayed, his competitive spirit unparalleled. He was the ninth wielder of a conceptual martial divine power in the Great Xia. In this world, there was no martial divine power he could not analyze. Before long, Lin Shuyuan's eyes reflected Chen Yu's image. Within that reflection, dark golden patterns coursed beneath Chen Yu's skin, each line seemingly bearing immense power. He grinned, are you ready? What follows is the ultimate force. Boom. The sky suddenly darkened, shadows converging with the force, followed closely by a dazzling cascade of starlight. That was not mere starlight. It was the radiant Milky Way flowing through the strands of martial shadows. This was the first time the students of the talented class, the teachers, department heads, and even the principal of Qingbei, Chu Daoquan, witnessed Chen Yu's divine shadow. Their expressions varied widely. Seeing such overwhelming might, Gao Yan and Sikong Lingxiao were ecstatic, as if they could already envision Chen Yu ascending as the top of the talented class. The faculty of Qingbei Martial Arts University and the department heads were in disbelief. It truly was the Milky Way. What kind of martial shadow could emanate from the Milky Way? They were unaware. They had never heard of such a phenomenon. As the strongest in the arena, Chu Daoquan stood up, eyes wide with astonishment. Everyone else present, mere martial achievers, viewed this shadow as a frog in a well gazing at the moon above. Even he, who could barely be considered a master of martial arts, felt as insignificant as an ant before the vast sky. Such a martial divine power was certainly beyond the reach of the return of all things to analyze. This was dire. Chu Daoquan suddenly turned his gaze toward Lin Shuyuan. He observed Lin Shuyuan's golden eyes. At the moment they locked with the shadow, the nine-layered halo within his pupils shattered with a resounding crash. The power that was said to be able to unravel all techniques, the return of all things, now could not even withstand a gaze upon the shadow. Blood poured from Lin Shuyuan's eyes, yet he seemed oblivious. Deep within his mind, only one voice echoed. The return of all things. The path is profoundly simple. Across 3,000 worlds, only power is eternal. In the next moment, Chen Yu's fist wind surged forth, and within Lin Shuyuan's blood-red gaze, before him, the winds and thunder roared. A figure abruptly appeared before him. As Chu Daoquan's white beard fluttered in the tempestuous air, his withered hand thrusting forward. Boom. The earth-shattering explosion resonated throughout the venue. As Chen Yu's full-force strike collided with Chu Daoquan's storm and thunderous might, a terrifying shockwave erupting in a circular manner. Had this strike landed upon Lin Shuyuan, he would undoubtedly be left as nothing but dust. As the martial shadow receded, Chu Daoquan gazed at Chen Yu. How was it? No injuries, I hope? Chen Yu flexed his wrist. I'm fine. Chu Daoquan had a multitude of questions for Chen Yu, but now was not the time. He turned to Lin Shuyuan. Lin Shuyuan, how are you holding up? Upon hearing these words, Lin Shuyuan regained his composure, the bloodied corners of his mouth twisting into a maniacal grin. I understand now. I truly comprehend what martial arts is. This is the essence of martial arts. Principal, I have succeeded. Chapter 63. Chen Yu becomes the top of the talented class. Who agrees? Who disagrees? Alas, the 5 bold characters principle. I have succeeded echoed endlessly throughout the peak competition arena. No one knew what exactly Lin Shuyuan had achieved. Perhaps he had merely gone insane. The students of the talented class exchanged bewildered glances. Who would dare to confront Chen Yu after this? First, he had seized Lin Shui by the hair, demanding to know if she understood her mistakes and where she had erred, threatening her with a transfer. Then, he made Lin Shuyuan witness his own fist, demonstrating a madness that left Lin Shuyuan in shock. It seemed that Feng Ning was indeed formidable. After battling Chen Yu, he neither transferred nor lost his sanity. He merely turned gray-haired. Was that even a concern? Not at all. Gao Yin and Xikong Lingxiao exchanged glances, suddenly feeling that this world was somewhat surreal. Lin Shui had risen, and Lin Shuyuan had also risen. The battle between Xikong Lingxiao and Lin Shuyuan had consumed very little of Lin Shuyuan's spiritual essence. It merely illustrated the transition from martial prowess to a mundane state, highlighting a swift demise. In contrast, Chen Yu's prowess was a sheer demonstration of overwhelming strength. No matter who approached, they were crushed, one by one, and even two at a time. Indeed, even if one's martial arts were not countered, one could not achieve such a crushing superiority. The stretcher team, as Chu Daoquan commanded. Both Lin Shui and Lin Shuyuan were carried away on stretchers. Lin Shui was compliant, unconscious as she was taken away. Lin Shuyuan, however, was far from compliant. His eyes bloodshot and his mouth uttering the profound truths of martial arts, exclaiming esoteric phrases like the essence of martial arts, and the path is simple. As he was carried off in a daze, outside the arena, Tu Jun furrowed his brow, leaning in to observe. This child's eyes. Teacher Wang's voice was hoarse. The golden-eyed ninefold halo shattered into pieces. Had it not been for Principal Chu's timely intervention, Lin Shuyuan's eyes, along with his martial arts abilities and foundation, would have been utterly destroyed. Upon hearing this, Tu Jun was taken aback. He had never before encountered a martial arts apparition capable of shattering a person merely with a glance. Yet today, he had indeed heard such a tale. Lin Shuyuan had merely glanced, and even that brief moment had nearly cost him everything. Teacher Wang's gaze was melancholic as he bowed deeply to Tu Jun. Just now, Principal Chu said it was Chen Yu who timely retracted the martial arts apparition, thereby saving Lin Shuyuan's life. Otherwise, even divine intervention could not have saved him. You have taught well, Teacher Tu. Amidst such praise, Tu Jun did not lose himself in pride. Instead, he felt fortunate indeed. Where could one find a disciple like Chen Yu? One would be hard-pressed to locate him even with a lantern. And what do you think happened next? The young man himself arrived. Sometimes, a person's fate truly seems to be written in the stars. In the viewing platform, Xiefang's expression was grim, her knuckles turning white from clenching. To be able to crush a figure as conceptual as Lin Shuyuan. Not to mention she had not witnessed such a feat in her years of teaching. It was likely even Principal Chu Daoquan had never heard of it. Xiefang opened her mouth to say something further, but turned to find Tu Jun had long since vacated his seat. Sigh. She gazed at Lin Shui and Lin Shuyuan being carried away by the medical team, ultimately letting out a bitter laugh. Recalling her earlier words about how Lin Shui's brother was Lin Shuyuan, and how Chen Yu had reduced Lin Shuyuan's sister to such a state. How could Lin Shuyuan possibly let this go? Her face burned as if she had been slapped multiple times. Lin Shuyuan indeed did not let it go. He had immediately retaliated with a punch, knocking his opponent down, leaving the siblings sprawled together. At this moment, the manner in which Chu Daoquan repeatedly perused Chen Yu's information indicated that Chen Yu's future accomplishments would likely transcend the very notion of talented. Strangely, Xiefang thought of someone, or perhaps a phrase, the foremost body cultivator of the 9 provinces. Should Chen Yu survive to break through to the 7th tier, the title of the foremost body cultivator of the 9 provinces would undoubtedly belong to him. Yet, all of this hinged upon Chen Yu's ability to endure through numerous life and death breakthroughs. Principal Chu. Chu Daoquan set aside Chen Yu's information and looked up to see Xiefang. Teacher Xia, what is it? Xiefang lowered her head. Principal Chu. Lin Shui is considering transferring. I recall our Qingbei Martial Arts University and Xiantia Academy have exchanged student slots available each year. With these words, Chu Daoquan understood completely. Lin Shui and Chen Yu had not parted on good terms. If they remained in the same class, who knew what troubles might arise in the future? This time, Chen Yu had spared Lin Shui's life, but next time, it was entirely possible that Chen Yu could inadvertently cause Lin Shui harm. With this thought, Chu Daoquan waved his hand decisively. You will accompany Lin Shui to Xiantia Academy. Let her temper her disposition and not disgrace Qingbei. Otherwise, I might just transfer Chen Yu over as well. Upon hearing this, Xiefang's expression changed dramatically. Principal, I will ensure Lin Shui is strictly guided. Good. You are aware of the confidentiality regulations regarding the peak competition, correct? Understood. I will inform Lin Shui. Very well. Off you go. Xiefang bowed and departed. While in the peak competition arena, the 34 prodigies were already seated. The peak competition was drawing to a close, and the seating arrangements were finalized. All eyes turned to the 4th battle platform, where stood the twin prodigies from Guangdong, Gao Yin. Following closely was the 3rd battle platform. also featuring the twin stars from Guangdong, Xikong Lingxiao. The second battle platform was empty, even with Lin Shuyuan being carried away. Xikong Lingxiao did not set foot on the second platform. A loss is a loss, there is nothing more to say. Next was, as expected, the first battle platform, the top of the talented class. All eyes converged upon him. Chen Yu is the top of the talented class. Who agrees, who disagrees? Chapter 64. Lin Shui's body was entirely covered with a white cloth. She was most likely dead. Chen Yu is the top of the talented class. Who agrees, who disagrees? The once unruly prodigies now bore expressions of meekness and charm upon hearing these words. Even the formidable Lin Shuyuan had his spirit shattered. And the fierce Xikong Lingxiao was content to take third place. Who would dare to voice dissent? To disagree would mean stepping onto the platform to test their mettle against Chen Yu, only to find themselves rendered mute. They all expressed that Chen Yu measured mountains with worn-out grass shoes, conversed with the heavens through calloused fists, and upheld the future with a steadfast spine. He emerged from Pingcheng, toppling the crown of the champion with a single punch, unleashing unparalleled might with 2, and arrived at the pinnacle of prodigies with 3. The title of the top of the talented class at Qingbei University rightfully belongs to Chen Yu. Applause. The entire arena erupted in thunderous applause. The peak competition for the first-year students of Qingbei University had officially concluded. From the viewing platform, Chu Daochuan's voice resonated. Your training rooms and this year's training materials have been prepared and will be delivered to your dormitories before midnight today. Additionally, there is just over a month until the new semester begins. During this period, you are free to move about. But you must not disseminate any information regarding the events that transpired within the peak competition arena. The peak competition venue, apart from the esteemed professors from Tsinghua and Peking University and the 36 students, is devoid of any spectators. The reason is quite simple. The vast expanse of the Great Xia is not united in purpose. The Celestial Heroes Summit undoubtedly represents the T1 and T0 combat prowess of the new generation of the Great Xia. No one would be foolish enough to expose their strongest combat techniques, styles, and martial arts secrets for others to scrutinize. Principal, is it permissible to discuss our rankings from the summit? He asked anxiously, his fingers tugging at his hair. After achieving a commendable 18th place, he yearned to boast to his family and high school classmates. If he were forbidden to share, it felt as though ants were crawling all over him, an unbearable sensation. A mysterious smile crept onto Chu Daochuan's face. Your ranking is the only information you may disclose to the outside world. However, your precise position cannot be verified by anyone outside of us present here. Therefore, you may freely embellish your rankings. Just refrain from exaggerating too much. As he spoke, Chu Daochuan suddenly chuckled. Of course, a little exaggeration is permissible, considering the rankings of the Celestial Heroes class fluctuate monthly. Additionally, this statement is also classified. Do not speak of it outside these walls. Chen Yu, mostly perplexed, pondered the principal's convoluted words. At times he spoke of confidentiality, other times permitting discussion, and at yet others encouraging embellishment. Having spent too long in bureaucratic circles, his words were indeed clouded in ambiguity. He found himself disinterested in deciphering the nuances and wished for a more straightforward explanation. Noticing Chen Yu's bewilderment, Gao Yin laughed. Brother Yu, this tactical play is quite cunning. Just imagine the confusion it would sow among our opponents. He clarified. What the principal means is that the true rankings of the 36 celestial heroes is a secret. Not even my own father could ascertain my exact position. I could easily return home and tell my father that I ranked first. Gao Yin was ecstatic, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Brother Yu, how about we engage in a little game of deception, where you play the humble pig while I play the tiger, and we make a grand entrance? Seeing the enthusiasm on Gao Yan's face, Xikong Lingxiao exclaimed, wait a minute. You actually aspire to be the top of the celestial heroes class? You dare to dream that big? Well, boasting is an art. One must aim high. With Brother Yu's connections, I could genuinely pull it off. I swear, I'd even treat you to a royal ear cleaning. Upon hearing the mention of a royal ear cleaning, Chen Yu felt a flicker of interest, though not for the reason one might presume. He turned to Gao Yan. If you achieve the top rank, what reward would your father bestow upon you? Chen Yu had no interest in the act of deception, but the notion of earning money through such a prestigious title intrigued him. What good is a mere title? It fades away like mist. Gao Yan, sensing an opportunity, eagerly responded. My father stated that if I could secure the top rank, he would reward me with a month-long tour of the Great Xia, complete with 7-star accommodations, luxury transportation, and beautiful companions. Instantly, Chen Yu shook his head. What use are beautiful companions? They come at a cost. Let us convert that month-long tour, the 7-star hotel, and luxury transportation into cash, 2 million. Gao Yin boldly declared a flat rate. Chen Yu chuckled. Are you trying to cut me out of my share? How could you forget to factor in the cost of companions? They would demand at least 100 to 180,000 for a month. Brother Yu, that is absurd. What companions cost that much? Even diamonds don't fetch such a price. Gao Yin appeared troubled. It wasn't he that he was stingy, but his father had strictly promised him a tour, not cash. The 2 million represented his savings accrued over the years, and he truly found himself lacking funds. Yet, For the sake of the Celestial Heroes class title, he persisted. Brother Yu, how many opportunities does one have to be the top? This is the closest I've ever been, and I genuinely desire to improve. Seeing Gao Yan's determination, Chen Yu ultimately decided to lend him a hand. After all, they were brothers. He believed that should a stranger be in this situation, he would certainly teach them a lesson about taking advantage of others. All right, you've got it. You are indeed the top. Gao Yan was instantly elated. Woohoo, we're taking off. Brother Yu, you are my savior. So, I'm the top of the Celestial Heroes class. Brother Yu is second, and Xiao Gu is third. Perfectly fine. We three brothers are invincible. As Chen Yu fulfilled another's dream, the new students at Qingbei Martial Arts University were engaged in fervent discussions about the results of the summit. Considering the time, the peak competition should have concluded. Who do you think secured the top rank this year? Isn't it obvious? It must be Lin Shuyuan. With his all things return to origin technique, no one stands a chance. Wait, is that guy in the infirmary Lin Shuyuan? What? Lin Shuyuan has fallen? From his tone, one could discern the shock that Lin Shuyuan's defeat had on him. It was no wonder Lin Shuyuan had to be carried away by the stretcher team, signifying that he had been defeated to the point of being unable to stand. Which formidable opponent could have bested him so? Feng Ning, who had been closely monitoring the summit, witnessed this scene unfold. Not only did he see Lin Shuyuan being carried away, but he also noticed another figure shrouded in a white cloth, likely lifeless. One deceased, one injured. Visibly, the deceased was a female. A conclusion drawn from the shape of her chest. Among the 6 women who entered the peak competition, only one possessed such formidable strength. It could only be Lin Shui. Upon this realization, Feng Ning couldn't help but gasp in shock. The narrative was clear and complete. It was evident that Lin Shui had engaged in battle with someone and had ultimately perished. Lin Shuyan then sought vengeance for his sister, only to be defeated in turn. In his mind, he pondered who could have accomplished such a feat. Not even Si Kong Ling Xiao could manage that. As for Chen Yu, his memory jolted back to the moment Lin Shuyuan's arms twisted unnaturally. A familiar pattern of devastation that instantly reminded him of the time he was struck by Chen Yu and left incapacitated. The resemblance was uncanny. Chapter 65, Abundant Gains. Blood-burning pill, Xianbing soul. What? Why is this person covered with a white cloth? They've already passed away. There's no point in taking them to the infirmary. Take them to the crematorium? Nonsense. This is the ice and snow fairy. She is not dead. Then why the white cloth? Just take a look and you'll understand. The school doctor lifted the white cloth for a brief inspection before covering it again. It was indeed necessary to cover her. The ice and snow fairy had been so thoroughly beaten that even her own mother might not recognize her in such a state. If this were to be seen by outsiders, it would cause quite a sensation. However, a third-tier martial artist possesses a certain degree of self-healing ability. The wounds were subtly healing under the influence of their spiritual essence. Quick, prepare for surgery. If we don't operate soon, her wounds will heal. In the infirmary, within a patient room, 3 individuals occupied the space. One, entirely wrapped in bandages, including her face, lay quietly on the central bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Lost in thought. To her left was a boy whose eyes were covered by bandages, arms encased in plaster, unconscious. The figure on the right appeared considerably more normal, albeit with a complexion somewhat wan and occasionally murmuring about the strength of his mental fortitude, questioning why it was so formidable. This individual was none other than Yi Li, the sole mental practitioner at Qingbei Martial Arts University. Following his defeat at the hands of Chen Yu, the physical blow was minor, yet the psychological impact was profound. It is well known that mental practitioners tend to be petty, and her mind was still clouded with confusion. Just then, the door to the hospital room swung open, revealing Yi Li's roommate, Zheng Linlin, whose face was etched with guilt and self-reproach. Had it not been for her arrogance, Yi Li would not have found himself in such dire straits today. Noticing that Yi Li was still lost in his own mental realm, she shifted the topic to the 2 additional patients in the room. Yi Li, when did these 2 patients arrive? Yi Li's gaze swept over the pair. I don't know. Zheng Linlin turned her attention to the 2 of them, scrutinizing the mummy-like figure in the center, who was utterly unrecognizable. The youth on the left, too, was obscured by bandages covering most of his face, making identification impossible. Classmates, have you been out on a training excursion? How did you sustain such severe injuries? The mummy on the hospital bed stirred slightly, a barely audible sigh escaping from beneath the bandages. She wished she could claim her injuries were from a training expedition, but they were inflicted by Chen Yu. The mummy was Lin Shui. After her surgery, Xie Fang had briefly explained to her the events of the battle between Lin Shuyuan and Chen Yu. Initially perplexed and bewildered, she had ultimately settled into a state of calm. There was no doubt that the Lin siblings had suffered a complete defeat. It was laughable that she had once deemed Chen Yu merely a lowly physical practitioner, not worthy of concern. Now, the irony lay in her own ignorance. One must possess self-awareness, after all. Upon hearing this, Zheng Linlin's eyes widened in surprise. Another one gone mad? She glanced at Yi Li and hastily redirected the conversation. Shall we discuss something else? Something else? Yi Li paused slightly before inquiring. I recall the peak competition is nearing its conclusion. How has Chen Yu performed? Well, I'm not entirely sure about the specifics within the arena, but it seems a significant incident has occurred during this peak competition. What sort of incident? Someone has died. Zheng Linlin stated, her tone grave. You wouldn't believe it. 5 school doctors were racing down the corridor with their emergency lights flashing and their stretchers ready. As if in a life or death situation. But guess what? They were unable to save the person. They died on the spot. As she spoke, Zheng Linlin shook her head. What a pity. I heard it was the eldest daughter of the Lin family. Such a promising age, and just like that, she has gone. Huh, wait a moment. In the hospital room, Lin Shui sat up abruptly from her sickbed, disbelief saturating her tone. Who did you just say died? Zheng Linlin smiled slightly. Of course. No girl can resist the allure of gossip. It's Lin Shui, the ice fairy. Upon hearing her full name, Lin Shui initially thought it might be a coincidence. But upon hearing ice fairy, she realized it must indeed refer to her. There's no one else, right? Lin Shui is dead? How was I not informed? Zheng Linlin nonchalantly replied, this just happened. You were out training, weren't you? Not knowing is quite normal. Lin Shui opened her mouth, but ultimately fell silent. She suddenly felt that being considered dead might not be so bad after all. After all, she was planning to transfer schools. Did it really matter whether Lin Shui was alive or dead? Moreover, if she were indeed dead, there was no way Chen Yu would come looking for trouble with her again. Perhaps this death was a blessing in disguise. At Qingbei Martial Arts University, in dormitory 5905, Tu Jun sat before a coffee table, atop which lay an ice crystal jade box and a jade container. Teacher 2, this is. Chen Yu was unaware of the wager Tu Jun and Xie Feng had made on the observation platform. Tu Jun animatedly recounted the events that transpired at the observation platform, vividly describing how Xie Feng insisted that Chen Yu could not unleash his full potential to secure a place among the top 3 in the genius class. Wagering with Xian Bingpe, how could he indulge her? He promptly went all in. If he won, they would reap substantial rewards. If he lost, it would mean 50 years of fruitless effort for him. Chen Yu remarked, this is typical of Tu Jun, always igniting at the slightest spark, truly a reckless man. No one else would dare to gamble like this. Tu Jun pushed the ice crystal jade box towards Chen Yu. This is what you earned through your own merit. Take it. This. Chen Yu hesitated. I said take it, stop hesitating. Tu Jun huffed, then pushed the jade box before Chen Yu. Inside, a crimson pill radiated a faint ethereal aura coupled with a fierce, bloody scent, clearly indicating it was no ordinary item. This is the burning blood pill, which guarantees your safe breakthrough to the 3rd tier. Consider it a gift from your teacher. Chen Yu was genuinely excited. This education is worth every moment. This teacher is truly generous. Tu Jun was indeed sincere in his offerings. He had no intention of withholding valuable items. However, Chen Yu had no need for the burning blood pill for protection during his breakthrough, nor did he require Xian Bingpe for training. The only thing of true utility to him was money. He lifted the ice crystal jade box and looked at Tu Jun. Teacher, Xian Bingpe is of no use to me. Can it be exchanged for money? Tu Jun chuckled. You think I'm a money printing machine? One burning blood pill has already drained my savings. Where would I find the funds to exchange for you? At the trading house. Chen Yu stated plainly. This item clearly appears to be a treasure. I'm sure someone would pay a handsome price for it. By the way, teacher, how much is this worth? Chapter 66. Transfer the funds. Transfer the funds. Genius order. The price of Xian Bingpe is comparable to that of the burning blood pill, both hovering around 10 million. How much more? Chen Yu's voice trembled with excitement. He had thought Xian Bingpe was worth perhaps 1 or 200,000, only to discover it was a staggering 10 million. Chen Yu's heart raced. Currently, he was at the 2nd tier, 8th level, and based on past experiences, he knew that breaking through to the 3rd tier would require funds exceeding 10 million. He had been pondering where to earn such a sum, but now, Xie Feng had conveniently provided it. A timely gift in the midst of need. Otherwise, it would have taken him at least half a year to earn that money on his own. Thank you, Teacher Xie. Tu Jun accepted the Xian Bingpe, but did not rush to the trading house. Instead, he scrutinized Chen Yu from head to toe, ultimately unable to contain his curiosity. How did you learn the Nanshan 3 styles? This question had lingered in his mind, and without resolution, it felt as though ants were crawling over his skin. How had Chen Yu learned it? Simply by practicing the moves drawn above, he had mastered it, right? Chen Yu never prepared his lies in advance. After all, the truth was just as he stated, with the addition of a little system leveling. Fearing Tu Jun wouldn't believe him, Chen Yu spoke again, of course. Secret techniques live up to their name. The difficulty in mastering them is immense. My learning of the Nanshan 3 styles relied on extraordinary willpower, luck, relentless effort, topped off with just a smidge of talent. Tu Jun listened, dumbfounded. Most of what he had heard before was dismissed as mere bluster. But the last statement struck him as paramount. Just a smidge of talent? That was clearly a minuscule fraction of immense talent. Tu Jun departed with the Xian Bingpe, heading towards the trading house. In Chen Yu's possession remains a single blood-burning pill, valued at 10 million. If one were to inquire why Chen Yu does not simply hand over the blood-burning pill to Tu Jun for sale at the trading hall, Chen Yu could only express that Tu Jun, in his benevolence, had emptied his own coffers to gift him this pill as a token of their first meeting. To turn around and sell it would be akin to slapping his benefactor in the face. Naturally, the blood-burning pill must be sold, yet it must be done discreetly. With Chen Yu intending to later inform his teacher that he had consumed the pill, experiencing remarkable effects that propelled him straight to the third tier. Thus, a world devoid of sorrowful hearts would be achieved through his emotional intelligence. Contemplating these thoughts, under the cloak of a dark and windy night, Chen Yu departed from Qingbei University, heading to the trading hall to sell the blood-burning pill. Simultaneously, in the president's office at Qingbei University, the esteemed leader, I am Chu Daoquan. Chu Daoquan, a formidable 7th-tier 9th-level powerhouse, stood respectfully holding the receiver of a red landline phone. Esteemed leader, have you had the chance to view the video of this year's Elite Pinnacle competition? Yes, I have finished watching it. On the other end of the line was the highly respected figure, Zhong Haiyun, the former president of Qingbei Martial Arts University and current Minister of Education of the Federation, a powerhouse of 8th-tier, 9th-level strength. Did you have a chance to meet the martial arts apparition? Yes, I caught a glimpse. What was your impression? Imposing, incomparably powerful. Much like an ant gazing up at the starry river. The extreme realm of power can apparently break through the conceptual level all phenomena returning to the source. It seems that Chen Yu's martial arts abilities are far beyond our expectations. Chu Daoquan hesitated for a moment before speaking. Esteemed leader, Chen Yu is the possessor of martial arts abilities. He must have some understanding of the matter. Zhong Haiyun pondered for a moment and replied slowly. What we cannot see clearly, Chen Yu likely understands only partially, as if looking through a mist. Moreover, if he truly comprehended the specific reasons, he would naturally disclose them. If he remains silent, there must be a reason for it. Inquiring further would only breed misunderstandings. I understand, esteemed leader, Chu Daoquan nodded. From now on, I shall observe Chen Yu without making contact. Indeed, it's getting late. You should rest early, esteemed leader. Understood. After hanging up, Chu Daoquan opened his computer and revised Chen Yu's martial arts file, noting, on July 14th, at Qingbei University. Chu Daoquan observed the SSS-level martial arts apparition of the extreme realm of power. As he typed this, he suddenly recalled something. Silently pressing the delete key and continuing to write in a different manner. At this moment, Chen Yu's martial arts file contained only a single record from 3 years prior, on May 10th, at the Tianshu Martial Arts Academy. Long Hao observed an unprecedented martial arts ability in the old town of Pingqing. After discussion among the academy teachers, this ability was named Extreme Realm of Power and classified as SSS level. For Chen Yu, the process of selling the blood-burning pill proceeded exceptionally smoothly, with the 10 million being transferred immediately. This was 10 million. Tu Jun also sold the Xianbing Soul, and another 10 million was credited to Chen Yu's account. This amounted to 20 million, along with the 2 million from Gao Yan. It totaled 22 million. But that was not the end. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the dormitory door. Upon opening it, Chen Yu was greeted by the admissions director, Yuan Luan. Yuan Luan also arrived bearing substantial funds, holding 2 golden black cards that shimmered enticingly under the dim light. Chen Yu's eyes brightened, and a smile involuntarily graced his lips. Teacher Yuan, what brings you here in person? Can I be at ease if someone else comes? Yuan Luan laughed heartily, cutting straight to the point as he placed the first card in Chen Yu's hand. 300 million, the annual cultivation resources for the elite class. All converted to cash as per your request. Chen Yu gave a thumbs up. Teacher, you truly get things done. Before he could continue his praise, Yuan Luan placed the second card into Chen Yu's hand. 100 million, the monthly bonus for the top student in the elite class. Keep these 2 cards safe. The first one will be funded once a year for a total of 4 years, each time 300 million. The second card will receive deposits on the 1st of every month, fluctuating based on your ranking in the elite class. If you maintain the top position, you can earn 100 million each month. After saying this, Yuan Luan chuckled. I dare not say for certain, but before Si Kong Ling Xiao and the others break through to the 4th tier, the top spot in the elite class belongs to Chen Yu. After breaking through the 4th tier, well, that will be interesting. Subsequently, Yuan Luan informed Chen Yu of the location of the exclusive cultivation room for the elite. Then with a wave of his hand, a dark gold token floated in midair. Its craftsmanship and material were vastly different from the student token hanging at Chen Yu's waist. What is this? The elite token. Yuan Luan pointed, and the token suddenly radiated a luminous aura, revealing the words martial arts reaching the heavens on one side, while the reverse displayed Chen Yu intricately carved. This token not only serves as the entry pass for the elite cultivation room and the entrance threshold to the exquisite dining area on the 2nd floor of the cafeteria, but also allows one to accept tasks within the school. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu was utterly exhilarated. Yuan Luan, I need to discuss the details regarding school tasks with you. This is all valuable experience. When does the exquisite dining area open? I'm truly famished. Chapter 67. Higher, even higher, hang Chen Yu's photo from the ceiling. At Qingbei Martial Arts University. In the cafeteria's exquisite dining area, while Chen Yu was relishing his meal, Yuan Luan was nearly dumbfounded. No, Chen Yu. That elite token is meant for flaunting and making a statement. Why are you using it to eat? Does this thing also serve the purpose of showing off? Absolutely. Yuan Luan hurriedly explained. Think about it. We are in the capital, a place where a single brick can knock down a multitude of geniuses. If one day you step out and encounter a second-generation scion, the Qingbei student token might not hold much sway with them. At that moment, you could simply slap the elite token in their face, like the Dragon King making an appearance. I must admit, that is a clever idea. If I ever encounter such a foolish second generation, I could just slap the elite token in their face and make them pay. If they refuse to pay, I'd deal with them severely. However, Chen Yu turned to Yuan Luan. Is the elite token truly that formidable? Can the second generation in the capital really be cowed? Absolutely. Yuan Luan's eyes sparkled as he explained. At Qingbei Martial Arts University, there are a total of 25,000 students, yet only 144 possess the elite token. Wouldn't you say this token is impressive? And that's just the beginning. The most crucial function of the elite token is that regardless of what you do outside the school, even if you commit a crime, the Public Security Bureau has no authority to judge you. They must hand you over to the capital's public security headquarters for trial. And once you reach the capital, Yuan Luan smiled. Qingbei Martial Arts University boasts the most formidable legal team on the planet. The implication was clear. As long as one tidied up their affairs, victory in the capital would resolve all issues for the elite. Quite something indeed. Chen Yu was mildly astonished. From now on, anyone who dared to provoke him would either pay up or face dire consequences. How splendid. After completing all explanations, Yuan Luan also stood up to leave. He could not linger any longer, for hunger gnawed at him. The Zengxiuge was exclusively open to the elite students, and even as the director of the admissions office, he could not partake in a single morsel. He must remember to visit the training room. A surprise awaited him. A surprise? After Yuan Luan departed, Chen Yu hastened his meal, quickly making his way to his designated elite training room. The training room was nestled in a secluded area, comprising several small buildings, all of which bore a striking resemblance to one another. Chen Yu's training room was located on the right side, and with a swipe of his elite badge, he entered the chamber. Inside, a vast expanse unfolded, approximately 800 square meters in size, remarkably spacious. To the left stood 9 colossal pillars, each entwined with crimson chains, from which dangled a hammer weighing 10,000 pounds. On the right, a spirit pool exuded a chilling mist, swirling with ice-blue water that promised to freeze the very soul. Venturing deeper, he discovered a gravity training room, where one could freely adjust the gravitational intensity, reaching up to 100 times the normal force. It was no wonder that Master Yuan had mentioned a surprise. Chen Yu nodded. The environment and layout of the training room were evidently tailored for physical cultivators. Quite impressive indeed. Of course, there was even more to behold. System, open the panel. Name, Chen Yu. Martial Arts Supernatural Powers, SSS Realm of Strength. Current Physical Strength, Steel Body, 81. Martial Techniques, Advanced Yellow Tier Martial Technique. Golden Light Breaking Fist, Great Perfection. Intermediate Profound Tier Martial Technique. Wine Step, Minor Completion 1. Primary Earth Tier Martial Technique. Southern Sky 3 Styles, Minor Completion 1. Current Enhancement Points, 100. Detected Remaining Balance on Bank Card, 26,003, 511. Would you like to convert this into enhancement points? After an arduous class placement examination, his bank balance had finally reached 26 million. This trip had certainly been worthwhile. A subtle smile graced Chen Yu's lips. Attending Qingbei was undoubtedly the wisest choice of his life. Not to mention the 4 million provided by the class placement examination. Just the contributions from Xiefang and Tu Jun alone accounted for a staggering 20 million. Tu Jun was his mentor, which required no further elaboration. As for Xiefang, her unwavering support was truly commendable. Many thanks to this teacher. Of course, Gao Yan's contribution of 2 million was also an indispensable part of this. He hoped to elevate his physical strength directly to the 3rd tier. Previously, he had focused on martial techniques to swiftly enhance his combat power, especially with the martial examination and class placement test looming. Unless one could elevate their strength by a tier, increasing by just 1 level would not compare to the combat power gained from martial techniques. However, with no competitions ahead, no prizes to chase, and no need for rapid power increases, it was the enhancement of physical strength that held the ultimate truth. Surely, 26 million would suffice? If it fell short, it mattered not. Even if he were to languish in the training room doing nothing, the monthly top prize for the elite class would still grant him 1 million. But could he truly waste his time? Absolutely not. With this thought in mind, Chen Yu settled into a meditative posture. System, grant me enhancement points. Converting 26 million directly into 26,000 enhancement points. Immediately, ding. Current Physical Strength, Steel Body, 81. Initiating Physical Strength Enhancement. Steel Body enhanced to 90. You have reached the 2nd tier, 9th level. Physical Strength continues to enhance. Steel Body enhanced to 99. Your power has reached the 2nd tier, 9th level. Beginning breakthrough to the 3rd tier. Commencing breakthrough to the 3rd tier. As Chen Yu diligently trained, in Ping City, at the #1 high school. Principal Zhou Shan and Chen Yu's homeroom teacher, Meng Xiaoxian, stood before the wall of esteemed alumni, gazing upon the prodigies who had emerged from this institution. Among them, the photograph at the top prominently featured Principal Zhou Shan's brother, Zhou Hai. Zhou Hai had entered Qingbei Martial Arts University 70 years ago, successfully joining the ordinary class, and was regarded as the most outstanding graduate in the century-long history of Ping City's #1 high school. Today, however, the title of the most exceptional graduate was about to change hands. With a grand gesture, Zhou Shan commanded, "Someone, take down my brother's photograph. Principal, please hold on. The results of the peak competition have yet to be announced. It would be wise to wait a moment," Meng Xiaoxian interjected hastily. "Wait, what is there to wait for?" Zhou Shan chuckled. Chen Yu qualifying for the peak competition signifies his entrance into the elite class of Qingbei, even if he ranks 36th. He is still the most outstanding graduate of Ping City's #1 high school. As Zhou Hai's photograph descended, Chen Yu's ascended in its place. Soon after, the director of the academic department, brimming with excitement, rushed forward. Principal Zhou, we have received news from Qingbei. Zhou Shan, what position did Chen Yu secure? Director of Academic Affairs, the second place. Zhou Shan, why are you all just standing there? Higher, hang Chen Yu's photograph at the ceiling. Chapter 68. Chen Yu secures second place? It must be purchased. Upon hearing the news of Chen Yu's second place finish in the peak competition, Meng Xiaoxian stood frozen in place. This was the Qingbei peak competition, one of the 3 most formidable battlegrounds for the new generation in the Daxiao realm, where every participant was a prodigy among prodigies, a monster among monsters. Those with S-tier martial arts supernatural powers, special admissions with unique martial arts supernatural abilities, and scions of top-tier families. Any one of them could dominate the elite of an entire province. Yet, Chen Yu had somehow emerged second amidst such formidable competitors. Meng Xiaoxuan's breath quickened. He had always believed he knew Chen Yu well. It was only now that he realized he had merely scratched the surface. Teacher Meng. Zhou Shan turned to Meng Xiaoxian, then shook his head, saying, "No, I must now address you as Director Meng. You have indeed cultivated an exceptional student. With one person achieving greatness, all associated rise in status." Meng Xiaoxuan's position as director was now assured. Before long, news of Chen Yu's outstanding second-place finish in the peak competition spread like wildfire throughout Ping City. Upon receiving the news, the entire city erupted in excitement. With the martial examination just around the corner, the memory of Chen Yu's triumph as the top student in Jiang province felt as fresh as yesterday. And now he had claimed second in the peak competition. Various sectors of Ping City were in turmoil. Especially notable was Lu Ruyan, who had suffered a severe beating and was still recovering in the hospital, leading the charge. In her hospital bed, upon hearing the news, her face was painted with shock and disbelief. Chen Yu had secured second place in the peak competition. At that moment, she realized she had been mistaken, gravely mistaken, all along. She had intended for Chen Yu to transfer his realm of strength to Li Guanghao, believing her own martial arts supernatural abilities to be formidable. Moreover, she thought a girl's combat style should be ethereal and graceful. Being a physical cultivator seemed far too unrefined. Yet now, as Lu Ruyan gazed into the mirror, her nails digging deeply into her palm, regret flooded her heart. She should never have suggested to Chen Yu that he pass his martial arts supernatural powers to Li Guanghao. Instead, it should have been to her. If she had said so upon their first meeting, surely Chen Yu would have bestowed his martial arts supernatural powers upon her, wouldn't he? No, that couldn't be. He certainly would have. Chen Yu will undoubtedly bestow upon her the divine martial arts. My lady, please do not get overly excited. Observing Lu Ruyan's agitation, Lian Er hastily interjected. I once heard an old classmate mention that the rankings in the pinnacle competition at Qingbei can be bought and sold. Do you think Chen Yu might have spent money to acquire the second position? Rankings can actually be bought? Indeed, our old classmate has insider information, apparently. Someone spent $1 million last year to forcibly secure a spot in the top 10. This was Lu Ruyan's first encounter with such news. Her expression shifted from confusion to a cold smirk. This brat nearly disrupted my Dao heart. She huffed disdainfully. Had she not been privy to the internal affairs, she might have been deceived by Chen Yu. She had always asserted that it was impossible for Chen Yu to attain second place through sheer strength alone. No one understood the worth of this year's Qingbei prodigies better than she did. Just considering the ice fairy, who commands the ice element, is not something Chen Yu could contend with. The moment the ice spirit body is unleashed, Chen Yu would undoubtedly be transformed into an ice sculpture. As for the ice fairy's brother, Lin Xiu Yuan, his golden eyes can pierce through myriad laws, revealing Chen Yu's every secret. Not to mention the formidable duo of the Kanto twins. How could Chen Yu possibly secure second place? It is undoubtedly a result of monetary influence. With this thought, Lu Ruyan felt everything clicked into place. Where did the 6 million yuan prize awarded to Chen Yu by Pingqing City vanish? Chen Yu claimed to have spent it. Nonsense. Clearly, it was saved for the pinnacle competition to purchase a rank. Speaking of which, Chen Yu is rather foolish. If he had already spent money, why not buy the first position instead of settling for second? The prestige of being first sounds far more appealing. In the mirror, Lu Ruyan's lips curled into a slight smile as the realization dawned upon her. It must be due to insufficient funds. Chen Yu, just hold on. Keep up the facade. Let us see how many times you can afford to buy the second position in the pinnacle competition. Once your money runs out, you shall be cast back to your true form. Then you will experience what it means to plummet from paradise to the depths of despair. In the capital, at Qingbei Martial Arts University, Lin Shui has confirmed her transfer as an exchange student. Currently, there are only 35 seats left in the prodigy class, necessitating one replacement. In the conference room, upon hearing Yuan Luan's words, the teachers were momentarily taken aback. This was the first instance of a prodigy class student transferring out of Qingbei. However, considering Chen Yu's violent methods, with fists striking Lin Shui's face, they quickly understood her decision. This transfer is indeed necessary. Director Yuan, we have selected 2 candidates for the replacement from both the elite and regular classes. Yuan Luan was momentarily stunned, then furrowed his brow. Regular class? How could a student from the regular class enter the replacement list? His tone carried a hint of indignation. The prodigy class represents the pinnacle of Qingbei, the very face of Qingbei Martial Arts University, and a hallmark of the great Xia. Who on earth is this individual, a descendant of some powerful figure, to have breached the selection process for the prodigy class? If someone is pressuring him into agreement, he would absolutely report it to the authorities. Seeing Yuan Luan's agitation, the teachers quickly interjected. Director Yuan, please do not be hasty. This individual made it onto the replacement list due to Chen Yu. Yuan Luan replied incredulously. Is that even possible? He was very familiar with Chen Yu, while he may not be entirely above reproach. He possesses a moral compass and principles. How could he possibly assist someone in securing a backdoor entry? But upon hearing the teacher's resolute assertions, Yuan Luan took the replacement list. 2 names were inscribed upon it. The first was Yi Li, a spirit-type martial artist from the elite class. Yuan Luan nodded. Yi Li was merely unfortunate to face Chen Yu in the preliminary rounds, resulting in her elimination. Otherwise, with her prowess, she could have ranked among the top 10, even in the prodigy class. The focus, however, lay elsewhere. Yuan Luan's gaze shifted downward, eager to discover the identity of the second individual. The paper revealed, Qian Lei Guanghu, Feng Ning from the regular class. Feng Ning? The instant Yuan Luan saw this name, a buzzing sensation enveloped his mind. He never anticipated that Chen Yu, with his prominent brows and eyes, would indeed resort to backdoor dealings. Who is Feng Ning, after all? He is merely Chen Yu's fellow townsman. In terms of strength, Feng Ning would barely make it into an elite class. The mere fact that his name appeared on the prodigy class replacement list indicates what? It can only mean that Chen Yu is aiding Feng Ning in securing a backdoor entry. This infuriated Yuan Luan. Does Chen Yu believe that being the top of the prodigy class grants him the right to act with impunity? Does he possess privileges that transcend the rules of the prodigy class? His voice thundered, yet the teachers merely chuckled. Director Yuan, you misunderstand. You misunderstand. Misunderstand? What am I misunderstanding? Yuan Luan was perplexed. The chain of logic was clear and reasonable. What could he possibly be mistaken about? One of the teachers explained with a smile. It is like this. The students of the prodigy class all believe that Feng Ning bravely endured a strike from Chen Yu. While he may have been left electrified, he did not require a stretcher and walked back to his dormitory on his own, forming a stark contrast with Yi Li, Lin Shui, and Lin Xiu Yuan, thus showcasing Feng Ning's formidable strength. Therefore, it was upon the joint recommendation of the prodigy class students that Feng Ning entered the replacement list. Yuan Luan exclaimed, so that's how it is. He realized that he had spoken rather loudly just now. What an uproar. He glanced at the teachers present. Can't you all convey the complete story at once? One of the teachers replied, Director Yuan, look at you getting anxious again. Every matter has its context. You must allow us to explain it piece by piece, right? Now that we have finished speaking, what remains is for the director to make a decision. Yuan Luan merely wished to conclude this mortifying meeting swiftly. With a wave of his hand, he declared, Yi Li from the elite class fills the 36th seat of the prodigy class. And what of Feng Ning? This truly is an unfortunate topic. Yuan Luan grit his teeth, maintained vigilance, meeting adjourned. Chapter 69, Ascension to the Third Stage. Gao Yan has been concealing his true strength. When the news that Gao Yan secured the first position and Xikong Ling Xiao ranked among the top 3 reached Kanto, it sparked a wave of excitement. Our Kanto has truly made a grand showing. The top 3 of the Qingbei Pinnacle competition are dominated by Kanto disciples. Wait a minute. Something feels off. Shouldn't Xikong Ling Xiao be first and Gao Yan third? Indeed, it has always been Xikong Ling Xiao's strength that has overshadowed Gao Yan. Hey, why not consider the possibility that Gao Yan has been concealing his strength all along? You make a valid point. In this era, what kind of expert doesn't hide their true power? Certainly, the external analyses carry some merit. However, Gao Yan's father, Gao Yingtian, the head of the Gao family in Kanto, found it all utterly absurd. With a slight raise of his brow, Gao Yingtian remarked, that boy Gao Yan would shout from the rooftops about any skill he possesses. How could he possibly conceal his strength? I suspect the sun has risen in the west. Hearing this, a sophisticated lady beside him questioned, the competition results can't possibly be fabricated, can they? Fabrication is indeed possible, but it is not particularly significant. Gao Yingtian shook his head. Regardless, Gao Yin has secured the top spot in the pinnacle competition. Inform him that the Jiuzhou January tour is effective from today, and he should prepare his belongings for departure. Upon hearing these words, the beautiful woman was momentarily taken aback. For a long time, Gao Yingtian had been notably strict in his discipline of Gao Yin, while outsiders remained oblivious. The two parents were acutely aware that there were significant issues surrounding Gao Yan's position as chief. It was highly probable that he had obtained it through monetary means. Why? Then, did Gao Yingtian refrain from delving deeper into the matter? As if understanding the unspoken question in the woman's mind, Gao Yingtian smiled and replied, if Yin'er attained his chief position through genuine strength, our inquiry would surely wound his spirit. Conversely, if his position was indeed purchased, it would imply that he shares an exceptionally close relationship with the current champion of this peak competition. Otherwise, no one would willingly relinquish such a coveted rank for mere money. As the head of a prominent family in the northeastern region, my vision is naturally far-reaching. He paused briefly before continuing. In the former scenario, Yin'er demonstrates admirable restraint, while in the latter, he showcases his extensive social connections. Regardless of which holds true, both scenarios are advantageous for Yin'er's future. Let him be. It is ultimately not a bad thing. In Jingbei, at the elite training ground, Chen Yu sat in the center, his muscles taut, as the frigid waters of the spiritual pool floated around him, rising and falling with his breath. Unlike the typical martial artist who is enveloped in spiritual energy during a breakthrough, Chen Yu was surrounded by pure blood essence, akin to a crimson mist or seething lava. The tousled hair on his forehead danced as if stirred by an unseen wind. At the center of his chest, a cerulean vortex slowly spun, growing larger as the surging blood essence coalesced into it, akin to an enraged dragon returning to the sea. The silver sheen on his body dissipated, replaced by shimmering azure light. At the zenith of this cerulean radiance, Chen Yu abruptly opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of azure flashing within them. Enhancement complete. Current physical strength, indestructible body, 1. He rose slowly, his joints cracking like distant thunder. Finally, he had reached the third tier. Clenching his fist, he savored the surge of power within him, a smile gracing his lips. With all his enhancement points expended, his martial prowess had finally caught up to that of his peers. It is well known that physical cultivators are invincible among their peers. Now that he had attained the third tier, no opponent would stand against him. At this moment, Chen Yu could confidently declare that he was not merely the chief of the new generation from Jingbei, but the chief of the entire new generation of the Great Xia. Glancing at the calendar, he noted that there was still over a month until school began. Most of his classmates would use this time to learn new martial techniques or self-study their first-year courses. However, Chen Yu did not belong to the majority. What new techniques could he learn? He had yet to fully master both of his current martial arts. Furthermore, even if there were suitable techniques available, he lacked the funds to invest in them. As for self-studying first-year courses, Chen Yu could only scoff. Study? What nonsense. He planned to dedicate the next month to earning money. With ample time at his disposal, he had two primary avenues for income. The first was to hunt exotic beasts in other provinces, and the second involved completing tasks assigned by the school. Of course, there was a third option, participating in competitions to earn prize money. However, as school had yet to commence, competitions were not yet available. Thus, he would focus on the first two options. When asked which method he preferred for earning money, Chen Yu remarked that only children make choices. Adults aim for all opportunities. The tasks assigned by the school were diverse, ranging from retrieval missions to pursuit, combat, and hunting. The hunting category corresponded directly to slaying exotic beasts. Chen Yu intended to accept every available exotic beast hunting task, and then head to other provinces to commence his endeavors. Naturally, he briefly pondered whether to take a flight or a high-speed train, but the decision was made swiftly. He opted for the train. The reason was simple. Due to the presence of flying exotic beasts, flights required powerful martial artists for protection, making ticket prices exorbitantly high, often reaching tens of thousands of dollars. With only 511 in his pocket, taking a flight was out of the question. Thus, he settled on the train. Next, he would go accept tasks and then begin his hunt. As Chen Yu stepped out of the training facility, he immediately spotted Gao Yin leaning against a luxury car. A stunning beauty with skin like snow seated in the passenger seat beside him. Brother Yu. Gao Yin had come to express his gratitude to Chen Yu. Without Chen Yu's assistance, his father would never have rewarded him with a month-long trip across the 9 provinces or paired him with such a captivating companion. In short, he said, Brother Yu, why not join us for some fun? A month-long trip across the 9 provinces is bound to be delightful. Though Gao Yan's words were courteous, Chen Yu suddenly recalled something and looked up, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Are you flying out? Absolutely. If you need anything, just say the word. Hey, I'm actually heading out too. Mind if I catch a ride? The straightforward nature of physical cultivators meant they rarely engaged in pleasantries. As Gao Yin extended the invitation to Chen Yu, a flash of realization struck Chen Yu. It dawned on him that flying was indeed an option. The Gao family was affluent. Surely Gao Yin would be taking a private jet? If he could hitch a ride, even if it didn't land at his destination, he could save a considerable amount of time and money. Who needed a train, after all? Gao Yin exclaimed, wow, if this were in the northeastern region, I would have agreed without hesitation. Sharing a ride is no big deal. But this isn't the Northeast, and my father's private jet is not available. I would still have to purchase a ticket. Herein lay the dilemma. Where would he find the funds to buy Chen Yu a ticket? He had already spent his prize money from the elite class on Mirage. A troubled expression crossed Gao Yan's face. But Chen Yu was oblivious to his plight, as he had already set off to accept the tasks. Wait for me. I'll be quick. Gao Yan thought to himself. Brother Yu is remarkably sincere. What should I do now? Should I catch up to Brother Yu and tell him to buy his own ticket? How would that look? It would tarnish the Gao family's reputation. With no money for a plane ticket, Gao Yan pondered his options and turned his gaze to the exquisite beauty in the passenger seat, who was holding a plane ticket. His resolve strengthened. He might have to make a decision that went against his family's traditions. Hand over the ticket. Okay, but you need to get out of the car first. All right, you can head home. I'm leaving. Wait. The reflection of the beauty's stunned face appeared in the rearview mirror. Only after Gao Yan pressed the accelerator and sped away did she realize that the Gao family heir had just dismissed her for another man. My month-long trip across the 9 provinces. Ruined, all ruined. I can't even bear to open my eyes. I hope this is just a figment of my imagination. The car was filled with the haunting melodies of a lament, devoid of technique, but brimming with emotion. As he drove to catch up with Chen Yu, Gao Yan rolled down the window, grinning as he waved the ticket in his hand. Brother Yu, I've sorted out the ticket situation. Chen Yu nodded. Knowing full well that for the heir of the Gao family, a mere ticket was hardly a concern, it was a trivial matter in the grand scheme of things. However, what about the person in the passenger seat? Gao Yan feigned indifference and replied, I have recently pondered the significance of traveling with women. It is far more enjoyable to embark on adventures with brothers. You, where are you headed? I wish to accompany you. Chen Yu pointed towards the distance, where the sign for the mission center prominently hung at the end of the road. I am not here for leisure. I have come to accept some tasks. Gao Yan chuckled as he exited the vehicle. You truly are a model of diligence. I shall take a leaf out of your book and accept a couple of tasks myself. Without the company of beautiful women, Gao Yan found no desire to explore the wonders of the 9 provinces. Earning some money seemed far more pragmatic. The two entered the mission center. During the summer vacation, the hall was not bustling with people. Only a sparse few dozen were present, yet the space was exceedingly vast. As they stepped inside, a charming woman clad in professional attire approached them, greeting them warmly. Hello, students. I am Gu Yu, an assistant at the task reception. How may I assist you? How does one accept tasks? Gao Yan inquired, as it was his first visit. Please follow me. Gu Yu gestured gracefully, guiding them to a seating area adjacent to the hall. Tasks are categorized into 5 levels, from D to S, including searches, pursuits, confrontations, and hunts. Kindly present your student ID and mobile phones, and I will assist you in downloading and binding the app developed by our mission center, allowing you to accept tasks directly on your phones. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu and Gao Yan handed their phones and student IDs to Gu Yu. After a series of operations, Chen Yu received his phone back, and the main interface displayed the mission center app. Opening the app, he located the hunting tasks, revealing Task 1. Exterminate the Shadow Claw Wolves. Beast level, Tier 2. Location of occurrence, Secret Realm number 73 in Jincheng, Area A2. Danger level, D, suitable for first-year students. Task duration, 30 days. Task requirement, exterminate 20 Shadow Claw Wolves. Reward, 2,000 yuan. Note, when exterminating Shadow Claw Wolves, please carry your student ID, as it will automatically record hunting data. Noticing the multifaceted functions of the student ID, Chen Yu raised an eyebrow and noted this crucial detail. While the monetary reward for the task was modest, the accumulation of tasks could lead to substantial earnings. Moreover, the school did not require beast materials, allowing them to accept tasks here and sell materials elsewhere, an opportunity for profit. A win-win situation. Let us get started. Accept, until exhaustion. Congratulations. You have accepted the task to exterminate the Shadow Claw Wolves. Tasks surrounding Jincheng have been automatically matched for you. Congratulations. You have accepted the task to exterminate the steel-spined mountain boar. Congratulations, you have accepted the task to exterminate the phantom cat demon. Congratulations. You have accepted the task to exterminate the corrupted giant lizard. As Chen Yu feverishly accepted tasks, Gao Yan's hand was nearly cramping from the rapid pace. Wait, how did you develop such speed, Yu? This is incredible. He had barely clicked into the task interface before it was gone. The reason Chen Yu could accept tasks so swiftly was simple. He did not bother to read the task descriptions. Why concern himself with the details? As long as the tasks were within Jincheng, he would accept them without hesitation. With each successive click, Chen Yu accepted 9 tasks in rapid succession. Continuing to scroll down when a series of tasks outlined in red frames appeared on the screen. Chen Yu noticed this but remained undeterred, clicking away. Even with his keen eyesight, he failed to discern the text within the red frames. Gu Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. In the brief moment she was distracted, this student had completed all the D-level tasks for Secret Realm number 78 in Jincheng. The crux of the matter was that, for safety reasons, students were prohibited from accepting high-difficulty tasks, and the red frames indicated that the tasks exceeded the student's authorized level. How was this student able to accept tasks beyond his rank? She turned her gaze toward Chen Yu. Student, are you from the elite class? Chen Yu was too engrossed in accepting tasks to pay her any mind, prompting Gu Yu to glance at Gao Yan. Resigned, he set his phone down and sighed. How did you know we are from the elite class? Gu Yu replied. Only students from the elite class possess the authority to accept tasks beyond their level. Oh, so the red frames indicate tasks beyond one's level. Gao Yan nodded, observing Chen Yu still engrossed in accepting tasks. Unable to restrain himself, he exclaimed, You, isn't that enough? You must have accepted 30 tasks by now. 30? Do you underestimate my speed? In mere moments, Chen Yu had accepted all the hunting tasks below C level surrounding Jincheng. Roughly calculated, he had 9 D-level tasks and over 40 C-level tasks. Gu Yu gazed at the densely packed task list on the screen, swallowing hard. C-level task, suppress the Thunderhorn Rhinoceros. Beast level, Tier 4. Location of occurrence, Secret Realm number 78 in Jincheng. Danger level, C. Reward, 30,000 yuan. C-level task, subdue the Blood Moon Wolf Pack. C-level task, hunt the three-headed demon serpent. Is this the caliber of the elite class students? Truly remarkable. Chen Yu surveyed the task list with satisfaction. The rewards for D-level tasks range from 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. Completing 9 D-level tasks would yield 20,000 yuan. C-level task rewards varied from 10,000 to 30,000 yuan. Completing 43 C-level tasks would yield 930,000 yuan. Without even considering beast materials, the total reward from the tasks alone would amount to 950,000 yuan. Not too shabby, indeed, another significant income. Previously, he had refrained from hunting beasts outside the city, not only due to time constraints, but also because of the inconvenience of carrying beast materials. He couldn't very well be hauling thousands of pounds of beast materials around. Could he? But with Gao Yan by his side, that issue was rendered moot. As a scion of the Gao family, surely he possessed storage tools? Gao Yan, do you have storage tools? Of course. Gao Yan grinned, pointing to a white jade chain hanging around his neck. It contains a triple-fold space, more than sufficient to store thousands of tons of beast materials. A smile graced Chen Yu's lips. Then we are all set. Let us get to work. Chapter 71. Within the secret realm, only life and death exist. There are no elites. Chen Yu and his companions boarded the plane bound for Jincheng. One might wonder why there were 3 of them. It was simply because Gao Yan had summoned Sikong Lingxiao from the training room. Having spent an extended period in the training room, Sikong Lingxiao must have been feeling rather isolated. Reflecting on his arrival at Qingbei, he had been brimming with confidence, determined to prove to his family that as the eldest grandson of the Sikong clan, he would undoubtedly lead the family from decline to prosperity and embark on a new chapter. His original plan comprised 3 phases. First, to seize the top position in the elite class. Second, to join the school team and participate in inter-school competitions. Finally, to dominate the National College League and return to the Kanto region with the glory of a Grand Slam. However, he had not anticipated that the first step would falter. Just as he was wallowing in solitude in the training room, Gao Yan messaged him, inviting him to accompany Chen Yu to the secret realm in Jincheng. As fate would have it, he ventured out for a breath of fresh air, only to find that upon exiting the training chamber, Chen Yu exuded an aura distinctly different from usual. Inquiring further, he soon learned that Chen Yu had ascended to the 3rd tier. Sikong Lingxiao thought to himself, what a farce. Chen Yu could already best their group of 3rd-tier warriors while still at the 8th level of the 2nd tier. Now that he was at the 3rd tier, Sikong would surely find himself at the mercy of Chen Yu should he manage to ascend to the 4th tier. After much contemplation, Sikong realized that in this life, there was no inherent necessity to vie for first place in every endeavor. Since he could not surpass Chen Yu, he resolved to cease the competition altogether. Thus, he devised a new plan. The first step, embrace mediocrity. In Jincheng, at the entrance of the 78th secret realm, he cursed under his breath, damn it, I've been waiting here for half a month, anticipating today as C-class missions. Who on earth has such quick fingers to snatch them all up? Beside him, a companion, phone in hand, gazed at the screen filled with an overwhelming number of claimed notifications, likely the handiwork of the prodigious class swooping in to seize the bounty. Good heavens. Over 40 C-class missions claimed in one go. Truly, they live up to their reputation. Within the martial arts training system of Qingbei Martial Arts University, the mission center serves as an indispensable component. D and C-class missions are critical for students' practical training, refreshing on the 1st and 15th of each month at noon to provide foundational tasks for real-world experience. The end date for class assessments is July 14th, and Chen Yu, having just broken through, coincidentally timed his breakthrough with the noon refresh on the 15th. Such is destiny. At a nearby outpost, a young man, adorned with the student insignia of Qingbei Martial Arts University, received the same news. You say the one claiming the C-class mission at Jincheng's 78th secret realm is Chen Yu? How can you be so certain? Asked the voice on the phone. I witnessed it with my own eyes at the mission center, the young man replied. I intended to claim a few D-class missions, thinking the network would be fast, but then I saw Chen Yu with Gao Yan. His speed in claiming tasks was utterly astonishing. I watched as the D and C-class missions around Jincheng turned gray, all in under 5 seconds. So, Chen Yu is indeed heading to Jincheng, along with Gao Yan and Xikong Lingxiao, 3 of them. Li Guangshang's lips curled into a slight smile. The name Li Guangshang had once been mentioned by Jiang Qinghua. He possessed the S-class martial arts divine ability Quicksand Burial Calamity and was a direct admit to Qingbei Martial Arts University. Of course, his name also hinted at another identity. He was the elder brother of Li Guanghao, the young master of the Li family. During the summer break, Li Guanghao had nothing but pestering demands for the power of the extreme realm, lamenting that his martial arts ability was subpar, leading to endless ridicule. He had even secured a girlfriend, but due to his lackluster skills, she was on the verge of leaving him. If he failed to attain the power of the extreme realm within 3 months, he threatened to take his own life. Li Guangshang often wished for his brother to follow through with that threat. Where was he supposed to find the power of the extreme realm? Was he supposed to conjure it out of thin air? It was nothing short of a jest. Yet, deep down, he recognized that he only had this one younger brother. Thus, he instructed his subordinates to monitor Chen Yu's movements. To his surprise, Chen Yu was eager to deliver. The secret realm functioned as a lawless zone, devoid of signal, governance, or regulations. What did this signify? Within the confines of the secret realm, only life and death prevailed, not the elite. After a year of rigorous training in Qingbei's elite class, Li Guangshang had attained a formidable 3rd-tier 6th level, merely a step away from the 7th. With his S-class martial arts divine ability Quicksand Burial Calamity, he was hailed as the god of defense at Qingbei, even before the 2nd year's classes commenced. He had received an invitation to join the university's team as a reserve member. Such combat prowess surely eclipsed that of Chen Yu, who, though labeled a university student, had never attended a single day of classes and was merely a 2nd-tier 8th-level martial artist. Li Guangshang held no illusion of his own arrogance. He recalled the peak competition last year where he ranked 8th. Were he to compete with his current strength, he was confident of clinching the top position. Even if Chen Yu's 2nd-place ranking was not purchased, he would still prove no match for Li Guangshang. Do not fret, Guanghao. The power of the extreme realm will soon be yours. Chapter 72. My son Shanghao possesses the bearing of an emperor. Accompanied by a series of thunderous roars, a streamlined aircraft descended upon the skies above Jincheng. Chen Yu gazed out the window, the silhouette of Jincheng unfolding before him. The ancient city walls, towering martial towers, and the distant, faint outline of the beast defense line. The entrance to the secret realm. His fists were already itching with anticipation. Beside him, Gao Yan and Xikong Lingxiao were refreshing their task lists on their phones. Although Chen Yu had claimed all the hunting missions, they could still pursue some collection tasks. Gathering various herbs and plants within the secret realm would also be beneficial. Chen Yu had skimmed through the collection tasks. Their danger level was low, yet they consumed considerable time and yielded minimal profit, so he swiftly decided to pass. With that time, he could just as easily slay a couple of beasts. As the plane touched down, the trio boarded a luxury vehicle, heading directly to the Jincheng 78th secret realm. How convenient it was for the affluent to travel. Chen Yu mused inwardly. Had he been on his own, the journey would have required a high-speed train, a transfer to the subway, a long-distance bus, and finally, a suburban coach to reach the destination. But now, Gao Yan was in charge of the aircraft and vehicle, while Xikong Lingxiao handled the finances and logistics. Within Xikong Lingxiao's storage ring lay maps of all the spiritual realms surrounding Jincheng, along with provisions, fresh water, and snacks enough to sustain 100 adults for an entire year. He had spent a fortune procuring these supplies, primarily due to Chen Yu's insatiable appetite. Of course, the two merely needed to prepare the logistics, while Chen Yu had far more pressing matters to consider. Brother Yu, we are almost there. At this, Chen Yu turned his gaze outward, fixating on the Jincheng 78th secret realm. So shall we begin? Xiaoyan, I require your assistance. Outside the Jincheng 78th secret realm, Li Guangshang observed a woman in her 30s and spoke with deep affection. The woman was unremarkable in appearance, scarcely qualifying as attractive. Her flat nose bore a scattering of freckles, and her sparse eyebrows were nearly invisible. The only redeeming quality was her eyes, which radiated a naive and foolish light, filled with the glow of infatuation, as if she would agree to any request Li Guangshang made without hesitation. Guangshang, I have always meant what I said. I am willing to do anything for you, she said, tilting her head slightly, her voice brimming with unabashed excitement. Li Guangshang looked at her faux charming demeanor with an inexplicable sense of disgust. The woman was named Li Yan, a mere passerby he had met while executing a hunting mission, endowed with the B-class martial arts divine ability Hurricane Assault, and a 3rd-tier 9th-level martial artist. Under normal circumstances, A prodigy from Qingbei Martial Arts University and an inconsequential passerby would never cross paths. Yet, the moment Li Yan laid eyes on Li Guangshang, she was irresistibly drawn to his commanding presence, becoming his devoted admirer. At first, Li Guangshang was disdainful, until Li Yan brought forth the A-grade martial arts divine ability. Flame eruption. Guangshang, your brother is indeed my brother. Hurry and have him fuse with the divine ability. Rest assured, the origins of flame eruption are entirely legitimate and lawful. From that moment on, Li Guangshang elevated her title from sycophant to dimwit. Yet, this was a useful dimwit, one who could be employed for his purposes. A companion of sorts. Therefore, upon learning that Chen Yu had ventured to the Ember City alongside Gao Yin and Xikong Lingxiao, Li Guangshang decisively sought out Li Yan. I need you to assist me in eliminating a target. Ha ha ha, Guangshang, you're so serious that I thought it was something significant. Turns out, it's just about killing someone? There was a hint of disappointment in Li Yan's laughter, as she had hoped Li Guangshang was about to confess his feelings to her. Nevertheless, she thought, as long as she helped Guangshang eliminate this individual, he would surely confess to her afterward, right? Indeed, this was the ultimate test. Guangshang, who do you want me to kill? Li Guangshang succinctly outlined his plan. Although Chen Yu, Gao Yin, and Xikong Lingxiao were journeying together to Ember City, it did not imply that they would remain together at all times. As soon as Chen Yu separated from them, it would be the perfect opportunity to strike. Upon hearing that Gao Yin and Xikong Lingxiao were a third-tier first level and a third-tier second level respectively, Li Yan tilted her head and remarked, "Why wait for them to part ways? We could simply dispatch all three of them together, can't we?" "Absolutely not." Li Guangshang's tone grew noticeably more serious. The backgrounds of Gao Yin and Xikong Lingxiao were not to be underestimated. Killing them would undoubtedly lead to trouble in the future. As long as we execute it cleanly, no one should be able to trace the killings back to us, right? The secret realm is vast. It's quite normal for one to perish at the jaws of a beast. While that may be true, if all three were to die and Chen Yu's martial arts divine ability appeared on my brother, it would be obvious to the dullest mind what transpired. Li Guangshang was exasperated by Li Yan's lack of foresight. If only Chen Yu were to perish, he could easily claim that Chen Yu fell victim to a beast, stating that he arrived just in time to receive the divine ability from Chen Yu in order to seek revenge. But if all three died simultaneously, would the Gao family or the Xikong family accept that? Only the Chen family would, for there was no one left of them. Don't be angry, Guangshang. I shall do as you say, Li Yan replied nervously. It's simple, if they do not separate. You must find a way to lure Gao Yin and Xikong Lingxiao away while I deal with Chen Yu. Li Guangshang stated, should they part ways, we will join forces to confront Chen Yu and bring this to a swift conclusion. Li Yan frowned, feeling that Li Guangshang was being overly cautious. Did they really need two people to take on a second-tier 8th level warrior? But then she reconsidered. The thought of killing alongside Guangshang was akin to a date. How delightful. How exhilarating. Just before entering the Ember City secret realm number 78, Li Guangshang used an encrypted phone to call his father. Dad, I'm going to acquire the extreme realm of power. The father-son exchange lacked any pleasantries and dove straight into the matter at hand. After a brief silence on the other end, Li Bo's voice emerged, his breathing suddenly quickening. Is there an opportunity? Li Bo, a 5th-tier 9th level warrior, was a true top-tier powerhouse in Ping City, where 6th-tier warriors were scarce. Upon hearing this news, he was filled with excitement. Chen Yu's capabilities displayed during the martial arts examination were extraordinarily formidable, even with the numerous drawbacks of the extreme realm of power. It far surpassed flame eruption by 10,000-fold. Moreover, given that Chen Yu was currently at the second-tier 8th level, if the divine ability was not extracted soon, he would have no chance once Chen Yu reached the 3rd tier. Yes, I've received word that Chen Yu has exited the secret realm. I will enter shortly. Li Bo quickly instructed, be extremely cautious. Don't let anything go awry. Li Guangshang glanced at Li Yan. Rest assured, Dad, I have called for assistance. Once I obtain the divine ability, I will claim it was Chen Yu's dying wish. Li Guangshang continued smoothly, having rehearsed this narrative in his mind countless times. Indeed, when Li Yan acquired flame eruption, she had conveyed the same message to him. Hearing that Li Guangshang had arranged everything meticulously, Li Bo finally chuckled. Good, good. Everything is in order. His laughter resonated so powerfully that it caused the phone receiver to tremble. Hurry back. I await your triumphant news. After hanging up, an inexplicable sense of pride swelled within Li Bo. Once he secured the extreme realm of power, their family would boast 2 S-rank martial arts divine ability practitioners in Ping City. Thereafter, Li Guanghao, possessing the SSS-rank Martial Arts Divine Ability Extreme Realm of Power, would be invincible among his peers, while Li Guangshang, wielding the S-rank Martial Arts Divine Ability Sands of Morning, would have a bright future ahead. He proclaimed with pride, my son, Shanghao, possesses the grandeur of an emperor. Chapter 73, Gao Yan's Dark Past. This kid is quite the sycophant. At the entrance of Ember City Secret Realm No. 78, a trio drew the attention of numerous martial artists. The focal point was a pair of twin sisters, each adorned with 9 throwing knives at their waists. Their steps as light as a cat's. These twins certainly radiated energy, didn't they? Are they recklessly courting danger? Keep your voice down. Those are the twin blades of spirit, Zissou and Ziwang. Last year, in Secret Realm number 3, they unleashed all 18 of their throwing knives simultaneously, swiftly slaying 7 heads of the 4th tier, 3rd level Ice Blood Wolf. Are the twin blades of spirit not the personal guards of the eldest daughter of the Xia family? With that, everyone directed their gazes toward the girl leading the group. The girl appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, donned in a moon-white outfit, cinched at the waist with a golden belt. The attire accentuated her perfect figure, slender and graceful, her skin fair and smooth, and her features exquisitely defined. Indeed, it was the eldest daughter of the Xia family, Xia Zhitong. She awakened the SSS-rank Martial Arts Divine Ability Lunar Dance of Radiance at the age of 15 and subsequently enrolled in the Qingbei Youth class. Rumor had it she had successfully broken through to the 3rd tier 1st level just a week prior. If I recall correctly, Xia Zhitong had just begun her senior year of high school, right? Yes, you are entirely correct. Xia Zhitong's home was in Ember City, so many were familiar with her. Yet her demeanor at that moment was utterly incongruous with her prestigious identity as the Xia family's eldest daughter. She languidly leaned against the stone wall at the entrance of the secret realm, one foot casually resting upon a protruding rock, her right hand carelessly twirling a strand of hair around her ear, exuding an air reminiscent of a rebellious young girl. Miss, this is Ember City, not the capital, Zissou kindly reminded. Having grown accustomed to a more liberated lifestyle in the capital, Xia Zhitong felt somewhat out of place returning home during the summer break. At the remark, she cleared her throat, straightened her posture, and reverted to the composed demeanor befitting a young lady. As time passed, Chen Yu and his companions arrived at the entrance of the secret realm. Just as they were about to queue, Gao Yan suddenly froze. His gaze fixated on Xia Zhitong at the front of the line. Gao Yan abruptly clutched his stomach, his face turning pale. I suddenly feel unwell. Please wait for me for 10 minutes. I'll be right back. Without further ado, Gao Yan dashed off with fervor. His words barely finished before he vanished. Chen Yu remarked, this is no mere stomachache. He wouldn't run off so quickly if that were the case. Xikong Lingxiao turned to look at Chen Yu's earnest expression, nearly unable to suppress a laugh. Indeed, Chen Yu had never attended the elite youth class at Qingbei. Thus he was unfamiliar with the illustrious young lady from the Xia family ahead of him, nor was he aware of the regrettable past that haunted Gao Yan. Observing Xikong Lingxiao's expression, which hinted at unspoken words, he immediately sensed that there was more to the story. Since they were waiting in line with nothing to occupy their time, why not engage in conversation? What was the matter? Why did Gao Yan flee with the swiftness of a hare upon seeing someone? Xikong Lingxiao gestured towards the front of the line and whispered, Xia Zhitong, our junior in the next class, possesses an SS-level martial art known as Moonlight Dance, which allows her to conjure avatars, each possessing 1/3 of her original strength. Chen Yu raised his hand to interrupt. Get to the point. Very well. Xikong Lingxiao cleared his throat and proceeded to recount a tale of unrequited affection. The narrative was rather cliched, devoid of any originality. It spoke of a devoted admirer who, without fail, delivered breakfast to his goddess each day, only to be met with indifference. Eventually, unable to endure any longer, he confessed his feelings beneath her dormitory. Yet the goddess did not even bother to open her window and found him to be quite bothersome. And still, he persisted, exclaiming, Goddess, I have bestowed upon you all my love. Please grant me but a single meeting. I implore you, goddess, sob sob. Amidst this trite and banal storyline, Chen Yu felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Wasn't this narrative reminiscent of Feng Ning's persistent challenges to him? Chen Yu would decline. Feng Ning would invite again. And upon further refusals from Chen Yu, Feng Ning would remain undeterred, to the point of being irritating. And Feng Ning? He continued his relentless pursuit. In the end, Feng Ning gambled everything he had, solely to meet Chen Yu. It dawned on him. Gao Yan's expression back then had indeed been odd. He had even sympathized with Feng Ning. It seemed that Gao Yan's empathy stemmed from his own history of unrequited love. Chen Yu turned his gaze towards Xia Zhitong, curious to see the girl capable of transforming Gao Yan into a lovesick fool. What he beheld was a charmingly sweet and graceful figure with enchanting eyes, fair skin, and a slender, toned form. She was undeniably beautiful, far surpassing Lin Shui in elegance. Yet, what did that matter? Chen Yu sighed, exclaiming, O Gao Yan, isn't it evident that indulgence in wine and women is akin to a sharp blade? How could he not comprehend such a simple truth? He understood. So what was his response? He abstained from alcohol. Such remarkable resolve. Chen Yu exclaimed. Did Gao Yan ever drink? No. Goodness. As the queue advanced, Xia Zhitong, Zissou, and Ziwang stepped into the secret realm, their figures vanishing at the entrance. Once the three departed, the martial artists present felt emboldened to speak freely. Just look at Xia Zhitong's audacious demeanor. It is clear she is a force to be reckoned with even at Qingbei. Without a doubt, she is the quintessential campus bully, unafraid to confront anyone she deems unworthy. Hence, it is evident that next year, she will be the designated champion of Qingbei. Indeed, I'm not exaggerating. If Xia Zhidong were to skip a grade, this year's championship would be hers for the taking, boasted a burly man. If she were to skip a grade, what would become of that fellow Gao Yan? The so-called champion of the prodigy class? He would be easily subdued. His companion timidly pointed toward the back of the line, but Gao Yan is still waiting in line. In truth, I was referring to the runner-up of the prodigy class, Chen Yu, who stands right in front of Gao Yan. A chilling silence enveloped the scene until, after a prolonged pause, the burly man stammered, "What about Sikong Lingxiao? He is here too." The man lamented, "It seems the heavens wish to bring about my demise." Chapter 74. How is it that I am not poisoned, yet I see the Thunderhorn Rhinoceros King soaring in the sky? Unlike the Dragon-esque grave secret realm encountered during the martial arts examination, most external secret realms transport individuals simultaneously to the same location. Thus, Chen Yu and his companions found themselves together. Upon stepping into the secret realm, Chen Yu was met with a slight wave of dizziness. Having reached the third tier, he could vaguely sense the spatial energy enveloping him as he traversed the secret realm. The dizziness, he deduced, was a consequence of spatial transfer. Gazing upwards, he noted that the air within the 78th secret realm shimmered with fine purple crystal dust, which, according to the secret realm guide, posed no harm to humans. Once the dizziness subsided, Sikong Lingxiao surveyed their surroundings, locating a notable landmark before consulting the map to ascertain their position, the E3 outer area. Hearing this, Chen Yu accessed his phone, shifting into work mode. He entered E3 into the task list, prompting a reorganization of the tasks. D-level task: exterminate the phantom cat demon. Beast level: Tier 2, beast location, 78th secret realm of Jincheng, E3 area. Reward: 2,000 yuan. D-level task: exterminate the steelback mountain boar. Beast level: Tier 2 to 3. Beast location: 78th secret realm of Jincheng, E3 area. Reward: 4,000 yuan. C-level task: subdue the Thunderhorn Rhinoceros King. Beast level: Tier 4. Beast location: 78th secret realm of Jincheng, E3 area. Reward: 30,000 yuan. At Qingbei Martial Arts University, the overall strength of first-year students typically range from Tier 2, 7th to 8th levels, making it improbable for even the elite class to contend with the Tier 4 beast outlined in the C-level task. The disparity was too vast. Prodigies could not leap 2 tiers in battle. Even Gao Yan and Sikong Lingxiao would need to deliberate on whether this task referred to a Tier 4, first level or a Tier 4, 9th level beast. Gao Yan couldn't help but grumble. If it's a Tier 4, first level, I might manage a few exchanges with it. But if it's a Tier 4, 9th level, I'd surely perish on the spot. Just as Sikong Lingxiao intended to thoroughly examine the task details, Chen Yu abruptly strode forward. Why bother with the details? We can simply confront the beast directly. He reminisced about his martial examination when, with merely a Tier 2, 2nd level physique, he had vanquished a Tier 3, 1st level furious flame lion. Now, having ascended to the 1st level of Tier 3, his combat prowess on paper could easily obliterate a Tier 4, 1st level beast. Moreover, compared to the martial examination, he had since mastered intermediate level mystic techniques like windwalk and basic level earth techniques like Southern Sky 3 styles. While both were considered minor achievements, the increase in combat power was significant. Preliminary estimations suggested that he could likely handle a Tier 4 beast of any level without much difficulty. Seizing the opportunity while his stamina was high, he resolved to confront the Thunderhorn Rhinoceros King first. With that thought in mind, Chen Yu crouched and leapt forward with a whoosh. Sikong Lingxiao exclaimed, "What was that noise?" Gao Yan remarked, "You may find this hard to believe, but just now, Brother Yu launched himself forward with a remarkable spring. The purple crystal dust swirled in the air. His leap nearly left his companions in the dust. Why linger? They should pursue. If Chen Yu struggled against the Thunderhorn Rhinoceros King, they could still lend a hand. The secret realm was unlike the outside world. Here, one had to guard against not only the sudden assaults of beasts, but also potential human threats. Chen Yu considered himself amicable, having not offended anyone. Thus he believed he had few enemies. However, one could never account for the existence of fools, such as Lu Rian, Li Guanghao, and Lin Shui. It has come to my attention that Lin Shui appears to have met her demise. However, this is of little consequence. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that there will always be fools willing to traverse mountains and seas, all for the sake of Chen Yu. One must always retain a degree of caution to guard against unforeseen circumstances. In moments that demand audacity, one must be audacious. Conversely, in times that call for prudence, one must exercise caution. This can be aptly described as possessing the heart of a fierce tiger while delicately savoring the fragrance of roses. The body cultivator possesses 2 energy storage systems, one for corporeal strength and the other for spiritual resonance. By conserving corporeal strength, one can engage in combat using spiritual resonance on a daily basis. In contemplation of these thoughts, a resounding roar, interspersed with the crackle of thunder, reverberated from a distance. The voice was unfamiliar, yet the thunder was quite familiar to Chen Yu. I wonder how the thunder emanating from the Thunderhorn Rhinoceros King compares to that of Feng Ning, an A-class martial arts prodigy. As I drew closer, I discerned the power of the Thunderhorn Rhinoceros King to be at the first level of the 4th tier. A rather mediocre opponent, Chen Yu mused, and then charged forth. Let us see the might of my spiritual resonance in a single punch. Boom. The Thunderhorn Rhinoceros King was sent sprawling by the force of the blow, soaring 8,000 miles into the sky, gazing down upon 1,000 rivers. Sikong Lingxiao exclaimed. What on earth just flew by? Gao Yin replied. You might not believe me, but the Thunderhorn Rhinoceros King has just been launched. The Thunderhorn Rhinoceros King stood majestically amidst the clouds, its body crackling with lightning. With each inch it ascended, ripples spread through the void. Of course, the previous statements were the more eloquent interpretations. In simpler terms, the Thunderhorn Rhinoceros King could not actually fly. It was merely sent soaring by Chen Yu's punch, lightning crackling chaotically as it began to malfunction. Sikong Lingxiao and Gao Yin exchanged glances, pondering whether they should intervene. Help whom exactly? At present, it seemed that it was the Thunderhorn Rhinoceros King that was in dire need of assistance. In a swift motion, Chen Yu delivered a left hook that struck the rhinoceros's horn with a resounding clang, followed by a crushing blow to its head. He then stepped forward and kicked the Thunderhorn Rhinoceros King, sending it flying over 300 meters. It is worth noting that the Thunderhorn Rhinoceros King is an enormous beast, weighing over 60 tons, requiring one to look up at its colossal form when standing before it. Yet, in Chen Yu's hands, this formidable creature was akin to a mere toy. Boom. The Thunderhorn Rhinoceros King crashed through 3 hills before embedding itself into a cliffside, a cloud of dust erupting. The scene was incredibly brutal, with each punch landing with devastating force and lightning flashing across the sky. Gao Yin and Sikong Lingxiao, witnessing this spectacle, found themselves unable to quell their tumultuous emotions. After all, the Thunderhorn Rhinoceros King was a 4th-tier extraordinary beast. How could Chen Yu dispatch it with mere clang, crash, and kick? Is such an operation even achievable by a mere human? Meanwhile, having entered the 78th secret realm ahead of the others, Xiaji Tong, under the protection of the dual guardians Ling Blade duo Zissou and Ziwen, strolled through the streets of the secret realm with an air of nonchalance. With one hand in her pocket and her combat boots crunching on the unique moss of the secret realm, she made a cacophony of sounds, utterly oblivious to the notion of arrival. Indeed, she possessed the strength to do so, across the vast expanse of the Daxia Empire. Several hundred individuals with S-class martial arts abilities emerged each year. As for those with SS-class capabilities, only 3 to 5 awakened annually, and not a single one less. However, at that moment, Xiaji Tong seemed to sense something amiss, lifting her gaze to the sky. In the far distance, a shadow suddenly streaked past. Observing this, Xiaji Tong nonchalantly kept her hand in her pocket and continued to crunch on the moss, though a hint of confusion creased her brow. Did I eat mushrooms for lunch? My lady, there were no mushrooms in your specially prepared spiritual meal this afternoon. Then it must be that group of chefs at home who no longer wish to work, trying to fool me with a hastily prepared meal? You had the chef's personally prepared cuisine, just as you always do. This led to the pressing question. Xiaji Tong slowly halted her steps, fixating on the increasingly distant black dot, and remarked, how could I not be poisoned yet still see the Thunderhorn Rhinoceros King soaring through the sky?